Chapter 1. The Battlefield Survival. The setting sun bled crimson. On the battlefield's edge, a cool breeze wafted through the air. Amidst the mountainous pile of corpses, a small, blood-stained hand emerged from the crevices of the bodies. "Damn it, I'm utterly exhausted." Shushu gasped for breath as he pushed aside the corpse that weighed down on him, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. As a devoted reader of countless tomato novels, he had come to terms with the fact of his transmigration, vowing not to shame his fellow transmigrators. "Would you like to see a replay?" At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Shuyu's mind. Come? How dare he claim such a thing? Just moments ago, he had been oblivious to the fact that he had transmigrated into the world of Naruto, now drenched in blood and surrounded by two corpses, his vision blurring as he nearly fainted. The system was recording his initial reaction. Shuyu cleared his throat, pondering how this system was somewhat lacking in finesse. Ahem, no need for that, thanks. In his previous life, he had been an 8G surfing enthusiast, having read nearly 50 Naruto fan novels, if not 20. He was well aware of the series of procedures involved in transmigrating into Naruto. Transmigration system pinnacle of life. Although the novels were thrilling, the reality of transmigration was still somewhat daunting. After all, his beginning was rather haphazard. The body he occupied was neither a protagonist from Konoha, nor did it belong to someone whose parents had just perished. He found himself on a battlefield at the time of the Third Great Ninja War. Wasn't this simply inviting death? He had originally intended to quietly succumb to his fate, hoping to return to reality, but then the system appeared. After a moment's hesitation, Shuyu decided that following the system might lead to better prospects. If he truly succumbed, he would have no way of returning to reality, and that would be the end of him. Only after he exerted immense effort to push off the corpses pinning him down did the system finally begin its introduction. "Delighted to serve you. I am a charming guide system from the Naruto universe, loved by all. My identification number is 21278. Wait. Shuyu raised his diminutive hand in disbelief and asked again, "Could you please repeat what kind of system you are?" The system paused momentarily before reiterating, "I'm the charming guide system from the Naruto universe, loved by all. Do you have any questions, host?" Shuyu was left dumbfounded, his striking appearance lending him an aura of disbelief. "Did you bind to the wrong person?" This system sounded suspiciously feminine. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As a man, he would never possess such an effeminate system. Woe is me. Shuyu teetered on the brink of collapse. The system replied, "Rest assured, host, there is no binding error." Shuyu retorted, "If everyone loves me, how can there be no binding error?" The system explained, "According to calculations, the host is the most suitable candidate for the system." Preposterous. Shuyu exploded in anger. "I am straight. The system does not question the host's sexual orientation." The system replied, pausing awkwardly, "The affection of all does not solely pertain to love, it encompasses familial and friendship bonds as well." Implying, "What kind of filthy thoughts are you harboring in your mind?" Ahem, Shuyu coughed strategically. "What I mean is integrity. Do you understand integrity? Please continue. My identification number is 212783996. Now, let me introduce the system's functions. The system provides the host with opportunities to select skills based on the affection levels obtained from Naruto characters." "What do you mean?" Shuyu pondered, stroking his chin. "So, as long as I gain their affection, I can choose skills?" He had encountered various systems in novels: suicidal systems, darkening systems, diligent systems, but this charming system was a first. The system was playing a new game altogether. However, he wasn't picky. Having a system was already a stroke of luck. For those who had transmigrated into Naruto without a system, he felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Of course, if the individual had transmigrated into the Senju or Uchiha clans, he would let those words slip as though he merely released a light fart. Once the target for the guide is selected, upon achieving an affection level of 60, the host will receive a randomly assigned skill from the system, which will be at a basic level. Upon reaching an affection level of 100, the host will gain an automatic card drawing opportunity, with skills at an advanced stage. The system's explanation resolved Shuyu's earlier questions, but new inquiries arose. Who chooses the target for the guide? The target can be selected by the host or randomly assigned by the system. Oh, Hishuyu nodded, then inquired further. Where do the skills come from? This was a point he was particularly interested in. If the skills were from a Naruto world, how would he explain them if he acquired them? The original body he inhabited was named Tsuki no Shuyu, hailing from Sunagakure, with parents who were merely low-profile chunin. If someone recognized him one day, how would he account for the ninjutsu from other hidden villages? The system seemed unprepared for the host's display of intelligence. Its mechanical voice echoed once more. The skills originate from Jujutsu Kaisen, One Piece, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Inuyasha, Gintama, Bleach, Dupo, Sangcheon, and Doorelu, excluding Naruto. Wait. Hishuyu raised his hand again, his expression a blend of confusion. Did something strange slip in? The system replied, please elaborate, host. What the hell? Hishuyu couldn't help but critique. Are you this up to date? Even national animation is included. Indeed, had national animation really risen to prominence? The system assured him all anime selections are based on system data calculations. Please rest assured, the abilities gained from the system would also automatically transform into skills operating on chakra. This completely alleviated Hishuyu's concerns. Not bad. If possible, Hishuyu would rate the system 5 stars. Shuyu. Suddenly, a bloodied hand grasped his calf. Hishuyu froze. Surely, there were no ghosts in the Naruto world? He slowly shifted his gaze downward. A face obscured by blood, its features indistinguishable, came into view. Those pale blue eyes began to merge with the beautiful blue eyes from the original host's memories. Mommy. Hishuyu was taken aback. This was not a conscious utterance, it was a reflexive response from his body. My dear son. The woman before him struggled to speak, yet her lips curled into a gentle smile. Suddenly, Hishuyu grasped why the original host had managed to survive in such a brutal battlefield. Because this woman before him, along with the man by her side, had shielded the original host with their bodies. It was the love from his parents. Does the host choose to pursue the characters Asakusa Hanjo and Tsuki no Makino? Asakusa Hanjo was the original host's mother, and Tsuki no Makino was his father. They're still alive? Hishuyu inquired in his mind, stunned. What had compelled them to endure for so long? Deep down, he already knew the answer. They want to catch one last glimpse of their son. The system stated matter-of-factly, its voice devoid of any inflection. Choose to pursue. With Hishuyu's words, the system's blue electronic screen in his mind immediately displayed the avatars of Asakusa Hanjo and Tsuki no Makino. Ding! Congratulations, host. The affection level for the target characters, Asakusa Hanjo and Tsuki no Makino, has reached 100. Hishuyu's expression turned complex. He had merely benefited from the original host's merits. My son, live on well. The woman before him gazed at him with eyes as gentle as a tranquil spring. With all her strength, she uttered her final words, her pupils gradually losing focus. Live, these 2 words, seemingly squeezed through clenched teeth, came from Tsuki no Makino. He was gravely injured, far worse than Asakusa Hanjo. He could only utter those 2 words. They had completely lost their life signs. Hishuyu suddenly found his vision blurring. Warm liquid streamed down his face. I will live on in place of Tsuki no Shuyu. He vowed deep within himself. Simultaneously, he felt a lightness enveloping him, as if something had detached from his body. What was that just now? It was the true Tsuki no Shuyu. The system supplemented the words Hishuyu had left unspoken. The lottery spinning wheel is ready. Will the host choose to draw a card? Yes or no? Hishuyu pressed the affirmative button in his mind. A blue spinning wheel materialized in his consciousness, divided into 10 segments. Each segment was shrouded in shadow, rendering the words on them indistinguishable. Congratulations, host! You have gained a newcomer luck bonus. A large gift package suddenly appeared before Hishuyu's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. It was so quick that Hishuyu had no chance to discern the small print. He scrutinized the spinning wheel carefully, noticing the words luck appearing above it. Without further delay, Hishuyu spun the wheel. 1 minute later, the pointer on the wheel gradually settled on an ordinary segment. The segment emitted a blue light, while all other segments vanished, and the words on the segment became clear to Hishuyu's vision. 6 eyes, skill introduction. The special traits of the Gojo clan, passed down through generations, are rare occurrences, manifesting as eyes endowed with extraordinary abilities. They possess a 360-degree field of vision, allowing the user to see even from behind and at great distances. It enables one to directly discern whether an individual is a sorcerer ninja and to penetrate their techniques ninjutsu. Furthermore, it permits the tracing and forecasting of chakra trajectories and facilitates meticulous chakra and manipulation, a prerequisite for employing limitless techniques. Obstructing one's line of sight does not hinder this vision. Katsuru forcibly suppressed the excitement bubbling within. Do I have another chance at the lottery? Yes, the system replied. The vanished roulette reappeared once more. This time, Katsuru was far more adept, requiring no guidance from the system as he commenced the operation himself. Ultimately, the roulette gradually came to a halt. A new skill materialized on the screen. Limitless technique. Skill description. Creates an absolutely impervious space with infinite power. Within limitless, only objects that approach are eternally drawn towards convergence. The Gojo clan's inherited limitless jujitsu serves as a barrier that severs infinity. Depending on the mass and danger of the approaching object, it automatically selects the target for the technique's effect. The closer the object, the slower its speed, rendering it perpetually unable to touch the sorcerer. The clan's technique possesses the ability to manipulate space and channel cosmic energy into reality. It embodies an infinite series of stopping power that causes any object nearing the user to decelerate indefinitely, forever unable to make contact. Katsuru felt an overwhelming urge to leap with joy. Wow, wow, wow. Such important matters must be reiterated thrice. Teacher Gojo, you are my deity. Luck buff. How splendid. With Limitless activated, he was in a state of invincibility. He was utterly enamored. Moreover, the Limitless technique encompasses numerous derivative applications, such as teleportation, technique reversal, song, and void techniques. The more Katsuru contemplated, the wider his smile grew. Given that the host's choice of target exhibited opportunistic tendencies, the derivative skills of the Limitless technique were deducted. Katsuru instantly froze in disbelief. As the cold wind blew, he felt as if he were shattering. Opportunistic? Katsuru gritted his teeth. What an opportunistic claim. This was clearly the love bestowed upon him by his parents. How could the system accuse him of opportunism? And was this not an option provided by the system itself? Forget it. Though Katsuru felt immense regret for the loss of the derivative skills, he still felt he had gained from this turn of events. With 6 eyes and Limitless. From this day forth, he too would possess the same configuration as the mightiest man, Gojo Satoru. Would you like to accept the skill? Yes. Wait. Without a second thought, Katsuru pressed yes. In the next moment, Katsuru dramatically fell backward. Wait. The final unspoken word of the system lingered in Katsuru's mind. The system could only pray that someone would retrieve Katsuru. On a desolate battlefield, a white figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Ah, Madara, there's still someone alive here. A shrill, duck-like voice pierced the silence of the battlefield. Is that so? An elderly man approached the white figure. It's a child. The white figure, observing Katsuru awkwardly sprawled amidst the corpses, inquired of Uchiha Madara. Should we take him back? Madara's blood-red Sharingan exuded an air of indifference. Let's take him back. A child who survived on the battlefield must possess some remarkable qualities. Very well. The white figure nestled Katsuru's small form under his arm and vanished from the ground. At this moment, Katsuru was utterly unaware that he had been brought into a den of wolves. Had he been conscious, he would surely have pleaded with Madara and the white figure, "Please don't come any closer." Unfortunately, he had no opportunity to voice his concerns. Within the pitch-black cavern, a solitary candle flickered. How peculiar. The white figure muttered to himself. Why has such powerful chakra suddenly manifested within my body? He gazed in astonishment at the peacefully sleeping Katsuru. I must inform Madara. The white figure's form disappeared. Katsuru slowly awakened, feeling as though all his fatigue had been swept away replaced by an abundance of strength. He blinked his eyes. In the next instant, a deluge of information, vast as mountains and seas, threatened to overwhelm him. The throbbing pain in his head caused Katsuru to furrow his brow. It felt as if it were about to explode. Uchihara, the white figure, the cavern, countless white figures, the outer path golem. All that unfolded before him left Katsuru in a daze. While the information in his mind remained abundant, he could no longer feel any pain. The six eyes evolved instantaneously from an uncontrollable novice state to an ultimate state of automatic control. Katsuru stared rigidly at his surroundings. Help me. Why was he picked up by Uchiha Madara? Katsuru's eyes brimmed with terror. The silhouette of a hunched old man entered his line of sight. Uchiha Madara emerged from the shadows, approaching Katsuru. Katsuru swallowed hard, feigning confusion. Where's this place? His celestial blue eyes sparkled like stars, filled with helplessness and wariness. This is the crevice between life and death. Poor child. Madara's eyes were filled with compassion. Katsuru narrowed his eyes, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the words. Did you save me? Although filled with doubt, Shushu feigned ignorance as he inquired. Indeed, it was no easy task to bring you back. Uchiha Madara replied with a solemn expression. Nonsense. He cursed vehemently in his heart. He had been living quite well until he suddenly fainted due to the necessity of acquiring the six eyes and the boundless skills. It was this abrupt fainting that provided the cunning Uchiha Madara with an opportunity to take advantage of him. Chapter 2, was he rescued by Uchiha Madara? The innocent expression on Hiroshu's face was evident as he said, Thank you, Grandpa. To which Uchiha Madara replied, There is no need for thanks. My act of saving you is not without recompense. His gaze remained fixed on Hiroshu's eyes, narrowing slightly as he discerned the immense chakra concentrated within the gaze of this young boy. Was it a form of jutsu unknown to him? It seemed that bringing him back under the guidance of white Zetsu was indeed a prudent decision. Is there something you require of me? Uchiha Madara, the cunning old fox, was forever ensnaring unsuspecting youths in his web of deceit. Heavenly Tree's heart brimmed with resentment, yet his face bore a cheerful smile as he gazed at Uchiha Madara. Surely, your parents and loved ones have perished, have they not? Uchiha Madara had lived for an extensive period and possessed a profound understanding of the current shinobi world war. Initially, it was the adults who took to the battlefield, but as forces dwindled, even the children were compelled to join the fray. This child before him, no doubt, had lost his parents on the battlefield, prompting him to follow suit. Judging by his age, he could scarcely be 10 years old. The cruelty of this era is no less than that of the Warring States period. Thus, it is clear, humanity shall never attain true peace in reality. The crane tree seemed to have been struck at its core, as a shadow swiftly enveloped his face, and tears began to well in his eyes. Observing the tears that came so readily, the charming strategy system affirmed that it had made a judicious choice. Acting prowess will always be the foremost asset of the system's host. Have you come to discern the true nature of this world? Uchiha Madara inquired. No. With a sudden shift, Shushu found himself confronted with a philosophical quandary. Internally, he scoffed, yet a perfectly timed expression of bewilderment graced his countenance. To perceive reality? Upon observing his demeanor, Uchiha Madara recognized the opportune moment to proceed with the ensuing discourse. In this world, not everything unfolds according to one's desires. The passage of time only deepens the understanding that existence is often rife with helplessness, suffering, and emptiness. Leaning upon his staff, Uchiha Madara embarked on a series of philosophical musings. The song of the crane tree grows increasingly familiar with each listen, resonating deeper within. At last, the crane tree recalled with a sudden realization, By my grandmother's leg. Is this not reminiscent of the words spoken by Uchiha Madara when he was deceiving Uchiha Obito in the anime? Good heavens! Uchiha Madara had treated him as if he were the foolish Uchiha Obito. Listen well. In this world, wherever there is light, there must also be shadow. Wherever the concept of a victor exists, there inevitably lies the presence of a vanquished. It is this self-serving notion of maintaining peace that ignites the flames of war. It is precisely because of the desire to protect love that hatred is born. There exists an inseparable causal relationship between them. Uchiha Madara incessantly expounded upon his philosophy. Although Crane Tree was filled with anger, he occasionally nodded in agreement. Aside from the sinister intentions lurking within the old man's heart, his words held a semblance of reason. Echoing the wisdom of a philosophical master, it is precisely through suffering that one finds salvation. This sentiment borders on tautology, lacking the profound significance of the preceding statements. In the depths of his heart, Heron Tree offered his critique. Uchiha Madara's blood-red Sharingan fixated on Heron Tree. Reality is but a hell. I shall sever the threads of causality in this world. A realm for victors alone. A world of peace. A world imbued with love. I shall forge such a world. His tone had transformed, no longer monotonous. The crane tree clearly observed that Uchiha Madara's pupils slightly widened, and the hand gripping the cane tightened. Uchiha Madara was filled with excitement. What could I possibly do? Harusha gazed upward, his eyes brimming with bewilderment. Uchiha Madara, clearly taken aback by Harushu's perceptiveness, paused momentarily. His gnarled hand, resembling desiccated bark, pressing firmly upon Harushu's shoulder. You possess great potential, he remarked. Yet he refrained from disclosing his intentions of ensnaring this Navi youth in his schemes. The crane tree remained silent. I too aspire to create a harmonious world, devoid of war, bloodshed, and division, where there exists the warmth of both a father and a mother. The young crane tightly clenched his small fists, tears streaming down his delicate face. His eyes were filled with determination and stubbornness. Uchiha Madara observed him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Yes, let us together forge a world like this. All right, what must I do? I shall certainly see it through. The crane tree gradually bowed its head and murmured. I would give everything to create a world filled with love. Ding. Congratulations, host. The affection level for the target character, Uchiha Madara, has reached 60. Shushu was taken aback. When did he ever choose to pursue Uchiha Madara? The system had made the selection automatically. A voice resonated in his mind. The crane tree did not anticipate such delightful news, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. Uchiha Madara gazed at the child with satisfaction. He had initially perceived the individual as an ordinary boy, yet was astounded to discover such profound awareness within him. His contentment was immense. Judging by the child's chakra levels and eyes, he appeared to possess extraordinary potential, destined to become Madara's successor in the mortal realm after his demise. He would undertake the tasks that Madara himself could not fulfill. Gently pressing his hand on the child's head, Uchiha Madara declared, For now, you need not do anything. Simply focus on nurturing your body and enhancing your strength. In the future, I shall entrust you with many responsibilities. He forced down the corners of his mouth that yearned to curl upwards and steadfastly gazed at Uchiha Madara. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself to my training. Uchiha Madara nodded, turned, and gradually vanished into the shadows. The system has automatically assigned skills. Shall the host choose to accept them? Shall it be so? Crane Tree decisively pressed yes. Frost Fruit Skill Description, a type of devil fruit from the Japanese manga One Piece and its derivative works, belonging to the natural category. Consumed by Kazan. Consumption effects. The user's physique transforms into ice and generates freezing air, rendering physical attacks, most energy attacks, and non-hockey attacks ineffective against them. The user can create ice through their body and can also turn objects they touch into ice. Fruit techniques. Ice Freeze, unlocked. Ice Blade, unlocked. Frozen Time Capsule, locked. Ice Path, locked. Ice Ball, locked. Frozen Moment, locked. Dual Spear, locked. Ice Block Beak, locked. Ice Age, locked. Upon seeing the frost fruit, Crane Tree nearly leaped with excitement. Although it may not be the strongest, one must learn to be content. Do the lock techniques require personal training? As Harusha gazed at the three locked characters, her heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 blades. It was akin to standing before a mountainous treasure trove of gold and jewels, yet being utterly incapable of reaching out to grasp them. The anguish was unbearable. Indeed, this was the constraint imposed by the skill requirement of 60 affection points, as elucidated by the system. Suddenly, a fruit resembling a pineapple, adorned with intricate patterns, fell abruptly at Harushu's feet. Crane Tree, can you be more precise next time? After picking up the frozen fruit and examining it for quite some time, Crane Tree posed a profound question. How does one consume this? Please explore on your own, replied the host. Explore my foot. How is one supposed to explore this? After a brief hesitation of 3 seconds, Crane Tree simply embraced it and took a bite. Ugh. The crane tree took a bite, emitting a dry heave. It bit again. Heaved. Once more it took a bite. Heaved. Thus, the crane tree continued to nibble while retching, ultimately consuming the frozen fruit. The struggle to eat was indeed arduous. Shushu wore a stoic expression, as if his very soul had suffered a grievous blow. After calming the unsettling sensation akin to having consumed something foul, Shushu resolved to experiment with the skill he had drawn. He lifted his hand, and his body began to automatically channel a warm and comforting energy. An inexplicable barrier manifested within his grasp. He endeavored to poke his fingers, which were in a state of limitless potential, towards the bed. Though the distance diminished, he could never quite make contact with it. Navi and astonished. Shushu playfully engaged all 10 of his fingers before, with a sense of wonder, retracting his hand. "What are you doing?" suddenly inquired Baiju. Emerging from the ground with his head, Shuji was taken aback, and upon quickly regaining his composure, his expression darkened. Why did Baiju's appearance evoke such terror? "Who are you?" The crane tree continues to embody its persona of a bewildered child. Baiju ran his fingers through the tuft of grass atop its head. "Well, I am here. Ding. Congratulations, host. The affection level for the target character, a Fae, has reached 60. In an instant, Shushu concealed his dark demeanor, and his gaze towards Baiju transformed. What a living bodhisattva. The initial affinity level is a remarkable 60. You may call me a Fae. Unbeknownst to Baiju, who was engrossed in his own thoughts, Shushu's mind wandered. All right, a Fae. The crane tree emitted a green glow, inviting us to create a splendid new world together. A Fae was momentarily taken aback, recalling Uchiha Madara. He nodded innocently, expressing his agreement. That sounds wonderful. A Fae's affinity increased by 70 points in an instant. What a foolish child this is. He looked at a Fae with increasingly gentle eyes, patting a Fae's shoulder with a heartfelt seriousness. Dear brother, I am determined to ensure you experience the sensation of relief. A Fae's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Am I truly going to know what it feels like to have a bowel movement? Of course, if it were not for Shu's lingering sense of modesty, he would have demonstrated it to a Fae himself. Ding. A Fae's affinity level reaches 90. HM? The crane tree squinted its eyes. Can this not elevate a Fae's affinity to 100? This is indeed the sensation it yearns for the most. Must a Fae truly witness the act of its defecation? In her heart, Crane Tree felt a twinge of hesitation. Gulu gulu. The crane tree felt somewhat awkward as he doubted his ability to produce. He was exceedingly hungry. A Fae's gaze turned toward him. Are you hungry? Not too bad, he replied. As a dignified adult, Crane Tree possesses a certain sense of pride. However, considering that he currently inhabits the body of a child, he perceives this predicament as inconsequential. After all, he is merely a child. Indeed, I am hungry. He gazes intently at a Fae before exclaiming, I shall find something for you to eat. With that, a Fae burrows back into the ground, truly deserving of a high favorability rating of 90. The system has automatically allocated skills. Shall the host choose to accept? Shall it be so? It was then that Shu recalled that he had yet to claim the reward for achieving a 60-point affinity with a Fae. Noticing the absence of others around him, he pressed the affirmative button. The 63rd Kido, Thunder Roar Cannon skill description. The 63rd Kido, Thunder Roar Cannon, is an advanced spell utilized exclusively by Shinigami in the Japanese anime Bleach. Due to the anomalies of the world, the incantation that precedes its use has been eliminated, replaced instead by a series of hand seals. Once mastered, one can forego the hand seal step entirely. The 60-point affinity attained from Baiju only allows Shu to grasp the basics of the 63rd Kido, to unleash its formidable power without reciting the incantation. Rigorous training is essential. The crane tree is rather peculiar, despite sharing the same level of affinity. Why is there such a significant disparity in the skills acquired from Uchiha Madara and Obito? As if anticipating the crane tree's query, the system elucidated. The system determines that the more challenging the target character is to conquer, the more formidable the skills randomly assigned will be. The understanding of the crane tree is profound. No wonder Uchiha Madara's affinity at 60 can yield the frozen fruit. He now harbors a profound confidence in his future life. Filled with systematic hope, unable to contain his excitement, he meticulously tested each skill he had acquired. Although his execution was somewhat unrefined, the effectiveness certainly did not disappoint him. Afei emerged from the depths of the earth, clutching a box in his hand. Ichin is honing his ability to freeze fruits when a rogue ice blade, lacking any discernible aim, soared into a Fei's hand. With a thud, a Fei's right hand fell to the ground. Simultaneously, the system's notification tone resonated. A Fei's affection level had plummeted to 70. The experience was akin to riding a roller coaster, with emotions ascending and descending in rapid succession. Crane Tree, do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Soon, Ah Fei's severed limb rapidly regenerated. It placed the box before Crane Tree, its face adorned with an insufferably smug expression that showed no trace of resentment for the unintentional injury it had suffered. It was as if the dismembered hand did not belong to it at all, had it not been for the diminishing goodwill. Crane Tree would never have perceived any anger reflected in its countenance. Here's your meal. I have also prepared a change of clothes for you. Ichin felt a twinge of guilt. He had not anticipated that a Fei would be so considerate, providing not only meals but also a change of clothes. The emotions of gratitude and guilt that enveloped her vanished instantaneously upon witnessing the garments prepared by a fae. What is this? He Shushu, with an air of indifference, delicately lifted the exquisite belt and cast a glance at a fae. A fae, with a beaming smile, replied, I acquired this from a wealthy household. Acquired? More like pilfered, I presume? And to add insult to injury, you have stolen women's attire. Crane Tree clenched the silky fabric in his hand, smooth as water, with a sense of indignation. Whoever desires to wear it may do so. I would rather die than don it. A fae widened his bean-shaped eyes in curiosity, gazing at Crane Tree. Is it not beautiful? What do you think? The Crane Tree wore a stoic expression. I find it quite beautiful. A fae exclaimed with exaggerated praise. Then you should wear it. The crane handed the clothes to it. A fae vanished, leaving behind but a single phrase. This is children's clothing. A fae disappeared into the ground at an imperceptible speed. A few dark lines suddenly descended from the top of the Crane Tree. My suggestion is that it would be prudent for you to don it. The system spoke unexpectedly. The rationale. The Crane Tree smiled benevolently, for dressing as a woman would significantly aid in your strategic endeavors. Society exhibits a greater tolerance towards young girls than towards boys. Surveys indicate that in contemporary society, the desire to have a daughter surpasses that of wishing for a son. Girls evoke a stronger instinct for protection in others, thereby diminishing their defenses. He Shilling scoffed. Nonsense. He had not completed his sentence. Perhaps, it seemed, there might be some truth in his words. It appeared that one ought to exercise less caution around young ladies. The visage of the Crane Tree contorted in agony. It serves as a reminder that one is left with no other option but to bathe without changing into fresh attire. In such a case, upon completing the bath, one must don the soiled garments once more, or perhaps opt for an audacious streak. Once again, the system shatters the self-esteem that the Crane Tree had painstakingly accumulated. Very well. The Crane Tree let out a roar of indignation, vowing that this would be the only time. The system remained silent. As a charming strategy system, it understood better than anyone. Cross-dressing was merely a matter of distinction, devoid of countless repetitions. Evidently, the Crane Tree was unaware of this. Chapter 3. The Great Wronged Suko. 3 days had passed since the Crane Tree had taken up residence in the cavern. If one were to inquire how he kept track of time in the pitch-black cave, he would undoubtedly attribute it to the ancient powers of the illustrious Huaxia nation. Crack. A groove suddenly appeared on the rock wall. The ice blade promptly dissipated. Crane Tree, what are you doing? A green head emerged from the ground. Counting time. He Shushu wore an enigmatic expression. I see. A fae gazed at the 3 indentations that had materialized on the rock face, exclaiming in astonishment, He Shushu. You are truly a genius. The Crane Tree remained silent. During these 3 days spent with a fae, he discovered that the latter was rather foolish, with his intelligence seemingly absent. No wonder his favorability fluctuated so erratically. Ban is looking for you. A fae recalled the purpose of his visit. After 3 days of absence, Ban finally remembered that there was someone like him. The Crane Tree wiped away a tear of bitterness. Had it not been for a fae in the system, spending 3 entire days in such a pitch-black place would undoubtedly have driven him to psychological torment. A fae guided the Crane Tree from a narrow, dark cave into a vast, shadowy cavern. He ought not to harbor any hope regarding Madara and a fae. Madara sat upon a stone bench, his body adorned with numerous oxygen tubes extending from the outer path statue. Although these tubes conveyed chakra rather than oxygen, they served a similar purpose. At that moment, Madara slowly opened his eyes, revealing an expression of profound weariness. The Crane Tree expressed understanding. After all, the elderly tend to exhibit such traits. Their voices often lack vigor. Madara sensed his own body growing increasingly frail, a fleeting crimson glimmer passing through his eyes. He could no longer postpone the inevitable. His gaze fell upon the Crane Tree, adorned in a girl's kimono, and he remained unusually silent for a moment. Alas, there are always individuals in this world with peculiar hobbies. Madara, being well-versed in many matters, found this hardly surprising. Why have you come to me only now? Quickly, tell me how I can transform this world. Shushu stepped forward with a hint of agitation, his pair of cerulean eyes fixated intently on Madara. The charm-seeking system was utterly confident in his performance. His tone lacked both politeness and respect. However, Madara did not exhibit anger. On the contrary, a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. Indeed, this was precisely the desired reaction. Ding. The affection level for the target, Madara, has reached 61. Damn. Madara. This miser. Despite his dramatic portrayal, the increase in affection was minuscule. It seemed that Akatsuki was indeed easy to manipulate. Do not fret. Uchiha Madara remarked with a tranquil smile. In a few days, someone will come to accompany you, and you shall train together. Strength is the foundation for achieving all objectives. As the crane tree faltered, an understanding dawned within his heart regarding that individual. Is it you, Brother Tuzzy? He inquired. Brother Tuzzy's list of targets for conquest was about to expand. In contrast to the later, darker incarnation of Uchiha Obito, he must exert himself to garner maximum admiration in the early stages. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and an expression of discomfort surfaced on the crane tree's visage. He turned to face Uchiha Madara, stammering, I have not been training. His performance was nothing short of masterful, marked by a blend of 3 parts awkwardness, 5 parts determination to grow stronger, and 2 parts pleading. Uchiha Madara instantly grasped the unspoken words that hung in the air. Next, Akatsuki will guide you to acquire some ninjutsu scrolls. Whether you can master them will depend solely on your own efforts, Uchiha Madara declared. If one could not even self-learn some ordinary ninjutsu, then their worth would be greatly diminished. Understood. The heron tree gazed steadfastly at Uchiha Madara. He was determined to demonstrate to Madara that he was indeed the chosen one capable of creating a beautiful new world. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. The crane tree fervently rallied within his heart. Uchiha Madara nodded in acknowledgement. Akatsuki led the crane tree to another pitch-black cavern. Within the cave, shelves were laden with scrolls. And under the dim glow of candlelight, the crane tree's expression appeared rather lascivious. You practice on your own. I shall go prepare some sustenance for you, Akatsuki declared before vanishing into the depths below. The crane extended its magical claws towards these scrolls of ninjutsu. Truly, Uchiha Madara has amassed a considerable collection of ninjutsu. It is not advisable for the host to practice ninjutsu, the system interjected. The crane halted its actions. Why? After all, one can never have too many skills. The system responded. The host's acquired skills will continue to accumulate, and practicing these ninjutsu holds little significance. It is far more beneficial to refine and unlock the skills that have already been obtained. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The system's words held a certain validity. One cannot devour more than one can digest. Although his unlimited skill was at maximum level, the system had prohibited the utilization of its derivative skills. He felt a strong desire for these abilities but was at a loss as to how to lift the restrictions. When would the derivative skills of the unlimited skill be restored? Heavenly Tree inquired. Curse techniques, instantaneous movement, reversal of techniques, and the ethereal style. How can one not be captivated? The limitless derivative skills would, in the later stages, be randomly drawn based on the affinity with the targeted character. The system's words ignited Heavenly Tree's fury. How infuriating. These should have been attainable from the very beginning. This wretched system insists that I am resorting to underhanded tactics in my pursuit of the characters. The crane tree mournfully clutched the sleeve of its kimono. Please, host. Devote yourself to your training, the system urged. In the perilous world of Naruto, it did not wish for its host to perish amidst the pursuit of their goals. After dedicating 5 days, the crane tree had merely mastered the skills of freezing and ice blades, having unlocked none of the other abilities of the freezing fruit. One day, he stood in the cavern, filled with scrolls, as usual. A chill emanated from his palms, and white mist began to gradually divide into 5 streams. He was attempting to unlock the ability to unfreeze the time capsule when, suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from above. The chill that enveloped Haru dissipated, and in an instant, a haze of mist filled the air. Sunlight streamed into the cavern, and for a fleeting moment, Haru felt an overwhelming urge to weep. After such a long time, he had finally glimpsed the light. The incessantly falling debris slid past him, as if he were cloaked in a delicate veil, impervious even to the dust that dared approach. When the blood pooled at Haru's feet, it abruptly froze in an eerie stillness, only to subsequently flow past him. He knew who had come. It was his unfortunate and lamentable brother, Uchiha Obito. Darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness began to sink. His eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He understood that his time was drawing to an end. Rin, Kakashi, farewell. Suddenly, a brilliant light pierced through the obscurity, and with the last vestiges of his strength, he managed to part his eyelids slightly. A young girl clad in a violet kimono approached him. Her silvery hair danced gently in the wind, cascading like the soft glow of moonlight. Her azure eyes sparkled with the clarity of a pristine sky, radiant and enchanting. Was she a fairy? At that moment, Obito's consciousness succumbed entirely to darkness. The crane tree approached Obito. In the next moment, a fae emerged from the ruins, adhering to the bloodied half of Obito's body, and departed from the scene. He stood still, as the sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The affinity with the character Obito Uchiha has reached 60. What on earth is this? The crane tree was enveloped in confusion. Not a word was uttered, and yet 60 had passed. What was the matter with Brother Tuzi? Was he still engaged in self-strategizing? Suddenly, he found himself brimming with confidence as he received a perfect score of 100 in his regard for Brother Tuzi. The system has automatically assigned skills. Shall the host choose to accept them? Shall it be? The crane tree exhibited no hesitation. Doubt is one matter. Yet the act of claiming a reward is an entirely different affair. The techniques commonly employed by Satoru Gojo revolve around the concept of cursed technique, limitless. It manifests an allure centered around cursed technique, limitless, with a force potentially reaching negative infinity, akin to a miniature black hole. Activation of limitless requires no hand seals, allowing for simultaneous deployment, and can be meticulously directed. The effects of spatial contraction apply solely to designated entities, presenting numerous practical derivative applications. I encourage the host to explore these possibilities independently. Whatever one envisions shall manifest. The crane tree was moved to tears, although his perception of Tsang was rather ordinary. The ability to teleport, akin to an unrestricted flying thunder god, was indeed initiated based on the premise of Tsang's sorcery. Perhaps by fully cultivating a bond of 100 affection points with Suzy, one might attain the power of teleportation. The crane tree approached the cave where Toby resided. In a daze, Toby sensed something, a hand. A soft, warm hand. It felt as though he had returned to the womb, enveloped in the comforting embrace of amniotic warmth. The sensation was so soothing that it brought him to the brink of tears. Toby struggled to open his eyes. After an indeterminate passage of time, he finally managed to open one eye. Within his line of sight stood the young girl he had seen before his demise. Am I dead? At that moment, Uchiha Toby harbored no doubts. He had encountered a fairy. Surely he had ascended to paradise. Indeed, the heavens had opened their eyes, allowing someone as exceptionally kind as he to enter the realm of the blessed. Hirshu cast a glance at Uchiha Obito, who had been grinning foolishly since awakening, and retreated behind Uchiha Madara. Intelligence, it seemed, was a contagious affliction. He had no desire to become the next Obito. Uchiha Madara maintained a stoic expression, brewing his emotions. After all, the next target of his persuasion lay before him. Who are you? Where is this place? Upon the sudden appearance of Uchiha Madara, Obito let out a piercing scream. No, this cannot be. How could a fairy be in the company of such an unsightly creature? He surveyed his surroundings, his certainty wavering. Surely, no paradise could be this dark? This was a crevice between life and death. Poor child. As Uchiha Madara's voice echoed, Hirshu was taken aback. Madara had not altered a single line. His words mirrored exactly the first time he had attempted to deceive him. The heron silently snapped its beak. Uchiha Obito was left in a daze, bewildered by Madara's words. The sight of the crane tree is simply unbearable. No, I must seek out Rin and Kakashi. As the spirit of the crane tree roamed the heavens, a thunderous shout from Suzy echoed through the air. Uchiha Madara let out an enigmatic chuckle, suggesting that a change of heart was imminent, and that day was not far off. Madara's words were laden with implication. Yet the crane tree could not fathom how Suzy had been so easily deceived. Any ordinary person, upon hearing such words, would inevitably connect them to Kakashi's tragic slaying of Rin, raising suspicions towards Madara. However, Artsuzi chose an unconventional path. Remarkably, he harbored no doubts. Instead, he dedicated himself to serving Uchiha Madara. The crane tree sighed in silence. Uchiha Madara, after uttering a profoundly suggestive remark, departed. Prepare to enhance your rapport atop the crane tree. Are you feeling hungry? Shall I procure something for you to eat? The crane tree selectively overlooked the fact that Obito could forego the need for sustenance. With half of his body merging with white Zetsu and having integrated the cells of Hashirama Senju, it was only natural that he did not require food, drink, or excretion. Oh. Obito glanced at the crane tree, a flush of crimson gracing his cheeks as he chuckled and scratched his head. Am I being too much of a bother? The crane tree gently shook its head and chuckled softly, an expression of tenderness that was almost beyond words. How could that be? I shall return shortly. He stepped out of the cave and called for a Fei. Please prepare me a meal. A Fei, with nearly 100 points of goodwill, quickly departed. Upon returning, he held in his hands a food container. Ichin entered and sat beside Datu. You must be starving. Do try some. This is something I struggled hard to procure. The gaze of Hishuyu was gentle, akin to a tranquil spring pool, enveloping Dato. A warmth blossomed within Dato's heart, prompting him to swallow down what he realized was not a substantial hunger. Chapter 4. Nyohulu Dato Ding. The affinity level with the target character, Uchiha Dato, has reached 70. Such speed is a feat only Akatsuki could rival, much like the parallels of their intellect. The crane tree smiles even more sweetly. Thank you. What is your name? Why are you with that old pervert? Brother Tsu is stuffing rice balls into his mouth, speaking without reservation. Shushu exerted considerable effort to stifle his uncontrollable laughter. He shook his head disapprovingly at Brother Tsu and gently remarked, "One should not speak of the elderly in such a manner." Brother Tsu paused for a moment. However, that old man truly resembled a rather peculiar elder. "I am Yue Jin Shushu, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The radiant smile of Tsuru illuminated the entire dark cavern. Daitu stared in awe for a moment, confirming in his heart that the object of his secret affection was indeed Rin, and sheepishly said, "I am Uchiha Daitu, and I am equally delighted to make your acquaintance." He clumsily bowed toward Tsuru. In the days that followed, Tsuru consistently accompanied Daitu during his rehabilitation training. His affection level gradually increased to a mere 93 before it stagnated. Regardless of Tsuru's actions, the affection level remained unchanged. One day, as Daitu was performing push-ups, Akatsuki's head emerged from the cave's wall. "Daitu, that Rin you mentioned and that Karamori seemed to be in peril," Akatsuki remarked, his voice laced with excitement, his beady eyes glinting with schadenfreude. Yet, the two remained oblivious to both the implications and the spectacle. Haru believed that there was a reason behind Uchiha Madara's relentless pursuit of Obito for his own gain. Among the Uchiha clan's younger generation, there were many, yet few possessed the requisite intelligence. Obito was taken aback. "What?" He clenched his fists tightly. "No. I must rescue Rin and Kakashi." He donned his cloak, casting a glance at Haru and Akatsuki. The moment had arrived for Kakashi. He gazed gently at Obito, his voice imbued with reassurance. "Go forth, Obito. I have faith that you can rescue your friends." His eyes sparkled with encouragement. Afei cast a glance at Kakashi, bewildered. What was this? Hadn't Madara already revealed the plan to Kakashi? It was evident that Rin was destined to perish. Why then did Kakashi utter such words? Afei was utterly perplexed. Obito was taken aback, staring at Kakashi, and nodded earnestly. Ding! Uchiha Obito's affection level reached 100. Kakashi nearly burst into laughter. However, Obito approached him directly. "Kakashi." Obito extended his arms and embraced Kakashi warmly. He placed his hand, which had silently gathered the icy blade, down with a sigh of relief. He had feared that Suzy might harbor ulterior motives towards him. "You are also a cherished friend for life. These days spent in your company have brought me immense joy. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot remain here forever." Suzy is delivering an emotionally stirring farewell address. The expression on Harushu's face was subtly complex as he gazed into the nostalgic eyes of Suzy. He longed to convey to him, "Do not speak in such a manner. It will not be long before you return." Suzy struck the stone wall with a powerful fist, and his prosthetic hand shattered, yet the wall remained unscathed. For reasons unknown, Harushu's tendency to feel awkward for others resurfaced once more. Fortunately, in that crucial moment, Afei intervened. "I shall accompany you." With that, Dato adorned himself in the armor named Afei and delivered a devastating blow to the stone wall. As he stepped out of the cave, Dato involuntarily glanced back. The crane tree stood amidst the ruins, its expression as gentle as when first encountered. Obscuring his lingering reluctance, Dato vanished into the darkness. He shook his head slightly with a hint of lamentation. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's figure appeared beside him without any forewarning. The crane tree trembled with intensity and then, filled with frustration, exclaimed, "He remains unable to relinquish all that exists in reality, rendering him utterly ineffectual. How can he not perceive the profound hypocrisy and fragility of the world around him? Only by reconstructing an entirely new realm can one attain enduring love and peace." His face was alight with uncontainable excitement. It was then that Uchiha Madara smiled with satisfaction. He would soon come to understand. Shushu let out a sigh of relief, having narrowly avoided revealing anything to Uchiha Madara. Outside, the rain began to fall, its gentle patter against the ground creating a serene atmosphere, perfect for appreciating the beauty of the night's downpour. However, this ideal scenario was contingent upon Shushu not residing underground. Who could explain why there was still leakage down below? Had Uchiha Madara failed in his site selection? The crane tree gazed upon the drenched bedding, harboring grievances deeper than those of a specter. Eating and sleeping are the paramount concerns of existence. Afei followed Dato. And while the absence of a midnight snack could be overlooked, now even slumber eludes him. He yearned to sever Uchiha Madara's oxygen supply and then depart nonchalantly, seeking a more favorable abode. What are these conditions? Even capitalists would weep, and Hitler himself would bow in submission. In his mind, Shushu incessantly lamented. The system, unable to bear the disturbance, pressed the mute button. The heavy footsteps echoed in Shushu's ears. Brother Tuzzy had returned. His long robe was completely soaked, raindrops coursing down his cheek, and within his singular eye, Three comma-shaped patterns coalesced into a distinctive formation. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The crane tree did not advance. The once lively Tsuzigu had perished, and now before the crane tree stood Nuhila Tsuzigu. Although Tsuziji's favorability had reached its zenith, it was imperative to maintain the integrity of their persona. Hirakuki discreetly pulled out a handkerchief from behind him and hurriedly approached Obito, his expression tinged with concern. Obito, what troubles you? Worry gleamed brightly in his eyes as he extended his hand to gently wipe the raindrops from Obito's face. Suddenly, Obito grasped Hirakuki's hand with such force that it felt as though he might shatter his bones. I shall create a world filled with Rin. A world solely brimming with love. Then go ahead and create it. Why are you squeezing my hand? Shushu forced to smile, almost succumbing to the temptation of unleashing his wrath upon Tobi's Sharingan. At last, under the scheming machinations of the cunning Uchiha Obito, Tobi became a member of their villainous little alliance. After an indeterminate number of days, Akatsuki stealthily brought Shushu before Uchiha Obito. As for Tobi, he seemed to have vanished, lost in his training. Hirshu remained oblivious to the clandestine intentions that prompted Uchiha Obito to summon him. Hirshu. The gaze of Uchiha Obito shifted, revealing a weighty and distant demeanor. Hirshu narrowed his eyes. Based on his experience, he surmised that Uchiha Madara was about to begin his deceptive rhetoric once again. After all, Obito was also an individual yearning to create a new world. Uchiha Madara's gaze fixated upon Hirshu before him. A faint expression of disdain appeared on Shushu's face. Those who still harbor attachments to the mortal realm are unlikely to forge a new world. He hesitated briefly before addressing Uchiha Madara, stating, only those like me, who possess nothing, can truly dedicate everything to the creation of a beautiful world. His expression subtly hinted at madness. Uchiha Madara, in contrast, seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. He spoke slowly, I can barely hold on any longer. Before he could finish his sentence, Shushu's countenance darkened, his eyes filled with anxiety. What shall we do? Is there any way? He appeared to regard Madara as the cornerstone for achieving their aspirations. Madara felt a sense of satisfaction. He looked at Shushu and said, compared to Obito, I place far greater trust in you. After my departure, he will instruct you on the necessary actions. A shadow, dark as night, began to spread from behind him. Hichinshu subtly twitched the corner of his mouth. Is this not the first great filial son of Naruto, Kurizetsu? The true protagonist hidden within the story of Naruto. I have faith that you will keep a vigilant watch over Obito, Uchiha Madara suddenly remarked. What does this imply? The crane tree offers a profound and subtle reflection. Does it not? Is Uchiha Madara intent on surveilling Obito himself? I am taken aback to discover that in Madara's eyes, Obito has supplanted the latter, emerging as the primary instrument. The crane tree is profoundly moved. Rest assured, no one can stand in the way of our aspirations. The crane tree smiled menacingly. Kurojitsu cast a subtle glance at the crane tree. Excellent. Uchiha Madara has successfully implemented his maternal rescue plan, enlisting a most loyal pawn. Bring Obito here. Uchiha Madara commanded Akatsuki, who was merely spectating. As Hishu observed Uchiha Madara, he discerned that the man's exhalations exceeded his inhalations, indicating that this cunning old fox was poised to impart his final wishes. Obito, originally a member of the Uchiha clan, endowed with the clan's fire attributes, had recently been fervently engaging in the arduous study of ninjutsu scrolls within the cavern. Akatsuki had brought Obito here. Obito's gaze was icy as it locked onto Madara. Ever since that fateful night, he had transformed into a distant and handsome figure. Even his interactions with Hishu were marked by an unyielding coldness. Were it not for the unwavering goodwill he had garnered, Hishu might have believed that his efforts were in vain. With all the antagonists assembled, Uchiha Madara commenced the solemn task of imparting his final instructions. He had not heard a single word, and now he was enveloped in a peculiar sensation. It felt as though he had forgotten something significant, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. The discomfort was palpable. His gaze fell upon Uchiha Obito, and after much contemplation, he finally remembered the matter he had overlooked. The lottery. With 100 points of goodwill, he could enter the draw. How could he have forgotten such an important detail? Lost in his thoughts, he impulsively tapped his head, oblivious to his surroundings. All eyes turned to him. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and, with a hint of weariness, inquired, What are you doing? The crane tree stood rigid, tears gradually welling in his eyes. He stubbornly averted his gaze, forcing the tears back, yet his eyes remained inflamed with red. I am fine, he asserted. At that moment, everyone assumed he was weeping for the impending demise of Uchiha Obito. A somewhat whimsical voice broke the silence. Hirshu, do not be sorrowful. Obito will return. In the depths of his heart, Haru remained speechless, yet his eyes sparkled with tears that he could not suppress. Uchiha Madara gazed at him, feeling a rare moment of sentimentality stir within his heart. As one approaches death, even the hardest of hearts may soften. Ding. Uchiha Madara's affinity level, 69. Uchiha Madara continues to be as miserly as ever. In the depths of her heart, Crane Tree silently complained. To this, Obito was hardly surprised, for he had always been aware of it. The Heron Tree is unlike any other. It embodies kindness. She ought not to reside in this dark and chilly place. After uttering a few final words, the light in Uchiha Madara's eyes faded completely. Farewell to the fourth great ninja war. In his heart, Heron Tree mused. As Bant breathed his last, Obito was poised to speak, yet upon noticing the reddened eyes of Heron Tree, he swallowed his words. Let us rest for the night and deliberate on matters come the morrow. Obito's countenance was icy as he vanished into the cavern's depths. Was he fatigued? Akatsuki innocently inquired. Korezetsu cast a glance at it before his gaze settled upon Heron Tree. Perhaps it was not he who was weary, but rather this young maiden before him. Forgive Korezetsu, who had just emerged, for he remained unaware of Heron Tree's true gender. As the crane returned to its dwelling within the rocky cave, it began to rub its hands in anticipation. A lottery! A lottery! What treasures shall be unveiled this time? With Uchiha Obito's affinity at a perfect score of 100. The grand prize will stands ready. Shall the host choose to draw a card? Shall it be? Ichushu excitedly pressed the button, and the blue spinning wheel began to rotate. After a minute, a segment illuminated. Teleportation, unlimited derivative skill, skill description. Teleportation, also known as high-speed movement, enables swift relocation over considerable distances. It is an advanced technique that employs precise directional incantation. By utilizing accurate orientation, it effectively compresses the spatial distance between the starting and ending points, achieving an effect akin to instantaneous movement. This skill can be applied to oneself or others. Chapter 5. Kakashi Hitaki Surveillance. Thanks to a perfect affinity score of 100, the teleportation skill reached its maximum level with a mere click. The limitless barrier and teleportation provided Ichushu with exceptional safety and security. With dreams of a brighter tomorrow, he snuggled under a musty cotton blanket and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Afei thoughtfully brought breakfast. Although Afei's affinity had yet to reach 100, he had truly gone above and beyond during their time in the cave. He consistently delivered meals at regular intervals and occasionally ventured out to procure fruits to enhance his diet. On occasion, he even took on the burden of stealthily acquiring clothing for him, albeit all of which were women's garments. Obito is looking for you, Afei remarked with a mischievous grin. All right. After finishing his meal, Karusha ventured into the cavern housing the Otsutsuki statue. Obito sat beneath the statue, exuding an air of dominance akin to a monkey claiming kingship in the absence of a tiger. Their primary objective was to gather the tailed beasts. Obito remarked that among them, the most formidable was the Nine-Tails, and given the multitude of powerful individuals in Sunagakure, they required an insider. As his words echoed in the chamber, 3 pairs of eyes fixated intently on Karusha, one belonging to Kagaya, another to Akatsuki, and the last to Obito himself. The current physical age of Harushu is 9, yet due to the malnutrition in Sand Shadow Village, he appears to be merely 6 or 7. Moreover, clad in female attire, he resembles a young human female. He is undoubtedly the prime candidate for an undercover role. As for Konoha, the eyes of the crane tree glimmered subtly. Which traveler would not yearn to wander through the land of Konoha? As long as we can achieve our aspirations, I am willing to do anything. The crane tree gazed at them, his expression resolute. Ding. The affinity level for the character Korezetsu reached 40. Is he even more miserly than Uchiha Madara? The crane tree cast a discreet glance towards Kuroji. Very well. Obito nodded, stating that Konoha was currently scouring the battlefield for orphans. At the appropriate moment, you shall disguise yourself as an orphan and infiltrate Konoha. The crane tree nodded slightly. His garments were tattered, his body soiled, and his gaze vacant. He was but a freshly mended orphan emerging from the battlefield. Both Obito and Kagaya held immense expectations for the crane tree. Afei stealthily led the crane tree into the midst of the heap of corpses. Sir, there is a child here, exclaimed a ninja clad in a green vest upon spotting the crane tree. Shushu sat dazed amidst the corpses, her delicate, pale face obscured by blood and dust, her blue eyes vacant and devoid of life. The ninja clad in a green vest let out a soft sigh. In such a grim setting, even psychologically fragile adults would find it unbearable, let alone a mere child. Take her away. The crane tree was lifted by a man clad in a green vest and placed upon a wooden cart. It was not just one child that occupied the cart. Numerous young ones were present as well. Soft whimpers occasionally echoed, a poignant reminder of their sorrow. The gaze of Harusha swept across the children, finally resting upon a small figure with white hair. The child, surprisingly perceptive, sensed Harushi's attention and turned to look at him. In the child's eyes, there was nothing, no hint of emotion or turmoil. It was as if the gaze belonged to someone far beyond the innocence of childhood. The crane tree gracefully lowered its eyelids, obediently curling itself into a compact form. Due to the presence of the children in the carriage, the ninjas were unable to hasten their return to the hidden leaf village. The ninja in the green vest appeared to have a particular fondness for the crane tree, occasionally offering it a steamed bun as a treat. "Thank you, uncle," Crane whispered softly. Takanuchi was merely an ordinary nin. He gently caressed Crane's silvery hair and replied, "No need to thank me." He held a particular fondness for this child, perhaps because he was the one who discovered her and cradled her from the brink of death. The wooden cart swayed unsteadily, and after 3 days, they finally arrived at Konoha. He looked up at the towering wooden city walls, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. At last, they had arrived. The protagonist village, the battlefield of the Hokage. The day spent on the bamboo cart had not been in vain, despite the discomfort that had left him sore. However, their arrival did not grant them easy access. Even as children, they were required to undergo scrutiny. The war had not yet ceased, and the young ones could easily become pawns in the hands of others, to prevent exploitation by rival ninja villages. The examination of outsiders was exceedingly thorough. Step forward. At the entrance stood a scarred man, whom the familiar crane tree recognized as Marino Abiki. He appeared significantly younger than his portrayal in the Naruto anime. This individual's ability seemed to lie in probing the minds of others. He frowned deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was indeed troubling. Others were mere infants, but he was not. His soul originated from Earth. Perhaps it could even delve into his memories of once perusing XXX. "System, save me." The crane tree calls out in the recesses of the mind, its voice lingering and poignant. "Fear not," the system succinctly responded with 2 words. The moment Shushu felt an inexplicable lightness enveloping him, a refreshing sensation that could only be bestowed by the system. Oh, how lamentable. But wait, how could a man of his stature allow tears to escape? Hichushin declared earnestly, "A man does not shed tears lightly." "You need not worry, system. I shall diligently work to earn affection." Currently, among Hichushin's targets, Black Absolute possesses the lowest level of affection, a mere 40. Despite his exquisite acting skills, he has only garnered a mere 40 points of favor from the other party. Truly, he is deserving of the title of the originator of the swift counterattack, the eternal king of survival. Although Seno Abiki is still young, his gaze remained sharp and discerning. He fixed a keen glance upon Hichushin. The crane tree feigned fear and stepped back. "Do not be afraid," soothed Takeuchi Kazuki, gently stroking the crane tree's head. Marino Abiki placed his hand atop the crane tree's head, closing his eyes, although reassured by the system's guarantees that nothing would go awry. The crane tree could not help but hold its breath. No one questioned its trembling demeanor, for fear and apprehension were indeed the hallmarks of a typical youngling. "All right." Marino Abiki raised his chin, signaling for the next. The crane tree successfully passed through the gates of the hidden leaf village. It was indeed no small feat. Before the crane tree lay a broad street unfolding in front of it. Although the nation remained embroiled in conflict, the common folk still clung to the desire for survival. Street vendors continued to set up their stalls, while townspeople meandered along the thoroughfare, occasionally interrupted by the swift passage of 2 ninjas leaping across the rooftops. Tsurugi and the other children were to be sent to the orphanage, and Takeuchi led them on their way. Along the journey, Takeuchi pondered deeply. He was without a wife or children, and indeed, he felt a pang of compassion for the little girl. Perhaps a child would bring warmth to his empty home. Upon arriving at the orphanage, the children were gently ushered inside by the compassionate matron, with the exception of Tsurugi. Takeuchi affectionately ruffled Tsurugi's hair and asked, "Little one, would you like to live with your uncle?" The azure eyes of the crane tree widened in astonishment. "Surely not. Is it truly the case that when slumber arrives, someone offers a pillow?" It is well known that the locations housing orphaned children from the war are under the vigilant watch of the Leaf Village ninjas. But is it truly permissible? Katsuragi inquired with great caution. His unwashed face bore traces of blood, and his pair of eyes was exceptionally captivating. Taken by the softness of Takeuchi's gaze, he inquired, "Of course, are you willing?" "I am willing," the young girl exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. A smile flickered in Takeuchi's eyes. Good. Adopting a war orphan was no trivial matter. The requisite procedures were exceedingly complex. For the preceding month, they had to endure surveillance by members of the Covert Operations Unit. Yet, for the opportunity to gain a daughter, Takeuchi would gladly accept the burden. As they proceeded to complete the necessary formalities, Takeuchi held Katsuragi's hand firmly. Katsuki seized the opportunity to survey the village of Konoha. during which they pass by the renowned Ichiraka ramen. One day, when we have the time, Uncle will take you there to savor its delights. All right. After an entire afternoon, they finally completed all the necessary formalities. Takebayashi led Ketsuki back to their abode, a quaint two-story house. The ground floor was leased to a merchant, housing a bookstore, while the second floor was their living quarters, consisting of 2 bedrooms, a hall, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. The crane tree nestled in the petite bathtub emitted a contented sigh. His gaze fell upon the purple dress that Takeuchi had prepared for him, and his countenance contorted in dismay. It appeared that he could now only don feminine attire. According to the arrangements made by Takeuchi, he was designated as an adopted daughter. A daughter. Ah. The crane tree is devoid of longing. Knock, knock, knock. Takeo Bamboo gently rapped on the bathroom door, cautioning, Katsuki, do not linger in the bath for too long. Your body will not withstand it. His rugged voice carried a note of concern. Understood, Uncle. Crane tree called out. Although Takeuchi Ichii had adopted him, he did not compel him to call him father. This brought a sigh of relief to Crane tree, as he genuinely found it difficult to utter the word. While Takeuchi Ichii was indeed a gentle soul, the system inquired. Do you, the host, choose to pursue Takeuchi Ichii? Yes. How could I have forgotten about the crane tree? Ding. Congratulations, host. The affection level for the character Takeuchi has reached 89. The system has automatically allocated skills. Would you like to accept them? Shall we proceed? The crane tree holds a certain anticipation, hoping to acquire skills from the favorable impression of Takeuchi Kazuki. Yin-Yang Ring Treasure Description, a product of the system. A powerful tool for concealing one's identity, impervious even to the discerning gaze of the Byakugan, rendering true gender undetectable. My sincere gratitude. The crane's smile was rigid. Is this a product of the system? He suspected that the system had been scheming all along. Do you wish for it? The system provided no explanation, merely inquired. Hiraki's face was suffused with humiliation. Now that she had infiltrated Konoha, there was no turning back. She adorned herself with the purple skirt prepared by Takeuchi, slipping on a silver ring that gleamed on her finger. Takeuchi had already prepared a splendid feast to welcome Hiraki, laying out an abundance of dishes on the table. Having spent over 30 years as a bachelor, his finances were quite ample, consisting of earnings from missions and rent collected from downstairs. He seemed taken aback by how adorable Hiraki appeared after her cleansing, her charm seemingly elevating by 5 points. Is it possible to navigate a world so fixated on appearances? With the assistance of Takino Uichi, Kitsuki ascended the high stool. Kitsuki, we warmly welcome you into our family, Takino Uichi exclaimed joyfully, his hands clasped together in delight. We? The crane tree is shrouded in mystery. Is there anyone still inside? Woof woof. Meow meow. Hiss hiss. As Shushu gazed down at the white dog and yellow cat beneath him, and the emerald snake slithering along the branch extending from the distant wall, he was overwhelmed with a desire to faint. Before coming here, Takanoichi had failed to inform him that his home resembled a veritable zoo. While dogs and cats were one thing, what on earth was the purpose of keeping a snake? Though the serpent possessed an undeniable elegance, it was still, after all, a snake. Rest assured, Shushu, Shaoqing won't bite. Takanoichi hastily reassured him, sensing the child's fear of the reptile and feeling a twinge of guilt for his oversight. Shaoqing? Is there perhaps another one named by Sujin? Takanoichi's revelation reshaped Shushu's perception of him. No wonder. Takanoichi was quite handsome and not lacking in wealth. One might wonder why, at his age, he remained a bachelor. The answer was now evident. Who would marry a person who kept snakes? The only source of solace for Shushu was perhaps Takanoichi's extraordinary culinary skills, savoring the delectable mackerel and sipping on fresh juice. Shushu once again marveled at how caves were ill-suited for human habitation. In the distance, amidst the treetops, a figure with white hair lurked in the shadows, its eyes coldly fixated on Takanoichi's room beneath the guise of a raccoon mask. Kakashi? With his ultimate 6 eyes. It was impossible for Shushu not to notice the surveillance. Through the mask, he discerned the face concealed beneath it. Beneath the mask lay yet another layer of disguise, a black face covering obscured one eye, paired with a rebellious mane of white hair. This was none other than Kakashi Hitaki, the foremost candidate for the title of the greatest blue-haired shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. It seemed Kakashi had been dispatched from Konoha as an AMBU ninja to carry out a month-long surveillance mission. Katsura savored the delectable pumpkin cake crafted by Takanichi Kazuki, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The plight of the AMBU ninjas was indeed tragic. While their target indulged in lavish feasts, they could only watch helplessly. After finishing his meal, Katsura found himself surrounded by Xiao Wang and Xiao Bai. Xiao Wang, the robust orange cat, and Xiao Bai, the large rural dog. Both bore names bestowed by Takanichi Kazuki, along with the little green creature that playfully climbed the decorative branch on the wall. His talent for naming was truly remarkable. It was fortunate that he insisted on his own name during the adoption paperwork. Otherwise, he might have been whimsically named Xiaolon by Takenouchi Kazuki. Such was the formidable nature of Takenouchi Kazuki. Chapter 6. A ninja who does not aspire to be Hokage is not a good ninja, having successfully settled in Sunagakure. Katsura faced yet another dilemma. Katsuru, do you wish to attend school? Takenouchi Kazuki presented the choice to him. Over the past few days, through subtle hints from Katsuru, Kazuki had come to realize the remarkable abundance of chakra within him. This revelation was one Kazuki was reluctant to accept. As a ninja himself, he fully understood the harsh realities that ninjas faced in the current climate. Deep down, he harbored a desire for Katsura to lead a life as an ordinary civilian. After all, their family owned a business, which would suffice for Katsura to eventually become a small landlord. Certainly, Shushu yearns to attend the Ninja Academy. Failing to do so would render the importance of this strategic system towards him utterly futile. The Ninja Academy. Is there anything more effortlessly attainable than the affection of children? Katsura cautiously glanced at Takenouchi, seemingly apprehensive about provoking his ire, and slowly nodded, expressing his desire to become a ninja. Takenouchi sighed, pondering the reason behind Katsuru's aspiration to embrace the path of the ninja. The delicate hands of Hirushu gently stirred her skirt as she lowered her head and murmured, I too wish to protect you, uncle. Taken aback, Takeo Ueno paused momentarily. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was concealed among the branches outside, was equally astonished. Protecting someone? What a perfectly reasonable response. Ding. Kakashi's affinity level has increased to 20. The expression on Tsuru's face froze. Goodness. Kakashi is even more stingy than Karatsuchi. Has all his goodwill been bestowed upon the paradise of affection? The room fell into silence at Tsuru's words, yet a warm ambience enveloped them. Very well. The uncle will also protect Tsuru. Takeuchi's hand rested gently atop Tsuru's head. His gaze was tender, though Tsuru was merely a child. It was precisely the innocent words of youth that rendered this genuine affection all the more precious. Finally, Katsuki achieved his long-desired qualification to attend the Ninja Academy. Of course, this was made possible by Takeuchi, who busied himself all day with paperwork and writing guarantees. That night, Xiaoqing stealthily slipped into Katsuki's bed. After a period of adjustment, he had become adept at coexisting harmoniously with Xiaoqing. Within the warmth of the blankets, a chill gathered in Katsuki's palm, gradually separating into 5 distinct streams. Bang! A faint explosion echoed, as yet another attempt to unlock the frozen time capsule ended in failure. The crane tree remains undaunted. Outside the window, Kakashi's eyes narrow slightly as he observes the movements of the crane tree, a flicker of something passing through his gaze. Beneath the moonlight, a figure glides by. Haru noticed Kakashi's departure, raising an eyebrow, yet he felt no surprise. Perhaps it was intentional, allowing Kakashi to see him leave. In his previous life, he was merely an anime enthusiast, a reclusive figure devoid of grand ambitions. His only desire was to experience what it felt like to be an unremarkable Hokage. As the saying goes, a ninja who does not aspire to be a spy for the Hokage is not a good ninja. He would gradually step into the spotlight of Konoha's higher-ups, striving to forge connections with the Hokage's lineage. Upon reflecting on the various Hokage depicted in anime, one can discern subtle commonalities among them. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was the younger brother of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was the disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was the grand student of the third Hokage, while the fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju, was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama. The sixth Hokage, Kakashi Hitaki, was a pupil of the fourth Hokage, Minato. And what comes next? The seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, is not only the disciple of the sixth Hokage, Kakashi, but also the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato. It appears they have monopolized the position quite thoroughly. Shushu resolved to set a modest objective for himself, first, to experience the role of Hokage. With the guidance of a charismatic strategy system at his disposal, he felt his chances of success were significantly enhanced. As he drifted into a peaceful slumber, he entertained the enchanting dream of becoming Hokage. In his dreams, he stood triumphantly over Danzo, wielding the power of the third Hokage, successfully ascending to the esteemed position of Hokage. With a wave of his left hand, he commanded the Uchiha clan, and with a gesture of his right, the Hyuga clan, an image of unparalleled glory. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Kakashi knelt before the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Had he made a significant discovery? The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, prompting Kakashi to recall a peculiar scene he had witnessed at the home of Takebayashi, a child named Tsukimi Hichushu, adopted by a senior figure, who appeared to possess remarkable qualities. The third Hokage's gaze deepened, intrigued. This child seems to possess an unusually vast amount of chakra, and likely has a bloodline limit. Kakashi recounted the chilling aura he sensed emanating from Tsukimi Hichushu. A bloodline limit? The third Hokage mused, tapping his pipe thoughtfully. How could a child with such potential find himself on the battlefield? If there are no issues, we may have gained a prodigy. However, if there are complications, he commanded, summon Marino Abiki and Yameka Inoichi. The air shimmered with a faint disturbance as a figure swiftly departed. After observing this child for several days, what is your assessment? The third Hokage inquired of Kakashi. Having endured the loss of his teammate Obito and indirectly caused the demise of another comrade, Rin, Kakashi's mental state had become a point of concern for the third Hokage. Thus, he was keen to hear Kakashi's thoughts. Tsukimi Hichushu exhibits a maturity that surpasses that of ordinary children, coupled with a resolute determination to protect others, Kakashi replied, bowing his head. Memories of the young girl expressing her desire to safeguard Takebayashi surfacing in his mind. Oh? The third Hokage regarded him with mild surprise, a slow smile spreading across his face. Orphans in times of war often mature more swiftly than their peers. Such a commitment to protect others is indeed a rare quality. Lost in thought, the third Hokage reflected on the past, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Was it not his own teacher who perished amidst enemy encirclement? All for the sake of protecting them and the village? Hokage-sama, Marino Abiki and Yameka Inoichi half knelt before the third Hokage. The Hokage's contemplations returned to the present as he addressed them. Tomorrow, you will visit the home of Chunin Takebayashi to thoroughly investigate the memories of that child. As the third Hokage, he could not allow emotions to cloud his judgment. Though he had begun to harbor fondness for the child, he would not relinquish his necessary vigilance. Understood, Abiki and Inoichi exchanged glances. Kakashi, once this month concludes, ensure you take a few days to rest, the third Hokage said, observing the weariness etched in Kakashi's eyes with a sigh. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi's fatigue stemmed primarily from the mental strain he had endured. Meanwhile, in the depths of his dreams, Hichushu remained oblivious to the system's notification. Ding. Favorability rating with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. 30. As dawn broke, Shushu deftly donned her purple skirt and black leggings before making her way to the living room. At that moment, two unexpected guests had made their entrance into the space. He recognized the two individuals before him, Morinai Abiki, whom he had met for the second time, and the youthful Yamanaka Kaichi. A flicker of caution passed through Ketsuki's eyes as he hurried to the side of Takeuchi. Do not be afraid. The two gentlemen will not harm you, Takeuchi reassured, gently patting Ketsuki's small head. The crane tree, undaunted, remained unperturbed, for the system was ever vigilant. These two individuals would uncover nothing. He was acutely aware that this scrutiny stemmed from the final examination of Konoha. Once this ordeal passed, the third Hokage would finally relinquish all suspicions regarding him. Kakushu grasped the hem of Takanuchi's garment in silence, masterfully portraying a withdrawn child burdened by the scars of war. Yamamoto Hachi appeared far more amiable than Sino Abiki. He stepped forward and knelt before Kakushu. Dear child, shall we engage in a game? Yamamoto Hachi had no intention of employing harsh measures against such a delicate and charming little girl. His unique abilities were of a peculiar nature, and he bore an uneasy conscience, fearing that a moment's carelessness could render someone a fool for life. Crane Tree cast a glance at Takeuchi, who nodded slightly before gradually approaching Yamano Kaichi. Upon this, Yamano Kaichi's gaze softened even further. His soul began to subtly infiltrate Crane Tree's memories. Before him lay a scene drenched in crimson, mountains of corpses and blood saturating the land, striking violently at his heart. Father, mother, please do not perish. Do not abandon Crane Tree. Fragmented memories flowed slowly from Yamano Kaichi's view. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes reddened, tears swirling within their confines. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until Yamano Kaichi's soul returned to his body. What is it? Marino Hibiki inquired, observing him closely. Yamano Kaichi, momentarily choked with emotion, replied, It's nothing. He patted Marino Hibiki's shoulder, gently admonishing, Be tender. Marino Hibiki surmised that he must have witnessed something profound, nodding in understanding as he delved into Crane Tree's mental realm. Here, a void filled with fragments of memories lay before him, moments of familial joy intertwined with the agony of war. The stark contrast evoked a deep sense of sorrow within Marino Hibiki. War. What, in the end, does it truly bring to humanity? He had no inkling that the system had fabricated a mental realm for these two individuals. All he knew was that ever since they had accomplished their task, they had gazed upon him with a look of gentle compassion. Uncle? A hint of bewilderment appeared on the face of the crane tree. In the mountains. I gently patted his head, saying, "Good child." The crane tree is shrouded in mystery. Morino Abiki subtly nodded towards Takanuchi, indicating that we should return to report. He gracefully bid farewell to the two individuals, once again caressed by that unsettling gaze. In the Hokage building. As he listened to the reports from Yamamoto Kaiji and Morino Abiki, the third Hokage couldn't help but sigh. What a pitiable child. The companionship of Takeuchi Kazuki should make him cherish his situation even more. Ding. The affection level for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has reached 40. At that moment, Karatsu was having breakfast with Takeuchi Kazuki. What is going on? He pondered, realizing it must be the merit of Yamamoto Kaiji and Morino Abiki. The ability to gain affection automatically without personal effort is truly splendid. Karatsu, eat a bit more. Observing Karatsu's slender arms and legs, a wave of tenderness surged within Takeuchi Kazuki. Soon, Uncle will take you to register for the ninja school, perhaps to accommodate Karatsu's youthful innocence. Takeuchi Kazuki had recently taken to adding various particles to his speech. Heaven knows how twisted Karatsu felt inside when Takeuchi Kazuki, with his rugged visage, uttered such words. MHM. The crane tree nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation. Knowing that today marked the day of registration, he donned his safety shorts early in the morning. After all, the skirt prepared for him by Takeuchi was rather short, with the longest reaching merely to his knees. The purple garment resembled a chi-pao, adorned with slits on either side, causing him considerable embarrassment. Were it not for Kakashi's watchful gaze, he would have certainly summoned Akihiko to assist him in sewing the slits shut. Chapter 7. The Importance of Perspective. After finishing breakfast, Takeuchi led the crane tree out, making their way toward the ninja academy. Along the way, they encountered numerous pairs similar to their own, a tall individual accompanied by a smaller companion. Indeed, today marked the commencement of the new school year at the ninja academy, and Takeuchi was fortunate enough to meet several familiar friends. Crane Tree collectively refers to them as cannon fodder uncles. Despite being immersed in the world of Naruto for many years, he does not recognize a single one of them. Oh, Takebe, is this your daughter? When did you have a daughter, Takebe? Ah, Takebe, your daughter is absolutely adorable. What is your daughter's name, Takebe? He was uncertain about how his expression appeared throughout the journey. He had no intention of initiating any strategies, although the affection of these individuals was easily garnered. The likelihood of obtaining anything of value seemed minimal. The square of the ninja school had already attracted a considerable number of parents and children. There were always lingering glances directed toward him. Wow, that child is so adorable. Perhaps they could be the school Esbel. Haha, indeed. I should ask her name shortly. Initially, the level of embarrassment he felt upon hearing these remarks was beyond imagination. However, he had now transformed into a mature individual with an affinity for cross-dressing. Not only could he respond with composure, but he even found the leisure to return a smile. Suddenly, a familiar figure invaded his line of sight. The strikingly short hair, the upturned eyes, and the table tennis paddle on their attire led him to ascertain the identity of the individual. Oh ho, what a fruitful encounter. It is Uchiha Shursui. In Hirushu's eyes, a glimmer of light flickered. He gazed innocently with his wide, naive eyes at the other. Coincidentally, Uchiha Shursui was also looking at Hirushu. Their eyes met. And suddenly, Uchiha Shursui's face flushed with a crimson hue, prompting him to hurriedly avert his gaze. Heron raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Ding. The affinity level for the character Uchiha Shursui has reached 30. The triumphant smile of the heron tree froze upon his face. What could be the matter? Uchiha Shursui, with his captivating expression, ended up with a mere 30 points of affection. Indeed, is it true that Uchiha Itachi is the true love of Uchiha Shursui? Hirshu gritted his teeth. How could an invincible beauty endure this? Jishui, do you harbor feelings for her? A member of the Uchiha clan standing beside Jishui ruffled his spiky hair. He cast a glance at Hirshu before shifting his gaze back to Jishui, his eyes glinting with mockery. His voice was not subdued. Everyone around could hear him. Hichin, with a cold snort, thought to himself, what nonsense about liking someone. The one she truly admires is Uchiha Itachi. Jishui quickly sensed the hostile gazes directed at him, all emanating from the other young children who were preparing to enroll like him. Haha. The Uchiha clan members besides Jishui erupted in laughter, clearly amused by the multitude of rivals Jishui seemed to have. Jishui remarked, I never anticipated that Hichin would attract such attention right from the start of school. Taken aback, Takeuchi, resembling a concerned father, pondered the implications. What if some ill-mannered boy were to deceive his daughter? Meanwhile, Hichin, who still appeared as a 7-year-old little girl, found herself at a loss for words. After completing the registration, all the parents were required to leave. Hatsuki found himself assigned to Class 3. He casually chose a seat, and soon, the surrounding spots were claimed by the exuberant youngsters. "What is your name?" inquired the individual seated beside him, sporting a hairstyle markedly different from that of Uchiha Shursui. Upon observing the intricate patterns adorning the other's attire, Hatsuki raised an eyebrow. Was this individual from the Sarutobi clan? "I am Tsukimi Hatsuki. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Hichin nodded with a smile. The other party was taken aback, instantly losing track of his thoughts. "I am Yuenfei Qingmu." Yuenfei Qingmu? He pondered deeply, unfamiliar with the name, which likely belonged to a mere pawn. Although Sarutobi Ayamuki was indeed a pawn, his surname carried greater significance. The eyes of Harutree sparkled as he inquired, "Are you and Lord Hokage of the same lineage?" His youthful visage was adorned with admiration. Having encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen on only a few occasions, Sarutobi Aoki suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The gaze of the crane tree filled him with immense pride. He patted his chest and declared, "Indeed, I hold the Hokage in the highest esteem. I aspire to become an exceptional ninja, just like the esteemed Hokage." Hirushu clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. He silently prayed that these words would reach the ears of the third generation. Sarutobi Aoki nodded, declaring, "I too aspire to become a ninja as exceptional as Lord Hokage." "Ha!" From a distance, a soft scoff echoed. Sarutobi Aoki's brows furrowed instantly. Who was it? Who dared to utter such a disdainful sound? The gaze of Keisuke was instantaneously fixed upon the individual who had spoken. This person bore a table tennis racket emblazoned upon his chest. Unlike Keisuke's short, neatly styled hair, he possessed a mane of wild, long hair. What did you just mean? Sarutobi Aoki could not forsake the dignity befitting a man in the presence of his beloved Keisuke. His face, still adorned with the remnants of youthful roundness, was marked by an expression of solemnity. He, gazing at the wild-haired figure, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Truly, this is the ostentatious Uchiha." Just observe the stark contrast. Sarutobi Aoki's eyes bulged in fury, while the untamed mane remained resolute as a mountain. To aspire to be an exceptional ninja like Lord Hokage, such words are not uttered by just anyone. The disdainful gaze of the wild-haired individual fell upon Sarutobi Aoki. Clenching his fists, Aoki's expression darkened. "What did you say?" The focus of Hishu, however, lies in another aspect. Has he been ridiculed by this long-haired Uchiha? After all, he had just uttered such words. Though he internally does not wish to resemble the third-generation Slender Monkey, it still leaves him quite displeased. The gentle smile of Heron Tree radiates kindness. When the opportunity arises, he is determined to show this Uchiha the true meaning of a maiden's iron fist. At this moment, Sarutobi Aoki yearns for the chance to impart the strength of his own Sarutobi clan's iron fist upon the Uchiha. Suddenly, a figure interjects between Sarutobi Aoki and the long-haired Uchiha. It is Uchiha Shursui. "Fights are not permitted in the classroom," he proclaims, stepping in as a mediator. He wishes to prevent any altercation on this, the very first day of school. The long-haired Uchiha furrows his brow and lets out a disdainful huff, remaining silent. "Sarutobi, fighting is inappropriate. Refrain from such actions," he advises. At this moment, Heron Tree rises, casting a concerned glance at Sarutobi Aoki. Aoki feels a rush of blood to his face, turning crimson. Ahem, since Heron Tree has stated as much, I shall certainly refrain from fighting, he responds obediently, taking his seat while his eyes linger on Heron Tree, filled with unspoken words. "Ha!" The long-haired Uchiha sneers coldly, mockingly taunting. A member of a prestigious clan actually heeds the words of an orphan. Uchiha Shursui's eyes widen, his expression growing serious. "Tree." The warning in Shursui's voice is palpable. Such words are exceedingly cruel. The body of Heron Tree came to a halt, his eyes glinting momentarily as a cold smile crept onto his face. Truly, there are limits to what one can endure. Concerning the individual before him, known as Uchiha Shuri, he was not taken aback by the latter's awareness of his identity. The registration process necessitated proof of familial ties, and the documentation he shared with Takeuchi Ichin was that of an adopted relationship. Perhaps it was this restless-eyed Uchiha who had discerned such a detail. "Do not raise your voice at me." Uchiha Shuri scowled, directing his gaze towards Shursui. Did he truly believe that Uchiha Shuri feared Uchiha Shursui? Uchiha Shursui frowned deeply, finding the lack of courtesy quite appalling. The crane tree compelled the puppy in its mouth to swallow hard, transforming it into a statement more befitting its character. "Humph. What right do you, an orphan, have to accuse others of rudeness?" Uchiha Shuri proudly lifted his chin, declaring, "Even if I lack manners, what can you possibly do about it?" The crane tree has grown resilient. This mischievous child certainly requires proper guidance. In the eyes of Uchiha Shursui, a sudden reflection of a silvery light appeared. The speed of the crane tree was astonishing, reaching the Uchiha tree in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the utterly stunned expression of Uchiha, he raised his fist. Uchiha instinctively shut his eyes, overwhelmed with disbelief. How could this be possible? How could his opponent be so swift? He couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. Pain had yet to manifest as Uchiha opened his eyes, only to find a delicate white fist poised at the tip of his nose, yet it did not strike. He withdrew his hand under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yet a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze graced his face. "Classmate," he said, "I would never harm a peer. I merely wish to convey that regardless of whether one is an orphan or not, we are all members of the Hidden Leaf Village, aspiring to become exceptional ninjas like Lord Hokage. Your previous remarks were, indeed, rather impolite." The words of Katsuki left Uchiha Shuri momentarily stunned. Katsuki was indeed correct. Sarutobi Aoki rose to his feet and shouted at Shuri, "Uchiha Shuri, apologize to Katsuki." At this, most of the classmates stood up as well, demanding, "Uchiha Shuri, apologize. Do not think that your Uchiha clan makes you superior. Apologize." Despite his arrogance, Uchiha Shuri was merely a child, overwhelmed by the collective outcry. He found himself unable to cope. Ultimately, with tears welling in his eyes, Uchiha Shuri fled the classroom. Once Uchiha Shuri had departed, a throng of children quickly gathered around. "Katsuki, are you all right? What you said was truly admirable. Katsuki, if he dares to bully you again, just let me know." Katsuki chattered on. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, Heron-'s gaze lingered on the distant figure of Uchiha Shuri. Such a novice. To challenge him? This exemplifies the disparity between Uchiha Shuri and himself, not in strength, but in perspective. Engaging Uchiha Shuri would yield nothing but fleeting satisfaction, however. Refraining from confrontation would garner him a significant increase in the affection of his classmates, an invaluable asset on his path to becoming Hokage. Moreover, should this incident reach the ears of the third Hokage, what delightful implications that would entail. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shuri found himself pushed to the periphery of the crowd. His expression was a complex tapestry as he observed Heron amidst the throng. How could this be? How could this young girl surpass him? Her speed was such that he could barely perceive her movements, mere afterimages flitting by. Ding! The notification of a 31-point increase in Uchiha Shuri's affection level resonated in Heron-'s mind. He turned his attention towards Uchiha Shuri, narrowing his eyes and offering a gentle smile. There was something amiss with Uchiha Shuri. Despite having reprimanded Uchiha, the latter's fondness had instead flourished. What could this mean? It signified that he could potentially garner affection by continuing to chastise Uchiha Shuri. "Ah, how delightful." Heron chuckled, feeling a sense of joy. "How adorable." Observing a few girls who were playfully tugging at his arms, he was perplexed as to how they had infiltrated his space. Clearing his throat, a tall figure ascended the podium, addressing the unruly crowd with authority. "Class is in session." The sharp crack of a ruler upon the desk pierced the air, commanding silence. Finally, the crowd surrounding Heron returned to their seats. Hirushu let out a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped suffocation from being encircled. Observing this, Sarutobi Akamatsu, seated beside him, immediately proclaimed with righteous indignation, "They have truly gone too far." Hirushu must be feeling quite uncomfortable. Shu was perplexed by how this little imp could speak such utter nonsense with such solemnity. After all, among those crowded around him was Sarutobi Aoki. Yet, there was no lack of warmth in everyone's demeanor. The smile at the corner of Tsuru's mouth remains unchanged. How could he possibly express discomfort directly? This is the suffocating affection from his companions. His favorability is still reliant on their fervent promotion. Oh dear. Truly, Tsuru is remarkable. Sarutobi Aoki inexplicably marveled. He never anticipated that Tsuru was such a benevolent individual. Ding. Favorability with the target character, Ataki Kakashi, is at 25. Ding. Favorability with the target character. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is at 50. The crane's eyes sparkled with delight. Marvelous. This is precisely the effect he desired. Chapter 8. A Lifelong Companion. Hirushu sat upright, attentively watching the teacher on stage introduce himself. "My name is Sato Yashiki, and from today onward, I shall be your instructor." Sato Yashiki cleared his throat gently, casting his gaze over the little ones in the audience. Sparse applause broke out as the children displayed little interest in Sato Yashiki. In contrast, Hirushu beamed with joy, softly clapping his hands. Sato Yashiki was nearly moved to tears by this display of support. Indeed, Hirushu seemed like an angel among the students. Should Hirushu choose to pursue Sato Yashiki's favor, the affection would surely soar. "Teacher, we want to learn ninjutsu." "Yes, we wish to learn ninjutsu." "Teacher, please teach us ninjutsu." Fire release ninjutsu. I want to learn fire release ninjutsu. What do you know? Lightning release ninjutsu is the strongest. Ridiculous. You clearly underestimate wind release. Who are you talking about? I'm talking about you. The new students at the Ninja Academy, eager to learn dazzling techniques, seemed far more interested in the flashy arts of ninjutsu than the foundational knowledge of the ninja world. Sato Yashiki understood this well, yet grasping the situation was one matter. The cacophony of voices clamoring, nearly escalating to a brawl, was another. Moreover, as a mere chunin, Sato Yashiki had not mastered many techniques himself. How could he teach? Saratobi Aoki, seated beside Shushu, cast a knowing glance at him, feigning discretion while being quite blatant, and remarked seriously, "This bunch of little rascals. All they do is make noise. They show no respect for Teacher Sato. The crane tree appreciates well-mannered children, thus, his behavior should certainly win the crane tree's favor." The crane tree finds itself at a loss for words, as Saratobi Yamaki's performance pales in comparison to that of this illustrious actor. Furthermore, his name is Yashiki Sato. He responds with a smile, remarking, "What Saratobi-kun says is indeed correct. But I suppose it is only natural for everyone to feel a bit excited on their first day of school." Harusha paused for a moment, gazing earnestly at him, and said, "Moreover, Saratobi, our teacher's surname is Sato, not Saki. However, I believe that you did not intentionally misremember our teacher's name." Saratobi Aoki's eyes sparkled with affection. As he turned his head away, two streams of tears trailing down his cheeks. Why is it that Harusha is always so understanding? He felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. He genuinely wished to take Harusha home as his bride immediately. Sato Yashiki finally managed to calm the boisterous little turnip head, letting out a sigh of relief. Now, before we proceed with the formal lesson, we must first prepare for self-introductions. The segment that Harusha loathed the most in his past life. Fortunately, he was now a child, free from the crippling social anxiety that had plagued him before. Indeed, self-introductions are an unavoidable aspect in any setting. First up, Saratobi Aoki. Saratobi Aoki, a quintessential social terror, strode confidently to the podium, surveying his peers as if they were his subjects, his gaze haughtily sweeping over the little turnip heads. He thumped his chest and declared, "I am Saratobi Aoki, destined to be a renowned ninja in the world of shinobi. I despise Uchiha Shuri and anyone who dares compete with me for Harusha." Suddenly, Saratobi Aoki's face flushed crimson, and he cast a shy glance at Harusha, bashfully halting his speech. He had never felt so speechless in his life. It was evident that Sato Yashiki's level of speechlessness was no less than that of Shushu. He clapped his hands stiffly, exclaiming, "Well said. Next, Uchiha Shuri." Saratobi Aoki was momentarily taken aback. Had he not finished speaking? How inconsiderate of Teacher Saki. Irritated, Saratobi Aoki descended from the podium and cast a fierce glare at the approaching Uchiha Shuri. Uchiha Shuri inquired, "Shushu, do you understand my feelings for you?" Sitting beside Shushu, Saratobi Aoki immediately leaned in with a smirk and asked. He tilted his head slightly, revealing an impeccable smile. "Of course, I am aware. Yamanaka-kun wishes to be my lifelong friend." Yamanaka Aoki's eyes, along with his chin, nearly plummeted to the ground. What the hell, a lifelong friend? Who on earth would desire to be a lifelong friend with Harusha? He yearned to be a lifelong companion with Harusha. Does Yamanaka-kun not wish to be friends with me? He observed the reaction of Sarahiko Aoi, who appeared hurt and wore a look of disappointment. Upon noticing Sarahiko's dismay, Sarahiko Aoi's mouth swiftly responded, outpacing his thoughts, "How could that be? I would certainly cherish the opportunity to be lifelong friends with you, Kaku." As the weight of his words sank in, Sarahiko Aoi wished he could strike himself for his own foolishness. How had he spoken such nonsense? How had it come to the declaration of friendship? Hition nodded in satisfaction, expressing his desire to become close friends with Aoki. Saratobi Aoki, captivated by Hition's sparkling eyes, instinctively swallowed the words of explanation he had intended to say. A close friend is indeed a close friend. Oh, how heart-wrenching it is. Saratobi Aoki gazed at Hition with a heart full of emotion. "I am Uchiha Shuri, hailing from the Uchiha clan, and I aspire to foster harmonious relationships with everyone." Uchiha Shuri's conventional self-introduction elicited a profound sigh of relief from Sato Yashiki. "Wow, Shuri-kun is so handsome." "Indeed. Humph. What is so handsome about Uchiha Shuri?" Similar dialogues danced into Hition's ears, but he had already developed an immunity to such remarks. It is well known that children in the world of Naruto mature far beyond their years. Next, Uchiha Shuri. The classroom fell into silence. Sato Yashiki lifted his gaze from the roster and called out once more, "Uchiha Shuri." Still, no one responded. "Teacher, Shuri just ran out. Standing up from his seat, Tsuru took on a worried expression and suggested, "Perhaps I should go and find our classmate Uchiha Shiraki." Unbeknownst to Sato Yashiki, who was unaware of the preceding events, he could not help but smile warmly at Tsuru's eagerness to assist. That would not do. Sato Yashiki's words remained unfinished as Sarutobi Aoki suddenly slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. "Aoki, do you have something to say?" Sato Yashiki interrupted, forced to smile while feeling the urge to clench his fists. He repeatedly reminded himself, "This little rascal's surname is Sarutobi. This little rascal's surname is Sarutobi." He could not allow Tsuru to seek out Uchiha Shiraki, for that individual would surely bully Tsuru. Sarutobi Aoki declared with conviction. How could he stand idly by while his beloved Tsuru was tormented by that Uchiha fellow? Oh. Sato Yashiki's gaze shifted between Sarutobi Aoki and Tsuru, realizing that some unknown incident had just transpired. Then Shursui, you should go. Sato Yashiki turned his attention to Shursui, who nodded in agreement. Teacher, I shall accompany him as well. Shushu wore an expression of guilt, as the words of his classmate Uchiha Shuri seemed to evoke a multitude of thoughts. Instantly, someone could no longer contain themselves and stepped forward to defend Shushu. It is clearly Uchiha Shuri's fault. You need not feel remorse. Indeed, Uchiha Shuri has gone too far. How can Shushu be so kind-hearted? In that moment, a wave of condemnation directed at Uchiha Shuri began to unfold. Everyone, let us not speak in such a manner. The gentle chirp of Heron Tree resonates softly. Her fair and delicate visage resembles the clouds adorning the sky. Such a Heron Tree melts the hearts of all who behold her. Sato Kamiki, gathering insights from the innocent voices of the young ones, couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Are there any orphanages left that house daughters like Heron Tree? He felt compelled to adopt one himself. Teacher, let me accompany Shursui. This would also provide me the perfect opportunity to enhance my rapport with Uchiha Shursui. With a pleading gaze, Katsura looked at Sato Yashiki. Sato Yashiki found it utterly impossible to refuse her. Very well then. He cleared his throat and advised Uchiha Shursui, as a man, you must protect Katsuru. Uchiha Shursui cast a glance at Katsuru and nodded. Though he felt she might not require his protection, he accepted the responsibility. Watching Katsuru and Uchiha Shursui walk away together, Sarutobi Aoki gritted his teeth in frustration. How infuriating that Uchiha had seized the opportunity to be alone with Katsuru. Meanwhile, Katsuru and Shursui walked side by side. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, bringing a refreshing chill. The cicadas sang, and the sunlight was blinding. Katsuru, how do you manage to move so swiftly? After much hesitation, Uchiha Shursui finally could not contain his curiosity. He was aware that this question might be considered impolite, yet his intrigue overwhelmed him. As a member of the Uchiha clan, their ninja training commenced earlier than that of ordinary children. Uchiha Shursui, bearing the reputation of a prodigy within his family, had always been among the elite. Apart from his innate talent, he also worked exceptionally hard. Hence, he found Katsuru's speed perplexing. It was clearly beyond the capabilities expected at her age. If this is a secret technique, I apologize for my rudeness. Uchiha Shursui said earnestly to Katsuru, his dark eyes reflecting genuine regret. He truly was an anomaly within the Uchiha clan. The usual arrogance associated with his lineage was absent in him, replaced instead by a profound humility. This must be my bloodline limit, she replied. He, the crane tree, exhibited no trace of offense, maintaining his smile. The 6 eyes presumably belong to a bloodline limit, whereas the infinite limit necessitates the 6 eyes as a prerequisite, thus qualifying as an inherent skill of the bloodline limit. Bloodline limit? Uchiha Shursui expressed a hint of astonishment. In the ninja world, bloodline limits are an enviable and extraordinary ability, and those who possess such a limit generally attain a higher potential than ordinary ninjas. Indeed, the crane tree nodded slightly. His 6 eyes had already discerned the location of Uchiha Shuri. At this moment, Uchiha Shuri, with his crimson eyes, was stealthily peering from behind the great tree, observing Crane Tree and Uchiha Shursui. Without hesitation, Tsuru moved towards the concealed location within Uchiha Shuri. You. Uchiha Shuri glared at Tsuru, his eyes reddened with fury. Shuri, come back with us. The teacher is looking for you, urged Uchiha Shursui, stepping forward. Yet, Uchiha Shuri did not even glance at Shursui, his slightly swollen eyes fixated intently on Tsuru. As Heron Tree observed the sparse crowd around him, he felt an irresistible urge to unleash his true self. You little rascal. Silence. The voice of the charming system rang out, slightly shrill. What did you just say? Heron Tree? Uchiha Shursui questioned, wondering if he had misheard. How could Shushu possibly utter profanities? Yet, Ishu wore a gentle smile. I just spotted a little dog. Is that so? Jishui gazed at the empty playground devoid of any dog. He thought to himself, indeed, he must have misheard. It was inconceivable that Ishu would utter such profanities. He nodded and replied, of course. I'm not one to tell lies. Upon finishing his sentence, he lowered his gaze shyly. Jishui revealed a warm smile, saying, that is wonderful. Honesty is indeed a commendable virtue. The crane tree nodded in acknowledgement, a shy blush adorning its delicate visage. Have you managed to express it? The crane tree pondered within its mind, inquiring of the system. What? The system failed to comprehend its question. Have I flushed with embarrassment? The crane tree repeated itself. It is essential to understand that blushing at any moment and in any place is a hallmark skill of a pure, kind-hearted, beautiful girl. The system paused for 2 seconds, then blushed. Classmate tree, please return with us. I shall plead with the teacher on your behalf and overlook your indiscretion today. The heartfelt emotions of Ketsuki were unmistakably evident. However, Shushu, who was merely a bystander, sensed an underlying dissonance, yet could not pinpoint its source. I refuse to go back, Uchiha Tori retorted vehemently, dismissing Ketsuki's words with disdain. The stubbornness, a hereditary trait of the Uchiha clan, began to resurface. Shushu furrowed his brow and gently urged, are you really not going to school? Why not return with us? Everyone else seems to have brushed off today's events. Although he harbored a strong aversion to Uchiha Tori's demeanor, his greater maturity compelled him to not turn a blind eye to a fellow clansman. I can simply forego school. Uchiha Tori obstinately refused to yield, glaring at Shushu and impulsively declaring, after all, our Uchiha clan's ninjutsu is far superior to what is taught at the Ninja Academy. Shushu's pupils dilated in surprise, involuntarily shifting his gaze towards Ketsuki. Hichin was taken aback, secretly lamenting that this child truly lacked discernment. Jishui, he said, I shall pretend I did not hear your words today. The crane tree obediently nodded toward Uchiha Shushu, fully aware of the latter's vigilance. In contrast to Uchiha Shushu and Uchiha Tori, he found himself to be an outsider. Should such words escape, the reputation of the Uchiha clan would inevitably suffer a significant blow, and the upper echelons would grow increasingly discontented with the Uchiha family. Uchiha Shushu earned the title of genius not solely due to his innate ninja talents, but also owing to his acute awareness of such matters. Ding. The affinity level with the target, Uchiha Shushu, has reached 35. Alas, he has safeguarded their little secret, yet the increase in affinity is merely so scant. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. The process of winning over the target cannot be rushed. Ishushin sighed deeply, addressing Uchiha Shushu with a gentle understanding. Shushu, I shall take my leave now. I entrust the matter with Shuri to you. Uchiha Shushu recognized that Ishushin was providing him and Shuri with an opportunity for a private conversation, and he couldn't help but express his gratitude, saying, thank you. Ishushin. The crane tree shook its head and turned to leave. In the next moment, the system's notification chime resonated. Ding. The affection level for the character Uchiha Shushu is now 36. Chapter 9. A Lifetime Together, witnessed by brothers. This journey has proven worthwhile. As Heron returned to the classroom, he was immediately enveloped by concern. Heron, are you all right? Did that scoundrel from the Uchiha family bully you? Sarutobi Aoki was seething with rage, as if the mere affirmation from Heron would propel him to storm out and shatter the face of Uchiha. This child seems a bit extreme. With a sudden shift in thought, Crane Tree devised a clever plan. In the eyes of the crane tree, a flicker of fragmented light shone. Filled with longing and reverence as it shook its head gently, of course not. Moreover, as I am with Lord Jishui, he shall protect me. Hichushu couldn't help but applaud his own cleverness in his heart. In this way, Sarutobi Aoki would inevitably come into conflict with Uchiha Shushu. At that moment, he could feign innocence and advocate for Uchiha Shushu, thus earning his favor once again. As anticipated, Sarutobi Aoki was furious. How infuriating. He had been thwarted by Uchiha Shushu. Sarutobi Aoki struggled to maintain his composure. When Uchiha Shushu returned to the classroom with Shuri, Sarutobi Aoki's gaze was fixed upon him, his eyes glaring like bells, filled with anger and disdain. Uchiha Shushu was utterly perplexed. The first day of class passed in such a mundane manner. Upon returning home, Hichushu discovered Takeuchi was tidying up his belongings. Uncle, are you going out? Standing before the bedroom door of Takeuchi Kazuki, Tsuru gazed as Kazuki stuffed shuriken and military rations into his bag. Upon noticing Tsuru, who was only half the height of the door, Kazuki's eyes filled with remorse. He crouched down before Tsuru, placing his large hand gently on the child's head. Tsuru, he said, Uncle may have to be away for a while. During this time, you will need to take care of yourself. I've left some money in the coin jar on your bedside. You need not be frugal. Buy whatever you wish. He did not wish to leave Suru so soon, yet the outbreak of war came without warning. All he could do was strive to return alive, to prevent this child from becoming an orphan once more. At this moment, Kitsuki was acutely aware that the great ninja war had yet to conclude. The hurried demeanor of Takeuchi suggested much, even without uttering a word. He lifted his gaze and earnestly implored, "Uncle, please return swiftly." "Understood." Takeuchi nodded slightly before leaping from the window, vanishing into the depths of the night. Watching his departing figure, Kitsuki let out a faint sigh. Humans are not mere plants. Who among us is devoid of emotion? Moreover, Takeuchi had indeed treated him with unparalleled kindness. At this juncture, Kitsuki could do little more than silently pray for Takeuchi's safe return. Hiss. Little Ching slithered along the gnarled branches on the wall and climbed onto Kitsuki's shoulder. The following morning, with no one to escort him, Kitsuki embarked on his journey to school alone. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that Uchiha Shuri had brought along a group of rowdy boys from their clan to obstruct his path. In the neglected alley, Uchiha Shuri stood at the forefront, flanked by a cadre of towering young men. Given Kitsuki's diminutive stature, they certainly appeared formidable in comparison. Uchiha Shuri regarded Kitsuki with disdain, as though he were naught but an insignificant insect beneath his feet. Hition's brows arched, possessing not the strength of Uchiha Madara but the gaze that mirrored his. This is the lament of Uchiha Shuri and the other Uchiha cannon fodder. Moreover, he remained unperturbed even in the presence of his ancestral forebears from the Uchiha clan. What do these spirited youths amount to? Aren't you quite fond of ambushes? Uchiha Shuri scoffed, challenging him to launch an ambush now. Indeed. Uchiha Shuri regarded Hition's actions from the previous day as an ambush, attempting to salvage his shattered dignity. He did not engage in a rebuttal with her. What do you intend to do? Do not impede his attendance in class. He wishes to avoid leaving a negative impression of tardiness on the very second day of school. What are you planning? Uchiha Shuri laughed maniacally, proclaiming that it is only fitting to repay in kind, tooth for tooth, blood for blood. To her astonishment, he audaciously licked the corner of his mouth right beneath her gaze. Hichin, enveloped in a chill, confirmed with a glance that Uchiha Shuri was indeed a fervent case of the so-called Chinibyo. Even the notorious two pillars of the past could not rival his theatricality. Was this not a tad excessive? Finally, one of the Uchiha standing at the back furrowed his brow, unable to bear the sight. The other party was merely a delicate and charming young girl. Their behavior seemed dreadfully uncouth. I concur. It is hard to take action. The Uchiha behind Shuri began to murmur among themselves. Uchiha Shuri's complexion darkened. What are you all here for? Are you seeking retribution or merely feeling sympathy for Tsukiyoka Hachiru? This group, clearly unaccustomed to the world. Is it merely because of a woman of slight allure that they are so entranced? Uchiha Shuri cursed inwardly with fierce disdain. He was not a man easily swayed by feminine charms. Ha! A sardonic smirk played upon the corners of Uchiha Shuri's lips. Advance! He commanded, directing the Uchiha behind him. Suddenly, a shadow clad in black materialized between Hachiru and Uchiha Shuri. This time, it was not Uchiha Shursui, but rather Hatake Kakashi. As Hishuai's eyes brightened with surprise, he never anticipated that Kakashi would take action. The Umbu? In an instant, the group of youths behind Uchiha Shuri scattered like frightened birds, fleeing from impending doom. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shuri found himself isolated and alone. These rascals! Uchiha Shuri gritted his teeth, gazing at the masked figure before him. A sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. As a mere rookie who had just enrolled in the ninja academy, encountering an Umbu ninja was understandably daunting. Kakashi remained silent, standing resolutely, yet his entire presence radiated an aura akin to a freshly drawn sword, sharp and formidable. The outcome, of course, was that Uchiha Shuri once again vanished with reddened eyes. Konoha Haru even harbored doubts that after a few more encounters, Uchiha Shuri might end up awakening his Sharingan out of sheer frustration. However, Haru swiftly redirected his attention to the figure of Kakashi before him. Just before Kakashi turned around, he composed his expression. Thank you, big brother. Stepping forward, the child on the crane tree delicately grasped the hem of Kakashi's vest with her soft, fair hand. Kakashi cast his gaze downward upon the tiny hand, remaining silent. Just as he contemplated taking a step back, he noticed the child gripping even tighter. Big brother, she said, her voice trembling, I am afraid. Would you kindly escort me to school? He bit his lip, and his pair of deep blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears. As if fearing rejection, he quickly added, I will treat you to a meal, big brother. Taking the initiative first, then laying the groundwork for further contact. Such a little rascal. He couldn't believe he wouldn't be able to win over Kakashi. Offer your affection. Kakashi. Ding. Affection level for the target character Hatake Kakashi, 20. Ding. Affection level for the target character Hatake Kakashi, 15. Ding. Affection level for the target character Hatake Kakashi, 10. The crane tree has petrified. He listened to the fluctuations in Kakashi's affection, feeling as though he was being torn apart by the wind. Where exactly did things go awry? What kind of peculiar being is Kakashi? Big brother, I shall walk by myself. I do not wish to trouble you any longer. The crane tree trembled as it swiftly remedied the situation. He found himself unable to gauge the enigmatic Kakashi, the masked man whose demeanor was both reticent and alluring. Leaving his heart in a state of turmoil, echoing the haunting melody of Teacher Gong Lina's unease in his mind. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the crane tree's cheek, and the alleyway was devoid of any presence but his own. Hatake Kakashi had vanished. Yet, within the purview of the crane tree's 6 eyes, Kakashi continued to fulfill his duties in the umbu, surveilling the crane tree until the month came to a close. Ding. Affection for the character Hatake Kakashi has reached 15. Ding. Affection for the character Hatake Kakashi has reached 20. Ding. Affection for the character Hatake Kakashi has reached 25. Kakashi's affection level had returned to its original state. The crane tree has become utterly numb. Indeed. A man who can cover one eye and wear a mask for a lifetime is far from ordinary. Do not attempt to fathom Kakashi's thoughts. No matter how much you speculate, you shall never comprehend. Shushu entered the classroom punctually, merely a minute to spare. Shushu, have you had breakfast? Shushu. Do share my breakfast, it is far more delectable. You speak nonsense. Clearly, my flavor is superior. As Shushu's posterior made an intimate connection with his chair, a group of little radishes approached, presenting a delicate breakfast before him. Observing the eager anticipation in their eyes, coupled with the enticing aroma of the food, Shushu reluctantly accepted their affectionate gesture. Not wishing to disappoint any of them, he felt compelled to graciously accept it all. Shushu sighed in exasperation. How truly kind-hearted he is. The onlooking young radishes immediately expressed their heartfelt admiration. A pineapple-headed student in the back row observed this scene intently, revealing a peculiar glint in his eyes. Soon, the school bell rang, and everyone reluctantly returned to their seats. After greeting his classmates, Sato Kamiki did not continue recounting the previous day's lessons, but instead commenced teaching them how to refine chakra. From the divine perspective of Shushu, it was evident that Sato Kamiki's actions bore profound significance. Logically speaking, beginning chakra refinement the very next day was rather hasty for these students. However, considering the recent resurgence of war and the diminished number of ninjas on the front lines, Sato Kamiki's intentions became clear. He aimed to hasten their deployment to the battlefield. No wonder he had not encountered this group of children in the world of Naruto. They had likely perished on the front lines. The crane tree cast its gaze downward, discreetly slipping a piece of confection into its mouth. As long as he wished, no one could uncover his secret. Oh, what joy! Chakra! In stark contrast to the seemingly burdened Sato Kamiki, the younger ones below brimmed with excitement. Sato Kamiki meticulously inscribed the method of chakra extraction upon the blackboard, even demonstrating the process personally for all to observe. At this moment, the disparity between the commoners and the ninja clans became apparent. As children of the ninja families, they had long been guided by their kin and had already begun to extract chakra at home. Meanwhile, the children of commoners listened with curiosity to Sato Kamiki's explanations. The chakra of Kurohashi is associated with the 6 eyes. He has not engaged in the refinement of chakra himself, however. The abilities of the 6 eyes naturally imbue him with a considerable amount of chakra. He is aware that his chakra reservoir is substantial, yet he remains uncertain of its exact quantity. As if anticipating Kurohashi's inquiry, the system elucidates, you cannot augment your chakra through personal cultivation. It can only be increased via the rewards bestowed by the system in relation to your skills, drawing from the inherent chakra within those skills. In essence, aside from relying entirely on the system, Kurohashi has no alternative. This further implies that the pursuit of favor cannot cease. Halting would lead to a dead end, unless he becomes formidable to an unbeatable extent. All right, I have elucidated the steps clearly. Now, everyone, give it a try. Sato Yashiki proclaimed from the podium. While the other students engaged in the process of sensing chakra, Kurohashi continued to ponder in his mind, what level does my current chakra equate to? The system compiled the chakra associated with the skills Kurohashi has acquired thus far and responded, so far. The 6 eyes and the unlimited possess the chakra quantity of a standard genin. Considering the combined chakra from skills such as frozen fruit, the 6th pass thunder roar cannon, curse technique, cursed, and teleportation, your total chakra is equivalent to that of a genin. The abilities of the 6 eyes, unlimited. and frozen fruit will grow in tandem with the host's physical maturation. Thus, potent skill chakra will continue to expand, while ordinary skills will not. Woohoo! Let's soar. In his heart, Kitsuki experienced a moment of unrestrained exhilaration. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that, apart from a few children with uncommon surnames, the majority of his classmates were deeply engrossed in contemplation. As the instructor, Sato Yashiki was fully aware of the distinction between the ninja clan and the commoners. Upon noticing that Kitsuki had opened his eyes, a look of astonishment filled his gaze. Could it be that Kitsuki had successfully refined his chakra? That would be astonishingly swift. Truly, he was a prodigy. In the classroom, some students cheered as they successfully manifested their chakra, while others remained unresponsive, their faces drooping in disappointment. Sato Yashiki offered words of comfort before announcing, "Next, we will proceed to the physical training session." The children, indifferent to the laborious connotation of physical training, were simply thrilled at the prospect of escaping the confines of the classroom to frolic on the playground. Sato Yashiki's palpable anxiety regarding the curriculum underscored the urgent demand for battlefield ninjas from the higher echelons. Under the relentless sun on the playground, only a few solitary trees provided scant shade. Arranging themselves by height, Kitsuki unabashedly positioned himself in the front row, despite his reluctance. How vexing. As a boy, he found himself standing alongside all the girls in the class, with a few towering girls even standing behind him. Hichushi was suddenly seized by a wave of fear. System, will I forever be confined to a height of merely 1.5 or 1.6 meters? The voice of Hirushu resonated with despair. The girls of the island nation seemed to possess an average height of merely 1.5 meters. He felt an overwhelming sense of panic. The absence of a response from the system only intensified his anxiety. Surely, during the lottery, there must be potions for height enhancement available? Haru, trembling with anxiety, exclaimed. Heaven help me. He would rather embody a muscular figure clad in a cheapao, standing at an imposing height of over 1.8 meters, than to be a diminutive girl in a similar dress at merely 1.5 meters. The dignity of a man lies in his stature. It was astonishing that Haru, as the host of the charming strategy system, could still recall his identity as a man. The system, reflecting on its own shortcomings, responded rather unhelpfully. Among the skills allocated by the system, there exists a gender transformation potion. Well, that is good. That is good. In a moment of heightened tension, Haru failed to grasp the essence of the system's words. Wait, a gender transformation potion? What a disgraceful concoction. The heron tree firmly resists. What I desire is a potion for height enhancement, not a gender-altering elixir. I shall not undergo any transformation. The system remained silent, contemplating that humans often express themselves in excessively absolute terms. Ultimately, they invariably fall into the cycle of the truth is fragrant principle. Shushu's gaze was grave as he solemnly vowed to be eternally united with his brother. Observing Shushu's earnest expression, Sato Kamiki instinctively straightened his back, raising his voice a few notches. Chapter 10, Life is a Play, all dependent on performance. Very well. Our task is for each person to run 50 laps around the playground, Sato Kamiki declared with gravity. 50 laps? Hiching took a deep breath. Although he was aware that he was now in the world of Hokage, he was still just a child. The host's physical capabilities were sufficient to undertake the tasks at hand. The system issued a reminder. Was there really a need for the system to remind him? He certainly understands. However, the ability to accomplish something and the willingness to do so are two entirely different matters. The formidable power of the Six Eyes necessitates that its bearer possesses a robust physique. This explains why he never fainted while acquiring other skills, yet succumbed when receiving the Six Eyes. The assimilation of the Six Eyes is accompanied by a fortification of his constitution. Now, his physical strength allows him to effortlessly complete 50 laps. What? 50 laps? How can that be possible? The girls surrounding Kitsuki instantly began to voice their grievances. Some boys at the back of the line wore equally displeased expressions, yet, out of a sense of pride, they refrained from speaking up. Sato Yashiki observed the whispering little ones below, a sense of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He recognized that the current pace was indeed a formidable challenge for these children. But the pressure from above was relentless. As a teacher, his only recourse was to cultivate their growth in the shortest time possible. Beyond that, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Suppressing the weight in his heart, Sato Yashiki narrowed his gaze and admonished them. Hurry up. Those who fail to complete the task today are not permitted to go home. You may only leave once the task is accomplished. Upon hearing his words, many children displayed signs of dissent. However, under the weight of Sato Yashiki's stern gaze, they were compelled to swallow their retorts. Humph. Saratobi Aoki, sensing the somber atmosphere, disdainfully thumped his chest and proclaimed loudly, "Isn't it just 50 laps? What is the big deal? The future number one in the ninja world is not afraid of these 50 laps." As he spoke with fervor, he cast a sidelong glance at Ketsuki, seemingly anticipating praise from him. Although Saratobi Aoki's demeanor was somewhat infuriating, perhaps in this situation, he could ignite a spark of determination among the others. Sato Yashiki then turned his attention to Ketsuki, fully aware of the high regard in which Ketsuki was held within the class. Haru felt the searing gaze of Sato Yashiki upon him and offered a gentle smile. He clenched his fist, making a gesture of encouragement. "Indeed. We are all destined to become ninjas, and we must not yield to such trivial challenges before us." All eyes converged upon Haru. His silver hair was tied high with a purple ribbon, billowing in the wind, while his azure eyes sparkled with a brilliance surpassing that of the stars. Unbeknownst to them, confidence and determination gradually emerged in the eyes of everyone present. Humph. Haru is absolutely right. What does this amount to? Indeed, if Haru, even as a girl, can do it, I cannot allow him to look down upon me. I shall give my all. I am destined to be an elite jonin. Yes, I aspire to be the man worthy of Haru. I shall not fear adversity. Tsuruki narrowed his eyes slightly. Did something peculiar just transpire? With each word that reached his ears, Sato Yaki's gaze softened, and he turned his attention to Tsuruki, reflecting inwardly. This child truly possesses an innate leadership quality. It is profoundly heartwarming, akin to the illustrious Lord Minato, renowned for his golden brilliance. As Saratobi Aoki was the first to dash forward, the number of individuals remaining stationary dwindled. Yet, two girls lingered, still hesitating to take that initial step. He, clad in women's attire, boldly seized the delicate hands of the two little girls, who stood frozen in place. "Let us embark on our journey." The crane tree smiled radiantly. "We are certainly no less capable than they are." By some mysterious twist of fate, two adorable girls, enchanted by the crane tree's smile, took their first step forward. "Indeed, we are not inferior in any way." The two girls exchanged glances, determination gradually filling their eyes. The little girl withdrew her hand from the crane tree's grasp. Her gaze filled with concern. "Crane tree, do not worry. We will accomplish the task on our own." He gazed at the empty palms of his hands, a sense of regret lingering in his heart. In truth, he harbored no reluctance in assisting them with their tasks. He possessed no particular demands, merely holding the delicate, soft hands of the two little girls would suffice to content him. Shushu commenced his tasks with a steady pace. In his past life, Shushu was a reclusive individual, the only male in his university class who failed to pass. After each grueling kilometer, he felt as though his lungs were on the verge of bursting, and his spirit seemed to vanish. However, for the first time, he experienced a profound sensation. The more he ran, the less he wished to cease, feeling as if he could soar with ease. Glancing at the panting Aoisera Hiko, an idea struck Shushu. System. Is there a skill that can make me appear drenched in sweat? The crane pauses, pondering within its mind. System. Yes, but it requires a certain level of affection. After careful consideration, Shushu deduced that this particular skill, not being a formidable combat technique, could likely be exchanged for merely a favorable sentiment from an individual. His gaze settled upon Saratobi Aoki. Should he select Saratobi Aoki as his target for pursuit? Should he? The crane tree has made its choice. The next moment, a chime resounds. The affection level for the character Saratobi Aoki reaches 89. Hichin was taken aback, gazing at the disheveled little turnip head, drenched in sweat. To his surprise, it was only the second day, yet the favorability rating of Saratobi Aoki had already soared to such heights. Ding. Congratulations, host. The favorability of the targeted character, Saratobi Aoki, has reached 90. What caused such a sudden increase? Shushu cast a glance at Saratobi Aoki, who, at that moment, noticed Shushu's gaze. A sudden surge of fire ignited within his chest, and his weary, heavy legs found newfound strength. Charge forth. He could not afford to lose face before Shushu. Meanwhile, Sato Yashiki, who had been observing the reactions of these young ones, was filled with confusion. Just moments ago, he had clearly seen Saratobi Aoki lacking energy, so how could he suddenly dash forward? This was unexpected. As Sato Yashiki looked over at Shushu, enlightenment dawned upon him. So, this is the power of belief. From tomorrow onward, I shall ensure that the breakfast I receive will be given to Saratobi Aoki. In contrast to the meticulous Uchiha Shursui and the capricious Kakashi, Saratobi Aoki appeared as an angel. In Shushu's heart, only a Fei and a Bido could rival his esteemed position. The system has automatically allocated skills. Would the host like to accept them? Shushu pressed the button. Sweat poured down like rain. Skill introduction. The ability to regulate perspiration at any time and place, promoting blood circulation, a little health tip. A product of the system. It must be of exquisite quality. Truly, a product of the system must be of exquisite quality. It is akin to the old woman selling melons, boasting about her own wares. Although it may seem somewhat trivial, it is precisely what Hishuju requires at this moment. As time passed, Hishuju had completed 38 laps. At this point, his breathing grew labored, his steps slowed, and his fair face was flushed, adorned with glistening beads of sweat. In the distance, Sato Kamiki sighed inwardly. With his keen perception, he could discern that Hishuju was nearing his limit. However, compared to many girls who faltered after 20 laps, Hishuju had performed remarkably well. Sato Kamiki felt a tinge of disappointment, perhaps due to his elevated expectations of Hishuju, which caused a sense of discomfort when reality fell short. Hishuju, perhaps you should take a break? The sound of footsteps reached Hishuju's ears as Saratobi Aoki, dragging his weary legs, approached him. Upon hearing Aoki's intermittent voice, Hishuju felt deep down that Aoki needed rest even more. Hishuju, don't push yourself. Take a moment to rest. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui also arrived by Hishuju's side. In contrast to Saratobi Aoki's disheveled state, Uchiha Shursui appeared considerably better. Though his breathing remained somewhat rapid and sweat glistened on his forehead, he seemed to have completed the run without issue. Upon seeing Uchiha Shursui, Saratobi Aoki gritted his teeth, particularly in light of the stark contrast in their abilities. Aoki's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination as he took another step forward. Sato Kamiki realized he had misjudged Aoki. He was evidently a tenacious child, and such resolve was indeed commendable. The remaining little fighters gathered around Hishuju, urging him to take a moment's respite with concern in their voices. The moment had arrived, though the corners of the crane's lips appeared somewhat pale. He resolutely shook his head at the crowd. A fierce determination glimmered in his stubborn little face. No, I shall not surrender. Those lacking willpower are unworthy of being ninjas. I aspire to become an exceptional ninja, much like Lord Hokage. How could I even consider yielding in the face of such trivial challenges? One must steadfastly strive towards their desired goals, never faltering. Such individuals embody true strength. The gaze of Heron Tree swept over the little radish head that had urged him, and the corners of his mouth gradually lifted. If I were to give up now, I would feel an overwhelming sense of regret. Ding. The favorability rating with the character Uchiha Shursui reached 40. Everyone was taken aback, staring blankly at Heron Tree. The cacophony of cicadas and the hustle and bustle of the street outside seemed to dissipate in an instant. The sun poured down its scorching light and brilliance. Yet in the eyes of the onlookers, at that moment, the true source of illumination in the world was Tsuru. With a deep breath, she clenched her fists and resolutely took another step forward. The little ones behind her couldn't help but glisten with tears. I shall charge forth. I am a true ninja. I am no coward who chooses to give up. Those who had previously been too exhausted to continue now flushed with determination, each one pursuing Tsuru's figure ahead. Humph. I won't allow you boys to steal the limelight. Sisters, let's go. If a delicate beauty like Tsuru can do it, so can I. Witnessing the sudden spark of resolve among the young ones, Sato Kaki's eyes began to well with tears. This was the profound emotion belonging to their teacher. Observing his students unite in support of one another, never yielding to despair, he realized he had underestimated Tsuru. He had also underestimated these children. Sato Kaki gazed across the playground at the figures filled with strength. These are the future of Konoha. These are the fresh green leaves of Konoha. At this moment, the third Hokage, who was employing a telescope technique in his office, was also moved to tears. Due to the ravages of war, he had been compelled to hasten the training of the children, a decision that weighed heavily on his conscience. Thus, when he prepared to observe their progress, he unexpectedly beheld this poignant scene. Truly admirable children. The third Hokage's gaze lingered on a diminutive figure clad in purple within the reduced image, unable to suppress his admiration. Although an orphan, this child possessed qualities that many from prominent clans lacked. Ding. The favorability rating of the character, the third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen, is now 55. Meanwhile, Tsuru, performing on the playground, harbored a cunning smile within. She had anticipated that today, to a significant extent, the third Hokage would be observing their training, and indeed, her intuition proved correct. More importantly, she believed that today's performance would firmly establish her character. Kind-hearted, diligent, and resilient. With both beauty and wisdom, how could she not garner the affection of everyone? Ding. The favorability rating of the character Kakashi Hitaki is now 30. As Haru's gaze subtly shifted, he pondered how Kakashi, the enigmatic man clad in a mask had managed to garner such affection? Could it be that his indomitable spirit had touched Kakashi's heart? No. It must be that Kakashi's recognition of his unwavering resolve had evoked memories of his dear friend, Suzy. This revelation rendered the rise in affection entirely plausible. To think that Kakashi could reminisce about others. Truly, he is a lifelong companion of remarkable depth. The crane tree sighed. Kakashi. A figure quietly appeared behind Kakashi. His pupils contracted, and he instinctively grasped the blade at his back, but upon hearing the voice of the other, he relaxed his grip. Sensei, Kakashi called out. His figure concealed among the branches as he turned to face the person before him. Minato Namikaze, with a look of resignation, stated, "Your surveillance mission has been rescinded. The battlefield requires you now." He had come to convey the third Hokage's orders, though reluctant to send his beloved student back into the bloody fray. Minato understood that protecting the village was their duty as shinobi. Understood, Kakashi replied, his demeanor impassive, observing Kakashi's increasingly inscrutable calmness. Minato suppressed a sigh that threatened to escape his lips. Kakashi's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting across the rooftops, and in just a few leaps, he vanished from sight. Minato glanced at Kakashi's target, a small, demure girl, and a smile crept onto his face. Ding. Affection level for Minato Namikaze, 20. Minato? The crane tree, who had been fully immersed in his performance, snapped back to reality. He realized that Kakashi had already disappeared and felt a vague sense of suspicion. A genius like Kakashi would undoubtedly be summoned back to the battlefield. Today's display should have reassured the third Hokage, making it unnecessary for him to monitor such a formidable force. Minato, being Kakashi's mentor, had every reason to seek him out. As for this sudden surge of affection, he believed that no one could resist being charmed at first glance. Today is truly a great gang. Chapter 11. A day in the life of Sarutobi Aoki, whose disdained a tense atmosphere began to envelop the village. This was evident during the crane tree's journey home from school. Heavenly Crane walked along the street, where passers-by wore expressions of sorrow, and the ninjas leaping atop the rooftops bore furrowed brows. Numerous vegetables in the market had begun to run out of stock. The insidious effects of the escalating war silently infiltrated the lives of the common people. He meticulously selected the vegetables displayed at the stall. What is this? Shushu pointed to a slightly yellowed cabbage and glanced at the vegetable vendor. The vendor, preoccupied with the issue of stock shortages, was jolted back to reality upon hearing Shushu's words. That is indeed a cabbage. The petite girl, barely taller than the stall itself, had to stand on tiptoe to select her vegetables, her charming little face adorned with a look of confusion. Observing this, the vendor's expression softened somewhat. Then I'll take one cabbage and a box of tofu, she said. A person who once knew nothing about vegetables is now compelled to embark on the journey of culinary exploration. Fortunately, there exists a collection of recipes at home. Shushu contemplated purchasing some shrimp later. The aunt swiftly prepared the items Shushu required. After settling the payment, Shushu completed his purchases and returned home, carrying a cloth bag filled to the brim. Let us begin. The crane tree appeared to be engaged in some solemn ritual, meticulously arranging all the purchased vegetables upon the kitchen countertop. As it perused the recipe, the crane tree commenced the preparation of the first dish, tempura. The oil in the cast iron pot splattered in all directions, yet the crane tree, undeterred, managed to cope admirably. 3 hours later, the kitchen resembled a scene ravaged by an untimely assault, utterly disheveled and chaotic. Emerging from the kitchen, the crane tree, unscathed despite the turmoil, cradled a small rice box in its hands. How terrifying! The crane tree harbors lingering apprehensions. The system interjects with a reminder. Culinary skills are among the essential abilities for a heartthrob. Hence, the host is advised to practice diligently in the future. Shushu gazed at the kitchen engulfed in black smoke, struggling to find his voice. Are you certain? The system pondered whether he truly lacked the desire to master the culinary arts. Yet, some individuals are naturally inclined to wreak havoc in the kitchen. Practice makes perfect. The system was confident that, under its guidance, it could erase the stigma of being a kitchen disaster associated with Shushu. This afternoon's culinary endeavor, although time-consuming, yielded quite delightful results, did it not? Within the bento box, the tempura appeared crispy and delectable, the sushi exuded a sweet aroma, and the cabbage and tofu soup was indeed a tantalizing delight. He carefully stowed the lunchbox from his pocket, preparing to embark on his journey. His inaugural culinary endeavor was dedicated to Kakashi Hitaki. Had it not been for the pursuit of favorable impressions, who would stoop to such humility? The crane tree wiped away non-existent tears as it made its way towards Kakashi's residence. Do not inquire how it came to know Kakashi's address. It was merely mentioned by Sato Yashiki. What a strange coincidence it is that Sato Yashiki once taught Kakashi as well. Ding dong. Crane tree strained to rise on tiptoe and rang the doorbell. Within the confines of the abode, Kakashi momentarily halted his preparations. With few friends and scarcely any visitors to his home, he pondered this unusual occurrence before approaching the door to open it. Is there nobody here? Kakashi fixed his gaze ahead, furrowing his brows in confusion. Is this some sort of prank? As he glanced downward, his intention to close the door was interrupted by Crane Tree, who could no longer contain himself. He had initially hesitated to speak, feeling embarrassed about his height being overlooked. Yet, Kakashi stubbornly refused to look down. How outrageous. Kakashi's gaze finally descended, revealing a familiar figure before him. In an instant, astonishment eclipsed his confusion. Big brother, I have brought you a bento. Shu, tenderly soothed his own self-esteem, his eyes sparkling as he raised the bento in his hand. Thank you, big brother, for your help this morning. Kakashi gazed at the pink bento box before him, devoid of any desire to take it. However, upon witnessing the girl's luminous eyes, he could not help but be reminded of another person. By the time Kakashi came to his senses, the bento had already found its way into his hands. His fingers brushed against a rigid object atop the box. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a pure white bow. Thank you, Kakashi replied, his voice devoid of warmth. Ding. The affection level for the character Kakashi Hitaki has reached 31. The graceful figure of her eyebrows and eyes resembled a crane's arc. Although the increase in affection was but a slight elevation, it stemmed from the capricious Kakashi, which bestowed upon her a profound sense of accomplishment. Her 3 hours of effort had not been in vain. Haru continued to observe Kakashi. Wasn't he going to invite him in for a seat? It would provide an opportunity to further enhance his favorability. Kakashi sensed the silence that enveloped them. Just as Haru anticipated Kakashi's invitation, he instead inquired, Do you have something else to discuss? The crane tree blinked stiffly, yet there was no response. Kakashi, upon hearing this, modestly nodded in acknowledgement. Bang! The door was slammed shut. The expression on Hesh's face was grotesque, a distortion of humanity. He vented his fury into the air for 3 seconds before turning to leave. How infuriating. He vowed to seize an opportunity to smash Kakashi's head in the future. Shortly after Hesh departed, Kakashi prepared his ninja gear. After much hesitation, he ultimately reached for the bento and placed it into his own bag. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill from another. The following day, as the sun began to rise, under the auspices of Sato Yashiki, Katsu, and the other young apprentices arrived at the playground. Today, we shall practice with shurikens, proclaimed Sato Yashiki, as he deftly hurled a shuriken that struck the bullseye with precision. Wow, that's impressive, exclaimed one, while another scoffed. Is that all? I can do even better. The group of eager apprentices could hardly contain their excitement, itching to try their hand at the skill. After Sato Yashiki meticulously explained the application of the shuriken, he allowed them to practice independently. Sarutobi Aoki swiftly approached Katsu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Katsu, watch this. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a shuriken flying, successfully embedding it into the target beside Uchiha Shuri's. How about that? Am I cool or what? Sarutobi Aoki, still oblivious to the reality of the situation, tousled his wild hair. He pursed his lips, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. Should he commend Yuan Feiqingmu for his prowess? After all, he had pierced another's target. Yet, could he deride him for being inept? For he had also struck the bullseye. Would you care to see for yourself? The crane tree posed a question to Sarutobi Aoki, a rhetorical technique he had gleaned from Doin in his previous life. When confronted with a challenging inquiry, the most fitting response is often to counter with a question. Despite his tender age, Sarutobi Aoki displayed a rather oily grin, lifting his gaze with confidence. In the next moment, a gasp escaped his lips. How could this be possible? Beside him, Uchiha Shuri disdainfully plucked a shuriken from Sarutobi Aoki's grasp and, with a gentle flick of his wrist, sent it soaring into the very bullseye that belonged to Aoki. This singular act showcased his remarkable proficiency with the shuriken. Observing the surprise reflected in Crane Tree's eyes, an inexplicable swell of pride surged within Uchiha Shuri. A mere shuriken holds little significance for our Uchiha clan. Indeed, Crane Tree found himself in agreement with this sentiment. What are you so proud of? I can do it too. I was merely pretending. Sarutobi Aoki, noticing that Crane Tree's attention had been diverted by Uchiha Shuri, felt a tumult of urgency, frustration, and embarrassment. Humph. Uchiha Shuri cast a scornful glance at Sarutobi Aoki, which only served to further infuriate him, prompting a verbal sparring match between the two. Meanwhile, Crane Tree weighed the shuriken in his hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the target ahead. His eyes blazed with intensity, and even the shuriken seemed to exude a lethal aura. The ever-watchful Sato Yashiki, observing this scene, paused behind Crane Tree. The imposing presence of Ketsuki is remarkable, and his movements are executed with impeccable precision. Sato Yashiki nodded in appreciation. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as the shuriken struck the ground. Both Sato Yashiki and Ketsuki froze in place. Caw, caw, caw. Against the backdrop of the azure sky, a flock of crows seemed to glide by. An eerie silence enveloped the training ground. Ha! Sarutobi Aoki, previously engrossed in his thoughts, was drawn to Uchiha Shuri, completely oblivious to the source of the shuriken. He erupted into a fit of laughter, his finger trembling as he pointed at the fallen shuriken. You've got to be kidding me. Which fool threw a shuriken that didn't even hit the target? Ha ha. Sarutobi Aoki laughed heartily for a while, only to realize that everyone was staring at him in silence, not a single chuckle to be heard. Even Uchiha Shuri, typically vocal, remained unusually quiet. Ha ha. Why aren't you all laughing? Are you made of wood? This is too funny not to laugh. Sarutobi Aoki questioned, his inquiry resonating with a sense of urgency. Ketsuki, don't you find this amusing? As the collective gaze of the crowd bore down on him, Sarutobi Aoki felt a twinge of unease, instinctively seeking validation from Ketsuki. He, on the Crane Tree, picked up the fallen shuriken, experiencing for the first time the sensation of embarrassment so profound that it made his toes dig into the ground. Sarutobi Aoki could no longer muster a smile. His grin had already frozen at the corners of his mouth the moment he, on the Crane Tree, retrieved the shuriken. It's you, he. Sarutobi Aoki swallowed hard. He originally felt a slight sense of embarrassment, but thanks to Sarutobi Aoki, he now feels utterly humiliated. Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of temper. Haru disregarded Sarutobi Aoki's presence. All classmates unanimously endorsed Haru's decision. Haru, do not lose heart. Allow me to guide you. Uchiha Shuri proactively approached Haru's side. In the distance, Sarutobi Aoki clenched his teeth in frustration. Woe is me. That treacherous scoundrel, Uchiha Shuri. The expression on Tsuru's face was one of hesitation. Would it trouble you? He inquired earnestly, seeking knowledge. Of course not, came the reassuring response. For Uchiha Shuri, instructing in the art of shuriken was but a trifling matter. Uchiha Shuri was a wholly competent teacher, surpassing the abilities of Sato Yashiki by leaps and bounds. His instruction was meticulous, patient, and gentle. Warning, warning. The heartthrob strategy system sounded an alarm within Tsuru's mind. It is you who must pursue Uchiha Shuri, not the other way around. Ahem. Haru was internally rebutting. Of course I know. What a joke. The system truly underestimated him. After a morning of dedicated assistance from Uchiha Shuri, Haru's shuriken skills had progressed from missing the target entirely to actually hitting someone else's target. Exhausted, Shuri considered this a monumental advancement. He shook his head. It must be an illusion. Ding. Affection level for the character Uchiha Shuri, 39. The affection level has slightly decreased. The Crane Tree gazed incredulously at Shushu. Is this truly the case? Is it truly so? Is it merely that I cannot teach the shuriken? How could my favorability diminish? Shushu, shall we dine together at noon today? Under the elegant shade of the Crane Tree, Hishu resolved to elevate Uchiha Shuri's affection towards him. Shuri nodded in a daze. Typically, their lunches consisted of homemade bento boxes, shared among familiar companions. However, Uchiha Shuri had always dined alone, unaccustomed to the practice of sharing. Although initially resistant, Shuri ultimately chose to accept the gesture with courtesy. Half an hour later, his reluctance dissipated. Haransu arrived at the table of Shushu, bearing his extravagant deluxe meal. Is all of this for you? Shushu inquired, gazing at the array of boxes that filled the entire table, doubting whether Haransu could possibly consume it all. Shushu nodded, affirming the point. Indeed, the energy expended by the six-eyed was substantial, necessitating a doubling of replenishment. This was also the reason behind his formidable appetite. Shushu glanced at Shushu's delicate, fair visage, then at the rice that filled the entire lunchbox, momentarily rendered speechless. You should give it a try as well. The lunch at the Crane Tree is exclusively ordered from restaurants. Not only is the taste exquisite, but the variety is also remarkably abundant. From politely declining to readily accepting, Shimizu took 3 minutes to decide. Sitting in his original spot, Sarutobi Aoki bit down on his chopsticks, casting a resentful gaze towards Shimizu. "Retract your disgusting stare," he scolded, frowning as he felt the weight of Aoki's glare from a nearby tree. "On what grounds? I wasn't even looking at you. I demand that you retract it. You know how repulsive it is to me." The two engaged in yet another verbal duel. Caught in the middle, a row of pineapple-headed individuals sighed in exasperation. What a hassle. Had I known, I would have chosen a different spot. After a whole afternoon of interaction, he finally managed to restore Ji Shui's favorability back to its original score of 40. With a heavy sigh of relief, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Ever since he embarked on his quest to win over characters, he could hardly bear the thought of a decline in favorability. It was akin to the agonizing discomfort felt by an obsessive-compulsive individual confronted with an untidy desk. In the afternoon, Sato Yashiki commenced practical training with the Little Turnips. Before proceeding, he needed to gauge everyone's combat prowess. He arranged the opponents by drawing lots. Heaven forbid it be Sarutobi Aoki. He cradled the paper ball in his palm, closing his eyes in earnest prayer. His sincerity was so profound that, without realizing it, he inadvertently uttered his wishes aloud. Just as Sarutobi Kamaki leaned in to seek forgiveness, he was struck as if by lightning. Uchiha Shuri, who had overheard this, turned to Sarutobi Kamaki, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Shushu unwrapped the paper ball, revealing a familiar name, Uchiha Shursui. Phew, at least it wasn't Sarutobi Aoki. He does not harbor any disdain towards Sarutobi Kanaharu. Yet he finds it intolerable when Sarutobi gazes at him with an insipid look during their battles. To shield himself from the torment of such an expression, he would willingly concede defeat. However, this behavior contradicts his persona as a prodigious young talent. In a hushed tone, Crane Tree remarked that the shuriken was an unexpected turn of events. Uchiha Shuri also unfolded his paper, and his expression darkened instantly. The name Sarutobi Aoki pierced his eyes. How detestable! Who would wish to engage with that repulsive individual, Sarutobi Aoki? Chapter 12. A tragedy triggered by a bento box at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Kakashi wearily concluded a battle. "Hey, Kakashi." A green figure materialized beside him. Might Guy, with his prominent eyebrows and bright eyes, was drenched in sweat. He vigorously wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead, revealing a vibrant smile. "Stand up. Don't be so feeble. Youth should be a time for burning energy." Might Guy made a cheering gesture, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Kakashi leaned against a tree to rest, casting a glance at Might Guy, his expression filled with resignation. He certainly did not possess this fellow's extraordinary stamina. "Rest well. We don't know when the next battle will arrive." Kakashi's gaze penetrated through the canopy above, catching glimpses of the scorching sunlight filtering through the leaves. His hand, hanging loosely, inadvertently brushed against an iron box in his pack. Kakashi paused momentarily. "What is this?" A pink lunchbox appeared in Kakashi's hand. "Huh?" Might Guy uttered in confusion. In the next moment, the lunchbox slipped from Kakashi's grasp and landed in Might Guy's hands. Might Guy erupted into hearty laughter. "Well, I never expected you to bring a bento besides your soldier pills." Without hesitation, he opened the lunchbox, and an enticing aroma wafted into the air. Might Guy swallowed hard, pinching a tempura with his fingers and tossing it into his mouth. Kakashi was too late to intervene. "You rascal." Kakashi stood up and snatched the lunchbox back from Might Guy's hands. "What's wrong?" Kakashi inquired, observing Might Guy's silence. Trembling, Might Guy extended a hand towards him, his face turning a shade of purple. "This tempura is poisonous." Might Guy swore with his life that he had never encountered such a dreadful dish. Kakashi, initially thinking Might Guy was merely acting, was taken aback. He glanced at Might Guy, who looked as though he might expel even the indigestible soldier pills, and then at the lunchbox in his own hands. For the first time, he sensed a murderous intent emanating from a pink box adorned with a butterfly bow. "Did someone give this to you?" Might Guy leaned against a tree trunk, utterly depleted. He had witnessed Kakashi's culinary skills and could not fathom that he could create such a ghastly meal. Kakashi nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shu, was intently observing the battle between Uchiha Shuri and Sarutobi Aoki. Suddenly, a system notification resounded in his mind without warning. Ding! Affection level for target character Hataki Kakashi, 25. Ding. Affection level for target character Might Guy, -50. Her tree stood in stunned silence. What on earth was happening? Not only had Kakashi's favorability rating dropped by 6 points, but why had Might Guy's favorability rating plummeted into the negatives? It was worth noting that he had never even laid eyes on Might Guy. System, have you encountered a glitch? Hichin firmly believed that it could not possibly be his own fault. The system, in a state of exasperation, insisted that its statistics were flawless. It too was eager to uncover what had transpired. Could it be that some malicious individual was speaking ill of him in the presence of these two? Shushu stroked his chin, pondering. This is not right. Few truly know my nature. How infuriating. What a waste of the 3 hours he spent preparing lunch for Kakashi. That ungrateful man, Kakashi. Next match, Shushu vs Uchiha Shursui, called out Sato Yashiki as he glanced at the roster in his hand. A sense of unease lingered in his heart. The renowned genius of Uchiha Shursui was a name that even ninjas outside the Uchiha clan had heard of. How could such a slender figure withstand it? Uchiha Shursui, upon hearing this, gazed solemnly at Karu, his eyes shimmering with the fervor of battle. He had long been aware of Karu's formidable prowess, yet the extent of that power remained an enigma to him. Now, this presented a splendid opportunity. In the center stood Heron Tree and Uchiha Shursui. Formation of the pairing seal. Resonated the voice of Sato Kamiki. Haru and Uchiha Shursui stepped forward simultaneously, their fingertips colliding, igniting an immediate sense of combat. Haru, although this is merely a contest, I hope we can both unleash our full potential. As a genius, Uchiha Shursui possessed the inherent pride that accompanied such talent. He retreated his right leg a step, crouching slightly, and assumed an offensive stance with his hands. The crane tree remained silent. Had he unleashed his full strength, the narrative of Uchiha Shursui might have met its end right here. Shursui was the first to launch an assault. His diminutive figure moved with remarkable agility, displaying astonishing speed. Sato Kamiki could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Truly, he was a genius of the Uchiha clan. Such velocity must surely represent the pinnacle for one of his age. A gust of wind swept across the crane tree's cheek, which he effortlessly evaded. In the next moment, Shursui transformed his fist into a palm, delivering a horizontal strike aimed at the crane tree's face. To the crane tree's perception, Shursui's movements appeared to be slowed down several times. The trajectory and speed of his punches were discernible, allowing the crane tree to easily deflect Shursui's horizontal strike. With a slight exertion of his hands, he aimed a palm strike towards Shursui's chest. Yet, Shursui exhibited no hint of panic. He gracefully retreated, evading the crane tree's attack range. Sato Kamiki had initially anticipated a swift conclusion to the battle, yet he was taken aback by the sense of parity that emerged between the two in their exchanges. He found himself focusing intently. Shursui had resolved to fully unleash his prowess. With a powerful push of his foot, he transformed into a shadow, launching himself at the crane tree. Hook punches, defensive blocks, and side kicks ensued. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. The onlooking young spectators were wide-eyed, and apart from the sounds of the fists and feet connecting between the crane tree and Shursui, the entire playground was enveloped in silence. Everyone held their breath, enraptured by the unfolding contest. Crane Tree observed the diminishing offensive of Shursui, gathering strength in his fist before striking Shursui's chest. Shursui furrowed his brow, evading Crane Tree's attack with a remarkable maneuver, retreating to a distance of 2 meters. Sato Jimu squinted, contemplating the current situation. Could it be that Crane Tree possesses greater strength? An orphan newly acquainted with ninja training triumphing over the prodigious Uchiha? Such talent could only be described as terrifying. Crane Tree, be cautious, Shursui warned, his hands swiftly forming seals. Sato Jimu gasped, is that fire release ninjutsu? How old is Uchiha Shursui? He can already wield ninjutsu? Truly a genius of the Uchiha clan. Sato Jimu was prepared to leap into action to protect Crane Tree at any moment. Damn Uchiha Shursui. Sarutobi Aoki gritted his teeth, declaring, if he dares to harm my Crane Tree, I will surely obliterate his paradise. Upon hearing Sarutobi Aoki's words, Uchiha Shursui's expression twisted in disbelief. What did you say? How could anyone utter words more painful than his? Moreover, perhaps you should recognize the gap in strength before making such claims. Sarutobi Aoki is but a defeated foe. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Shursui's mouth, the searing heat scorching the skin of those nearby. Ah, how terrifying. How impressive. Many exclaimed in awe. Sato Jimu had already taken a step forward as a cloud of white smoke enveloped the scene. The immense fireball extinguished before Crane Tree, who was completely shielded by a massive ice sphere. What is this? Sato Jimu's expression turned grave. Ice release ninjutsu? Is an ice release a bloodline limit? This child must be a bearer of a bloodline limit. How unfortunate. The ice puck before the Crane Tree has cracked, yet under the radiant sun, it is inexplicably suffused with a chill. Your fire-style ninjutsu is of no use to me. Hishuan smiled gently. Now, it is my turn. Her pristine fingers danced swiftly. In the next moment, brilliance erupted. The 6/9 path of destruction, thunder roar cannon. The Crane Tree smiled. Since Shursui had resorted to ninjutsu, it should not be deemed excessive for him to retaliate in kind. A column of lightning surged towards Uchiha Shursui with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, rendering evasion futile. Uchiha Shursui stood transfixed, his legs seemingly weighed down by lead. Shursui, quickly evade. Many young maidens bore witness, their expressions tinged with sympathy. Was it truly the case that their unanimously acknowledged most handsome senior, Shursui, was to meet his end here? Shursui's hand was abruptly yanked, causing him to stagger and narrowly avoid the oncoming attack. Bang! The thunder roar cannon pierced through the walls of the Ninja Academy. Staring at the gaping hole in the wall, Sato Yashiki found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware that the financial burden lay upon him. As a teacher, his salary was already woefully inadequate. The Crane Tree, glancing at the hand that had pulled him to safety, saw Shursui's astonishment reflected in his gaze. We are comrades. Of course I would not wish for you to be harmed. The Crane Tree revealed a smile. And he winked. I believe that Shursui will become very strong in the future. But for now, I'm still more formidable. Ding. The affinity with the character Uchiha Shursui has increased to 45. Hooray. An increase of 5 points in affinity. The smile on Heron Tree grew wider. Uchiha Shursui, upon hearing Heron Tree's words, firmly nodded and replied, Indeed. I shall strive even harder. Heron gently patted Uchiha Shursui on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Go for it, Shursui. I firmly believe that with your extraordinary talent, you will undoubtedly become renowned throughout the ninja world. As for the notion of defeating me, that is simply unattainable. Never shall you aspire to surpass the pinnacle of excellence. This is the undeniable truth of the Naruto universe. In time, Uchiha Shursui will come to comprehend this reality. The Crane Tree smiles with kindness. Thank you, Crane Tree. The encouragement and recognition from Harushu warmed Uchiha Shursui's heart. Ding. The affinity level for the character Uchiha Shursui is now 47. Next group, Hyuga Motoyan vs. Nara Sakai. Sato Yashiki suppressed the pain of financial loss within himself and continued to preside over the event. Sarutobi Aoki once again approached Harushu with a flattering demeanor, exclaiming, Harushu, you are truly remarkable. Sarutobi is also quite impressive. Haru smiled gently. Although Sarutobi Aoki had lost to Uchiha Shuri, the prowess he exhibited at such a young age was undeniably remarkable. Sarutobi Aoki soon became lost in his own amusement, as if the entire world had muted around him. The words of Haru echoed in his ears. Sarutobi is quite impressive. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shuri, standing beside him, regarded Haru with a gaze filled with complexity, remaining silent. Haru sensed the gaze from Uchiha Suru and turned to look in confusion. Humph. Uchiha Suru averted his eyes. He had not anticipated that Haru would possess such remarkable prowess, surpassing even his own Uchiha lineage. Indeed, he was even stronger than Shursui. Hishuju did not pay attention to the competition and extended an invitation to Jishui. Jishui, let us indulge in some ramen after school. It is the perfect opportunity to enhance our rapport. Naturally, we must seize the moment. The abacus of the Crane Tree clattered rhythmically. Jishui paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, allow me to treat you. Quite gracious indeed. Hichin nodded with a smile, saying, Then I shall let you indulge. Not at all. Jishui replied with a gentle shake of his head. It's merely a trifling amount of pocket money for half a day. The atmosphere grew tense. Goodness, a wealthy heir is right beside me. One must acknowledge that the price of a bowl of Ichiraku ramen is rather steep. The cost for two is equivalent to half a day's allowance. Such affluence. What? Ramen? I wish to join. Sarutobi Aomen, whose ears had previously been oblivious to the surrounding sounds, suddenly perked up. He decisively maneuvered past a group of young girls, pushing his way to stand before Tsuru and Shimizu. Shushu merely wished to cultivate a favorable impression with Shushu in solitude. Why, then, is Sarutobi ever present? Shushu did not immediately acquiesce, but turned his gaze towards Shushu. He recalled that it was Shushu who extended the invitation, thus Sarutobi's participation surely depended on Shushu's consent. As a kind-hearted individual, how could Shushu refuse the earnestness of Sarutobi Akaki? Yet, he certainly could. The crane tree nodded. Very well. Allow me to treat you. In an instant, Sarutobi Aoki pounded his chest. Is he also a scion of wealth? The crane tree gazed at him. The monkey, with a cool smirk, remarked, to speak frankly, it is merely 3 bowls of ramen, which hardly amounts to my monthly allowance. It is of no significance. The expression on Heron Tree's face was grave. Should we? Perhaps we should let Jishu treat? If we were to let Yuan Fei Qing foot the bill, it would indeed evoke a sense of guilt. After all, that would be a month's worth of his allowance. Very well then. The voice that reached Heron Tree's ears was startling. He turned his head stiffly. Jishu, with a gentle smile gracing his lips, acquiesced to Yuan Fei Qing's request. Observing the soft smile at the corners of his mouth, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a chill crept into Heron Tree's heart. The crane tree contemplated a phrase. White cuts black. As the fiery red sunset adorned half of the sky, 3 individuals visited the renowned Ichiraku Ramen. At that moment, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Although Ichiraku Ramen was not overcrowded, every seat was occupied. After a brief wait, the trio finally secured a table. What shall we indulge in, my young friends? The youthful version of the handcrafted uncle smiled, his eyes narrowing into mere slits. Already beginning to exhibit the amiable demeanor of an elder. I shall have the luxurious beef and shrimp ball chicken leg ramen, declared Sarutobi Aoki without hesitation. Opting for the most expensive dish, I would like the signature original flavor ramen, said Shushu, politely handing the menu to the handcrafted uncle. And what about you? Dear little girl? The handcrafted uncle displayed remarkable patience as he observed the still indecisive Kitsuki. Hichushu pondered for a moment and turned to his companion, Sarutobi Aoki, and inquired, may I order 2 portions? The ever-familiar Shushu, well aware of Chushu's appetite, exhibited no surprise at all. In contrast, Sarutobi Aoki, glancing at Chushu's petite frame, nodded in a state of bewilderment. Of course, the crane tree cheerfully presented the menu, exclaiming, Uncle, I would like 2 servings of the deluxe beef and shrimp ball chicken leg ramen. Sarutobi Aoki gasped in astonishment. Chapter 13. The extraordinary healer of the Hokage. As the steaming bowls of ramen were placed on the table, an enticing aroma wafted toward the trio. Haha. Sarutobi Aoki's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clasped his hands together. Let us begin. To be fair, the deluxe ramen appeared far more appetizing than Shushu's original flavor. The shrimp balls were tender and succulent, the beef was fragrant and robust, and the savory aroma of the marinated chicken leg was utterly irresistible. Within the dimly lit confines of the Ichiraku ramen shop, the steam from the dishes created a warm haze. The 3 children's youthful faces radiated joy. Observing this, the handcrafted uncle's smile broadened. A gust of wind swept and his 2 ch settled beside the crane tree and their companions. 2 bowls of original flavor ramen, please. The crane tree gently raised its gaze, the nostrils quivering slightly. The faint scent of blood wafted from the 2 ninjas, lingering in the air. Alas, once again, many lives have been lost. Indeed, among the previous group of ch, scarcely any survived. As Hishu listened to the conversation between the 2 ch, a sense of unease gripped his heart. Takeo Uchiha was likely among the earlier batch of ch who had engaged in battle. Sitting closest to the 2 ch, Shushu furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He was not an oblivious child. He had discreetly eavesdropped on his family's discussions regarding the current situation. Hishushin felt a sense of urgency and swiftly finished his ramen. I apologize, but I have a pressing matter to attend to. I must take my leave for a moment. Hichushu rose from his seat, observing the guilt reflected in the eyes of Jishu and Sarutobi Aoki. Jishu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the Chunin uncle who had held Hichushu's hand during the beginning of the school year. Understanding dawned upon him, and he nodded reassuringly, saying, It's all right. Just ensure your safety. Sarutobi Aoki also nodded and added, Hichushu, if you have anything to attend to, please do not hesitate to go. Do not concern yourself with us. The crane tree once again awkwardly apologized to the 2, gradually fading away within the shop. Shushu gazed in the direction of the departing crane tree, silently wishing for the safety of its family. Sarutobi Aoki also watched the silhouette of the crane tree. Unable to shake off his lingering thoughts, disappointment evident in his eyes. Alas, It was a rare opportunity to interact with the crane tree. Ding. The affinity level with the character Uchiha Shursui has reached 50. The crane tree paused momentarily on its way to the Konoha hospital. What had transpired? Why had Shursui's affinity suddenly increased? Unable to comprehend, the crane tree decided to let it go. The most pressing matter now was to gather information about Takebayashi Ichii. As night enveloped Konoha, the lights dimmed. The closer one drew to the hospital, the more the heavy atmosphere seemed to pervade the air. As Shushu pushed open the hospital door, a pungent scent of blood assailed his senses. The pristine white floor was strewn with ninjas, their bodies lying in disarray. Blood oozed slowly from their hastily bandaged wounds. Their gazes were either vacant, hollow, or burdened, causing Shushu's heart to inexplicably plummet to the depths of despair. He treaded carefully among the injured, searching for the figure of Takebayashi Ichii. It would suffice to find him here. If not, it could only mean one thing: he had perished on the battlefield. The ninja sprawled on the ground, either lying or sitting. Paid no heed to the sudden appearance of Shushu. They appeared quite youthful, likely without children of their own. Little one, whom are you seeking? A sister clad in a white medical gown halted before Shushu, gently lowering herself to meet his gaze. Her long purple hair cascaded down her back, and her seemingly aloof eyes flickered with a hint of warmth. Wow, a beautiful sister, Shushu exclaimed, captivated by her presence. Shushu once again lamented his uncooperative body. Elder sister, I have come to seek my uncle. His name is Takeuchi Kazuhito. He quickly suppressed the sordid thoughts within him, his azure eyes gazing innocently and pitifully at the enchanting Yuzuki Yuin before him. With her violet hair, large expressive eyes, and an oval face, she was undoubtedly the renowned beauty from the world of Naruto, Yuzuki Yuin. The crane tree may not recognize others, but it will undoubtedly recognize Yuzuki Yuka. Takeno no Chunin? Yuzuki Yuka exclaimed in astonishment. How fortuitous, she had just stepped down from the operating table dedicated to Takeno no I. Indeed. Crane Tree grasped April's hand with a hint of urgency. Elder sister, do you know where my uncle is? April nodded and took Crane Tree's small hand. Allow me to guide you there. Hershey tightened his grip on Mao Xian's hand. After all, he was now an innocent little girl. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, Mao Xian held Hershey's hand, stopping before a hospital room at the end. Your uncle is inside. He has just undergone surgery, so do not disturb him. Mao Xian gently tousled Hershey's lustrous silver hair. Very well. The crane tree obediently nodded. The figure of April's evening flower departed. In the hospital room, Takeuchi was bound in bandages, resembling a mummy. Only his 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, and mouth remained exposed. Standing before his hospital bed, Katsu murmured a soft sigh. The pitiful state of Takenuchi was a profound source of distress, leaving him to ponder the nature of the assault that had befallen him. Recalling the earlier scene in the hall, Katsu felt an increasing weight of sorrow. After all, he had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, raised as a successor of socialism beneath the banner of the red flag. Now, he grasped why numerous characters in the world of Hokage were engaged in the struggle for peace. War is indeed merciless. He believes himself to be a person of integrity. He did not leave, opting instead to sleep on the small sofa in Takeya's hospital room. In the early morning, Crane Tree sensed a gentle caress upon his tender form. Who could it be? Which scoundrel would dare to lay hands upon one so young? Inflicted by such an unwelcome touch, Crane Tree felt an overwhelming ache in his heart. In the world of Hokage, humanity has lost its way. He opened his eyes to behold the enchanting visage of Yuzuki Yugao, her beautiful face filling his entire field of vision. Katsuragi stepped back in fear, utterly astonished. Who would have imagined that Yuzuki Yuyaka could be such a person? Recalling Yuyaka's frail boyfriend, Katsuragi couldn't help but wonder if Yuyaka harbored some peculiar inclinations. Yuyaka's hand, poised to cover Katsuragi with a blanket, stilled in place. Her beautiful eyes reflected a mixture of shock and disbelief as she inquired, "What did you just say?" Under the gaze of the crane tree, Yuzuki Yuyaka appeared. Clutching the corner of the blanket with her hand, Heron's tree branches lament, "Elder sister, I had a terrible nightmare." As she spoke, the heron shed 2 drops of feline tears. In the dream, I was so frightened. The delicate and fragile Hishujiao fell into the embrace of Mao Xian. Wow, mother, I have arrived in paradise. The exterior of Tsuru's tree is deceptively alluring. Soon, Yuzuki Yuyaka managed to convince herself that the child before her, perhaps due to the tragic circumstances of his loved ones, had simply succumbed to a nightmare, speaking words without thought. Do not be afraid. Yuzuki Yuyaka's gentle hand glided over the back of Tsuru's head. The heron tree sobbed in the embrace of April's evening bloom for quite some time before reluctantly lifting its head. Sister, when will uncle awaken? His slightly reddened eyes shimmered with tears. April's evening bloom cast her gaze upon the mummified figure of Takenouchi, shaking her head gently. I do not know either, she replied. Her medical ninjutsu was still in its infancy. Just yesterday, it was only through assisting Lady Tsunade that she learned the specifics of Takenouchi's injuries. In the eyes of the crane tree, disappointment lingers. Sister, I must depart for school now. In the twilight of April, the sorrowful farewell of Tsuru and the evening primrose unfolds. At the Ninja Academy, Yashiki Sato sat in his office, listening to Tsuru's earnest request, shaking his head in disapproval. Tsuru, you have only just begun your studies, and there is much yet to learn. The teacher cannot acquiesce to your wishes. It pained him deeply to hear of Tsuru's uncle's grievous injuries, yet he could not neglect his responsibilities towards Tsuru. Yashiki Sato had refrained from disclosing the harsh realities to the children. They would not endure for long under his guidance before being thrust into the chaos of battle. In a desperate bid to ensure their survival, Yashiki Sato relentlessly trained them, equipping them to endure the perilous dance of blades on the battlefield. Shushu is an exceptionally gifted child, and it is imperative that we do not relinquish our nurturing of him. Teacher, my uncle has no family. If I do not take leave to care for him at the hospital, I will be overwhelmed with sorrow. On the small, delicate face of the crane tree, a stubborn expression emerged, and his eyes inevitably brimmed with tears. Moreover, my uncle is in the hospital without anyone to care for him, and I cannot concentrate at school. He pleaded. I implore you, teacher, as soon as my uncle recovers, I will return to school without delay. The Ninja Hospital, a newly unveiled map for garnering goodwill. In his heart, Hishu eagerly anticipated the challenge ahead. Sato Yashiki let out a sigh. He understood Hishu's filial piety. Yet he was reluctant to allow Hishu to bear the cost of missing classes. Teacher, I will not abandon my training. Rest assured. The crane bowed low, its face reflecting a plea. In that moment, Sato Yoshimi found himself utterly at a loss. With a heavy sigh, he relented, saying, very well. However, you must promise me one thing. In the heart of Tsuru, a wave of joy surged. Teacher, as you suggested. Every afternoon, I shall invite my classmate Shizue to the hospital to convey the lessons we've covered. This is the finest solution conceived by Sato Yashiki, as it not only reinforces Shizue's understanding, but also ensures that Tsuru does not fall behind in his studies. The eyes of Crane Tree sparkled with delight. How marvelous! Not only could one enhance their favorability in the hospital, but also seize the opportunity to elevate the favorability of Jishue. What a remarkable figure teacher Sato is. This time, Tsuru did not perform. Genuine tears of emotion sparkled in his eyes as he said, Teacher Sato, you are truly wonderful. He uttered no grandiose praises, only this most sincere expression of gratitude. Sato Yashiki's heart brimmed with joy. This was the acknowledgement he longed for from his student. Ahem. He suppressed the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth and said, Tsuru, do remember to study diligently, even in the hospital. Shushu nodded earnestly, declaring, I shall not disappoint Teacher Sato. The corners of Sato Yashiki's lips lifted into a full smile, and his gaze softened even further. Keep going. I believe in you. Upon returning to the classroom, Shushu began to gather his belongings. Shushu, what are you doing? Yinfei Aoki inquired, visibly flustered. Haru is tidying up his belongings. Could it be that he intends to change locations? No, absolutely not. He cannot bear the thought of Haru's departure. Classmate Sarutobi, I have taken a leave of absence for a while and may not return to school. Ichinshu smiled apologetically at him. Why? Sarufi Ichingmu felt as though struck by lightning. Compared to Chinshu changing seats, the prospect of not seeing him for a prolonged period was a far more devastating blow to Sarufi Ichingmu. It's due to some family matters. He did not provide an explanation. Had he been forthright in revealing the truth, there would have been no opportunity for an increase in goodwill later on. His intention was clear. Once everyone learned of his uncle's injury, he would return home to offer care, all the while resolutely concealing this information from anyone. At that moment, the accumulated feelings of pity and concern would erupt, leading to an explosive surge in the affection the public held for him. Uchiha Shusue, seated in the back row, turned his gaze towards Hishu, harboring a vague suspicion about the matter. Ding. The affection level for the character Uchiha Shusue has reached 55. He slung the small bag across his shoulder, directing his gaze towards Jishue, who smiled back at him. The crane tree gently arched its brows. My gratitude extends to Brother Jishue for his generous display of affection. In the eyes of Sarutobi Aoki, this scene was nothing short of a silent exchange between Jishue and the crane tree. Oh, how thrilling. Sarutobi Aoki found himself once more in a state of distortion. Behind him, Nara SG observed the ceaselessly swaying figures ahead, clicking his tongue in annoyance. It was simply too noisy. A stream of complaints and helpless murmurs escaped his lips. En route to the hospital, the crane tree purchased shrimp porridge, hoping that when Takeuchi awoke, it would be the perfect thing for him to consume. It seemed the hospital was more crowded than ever, the scent of blood more pungent. Medical personnel were engulfed in an unprecedented whirlwind of activity, with a constant flow of people and hurried footsteps all around. Hishuyu carefully carried the steaming porridge, skillfully maneuvering through the throngs of people. Be cautious. Clear the way. Amidst the chaos, Hishuyu turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. A small child with white hair stood frozen in the middle of the corridor, seemingly paralyzed by the scene unfolding before him. In front of him, a medical cart hurtled toward him with alarming speed. Numerous ninjas bore witness to this alarming sight, their foreheads pulsating with veins as they yearned to drag their battered bodies to save the child, yet they found themselves unable to rise. Move aside. A commanding voice rang out, as Tsunade's gaze locked onto the diminutive figure ahead. In the blink of an eye, she darted forward. Yet someone moved even faster than she did. The silhouette of the crane tree lingered in the air for a fleeting second before it suddenly materialized behind the child, whisking him away and evading the approaching medical cart. He gazed down at the child in his arms, a momentary confusion clouding his mind. Wasn't this the orphan who had entered Konoha alongside him? How had he ended up here? Is everything all right? What is your name? The crane tree inquired. Yet the child merely pinched the hem of his garment, remaining silent. Observing this, the crane tree refrained from further questioning. The orphans brought back from the battlefield invariably bear some psychological scars. Excluding himself, he was originally a false orphan. No, that is not entirely accurate. He indeed was an orphan. Shushu was contemplating the plight of orphans when he failed to notice that he had been enveloped by a shadow. Quite impressive. A spirited female voice resonated above him. Lost in his own thoughts, Shushu lifted his gaze. Wow, what a magnificent pair. No, what an enormous pair. They overshadow everything. The crane tree may not behold the visage of the visitor, yet the menacing weapon before me allows me to infer the identity of the newcomer, the formidable healer of the Hokage, Tsunade Senju. The body of the crane tree suddenly ascended into the air. A pair of large hands swept under the crane tree's armpits, lifting it effortlessly as if pulling a radish, raising it to a height. It was only then that Tsunade's face was fully revealed to his gaze, adorned in a light green vest, with golden hair cascading down. Her exquisite visage bore a mischievous smile. Little brat, what is your name? Tsunade's gaze swept over the crane tree. This young lad was rather handsome. It seemed that in a few years, her status as the belle of Konoha would be in jeopardy. Hirsch's gaze descended uncontrollably. He was acutely aware that such behavior was inappropriate. Yet, he found himself powerless to restrain his impulses. Chapter 14. The deadly Bento returns to the scene. Perverted little rascal. Where are you looking? Tsunade remarked, arching an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with mockery. At such a tender age, how can you fixate on someone else's chest? Having encountered countless lecherous boys, this was her first experience with such a brazen young scoundrel. Tsunade, please set me down. Despite possessing the mentality of an adult, Hirshu struggled with the disconcerting sensation of being suspended in midair. The most troubling aspect was that this position rendered his gaze utterly uncontrollable. He had already exercised considerable restraint. Yet the sight was undeniably blinding. The crane tree gazed intently at the incandescent light fixture upon the ceiling, until his eyes grew weary, shimmering with tears. Let these tears cleanse his soul. Ding. Notification. The affection level with the character Tsunade Senju has reached 20. Upon hearing the sound in his mind, the crane tree's eyes brightened. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the reason for Tsunade's increased affection. No woman could resist the enchanting power of being called sister. Ah. You little flirt, you certainly possess the gift of eloquence. Tsunade set the crane tree down upon the ground, tossing her golden locks, her visage exuding the youthful charm of a 20-year-old, brimming with pride. You still haven't told me your name, have you? What brings you to the hospital? How did you manage that just now? With her hand resting on her knee, she leaned forward, bombarding him with questions, her amber eyes fixed intently upon his pupils. She narrowed her beautiful eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing her mind. Was it merely her illusion? Why did this little flirt's gaze impart such an unusual sense of pressure? Tsunade, my name is Tsukimi Kakushu, and I have come to the hospital to visit my uncle. Hichushu gently pressed her delicate lips together. And as she raised her gaze, her eyes glistened under the pristine lights of the hospital, shimmering with a captivating allure. Ding. The affinity level with the character Tsunade Senju is now at 30. The crane tree's eyes gleam with brilliance. Is the affinity increasing at such an astonishing rate? Just now. It was my bloodline limit. In a hushed tone, Tsunade murmured an explanation. The names of the clans in Konoha flitted through her mind. and she realized she had never encountered the surname Tsukiyage. A commoner? Was this a remnant of blood from the first generation? In an instant, Tsunade suppressed her thoughts and inquired, "Who is your uncle?" "My uncle is taken by the name Takeuchi Kazunari." "Crane Tree, respond obediently," Tsunade remarked, her face revealing a hint of confusion. "You are named Tsukimi Crane Tree, while your uncle is Takeuchi Kazuki." She recalled Takeuchi Kazuki, a severely injured individual who had just returned from the battlefield and whom she had personally guided through a critical surgical procedure. As Tsunade's words left her lips, Crane Tree's demeanor shifted. She lowered her head slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I was adopted by my uncle." Tsunade paused, realizing her misstep. The sight of this forlorn youth stirred a pang of sympathy within her. Ding. Favorability with character Tsunade, Sinju increased to 40. "Yuin, please take her to find Takeuchi Kazuki," Tsunade instructed, gently rubbing her nose as she addressed the young woman, Yuzuki Yuin, who trailed behind her. Yuin nodded, casting a glance at Crane Tree's dejection, her heart sinking slightly in response. The Crane Tree is portraying an orphan who has just been struck at a tender spot, suddenly lifted into the arms of another. A bright astonishment graces his face. There, do not be sad. Sister will take you to find your uncle." The gentle Muyushi Yin tilts her head slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a warm smile. "Oh, is this the treatment reserved for little girls?" In the heart of the Crane Tree flows a wide noodle. He desires to don women's attire for a lifetime. The system silently archived this scene into its inventory. He, with both hands, embraced the delicate neck of Yuzuki Yuyuka, burying his face in her fragrant nape, revealing a sinister smile. In the hospital room, he politely bid farewell to Yuzuki Yuyuka. Shushu sat on the small sofa and opened the bowl of shrimp congee. Breathing in the fragrant aroma wafting from the dish, Shushu smiled contentedly. His hoarse voice emerged as if squeezed from a worn bellows. The gaze of the Crane Tree involuntarily shifted towards the mummy lying upon the sickbed. Takeuchi's eyes struggled to open a narrow slit, his nostrils flaring with fervent emotion, revealing a state of profound agitation. Crane sprang from the sofa, swiftly reaching the edge of the bed. "Uncle, you have finally awakened." His gaze was fixed upon Takeuchi, and he extended his delicate little hand. It seemed he wished to touch Takeuchi, yet fearing he might cause him pain, he cautiously withdrew his hand. Takeuchi observed this with a pang of tenderness in his heart. During his days of unconsciousness, Crane must have been terribly frightened. "Uncle, would you like some water?" Takeuchi's lips were parched and cracked, barely parting as if any movement would cause them to split further. He observed the heron tree with keen eyes and accepted a cup of warm water. Taken aback, Takinai managed to utter a single word, "Good," with great difficulty. With utmost patience, Tsuru took the time to assist Takeuchi Ichiji as he finished a single glass of water. Remarkably, it took nearly 10 minutes for him to do so. Throughout this process, Tsuru exhibited no hint of impatience. Ding. The affection level for the character Takeuchi Ichiji has reached 95. Thus far. Apart from the oblivious Kakashi and the utterly naive Faye, he stands as the individual with the highest regard for Tsuru among the living. Haru swiftly returned with a bowl of shrimp porridge. "Uncle, you must be hungry. Would you care for some porridge?" As Takeuchi gazed into Haru's sparkling eyes, a twinge of guilt washed over him. He had only recently adopted Haru, and yet he found himself burdening her with the responsibility of caring for him. "Did you prepare this porridge?" Takeuchi inquired, examining the seafood delicacy and reminiscing about the days when he was absent. Heavenly Tree must have learned culinary skills on his own. This thought made Takeuchi Kazuki feel increasingly uneasy. Heavenly Tree felt the weight of the seafood porridge in his hands and, with a calm demeanor, nodded, "Indeed. But I am uncertain if my cooking is palatable." He lowered his head just enough to reveal a shy, bashful smile. A little white lie should pose no issue. After all, he is not incapable in the kitchen. Takeuchi Kazuki's voice, having been soothed by warm water, had notably improved. Surely, what Heavenly Tree prepared must be delicious. Takeuchi Kazuki spoke these words from the depths of his heart. This was no ordinary shrimp porridge. It was a dish lovingly crafted by his daughter, Heavenly Tree. Indeed. The flavor of the shrimp porridge was remarkably exquisite, bound like a mummy and unable to move. Takeuchi Kazuki could only savor the delightful taste of the porridge with Heavenly Tree's assistance. Midway through, Yuzuki Yuin learned of Takeuchi Kazuki's awakening and came to observe. Upon witnessing Heavenly Tree feeding him and discerning from Takeuchi Kazuki's proud tone that it was Heavenly Tree's handiwork, Yuzuki Yuin's fondness for Heavenly Tree soared like a rocket. At noon, to once again express his filial piety, Heavenly Tree chose to prepare lunch for Takeuchi Kazuki. The system wholeheartedly approved of Heavenly Tree's decision. Culinary skills are indeed an essential attribute for a heartthrob host, yet Heavenly Tree had been rather indolent. Aside from the previous occasion when he prepared lunch for Kakashi, he had been reluctant to lift a finger despite the system's persistent encouragement. This time, Heavenly Tree's initiative to cook brought immense joy to the system. Once again, it took a consistent 3 hours. The crane tree held aloft a beautifully crafted bento, emerging from a kitchen that seemed to have endured the trials of a ninja world war. He had already envisioned the moment when Takenonai would be moved to tears by his heartfelt creation. "Uncle, this is a bento I made with my own hands." As Tsuru took a moment to open the lunchbox under Takeuchi's expectant gaze, the tantalizing aroma of the food wafted through the air. Creamy stews, crab roe porridge, and side-edged shrimp filled the container. Takeuchi approached this heartfelt meal prepared by his daughter with almost reverent anticipation, savoring each bite. The exquisite saltiness exploded on his palate, as if it permeated every fiber of his being. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though his soul had transcended the confines of his physical form, experiencing a brush with the otherworldly. Observing Takeuchi's reaction with keen interest, Tsuru couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. Was it truly that remarkable? Had his culinary skills reached such heights on only his second attempt? In his heart, Hishu could not help but feel a sense of pride. The system had not anticipated such remarkable success. It seemed that Hishu had taken a significant stride on the path to becoming a qualified host. No, that is not quite right. He jumped abruptly from the edge of the bed. Takenouchi's lips were tinged with a purplish hue, and his pupils appeared unfocused. This was unmistakably. Without a moment's hesitation, Crane Tree took off running. "Sister Tsunade! Sister Yuin!" The cries of Tsuru echoed throughout the hospital. "What is happening?" Tsunade moved with remarkable speed, her golden bangs fluttering slightly. "You little rascal, what has transpired?" Tsunade reached out and pinched Tsuru's cheek. "My uncle." Upon hearing the mention of the crane tree, Tsunade immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. She rushed into the infirmary, her gaze sweeping over the exquisite dishes on the bedside table before landing on Takeuchi. Observing Takeuchi's apparent struggle to breathe, she furrowed her brows in concern. This should not be the case. After the surgery, Takeuchi had completely escaped the clutches of mortal peril. How could he suddenly be facing suffocation? Tsunade scrutinized Takeuchi's pupils, lips, and tongue, and a sudden realization dawned upon her. She swiftly retrieved a bucket of water from the bedside and poured it into his mouth. Hershey was astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is there truly such a method of treatment? A bucket of drinking water seemed to flow into the ocean, vanishing within Takebayashi's mouth. As the water dwindled to half a bucket, Hershey was astounded to observe that Takebayashi's pupils had regained their focus. He heaved a sigh of relief. Ishimu found the unconventional treatment somewhat peculiar, yet the results were undeniably remarkable. "Uncle, are you all right? You frightened me to death." Ichuchu rushed forward, leaning over Takeuchi Kazuki's hospital bed, her eyes brimming with tears of concern. Takeuchi, feeling a profound sense of disillusionment, took a moment to collect himself. His gaze directed at Ichuchu imbued with an enigmatic intensity. Ding. The affection level for the character Takeuchi Kazuki has reached 94. He is striving to squeeze tears onto his eyelashes. The droplets cling to his lashes, undoubtedly enhancing his pitiable appearance. Yet, what lies ahead? The movements of the crane tree unconsciously came to a halt. Why has the favorability rating of Takeuchi Kazuki diminished slightly? Sister Tsunade, what exactly has happened to my uncle? Crane Tree discerned that he would glean no answers from Takeuchi's seemingly soul-extracted visage, and thus shifted his focus towards Tsunade. Tsunade regarded him in silence, her gaze instilling an unsettling trepidation within Crane Tree. He was parched. Tsunade harbored a suspicion that the culprit might be the imp before her. Parched? Haru looked at Takenouchi Ikaru with a puzzled expression. Hadn't he been providing water to Takenouchi Ikaru at regular intervals? Yet, I always ensure to offer water to my uncle every hour. The crane tree tilted its head, its round eyes with upward turned corners. The azure gaze as pure as a tranquil lake. Tsunade felt a twinge of shame at her own doubts. Although this young lad was rather lecherous, he was undeniably filial. Surely, he could not commit such an inhumane act. Is this the meal you prepared? Tsunade decided to shift the topic. The human body occasionally experiences inexplicable dehydration. Perhaps this was the case with Takeuchi Ichiji. Indeed, Tsunade nodded resolutely. Yes, the crane tree nodded with pride. He yearned for the entire hospital to be aware that he had prepared a delectable meal for his uncle. Ding. The affection level for the character Tsunade has reached 50. You're quite impressive, little rascal. Just as they were at the restaurant, Tsunade, having not dined herself, felt her appetite stirred by the exquisite dishes before her. Tsunade's gaze was unmistakably fixated on the bento, and the crane tree took note of it. Sister Tsunade, why not have a taste? I made an extra portion. This second serving was prepared for his own lunch. Given Tsunade's evident interest, he felt compelled to selflessly share, all in the name of enhancing their rapport. Upon hearing this, Takebayashi finally reacted, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as if he might leap from his seat. Tsunade glanced at the exuberant Takebayashi and teased, "Don't be stingy, Takebayashi. Let me savor this little rascal's culinary skills too." Takebayashi remained flustered, his gaze towards Tsunade imbued with an indescribable mix of compassion and guilt. What on earth? Tsunade shook her head, dispelling errant thoughts. "Well," she exclaimed, eyeing the bento that the crane tree had opened before her, unable to resist rubbing her hands together. "It looks incredibly delicious." Unlike the injured Takebayashi, she lifted her spoon and scooped a generous portion of crab roe kanji. The crane tree awaited with unwavering confidence for the system prompt indicating an increase in favorability. Regardless of who it may be, they are destined to succumb to his culinary prowess. Tsunade's smile froze upon her face. What she held in her mouth was not crab roe porridge, but a bomb. 3 minutes later, the bomb detonated. The crane tree was cast out of the hospital's ground floor window by Tsunade. The crane gracefully descended to the ground, leaving one perplexed. What transpired? Which step went awry? The culinary delights also provided Tsunade with enjoyment, and his demeanor was beyond reproach. So why did Tsunade cast him aside? Ding. The favorability rating of the character Shinji Tsunade is now 45. Ding. The favorability rating of the character Shinji Tsunade is now 40. Ding. The favorability rating of the character Shinji Tsunade is now 30. What on earth is happening? Harushu was bewildered by a series of prompts echoing in her mind. Harushu, what are you doing outside? Chapter 15. The Wind Talking Jishue. Jishue, how did you arrive here? Haru stared in astonishment at the tranquil figure before him. Teacher Sato had clearly stated that he would provide extra lessons every afternoon after school. Shushu, slinging a deep blue backpack over one shoulder, sported a tousled hairstyle that defied gravity, yet it did nothing to diminish his striking appearance as a member of the Uchiha clan. This afternoon's lesson focuses on shuriken techniques. So I arrived early to discuss the topics covered this morning, Shizue explained. Oh, the crane tree comprehended. Shuriken is a forte of Shizumi, whose proficiency has even reached a level sufficient to instruct Yashiki Sato. Thus, it is perfectly reasonable for Shizumi to choose to forego the afternoon classes. Hijiao nodded and stepped forward, saying, I truly appreciate your assistance, Jishue. Jishue shook his head, his smile radiating his characteristic warmth. They chatted and laughed together all the way to the door of the hospital room. He always felt as though he had forgotten something. Let me open the door, Zhu said with a smile as he pulled open the door. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he recalled what he had forgotten while engrossed in raising his affinity for the tranquil waters. Tsunade, wait a moment. The words of the crane tree were left unspoken. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted. Bang! A fist met flesh. Jishue was flung out of the hospital room. Ugh! The crane, startled, covered its mouth in alarm. Stop, Lord Jishur. From the depths of his heart, Katsu felt a profound sorrow for Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, now somewhat bewildered, pondered the situation. Was it not said that Katsu's uncle had suffered grave injuries? How could a person in such a state deliver a blow like that? With a cough, Shursui rose to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. The heron tree was alarmed to discover that a few teeth were mingled with the blood. Tears welled up in Yishu's eyes. He genuinely felt a profound sense of guilt. For Jishue, this was an unforeseen calamity. Yisu nodded gravely at the tearful Yishu. According to his conjecture, an enemy must have infiltrated the ward. Uncle Jiu might now be facing dire circumstances. The adversary was formidable, far beyond what he and Yishu could contend with. He gazed at the wind-whistling Shizuki, a wave of guilt threatening to engulf him. How could he bear to meet the gaze of Shizuki, who spoke with gaps where several prominent teeth once resided? Oh, she did not shy away. Tsunade found this rather peculiar. The fellow named Harushu possesses the ability to teleport, making it seemingly impossible to evade him. Who are you? Tsunade stepped out of the room, her brows furrowing as she gazed at the little turnip head covering its mouth. Shizen stood guard, watching the boisterous woman before her, positioning herself protectively in front of Harushu. Tsunade noticed the wound at the corner of Shizen's mouth and realized that she might have misidentified the situation. Ah, what a delightful misunderstanding. Half an hour later, within the confines of the hospital room, this charming misunderstanding was resolved. Open your mouth. Let me see your teeth. Tsunade's piercing gaze swept past Harushu and settled on Shizen. Shizen felt somewhat awkward, yet under Tsunade's formidable fist, she had no choice but to comply. TSK. Tsunade grasped Shizen's chin, scrutinizing her teeth with a serious expression, even as she pondered her own jaw. Sister Tsunade, Shizen's teeth won't be permanently damaged, will they? On the tree, Crane inquired with concern. Tsunade gazed at him, her expression enigmatic, and remarked, "Indeed, it cannot be restored." Shizen was taken aback, lost in thought while covering half of her face. The crane tree drew a sharp breath. Could it be that the fate of still water is to become leaky water? Is it possible that the esteemed title of instantaneous still water is destined to transform into leaky still water? He found it unbearable to confront this harsh reality. Is there any way out? The crane tree grasped Tsunade's hand, his eyes filled with a plea. Sister Tsunade, it is all my fault. I do not mind if you're angry with me, but I implore you to help Shursui. Ding. The affinity level with the character Uchiha Shursui is 58. Heishu was filled with excitement. Just 2 more points to reach 60. Jishui gazed at Heishu, moved by his unwavering consideration for his companions. There was indeed a way forward. A glint of mischief flickered in Tsunade's eyes as she cast a peculiar glance at Heishu, silently assessing his willingness. He squinted his eyes, instinctively sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Yet, for the sake of those 2 points of favorability, he did not hesitate to exclaim, "Of course. I am willing. It was due to my injury that Shursui was in need, and how could I possibly refuse a means to assist him?" Ding. Favorability with the character Uchiha Shursui increased to 60. Woohoo. The crane-like tree forcefully suppressed the upward curve of its beak. The tranquil lake of the heart stirred with ripples. Hiki. Tsunade smiled insidiously, quite simply, suggesting that one could merely remove your teeth and replace them for him. The worry etched on Hishu's face became frozen. This cannot be scientifically plausible, can it? The delicate heart of the crane tree trembles amidst the tempest. How can he strategize with a missing tooth? Tsunade shook her head, crossing her arms over her chest, and declared, "I am the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world. If I say it can be done, then it shall be done. What does science matter?" The crane tree trembled with anxiety. "Uncle Snake, where are you? Only you, who venerates science, can be my kindred spirit. Supplement the core. Crane Sue. Cease your nonsense." "No, Crane Tree is a girl." Jishui promptly interjected, "I cannot accept Crane Tree's dental condition." Despite Jishui's somewhat incoherent speech, Crane Tree grasped his intent. "Oh dear. My good brother," he proclaimed, "from this day forth, Uchiha Jishui shall be my esteemed brother." Humph. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Jishui. She had not anticipated that this Uchiha would possess such a tender disposition. It was well known that members of the Uchiha clan often exhibited a stoic demeanor, rarely expressing any emotion. This young boy, however, was a delightful anomaly among them. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with Crane Tree, a rather lecherous individual. Tsunade had initially intended to merely intimidate Crane Tree. As a medical ninja, she had numerous others to mentor. Having squandered too much time here, it was time for her to depart. Before leaving, to prevent Takeo from meeting an untimely demise at Crane Tree's hands, she cautioned, "If you wish for your uncle to pass away prematurely, be sure to prepare him plenty of your homemade bento." With this parting remark, Tsunade strode away. In a moment of overwhelming shame and indignation, Heron Tree found himself at a loss. Previously, when Tsunade had elucidated the reasons for striking him, she had offered a mere 4 words to describe the bento he had painstakingly prepared, akin to eating feces. Now, just before her departure, she felt compelled to mock him further. "Heron Tree, do not be disheartened." Noticing the disappointment etched upon Heron Tree's face, Jishui stepped forward to offer solace. The Crane Tree stiffened in its entirety. Although the transformation of Jishui was a consequence of his own actions, listening to Jishui speak was truly discomforting. She was indeed a heartless beauty. Today, Sanqua and Laosi discussed several nations during class, namely the Kingdom of Clouds and the Kingdom of Fire. Thus, under Jishui's earnest yet unrefined accent, the supplementary lesson came to a close. "Jishui, until we meet again tomorrow." As the Crane Tree bid farewell to Shursui, he waved toward him. Shursui turned back, waved in return, and involuntarily revealed a smile that lacked a prominent tooth. However, as if recalling something, he swiftly retracted his smile. Upon returning to the hospital room, Takeo's gaze lingered on the Crane Tree. "Do you harbor feelings for that Uchiha Shursui?" he suddenly inquired, his eyes filled with profound concern. The Crane Tree, caught off guard while drinking water, nearly spewed it out. "Uncle, Shursui and I are merely close friends." Katsuragi promptly clarified, his expression sincere. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Takenuchi felt a slight sense of relief. This afternoon, he observed the harmonious interaction between Shimizu and Katsuragi, which ignited a surge of anxiety within him. Aside from her culinary skills, his daughter was exceptional in every regard. It was not uncommon for a genius of the Uchiha clan to be captivated. However, Katsuragi was still quite young, and Takenouchi harbored no desire for her to be whisked away. "Uncle, allow me to prepare dinner for you." Tsurugi, seeking to shift the conversation, found himself ill at ease discussing adult themes while bearing the weight of his youthful shell. Deep down, he remained an innocent child. Suddenly, Takeuchi paused, calling out to Tsurugi, "Tsurugi, my dear, this evening I have a craving for some delightful ramen. So please, refrain from attempting to prepare it yourself." Hichu was momentarily taken aback and nodded in agreement. Turning away, tears flowed down his cheeks like wide noodles. Takebayashi despised his culinary skills. As Hichu traversed the street leading to the delightful Ichiraku ramen, he finally came to a realization. Recently, he pondered why Kakashi's fondness for him had waned. Why? Despite never having met Might Guy, did the latter harbor negative sentiments towards him? Surely, it must also be attributed to his bento, wouldn't you agree? Hichi halted in his tracks, clenching his fist with unwavering resolve reflected in his gaze. The system anticipated that he would declare his intent to diligently hone his culinary skills in secret, aiming to astonish everyone. To its surprise, Hichi resolutely vowed, "From this moment forth, I shall never set foot in the kitchen." The system then prompted him with a message. The skills have been automatically allocated. Would the host like to accept them? A line of text materialized on the Azure screen in his mind, belonging to the system. The Crane Tree Divine Platform stands in serene clarity. He nearly forgot. The favorability of the still water has reached 60, allowing for the allocation of skills. Hichu, filled with anticipation, pressed yes in his mind. Reverse Technique Skill Introduction. This technique originates from the anime Jujutsu Kaisen, mastered by characters such as Satoru Gojo, Shoko Yeri, and Yuta Okatsu. It transforms the negative energy from injuries into positive energy, thereby achieving a healing effect. Note: in the world of ninjas, the negative energy generated by cursed spirits is automatically converted into the residual chakra of the enemy. The Crane Tree's eyes gleam with brilliance. The nurturing skills have been acquired. Henceforth, he shall also embrace the role of a gentle caretaker. Most importantly, Uchiha Shursui can now speak without revealing secrets. With a heart brimming with joy, Katsuro purchased 4 bowls of ramen and strolled along the path back to the hospital, anticipating the arrival of Shursui the following day for his tutoring session. He contemplated restoring Shursui's teeth. However, this evening, he intended to conduct an experiment on Takeo first. Lost in these thoughts, Katsuro was suddenly startled by the sounds of a scuffle echoing in his ears. He is not one to meddle in others' affairs, yet the sound is remarkably familiar. If it weren't for your multitude, I would not falter. Uchiha Shuri? The crane halted its steps, captivated by the humor emanating from the Uchiha clan. A group of pompous individuals sauntered out from a narrow alley, their faces adorned with expressions of sheer satisfaction. It seemed that their triumph over the Uchiha had brought them immense pleasure. This arrogant and petulant character was undoubtedly prone to the harsh realities of society. The Crane Tree pondered briefly before stepping into the narrow alley. Uchiha Shuri had never felt so disheveled in his life. He leaned against the wall, every muscle in his body aching. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he sported 2 dark circles under his eyes, questioning his existence. His long hair stood on end like a hedgehog. Uchiha Shuri had already begun to devise a plan for retribution in his mind. Suddenly, a pair of women's ninja shoes entered his line of sight. He slowly lifted his gaze to find a familiar figure approaching him with a smile. Uchiha Shuri's first instinct was to shield his face. After being beaten, encountering his sworn enemy was simply too humiliating. "Shuri, is that you?" The Crane Tree inquired with a cheerful smile. "No." Uchiha Shuri replied stiffly, "I do not know anyone by the name of Uchiha Shuri." He nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the Crane Tree. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Shuri could be so amusing. Indeed, he still possessed the innocence of a child, did he not? The Crane Tree squatted down in puzzlement, expressing concern. "It seems you are injured." "Allow me to take a look." Uchiha Shuri, shielding his face, resolutely replied, "No need. Let me have a glance." Haru began to tug at the sleeves of Uchiha Shuri's clothing that obscured his face. While experimenting with the reversal technique on Takeo, he felt a twinge of guilt. However, treating Uchiha Shuri as a mere guinea pig alleviated any burden he might have felt. "I told you, there is no need for that. What is wrong with you?" Feeling the force with which his sleeves were being tugged, Uchiha Shuri, seething with indignation, shook off Haru's hand, exposing his entire face to Haru's gaze. He watched as Haru's pupils widened in surprise and gritted his teeth, saying, "Are you satisfied now? Am I amusing to you like this?" With reddened eyes, he was barely able to contain his urge to leap at Haru in fury. Haru shook his head in a daze, a faint trace of disappointment gracing his features. "Shuli, how could you think of me in such a way?" He lowered his gaze, his fingers nervously fidgeting with his belt. "I am merely concerned for your well-being." His tone was imbued with sincerity. Suddenly, Uchiha Shuli found himself at a loss for words, as hurtful and unkind phrases surged in his mind yet remained unvoiced. Humph. He scoffed softly, turning his head away to avoid looking at Haru. The crane's gaze softened as it extended its hands to gently caress the face of the tree. Dear classmates within the tree, allow me to attempt to heal you, it said. My little white mouse, please do not resist. The crane tree's smile deepened. The tree stood in astonishment, gazing blankly at the visage of the crane tree. For a moment, he forgot to resist. A gentle energy emanated from his wound, transforming the former searing pain into an extraordinary sensation. The wounds upon the tree's face began to gradually fade, swelling subsiding as it healed. The brilliance in Crane Tree's eyes surged. Having witnessed the results, Crane Tree withdrew his hand. Farewell, classmates in the tree. Since a conclusion had been reached, there was no need to squander any more time. The noodles were on the verge of becoming a clump. In her mind, TSH recalled the scene that had just transpired. The reversal technique transformed the negative energy emanating from the wounds upon the tree's face into positive energy capable of facilitating their healing. The crane tree extended its smooth palm, still somewhat unskilled in its finesse. The affection garnered at 60 points remained in its nascent phase, requiring further diligent practice. This evening, an opportunity to experiment presented itself through Takeuchi. With a modicum of experience now acquired, the likelihood of mishap seemed diminished. The evening sky was not shrouded in darkness, but rather adorned with a bright azure hue. The village, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, donned a delicate blush. Uchiha Shiraki observed the receding figure of the crane tree, sensing something within him gradually fermenting. Chapter 16. How can the crane tree be so kind? He first approached Tsunade's office. Peering quietly around the door, he noticed that she was alone before knocking gently. Come in. Tsunade replied, resting her temples, her demeanor weary. The influx of injured soldiers returning from the battlefield was overwhelming, exacerbating her pre-existing hemophobia. For days, she had been forcefully instructing the remaining medical ninjas in treatment, leaving her utterly exhausted. Sister Tsunade. Shushu gracefully approached Tsunade, placing a steaming bowl of Ichiraka ramen on her desk. Did you make this? Tsunade's pupils narrowed, as if faced with a formidable adversary. Her gaze shifted warily over Shushu's form. Hiru's explanation. I purchased this. Tsunade visibly sighed in relief. You little rascal. What is your intention? She unwrapped the packaging, casting a sidelong glance at Hiru, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of suspicion. Offering undue kindness without reason can only be for ulterior motives. I came to apologize to Sister Tsunade for what happened at noon, and I believe she must have worked hard. The crane tree displayed a courteous demeanor, yet without appearing excessively cunning. With a subtly ingratiating smile, he observed Tsunade, alleviating her burden somewhat. Humph. Tsunade scoffed, acknowledging, at least this little brat knows his place. Indeed, the lunchbox from midday had inflicted an indelible psychological wound upon her. However, the boy's contrite attitude brought her a sense of satisfaction. As one of the legendary Sannin, she certainly would not stoop to quarreling with a mere child. Ding. The system's notification announced that the affection level for the target character, Tsunade Senju, had reached 50. Upon hearing the notification, the crane tree finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Sister Tsunade, please take your time. I shall attend to my uncle now. The crane tree politely took its leave. It was not until the crane tree departed that Tsunade lifted her head from the bowl of ramen. This little rascal, aside from his somewhat lacking culinary skills, is rather endearing. Ding. The affection level of the character Tsunade Senju has reached 55. At this moment, back in the hospital room, the crane tree was feeding the disabled individual, Takeuchi, with great efficiency. As night fell, the tranquil and cool moonlight quietly crept into the hospital room. A small shadow was cast upon the floor. He stood by Takeuchi Kazuki's bedside, extending his hand. Takeuchi's wounds were a pitiful sight, with sutures resembling a centipede sprawling across his entire body. The burns were grotesque. This body had endured the utmost limits of human suffering. Suddenly, a heavy sensation enveloped Hishu's heart. The chakra, which had been steadily flowing, began to fluctuate unexpectedly. Do not lose focus, the system advised, its omniscient gaze encompassing all within the spatial confines. It had chosen this host, deeming his skills, whether in performance or other facets, satisfactory. Yet, his singular flaw lay in his overly compassionate nature. He had yet to transition his mindset from the tranquility of his former life. As Hishu's chakra penetrated into Takebayashi Kazuchi's body, a faint green energy gradually emerged at the site of the original wounds, slowly mending the physique. Beads of perspiration began to accumulate on Hishu's brow. Despite possessing a chakra capacity rivaling that of a seasoned jonin, The reversal technique demanded meticulous manipulation and an intricate unraveling of chakra. After merely an hour, Hishu's complexion began to pale. He withdrew his hand, realizing that his skills remained at a rudimentary level. Attempting to heal Takebayashi Kazuchi through the reversal technique was indeed a futile endeavor. The crane, resigned to its fate, could only return to its humble little sofa to lie down and sleep. Morning dawns. The cry of the crane tree roused all the patients in the hospital. Taken aback, Takeuchi scratched his head awkwardly. My apologies, crane tree. I startled you. A faint smile blossomed in his eyes. The crane tree soothes the rapidly beating heart. Who comprehends this sensation? Upon awakening from slumber, as he merely opens his eyes, a fully wrapped mummy gazes intently at him. Uncle, how did you manage to rise from your bed? Just yesterday, you were a person with disabilities, and today you are vibrant and lively. Hishimu was taken aback by the remarkable efficacy of his reversal technique. It is indeed quite peculiar. This morning, upon awakening, I discovered that areas which were once immobile have regained their mobility. However, excessive movement still induces discomfort. The dilemma of the crane tree is also a source of perplexity for Takeuchi Hajime. The smile at the corners of his mouth gradually fades, and his eyes brim with confusion. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that it is indeed a positive development that his uncle is now able to move. He smiled gently, indicating his amusement. Although still in the preliminary stages, he had already demonstrated such remarkable abilities. If he were to master the art of reversal to its ultimate phase, would he not be capable of instantaneously healing his wounds? Takeuchi extended his hand, affectionately ruffling the strands of Kazuki's silken hair. His fingertips brushed through the cascading silver locks that fell gracefully to her waist, and his eyes suddenly brimmed with tenderness. He had always harbored a deep concern, fearing the possibility of separation from Kazuki. Yet, it seemed that fate had favored him after all. The thought of departing after having a daughter would have left him profoundly discontented. Kazuki, dear, today, let uncle braid your hair. Takeuchi extended his 10 fingers, wrapped in bandages, revealing a purple butterfly hair tie that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. He had purchased it during a mission in a quaint little town, certain that Kazuki would cherish it. Observing her captivated gaze fixed upon the hair accessory, his eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, she replied, though her feelings towards it were less than enthusiastic. Her tree turned his head with a sense of detachment. He had never anticipated that the first request upon healing Takeuchi Kazuki would be for him to braid his hair. Takeuchi's fingers deftly navigated through her tree's silvery locks, which shimmered softly. 2 minutes later, her tree emerged with a freshly braided hairstyle. My daughter is truly beautiful, Takeuchi exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Katsura stood there, expressionless. With a creak, the door to the hospital room swung open. Tsunade entered, her gaze filled with astonishment as she surveyed Katsuru from head to toe. Oh, you look remarkably different today. You possess a hint of the charm that once made you the belle of Konoha. Tsunade's attention shifted to the figure sitting on the small sofa, Takeuchi Ichi. Her brows furrowed tightly, her expression grave. How did you manage to get out of bed? Takeuchi Ichi's injuries did not warrant movement. She had come to assess Takeuchi Ichi's recovery. Lady Tsunade, I believe I've improved significantly, Takeuchi Ichi explained. Improved significantly? Tsunade stepped closer and grasped Takeuchi Ichi's hand. Having personally overseen her surgery, Tsunade was thoroughly acquainted with her physical condition. It had only been a few days. There was no conceivable way she could be well enough to walk. Suddenly, Tsunade froze. During her examination, she discovered that Takeuchi Ichi's wounds had healed by half. It was almost unbelievable. Impossible. Tsunade frowned, convinced that something extraordinary must have occurred. Otherwise, such rapid recovery was unfathomable. You need to rest properly, Tsunade advised Takeuchi Ichi. Then took a couple of steps forward, approaching Katsuru. In the widening pupils of Katsuru, she tucked her under her arm and turned to leave. Leaving Takeuchi Ichi with a parting remark, I'll borrow your daughter for a while. Before the crane tree lies a pristine expanse of white. His face is enveloped in a soft caress. Alas, the crane tree silently endures this suffocating torment. If I do not descend into hell, who will? The Keidagarba Bodhisattva speaks wisely. Tsunade, with the crane tree in tow, strides directly to her office. Bang! The door is slammed shut by Tsunade. Karu was also rescued from this dazzling expanse of pure white. I ask you, did anyone visit your uncle's room yesterday? Tsunade sat on the chair, her gaze fixed on Karu with an interrogative intensity. The crane tree sways gently. Am I the only one here? Are you the only one? Tsunade squinted her eyes. Are you certain? Kakashi nodded, and I am certain. Tsunade's keen gaze made Kakashi somewhat uneasy. His eyelashes trembled unnaturally, and the lowered eyelids could not conceal the turmoil in his eyes. Suddenly, Tsunade rose to her feet, a subtle threat flickering in her eyes. Are you concealing something from me? TSH is still but a child. How could he conceal anything from her discerning gaze? His previous actions, magnified in her eyes, clearly reveal a sense of guilt. Absolutely not. Cranetree found himself utterly flustered under Tsunade's intensely oppressive gaze, his anxiety mounting as he began to explain. I truly did nothing. Oh, is that so? It appears you have indeed done something. Tsunade inferred the truth from Cranetree's reaction. This little imp had undoubtedly engaged in some mischief. Otherwise, such palpable guilt would not be evident. If you remain silent, I shall be compelled to have someone delve into your memories, Tsunade declared with a cold huff, her upright form casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight streaming through the window. Enveloped in that shadow, Cranetree resembled an innocent, pitiful lamb. Tears welled in his eyes as he pouted. I implore you, please do not let anyone probe into my memories, Sister Tsunade. I am terrified. The Cranetree bore a charming visage, with its eyes and nose tinged in a delicate shade of crimson, resembling a pitiable little kitten. Tsunade, who initially intended to intimidate the Cranetree, felt her heart soften upon witnessing its woeful appearance. Although she could not deny the fleeting thrill that surged within her the moment the Cranetree's eyes turned red, she promptly dismissed such excitement. She was certainly not a pervert like Jiraiya. It was time to swiftly reveal the truth. Tsunade feigned ferocity. I used the reversal technique on my uncle yesterday. The Cranetree trembled with soft sobs. The technique of reversal? Tsunade's pupils widened slightly. What is the technique of reversal? The speed at which Takeuchi's wounds healed far surpassed her medical ninjutsu. What exactly is this technique of reversal? The technique of reversal has the remarkable ability to transform the residual aggressive chakra from a wound into energy that facilitates its healing. The Cranetree elucidated, casting a cautious glance at Tsunade. Tsunade, taken aback, felt an overwhelming tempest surge within her heart. The words of Tsunade sounded like a fantastical tale. Yet as a medical ninja, she perceived the formidable nature of this jutsu. Although she had never encountered a technique like the reverse technique in the ninja world, it did not hinder her visionary insight. She could almost envision the devastating impact of Tsukushi's jutsu on the battlefield. It was nothing short of terrifying. Who taught you this technique? Tsunade inquired, crouching down with a serious expression. No one taught me. The Cranetree whispered softly. Tsunade's gaze fell slightly. How could she have forgotten? Moonlit Cranetree was an orphan. As a chunin, Takeo could hardly provide him with such a ninjutsu. Moreover, she had never heard of such a technique before. This pointed towards a singular conclusion. The reversal technique stemmed from Moonlit Cranetree's original ninjutsu. Tsunade couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How old could this child possibly be? What a formidable little prodigy. Tsunade found herself murmuring involuntarily. With such a remarkable talent for medical ninjutsu, Cranetree ignited her admiration for gifted individuals. Ding. The affection level for the character Tsunade Senju reached 60. The plan is proceeding smoothly. With an imperceptible smirk, Tsuru prepared to showcase his acting skills. Sister Tsunade, I merely wish to alleviate my uncle's suffering, he said, fidgeting with his fingers in unease. Was it the compassion and love for his uncle that inspired this child to conceive the reversal technique? Ding. Affection level towards the character Tsunade Senju, 65. Tsunade grasped Tsuru's shoulder and spoke solemnly. I understand. This matter must remain between us. Tsunade genuinely cherished this little girl before her. In their brief interaction, she discerned various admirable qualities in Tsuru: kindness, tenderness, filial piety, and friendliness. Should Tsuru's ability to perform the reversal technique be revealed, it is highly probable that the higher-ups would hastily dispatch him to the battlefield. Even in a logistical medical capacity, Tsuru would remain at risk of enemy attacks. Furthermore, the reversal technique, a unique ninjutsu created solely by Tsuru, would undoubtedly attract pressure from those seeking to uncover its secrets. Tsunade was unwilling to witness such events unfold. Though she was a direct disciple of the Hokage and largely unconcerned with the machinations of the higher-ups, she was not oblivious to the darkness concealed beneath the sunny facade of Konoha. Sister Tsunade, why can't I tell anyone? The Cranetree innocently inquired. From the moment Tsunade uttered those words, his fondness for her began to rise. He was no mere child. How could he be oblivious to the underlying implications of Tsunade's request for secrecy? Children should not pry too deeply into such matters. Regardless, it must remain undisclosed. Tsunade lowered her voice and spoke fiercely. If you dare to reveal this, I shall sew your mouth shut. It was a blatant attempt to frighten a child. Tion, internally astounded, wore an expression of shock on his face. Hesitantly, he gazed at Tsunade. What is the matter? Tsunade discerned that he seemed to have something to convey. Sister Tsunade, I truly wish to assist everyone. A resolute expression emerged on Crane Tree's face. What? Tsunade was perplexed. I have witnessed numerous injured ninja uncles. The older sisters are overwhelmed. Some of them are powerless, but I possess the means to assist. I can help them. The Crane Tree gradually lowered its head, expressing its desire to prevent the children of those uncles from becoming orphans like itself. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the Crane Tree, her eyes involuntarily welling with tears. What is this? Tsunade fought back the tears that were about to spill. How could this little imp possess such kindness? Ding. Affection level for character Tsunade, Sinju increased to 70. Ding. Affection level for character Tsunade, Sinju increased to 75. Never mind. After all, I too bear the Sinju name. She could protect the little imp, Tsukiyame Ketsuki. Tsunade's gaze gradually transformed into one of determination. Chapter 17. The name of Tsunade's disciple. Katsu has never intended to conceal the matter of the reversal technique. He sought to step into the gaze of the third Hokage, to enter the sight of the higher echelons, and to gain prestige among ordinary ninjas. The reversal technique is an unparalleled choice. Although the third Hokage exhibits a certain weakness and cunning in handling some affairs, Katsu holds a firm belief in his character. He intentionally allowed Tsunade to be the first to learn of this matter, not only to enhance her favor, but also with the intention of having her serve as a shield. It appears that the plan has succeeded splendidly, a twofold achievement. Since you have thought so, I certainly cannot refuse. Tsunade wore a teasing smile, yet her gaze was infused with an unprecedented tenderness. I will attend to some matters. You should return and rest well. Later, I shall take you somewhere. She affectionately ruffled Katsu's hair. The eyes of Tsunade shimmered with anticipation as she watched the figure of Kakashi depart. With a graceful leap, he descended from the window, swiftly reaching the Hokage's office in mere moments. Lady Tsunade, may I convey a message? The Umbu ninja guarding the door began, but was abruptly silenced by Tsunade's swift slap to his face as she strode inside. Lady Tsunade, at least let me finish my sentence. Upon entering, Tsunade noted that the office was not solely occupied by the third Hokage. Her gaze fell upon Danzo seated among the elders, and she frowned. Hiruzen, it seems your apprentice has little regard for the rules of Konoha. Danzo narrowed his eyes, his voice low and commanding. Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon seeing Tsunade, wore an expression of resignation. He knew her temperament all too well, and his tone bore no hint of reproach. Humph. Danzo struck the ground with his cane, producing a sharp sound. A disciple of the esteemed Hokage, yet lacking an understanding of the rules. Your shortcomings as a mentor are evident. His words were laced with veiled accusations directed at Hiruzen. Taking a puff of his pipe, Hiruzen exhaled a plume of white smoke, his expression unperturbed. Tsunade is not only my student but also the granddaughter of the first Hokage. While I may accept your criticism, can you truly blame the first for his granddaughter's upbringing? Danzo detected the underlying message in Hiruzen's words, scoffing in silence. Tsunade, you seek me for a reason? Hiruzen inquired, turning his attention to her. Tsunade glanced at Danzo before addressing Hiruzen. Danzo, you may leave for now, Hiruzen commanded. Danzo's grip on his cane tightened, his demeanor darkening. Yet, he complied, rising slowly to exit. As he passed Tsunade, their gazes met, a silent understanding and mutual animosity lingering between them. Now you may speak freely, Hiruzen said, reclining in his chair, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. Since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, his apprentice rarely sought him out, leading him to wonder what urgent matter could compel Tsunade to approach him with such seriousness. Do you know of Kakashi Hitaki? Tsunade asked, referring to the orphan with a bloodline limit who had been taken in by the village. Hiruzen's mind immediately conjured an image of the girl he had seen on the playground, his expression softening. Ah, she's a remarkable child. Tsunade was taken aback. Yet she held no doubts, fully agreeing with Hiruzen's assessment of Kakashi. This child has created a jutsu known as the reversal technique. Oh? Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise. It appears this child possesses extraordinary talent. However, this revelation alone did not seem sufficient to sway Hiruzen. There must be more that had left Tsunade, so taken aback as to consult him directly. The reversal technique is a unique ninjutsu that can rapidly heal injuries, far surpassing the healing speed of any medical ninjutsu at my disposal. Before Tsunade could finish her explanation, Hiruzen stood in shock, his hand trembling as he held his pipe. What did you say? Faster healing than your medical ninjutsu? If these words had been uttered by anyone else, Hiruzen would have dismissed them as mere fantasy. Yet, they came from Tsunade. This child has volunteered to join the ranks of those healing injured ninjas. Tsunade, unfazed by Hiruzen's astonishment, had been equally surprised upon learning this fact. However, I refuse to allow this child to be sent to the battlefield, nor will I permit anyone to coerce her into using her jutsu. I intend to incorporate her into my medical unit. No one shall deploy her without my command. Tsunade's brow furrowed, her exquisite face emanating a fierce intensity. Her aura began to echo that of her mentor, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, in Hiruzen's memory, coming back to his senses from his astonishment. Hiruzen was met with Tsunade's resolute stance. He couldn't help but smile wryly. What kind of image do I project in Tsunade's eyes? I agree to all your terms. Such a prodigy must be nurtured well. Her future achievements will undoubtedly surpass all expectations. Hiruzen was not so short-sighted as to send her to the battlefield, stifling the potential of such a talent. Moreover, he could not bear to send a child like Kakashi into combat. If given the choice, he would provide a peaceful environment for the children of Konoha to grow. After receiving the signed documents from Hiruzen, Tsunade returned to the hospital. The wall clock indicated 12:50. At this hour, Kakashi should be napping. Tsunade planned to wait until 2 in the afternoon to seek him out. In the hospital room, Takeuchi and Kakashi were both napping, one on the bed and the other on a small sofa. Takeuchi's rhythmic breathing confirmed his deep slumber, while Kakashi opened his eyes just a sliver. Moments ago, he had received a notification indicating an increase in his affinity with Hiruzen. The affection level of the third Hokage had successfully risen from 55 to 60, while Tsunade's had already surpassed 60. This signified that he would receive 2 skills allocated by the system. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Ding! Congratulations, host. The affection levels of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tsunade Senju have successfully met the requirement of 60. Please choose whether to merge the skill allocation for an increase in luck value." What does this mean? Kakashi pondered, looking at the text on the blue screen in his mind. Does it imply that I can combine the 2 skill allocation opportunities into one, but with a luck buff? The system succinctly confirmed, yes. Let me think it over. The crane tree, although somewhat pained by the missed opportunities, found itself irresistibly drawn to the allure of the fortunate buff. Its 6 eyes and boundless potential were both rewards bestowed under the influence of this very buff. A gamble it shall be. I choose to merge and acquire the fortunate buff. Hichin tightly clenched his fist, eagerly awaiting the allocation of skill points enhanced by luck. He fervently hoped not to be disappointed. Words sprang forth upon the azure screen. Zanpakuto, Divine Spear Weapon Description. The Divine Spear, a Zanpakuto from the anime Bleach, resembles a short blade in its sealed state, akin to a wakizashi, with an S-shaped guard and a seemingly ordinary short blade. Upon its initial release, it can freely extend and contract, altering its length, thereby augmenting both its attack speed and power. The retracting speed of the Divine Spear is 500 times that of sound, enabling it to deliver a lethal blow in close combat with a single strike. The true power of its Bankai lies in the instantaneous extension, where a portion of the blade can be detached and transformed into dust, containing a deadly toxin capable of dissolving cells. The crane tree remained silent for a moment. Ah, what an extraordinary stroke of fortune. What on earth is this luck buff? It is truly formidable. He never anticipated that he would obtain the Soul Reaper's blade. A flash of silver light illuminated the scene. A short blade materialized beside the crane tree. He rose from the sofa, his interest piqued as he examined the chilled blade of the short knife in his hand. The handle of the firearm was nearly the same length as the blade, glistening with a frigid sheen. One hand grasped the hilt while the other held the sheath. HM? HM. HM. The crane tree flushed a deep crimson. Gazing at the unmoving Divine Spear, he fell into a contemplative silence. System. Could it be that you are a counterfeit? Crane tree inquired. Why is it that he cannot extricate himself? The system replied calmly, do not hastily place blame on others. Rather, engage in self-reflection. To which Crane Tree retorted, is it not more just to cast blame upon others than to chastise oneself? This is my truth. Under the Crane Tree, a reflexive response emerged. What era are we in? Rather than inflicting harm upon oneself, one would naturally opt to cause suffering to others. A favorability rating of 60 only permits the initial stage. After uttering this statement, the system fell silent. Initial stage? What initial stage can't even be severed? The crane murmured, deciding against sleep altogether. For a full 2 hours one afternoon, it engaged in a fierce contest with the sharpshooter. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The crane tree emitted a mournful sigh. The silhouette of Tsunade appeared at the entrance, beckoning towards the crane tree. Her gaze swept over the slumbering Takeo. And in a hushed tone, she remarked, I have matters to discuss with you. The crane-like figure lightly descended from the sofa, stepping outside. Sister Tsunade, what is the matter? Tsunade affectionately ruffled his hair as she guided him towards her office. From this day forth, you shall be my subordinate. How does that sound? Are you happy? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. Is that really true? The eyes of the crane tree sparkled with excitement as it gazed eagerly at Tsunade, its small face radiating delight. Really? Can I truly become Sister Tsunade's subordinate? Indeed. Tsunade affirmed with a nod. I managed to persuade the Hokage with great difficulty. She harbored no qualms about misleading the Navii girl's heart. Shushu squinted his eyes. Based on his understanding of Tsunade's temperament, he knew that her recent words held no sincerity. Touched, he took Tsunade's hand and earnestly declared, Sister Tsunade, in gratitude, I shall devote myself to mastering culinary skills from this day forth, preparing bento for you personally. Tsunade froze, swallowing hard as she chuckled nervously. Ha ha ha. That really isn't necessary. The mere thought of Shushu's cooking nearly made her faint on the spot. Sister Tsunade, please do not decline. In return for your kindness, I am willing to. The crane tree said with a smile, let us first proceed to the hall. Surely, many injured have just been brought in. Tsunade swiftly shifted the topic, her gaze wandering, and the smile on her face appeared exceedingly strained. All right. Haru's mind drifted back to the matter at hand, nodding earnestly. Observing this, Tsunade wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from her brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. The hospital's lobby remained strewn with the wounded. The air thick with the metallic scent of blood, causing Haru to frown. Ninjas lay scattered on the ground, their faces a grotesque mask of numbness and agony. Are you prepared? Tsunade inquired, resting her hand gently upon Haru's head. Her gaze shifted downward, scrutinizing the young one's countenance with utmost seriousness. To confront another's despair is, in itself, a venture fraught with the potential to plunge oneself into despair. Tsunade remained uncertain whether Haru possessed the fortitude to endure such immense psychological strain. The crane tree nodded, its movements subtle yet imbued with unwavering resolve and earnestness. Ready. In Tsunade's eyes, a blend of affection and pride shimmered. Ding. The affinity level with the character Tsunade, Senju has reached 78. Tsunade stepped forward and called out to the medical personnel diligently tending to the wounded. From this moment on, Tsuki no Miyaketsuki will assist you in your healing efforts. She is my disciple, and her medical ninjutsu is now on par with my own. Kakashi gazed up in astonishment. Tsunade's words significantly diminished the doubts harbored by the onlookers regarding him. Furthermore, the esteemed title of Tsunade's disciple would bestow upon Kakashi an added layer of protection, thereby greatly alleviating unnecessary troubles. All eyes turned toward Kakashi, scrutinizing the child who appeared to be no older than 10. Now, please bring forth the injured ninja, Tsunade commanded, not departing from the scene. She intended to assist Kakashi in calming the situation before taking her leave. Such is the heartwarming care of a nurturing elder. In the heart of Tsuru, a profound softness emerged. A ninja, whose form had seemingly lost all semblance of humanity, was being carried on a stretcher by 2 medical ninjas. The acrid stench of charred flesh and decaying meat weighed heavily upon Tsuru's spirit. The eyes of all present remained fixed upon Tsuru, eager to witness whether this child, endorsed by Lady Tsunade, truly possessed extraordinary medical ninjutsu. As he approached the crane tree, his entire being began to harness chakra. A lustrous green light, akin to jade, emanated from his hands. A miraculous scene unfolded before him. The festering flesh and gaping wounds of the severely injured ninja appeared to be rejuvenating, as fresh skin replaced the decayed tissue, gradually solidifying into a delicate pink hue of new flesh. Shushu paused, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. This. Many were taken aback, covering their mouths in astonishment. Such medical ninjutsu was utterly unprecedented, akin to a miracle. Their gazes towards Shushu were imbued with fervor. Tsunade's taut nerves gradually relaxed as she regarded Shushu, a gentle smile spilling from her eyes. This child had accomplished it. Indeed. Tsunade affectionately ruffled Shushu's hair, feeling reassured. From this point onward, Shushu was capable of conducting treatment independently. Observing this, Tsunade felt at ease to depart. As the number of those rescued increased, Shushu's mastery of the reversal technique grew exponentially. From initial hesitance to later proficiency, it took merely an afternoon's time. Chapter 18. I never expected you to be such a sure sway. After an entire afternoon devoted to the manipulation of chakra, Shushu found himself nearly depleted. Shushu, you should take a break. The ninja he had treated weakly lifted his eyelids, his gaze resting upon Shushu's pallid visage, filled with profound gratitude. The ninja's grievous wounds, nearly revealing bone, gradually mended. Shushu wiped the sweat from his brow, nonchalantly replying, It's fine. I can still hold on. No, you are already quite exhausted. As Shu was about to shake his head once more, a hand gently rested upon it. No, you mustn't. The beautiful eyes of Mu Yin were filled with concern as she wiped the beads of sweat from Shu's brow and resolutely lifted him into her embrace. You need to rest. As Shu detected the delicate fragrance emanating from the figure of Mutsuyu Yuen, His cheeks began to flush with a gentle hue. Ah, how blissful it is to be embraced by a beauty. What significance does dominance hold when one can be willingly held by enchanting women? That is the true pinnacle of existence. Upon witnessing Shushu being forcibly escorted away to rest, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. In the brief span of a single afternoon, all the medical ninjas had witnessed the indomitable spirit of this young child. Even as his chakra neared depletion and his complexion turned pale, he steadfastly refused to rest. Such a kind-hearted and endearing child is surely deserving of all affection. The crane tree was returned to the hospital room of Takeuchi Kazuchi by Yuzuki Yuin. Takeuchi Kazuchi also learned from Yuzuki Yuin about the events that had transpired concerning his daughter. Upon witnessing the flicker of emotions in Takeuchi Kazuchi's eyes, Yuzuki Yuin understood that they had matters to discuss and graciously excused herself, gently closing the door behind her. The mysteries that lingered in Takeuchi Kazuchi's heart began to unravel. How could his severe wounds from the previous day have healed remarkably overnight? It was revealed that the crane tree had surreptitiously administered care to him. He gestured towards the crane tree with a wave. As Tsuru stepped into Takeuchi's presence, a pair of gentle hands rested upon his head. "Tsuru, dear. I bear no ill will towards you for deceiving me," Takeuchi spoke, embodying the essence of a tender-hearted uncle. His inner softness stood in stark contrast to his outward demeanor. "I am merely concerned that you are still too young. Premature exposure to the darker facets of the ninja world may leave a detrimental impact on you," he sighed. His gaze shifted from Tsuru to the azure sky beyond the window. Above, the pristine clouds floated gracefully, and the endless expanse of the blue heaven stretched afar. Yet beneath this beautiful canopy, the reality on the other side was a far cry from the tranquility of Sunagakure. There, blood stained the ground, and corpses lay scattered, a brutal world from which Takeuchi wished to shield Tsuru. The crane sways gently, and Takeuchi's thoughts align with those of most parents. They perpetually aspire to shield their children from life's tempests, crafting an entirely idyllic world for them. Yet, such a fantasy is unattainable. "Uncle, I am destined to become a ninja. I dream of embodying the strength of the esteemed Hokage of generations past. I shall not be so fragile." The words of Kaku take on a more intricate meaning for Takanichi Hajime. When Hajime adopted Kaku, he never anticipated that Kaku would possess such extraordinary ninja talents. The current trajectory of events seems to stand in stark contrast to his initial expectations. Alas, Hajime wished to comfort Kaku with a smile. Yet his expression bore a tinge of bitterness. "Uncle believes in you," he reassured. "You possess the strength to confront the trials of growth." A knock resonated at the door of the hospital room, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Kaku, are you there?" Hajime managed a smile, saying, "Go on," and opened the door. "Your dear friend has arrived." It may just be Kaku's imagination, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Hajime had placed particular emphasis on the words "dear friend." Haru swiftly approached and opened the door, revealing not only Shursui but also the silhouette of another individual. Uchiha Tori, feeling somewhat awkward, deliberately averted his gaze from Haru. Standing behind Shursui with his ears flushed crimson. How could Shursui and Tori both be present? He had not anticipated that Shuli would take the initiative to seek him out. What could possibly be troubling this child? He cast a puzzled glance towards Jisue. Jisue, amused, glanced back at the awkward Shuli behind him and began to explain. "Shuli wishes to invite you to a meal." "A meal? For no particular reason? What could be the purpose of such an invitation?" The crane's gaze was one of bewilderment. "Alas, the sight within the tree wandered aimlessly. It was merely yesterday that I invited you to dine with me." The crane tree nodded in understanding, realizing it was due to yesterday's events. "You, do not overthink this." Uchiha Shuri, upon seeing the crane tree nod, quickly added, "I harbor no particular feelings towards you. I merely detest being in someone's debt." Uchiha Shuri's forced explanation went unnoticed by Shursui, whose eyes narrowed slightly. Hichin looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't mentioned that the tree had any thoughts about him. "Let me first share with you the content from today's class," he said. Jisue, maintaining his serene smile, stood beside Hichin and began to explain. It was at this moment that Hishu recalled the most important matter. He solemnly grasped Jisue's wrist. Jisue was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the wrist held by Hishu, her ears tinged with a faint blush. "Jisue, I possess a method to restore your teeth." Shushu gently seated Jisue on the small sofa, his hand tenderly resting against the side of Jisue's face. The soft touch sent a warm flush to Jisue's ears, as crimson as the deepest hue of blood. Soon, a tingling sensation emerged from his gums, prompting Jisue to instinctively extend his tongue to soothe the spot. Gradually, a small tooth emerged from the gum, growing steadily until it restored its former glory. "Shushu is truly remarkable," Jisue exclaimed, no longer feeling the chill of vulnerability. "This is perfect." Shushu let out a sigh of relief. If the water could not be restored, he would feel a deep sense of guilt towards all the devoted fans of Shushu. Well then, let us commence our review of today's material. Excellent. The crane tree nodded. Shushu retrieved a textbook from his slung bag. The two small heads huddled together, seemingly oblivious to something. The neglected tree at the doorway clenched its fists in frustration. Accursed Uchiha Shushu and Tsukimi Kurusu. Takeo Ueno, observing the somewhat pitiable little boy, silently averted his gaze. He chose to see nothing. An hour later, Haru was astonished to discover that Uchiha Shuri was seated alone at the opposite end of the small sofa. His dark eyes seemed to shimmer with a fiery intensity. Haru initially intended to inquire why Shuri had not yet departed, but upon reflection, deemed such a question somewhat impolite. Thus, he rephrased his inquiry. Do you have any matters to attend to? System, your approach has not improved significantly. Is that so? He completely disregards the situation. He has already been quite tactful. I want to treat you to a meal. Each word from Uchiha's lips is forced out through clenched teeth. Oh. He let out a soft click of his tongue, realizing how he had overlooked this matter. What to eat? If it were ramen, he would forego the outing, having indulged in it just the previous night. Today, he yearned for a change in flavor. The crane tree scrutinized the tree within. Under the gaze of the crane tree, Uchiha Shuri exhibited a semblance of discomfort. Ahem. Barbecue. Suddenly, Heishu sprang up from the sofa, exclaiming, barbecue. In the culinary landscape of Konoha, the prices for barbecue are notoriously exorbitant, and during these times of war, the cost has soared even higher. Are they indulging in barbecue? No. They are consuming wealth. Observing Heishu's sudden excitement, Shursue's eyes flickered with surprise. So, it turns out that Heishu has a penchant for barbecue. Shursue mused to himself. The trio of little turnip heads set forth towards the barbecue restaurant. Heishu initially felt that leaving in such a manner seemed somewhat contradictory to his persona of filial piety. However, after Takeuchi assured him repeatedly that he would order for himself, he felt at ease to depart. 10 minutes later, the three of them stood at the entrance of a lavishly adorned barbecue restaurant. This is the place, Shuli exclaimed to Heishu while standing at the door. This barbecue establishment was one his father frequently brought him to, and the flavors were truly delightful. The crane tree blinked its eyes. If memory served correctly, this barbecue establishment ought to be the pinnacle among all the barbecue restaurants in Konoha. Naturally, the prices were also exceptional. Iching, full of vigor and confidence, strode into the restaurant. Today, he intended to indulge himself to the fullest. 10 portions of pork belly, 20 portions of beef, and 10 portions of lamb. 3 minutes later, Iching handed the menu to the astonished waiter beside him. That will be all, thank you. Iching bit down on his back molars. Surely, this is too much. Can you imagine Iching finish all this? Jishue, observing this, revealed a knowing smile. Iching, did you just employ medical ninjutsu? Jishue glanced at Iching's fair, delicate hands, still somewhat astonished. In his understanding, only those who had attained the rank of Chunin could master medical ninjutsu. He never anticipated that Ichin would be so formidable. As the grilled meat was evenly laid out, Kitsuki responded, Indeed. I encountered Tsunadeheim while at the hospital. The remainder of his statement remained unspoken. Yet both Shursue and Shuri tacitly accepted that Tsunade had imparted her wisdom to him. Kitsuki truly is remarkable. Shursue couldn't help but commend him. Pausing for a moment before resolutely declaring, I too shall strive diligently. In the next battle, I shall not be defeated by Kitsuki again. He clenched his fists tightly, exuding an aura of confidence and valor. Hesh delivered a swift reprimand to the deer barbecuer, whose hands were immersed in a spicy bath of chilies. A fleeting expression of compassion crossed his face, swiftly replaced by encouragement. I have faith in Jishue, yet I shall not remain stagnant. He declared. No. You cannot possibly defeat me, the formidable one, Jishue. Meanwhile, SH, who had been unable to interject, placed his chopsticks down with a sense of gravity and awkwardness. Rising to stand before Hesh, Heron took a moment of surprise. The imposing presence of Uchiha Shuri gave him the illusion that a confrontation was imminent, as if they were about to engage in a duel within a barbecue restaurant. I beg your pardon, Heron. Suddenly, Uchiha Shuri's straightened posture bent slightly as he bowed to Heron. The crane tree blinked its eyes and gazed at Shursue, who was striving to maintain his composure yet could not help but open his mouth wide in astonishment. Uchiha Shuri is taking the initiative to apologize? Could it be that some noble soul has traversed into this body? But for what reason is he offering an apology? Haru swiftly placed the roasted meat into his bowl, his expression one of confusion as he inquired. He had already begun to contemplate the fundamental conditions for a time traveler. The nameless member of the Uchiha clan. This aspect aligns. a strength that is neither overly formidable nor weak. This too is in accordance. An acquaintance with the narrative character Uchiha Shushu. This detail also fits. Due to my previous lack of understanding of you, I hastily labeled you, and I still wish to impart a lesson upon you. In any case, I apologize. Uchiha Shuri's fragmented speech might be incomprehensible to the oblivious Shushu, yet Haru grasped his intent. The self-deprecation as an orphan and the incident of being cornered by others were the two reasons prompting Uchiha Shuri's apology. He touched his chin thoughtfully, uttering a remark that seemed utterly incongruous in the still waters. Strange changes, yet the odd remains unchanged? What? Uchiha Shuri wore a look of utter bewilderment. It's nothing. Shu felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. He had actually looked forward to encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Together, they could unite their systems. And unifying the ninja world would no longer be a mere dream. I am not one to hold grudges, so rest assured, dear classmate Shuli. I have not dwelled on past matters. The crane tree swayed its hand, devoid of reproach in its gaze. Even Uchiha Madara was not worthy of his concern. A mere Uchiha from a lesser branch held no significance in his busy life. Uchiha Tsubaki pressed his lips together, as he had previously held a profound disdain for the crane tree. Just an orphan, he thought, attracting fervent admiration solely due to his superficial appearance. However, as time passed, he realized that this individual was not as he had presumed. Tsukimi Ketsuki was a person of unwavering determination, genuine kindness, and remarkable generosity. An increasing number of virtues began to radiate from Tsukimi Ketsuki. He came to the realization that he had indeed erred. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was not a coward afraid to acknowledge his faults. Perhaps it was due to having displayed every possible folly before the crane tree that, midway through their meal, he sensed a latent potential for liberation within Uchiha Tsubaki. Do you enjoy reading comics? A blush adorned Uchiha Tsubaki's cheeks. Haru repeatedly confirmed that Uchiha Shuri only consumed orange juice. Jishue, have you seen it? The crane tree was reluctant to answer the question, contemplating whether to admit he had never seen it. In his past life, he had perused countless tales. Yet, to claim familiarity with this world was another matter entirely. Thus, he tossed the inquiry to Shushu. Shushu, in silence, shook his head, although he had not seen it himself. He had once discovered a comic hidden within a black box at his uncle's home, just when he thought it was an exhilarating adventure. Two bare figures leapt before his eyes, casting an indelible shadow upon his youthful heart. Uchiha Shuri's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Shushu, questioning his manhood. While it was understandable that the crane tree had not seen it, could it be true that Shushu had not either? His disbelief was palpable. Shuri cast a sidelong glance at the crane tree. Was Shushu merely posturing to appear mature and composed in front of the crane tree? It seemed quite plausible. A sardonic smile crept upon Uchiha Shuri's lips as he regarded Shushu's cunning nature, then turned to the crane tree. Crane tree. I possess a plethora of cherished comic stories at my home. Would you care to take a look? Shushu abruptly turned his gaze toward Shuri. Did Uchiha Shuri truly comprehend what he was implying? He was inviting the crane tree to his abode to peruse those items. HSH has not indulged in manga for quite some time. For someone of his reclusive nature, the allure of Uchiha Shuri is undeniably captivating. How delightful. Hiransa nodded. He vowed to read but a single book. He swore it. Jishue cast a reproachful gaze toward Shuri. How could you allow Hiransa to peruse such material? His expression was solemn, reflecting profound disapproval as he regarded Shuri. Uchiha Shuri raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what is it that you are staring at? My household is filled with works like Mei Yu Qing by Yen Huayu and Jidu Fo Hong. Is there something amiss with that? Mei Yu Qing by Yen Huayu and Jidu Fo Hong are among the most contemporary and romantic pure-hearted comics, steeped in classical elegance. Jishue parted his lips, yet no words emerged. He, too, sensed that something was amiss. In his previous life, he had been a seasoned veteran in the comic industry, having experienced countless mishaps, including the loss of innumerable pairs of trousers. It did not take him long to comprehend the implications of the term mentioned by Jishue. His gaze was imbued with profound meaning. To his astonishment, it appeared that Jishue had been secretly indulging in risque comics. At such a young age, it would be wise to limit exposure to such material. He shook his head solemnly. Deep within, he was a mature adult, distinct from Jishue and the others. His willpower was unwavering, impervious to any form of corruption. Chapter 19. The initial success of the time-freezing capsule following the gathering that night. The bond among the three grew increasingly intimate, and Jishue's affection steadily ascended. Every day, Tsuru diligently practiced the reversal technique, mastering it with remarkable swiftness, second only to her fully developed skills among all she had acquired. Everything unfolded in a methodical manner. As time flowed like the ever-changing clouds, a month passed. In the early morning, warm sunlight filtered through the languid branches of the great tree, casting dappled light that adorned Tsunade's hair with a gentle halo. Her delicate features radiated softness, and her warm hand rested upon Tsuru's head. "Try not to miss me too much, little one," Tsunade exclaimed. Today, she received orders for deployment to the battlefield, where the situation was becoming increasingly dire. As one of the legendary 3 ninjas, she was compelled to provide support at the front lines. Even Jiraiya, who was traveling abroad, had been urgently summoned by the 3rd Hokage to the battlefield. Relying solely on the new generation in the front line was insufficient. Among the legendary 3, only Orochimaru remained steadfast in command on the battlefield. Although Tsunade harbored great reluctance to confront the horrors of war, as a ninja of Konoha and the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, she bore a weighty responsibility. "Sister Tsunade, please take care." Katsuki stood still, observing the departing figure of Tsunade, and called out to her with a loud reminder. He was also envious of the opportunity to draw rewards once Tsunade's affinity reached 100%. Tsunade waved her hand back at him. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Katsuki went to retrieve Takeuchi, whose injuries had nearly healed, and brought him home. Although Takeuchi's wounds had mended, the scars of battle had left lingering repercussions. Beyond the physical, the most significant issue remained the psychological trauma. At the entrance of the hospital, Shushu stood with 2 large bags in hand, filled to the brim with an assortment of gift boxes contained within transparent plastic bags. "Uncle, what is this?" As Heron Tree approached, Takebayashi Ikaru revealed a proud smile, exclaiming, "These are all gifts from everyone at the hospital for Heron Tree." Upon learning that Takebayashi Ikaru and Heron Tree were about to depart, the medical staff and the ninjas who had been rescued by Heron Tree gathered to present their gifts. The warmth and gratitude reflected in their eyes filled Takebayashi Ikaru with a profound sense of pride for his daughter. Wow! Heavenly Tree harbored an immense fondness for the sensation of unwrapping gifts, akin to the exhilaration of unboxing parcels in a previous life. Upon returning home, Heavenly Tree eagerly tore open a multitude of beautifully adorned gift boxes. An hour later, Heronsook sat despondently on the plush carpet, his silver hair cascading down his cheeks, imbued with a sense of melancholy. As Takeuchi entered the room with an array of exquisite dishes, he immediately noticed Heronsook's discomfort. "What troubles you?" Takeuchi inquired, wiping his hands before kneeling beside him. His gaze swept across the array of unwrapped gifts: a pink skirt, a small brown teddy bear, an adorable clock adorned with bunny ears, an elegant butterfly hairpin, and a splendid princess gown. These were all treasures that would delight a young girl. It was evident that everyone had put forth great effort, and Takeuchi felt a surge of emotion within him. The crane tree stands in stark contrast to Takeuchi, who never anticipated such an outcome. Amidst the mountain of gifts, not a single one stirred his heart. He should have known better. The crane tree sorrowfully gazed at his dear brother. "I apologize for the burden you bear," he murmured softly. "What?" Takeuchi did not quite catch his words. "It's nothing, uncle. Shall we dine?" The crane transformed its sorrow and indignation into a craving for indulgence. In the afternoon, under the persistent persuasion of Takebayashi, the crane replaced its modest yet elegant dark cross-body bag with an adorable little bag adorned with 2 fluffy rabbit ears. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Takebayashi's eyes. "Truly, our crane is absolutely delightful. Crane tree, thank you." When Ishu arrived, the other students were taking their afternoon nap. The footsteps of Heron Tree grew lighter, yet could not withstand the presence of a firecracker seated beside him. "Ah, Heron Tree, you have returned to school. How wonderful. I have missed you so much." Saratobi Aoki was preparing to change his sleeping position when, half lifting his eyelids, a sudden flash of purple caught his eye. Upholding the admirable principle of better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape, he endeavored to be the first to discover Heron Tree's return. He widened his eyes, striving to discern the visage of the individual before him. To his immense surprise, it truly was Heron Tree. He returned to school, and thus no longer would he endure the torment of longing. "Yamato, quiet down." The first to speak was Uchiha Shuri, who, roused from his slumber, furrowed his brow and lifted his head from the desk. Upon catching sight of Karu, he paused momentarily, then a subtle smile graced his lips. "Karu has returned." "Karu, you are finally back. What has happened to you? Why have you been away for so long?" The popularity of the crane tree remains as unwavering as ever. The awakened little radishes gradually encircle him, their faces, soft and plump like steamed buns, radiating with the joy of reunion. Hishun was taken aback by the warmth of everyone around him, and a habitual flush crept onto his face as he shyly murmured, "There has been a minor issue at home." "What issue?" Jisue, sensing the curiosity of the crowd, interjected to assist Yishun. Yishun's uncle was injured on the battlefield, and he has gone to the hospital to care for him, which is why he has not been at school. Oh, is it serious? Yishun must be feeling incredibly heartbroken. The little ones surrounding Yishun were instantly filled with sympathy, their eyes glistening with tears. Wowa. Classmate Yishu is truly kind-hearted and filial. These days, he has been diligently caring for his uncle, undoubtedly enduring considerable hardship. In unison, everyone has resolutely decided to take good care of the weary Yishu. Thus, the duties that rightfully belong to him have been willingly assumed by his classmates. Moved by the heartfelt offering of a bento prepared by the lovely and kind little girl, Crane Tree indulged in an extra serving. One day, Yashiki Sato proposed a novel training method. From this moment forth, I shall organize you into groups. Each group will consist of 3 individuals, who will engage in exercises and subsequently compete against other groups. Alliances may be formed between groups, or they may choose to battle one another. The group that endures until the end shall emerge victorious. Yashiki Sato's idea marks the commencement of a grand melee in the form of teams. Teacher, this is unfair. What if a group is composed of 3 exceptionally strong individuals? Saratobi Aoki was the first to voice his concern, proudly gesturing towards himself. I am already quite formidable. And if I team up with Crane Tree, the remaining students will stand no chance at all. Upon finishing his statement, he playfully winked at Crane Tree. The Crane Tree silently averted his gaze, mourning for his eyes that had been oiled. Sato Yashiki smiled faintly. Even a formidable team can be defeated. This training method not only lays a foundation for the children's future team formations, but also hones their cognitive abilities. While strength is paramount, strategic thinking must not be overlooked. The first group consists of Saratobi Aoki, Hinata Rin, and Iwayuzu. The second group includes Nara Aoki, Hinata Motojin, and Ue Haratame. The third group comprises Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Yuri, and Tsukimi Kurutsu. Just as Sato Yashiki intended to continue reading, Saratobi Aoki abruptly interrupted him. Fuming, Saratobi Aoki pointed at Kurutsu and then at Uchiha Yuri, exclaiming loudly, "Teacher, how can you place Kurutsu in a group with the one who bullies her? Most importantly, why not put him in the same group as Kurutsu?" The fact that Yuri and Kurutsu had reconciled and become good friends was known to almost no one except Shursui. Sato Yashiki's groupings were also intended to ease the relationship between Yuri and Kurutsu. Uchiha Yuri cast a cold glance at Saratobi Aoki, remaining silent. His expression tinged with sarcasm and disdain. Saratobi Aoki's eyes sparked with indignation. Nonetheless, Sato Yashiki's arrangements were made with purpose. With one hand, he restrained the exuberant Saratobi Aoki, who seemed ready to charge at Yuri, and continued reading the list. Very well, the groupings are complete. Sato Yashiki closed the list in his hand and looked at the array of small faces, each displaying a myriad of expressions. He raised his right hand and made a sweeping motion. The competition begins. The 3 individuals from the Crane Tree gathered together first, their backs pressed against one another, each facing a different direction, thereby forming a stable triangle. Both Shurzue and Crane Tree possessed intellects that far surpassed their peers, while Uchiha Shuri, though somewhat haughty, was by no means lacking in intelligence. Shurzue furrowed his brow and lowered his voice, expressing a concern. We are likely to become the targets of a coordinated assault. The combat prowess of the 3 was among the highest in their class, making them prime candidates for a united attack from others. The Crane Tree nodded slightly. Although he felt that their alliance might not necessarily be a match for him, he maintained the image of a kind and polite girl in Jisue's mind. Such arrogance was unbefitting. In the next moment, Uchiha Shuri voiced the thoughts of the Crane Tree. With his hands resting before his chest, he smirked coldly. What does it matter if we join forces? They are still no match for us. Jisue, aware of Shuri's temperament, chose not to respond. Yet, there are always those who defy logic. Saratobi Aoki, disregarding his teammates, charged at Uchiha Shuri. Both Jisue and the Crane Tree fell silent at once. Uchiha Shuri merely snorted and stepped forward to confront him. 3 minutes later, Saratobi Aoki, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was carried away by his teammates. Nara Shuji, rubbing his forehead, looked at the still screaming Saratobi Aoki with exasperation. Forming an alliance with this guy is such a hassle. If only I could forfeit. Nara Shuji lamented inwardly. Hyuga Motoko, her long, deep blue hair cascading down, coldly regarded Saratobi Aoki with her wide eyes. If you wish to achieve victory, do not hinder us. A chill laced her tone. Who is hindering whom? Saratobi Aoki retorted angrily, rising from the ground in a dramatic roll. At that moment, the previously silent Hyuga Rin stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Hyuga Motoko, her gaze indifferent as she stared at Saratobi Aoki. Naruto observed the scene, exclaiming, "The three strongest individuals are still standing there. An internal discord arises within the alliance. Oh, I truly wish I could forfeit." Naruto sighed, looking up at the sky. Hyuga Motoko and Hyuga Rin were siblings, always maintaining a cold demeanor and rarely initiating conversation. They quickly shifted their gaze from Saratobi Aoki to the Crane Tree trio. "Our primary objective now is to eliminate them first," Hyuga Motoko said, her eyes flickering as she regarded the crane tree in her purple dress. Naruto proposed, "Let us split them up first." He scratched his spiky hair and turned to the amiable Iwayuzu Inoue Haratome. "Yuzu, Tome, go communicate with the other groups and see if they are willing to join us." Their initial alliance was due to the presence of Hyuga Motoko and Hyuga Rin. But others might not necessarily join. All right. The two girls nodded and headed towards other groups. At this moment, Naruto turned to Hyuga Rin and Hyuga Motoko. "You two should restrain the crane tree. Can we handle her alone?" A look of incredulity crossed Hyuga Motoko's face. Naruto thoughtfully stroked his chin. "The crane tree's strength is the most unfathomable." After saying this, he looked at the two siblings. "Of course, you can choose not to heed my advice, after all. I don't care about rankings," he said with a cheerful smile. Hyuga Motoko huffed coldly and averted her gaze. The crane tree perceived the fierce determination emanating from the eyes of Hinata Motoyan and Hinata Rin. The crane tree remained cautious, aware that they were approaching with intent. Jisue furrowed his brow, alertly observing the advancing figures. Just as Jisue's words lingered in the air, Hinata Motoyan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly launched an assault towards the crane tree. The sound of slicing air accompanied his palm as it whizzed past the crane tree's ear. The movement of Tsuru, evading the attack with remarkable swiftness and nonchalance, left Hinata Motetsugu momentarily stunned, in defiance of the bitter fate imposed by their branch family. She and her brother practiced with fervor, honing their skills to a level far surpassing that of their peers. The recent strike by Hinata Motetsugu appeared gentle and soft, yet it bore considerable force. Nevertheless, Tsuru effortlessly sidestepped it. With a light tap of her toes, she soared high into the air, executing a downward kick with her leg. With a swift motion, Heron skillfully evaded, channeling his strength to strike at Hinata Motoyan's abdomen from an unexpected angle. His stillness belied a speed that was nearly impossible to perceive when he moved. Hinata Motoyan, proud of her martial prowess, found herself unable to evade Heron's powerful blow. Gritting her teeth, she absorbed the impact, her form retreating sharply as she regarded Heron with a grave expression. Witnessing her sister's struggle, Hinata Rin pressed her lips together tightly and stepped forward to engage Heron. His strikes came faster than those of Hinata Motoyan, each punch and palm accompanied by a whistling wind, exuding a formidable presence. Katsuki Karaki did not evade. Instead, he met Hinata Rin's assault head-on with his fist. His physical strength, having undergone systematic enhancement, was simply beyond what Hinata Rin could withstand. Gritting his teeth, Hinata Rin struggled to maintain his balance. Yet he found himself uncontrollably retreating. A numbing pain radiated from his fist, akin to striking steel. How could a girl like Tsukimi Katsuki, who appeared delicate and soft on ordinary days, possess such formidable physical prowess? The crane tree extended its hand, palm directed towards Hinata Rin. "Let you be eliminated first." A beam of white light surged forth from his hand, moving with such speed that Hinata Rin could not react in time. In the mere blink of an eye, solid ice crawled up Hinata Rin's ankle, swiftly enveloping his lower body. "What?" Hinata Rin's brow furrowed, panic uncontrollably rising in his eyes. He attempted to struggle and move his legs, but the frozen limbs offered no response. "Brother." Hinata Motoyan could no longer maintain her stoic demeanor. Her small face was filled with anxiety. Chapter 20. The remarkable love skills of Shizue Motoyan. "Do not worry about me. Focus on dealing with her." Hinata Rin shouted urgently as he saw Hinata Motoyan preparing to rush towards him. Meanwhile, Sato Yashiki, observing the unfolding battle, felt a spark of realization. He marveled inwardly, surprised that the crane tree had developed his ice techniques to such an extent. Truly, he is an undeniable genius. Hinata Motoyan was compelled to halt her attempt to rescue her brother, her gaze resolutely returning to the crane tree. She was determined to triumph over her opponent. The fighting spirit flickering in Hinata Motoyan's eyes was unmistakably vivid. Hichungshu felt a fleeting pang of sympathy for her. One should not engage in conflict with those who are insufferable, especially when he's the most insufferable of them all. Through his relentless efforts, he has begun to grasp the art of the time-freezing capsule. Although still somewhat inexperienced, it suffices to contend with the present group of inexperienced opponents. Cold energy coalesced in the palm of his hand as a flurry of ice blades surged toward Hinata Motoyuki. For those who have just learned the Shuokin technique at the Ninja Academy, such a concentrated and large-scale assault is truly formidable. At the very least, Hinata Motoyuki now stood frozen in place, his fighting spirit shattered by this onslaught. Was Tsukimi Chungshu truly of the same age as them? It was merely a competition. And Sato Yashiki would never allow Hinata Motoyuki to come to harm. As the multitude of ice blades rained down upon the ground, Sato Yashiki shielded Hinata Motoyuki from harm. Regrettably, Hinata Motoyuki, you have lost your qualification to continue in the competition, Sato Yashiki lamented. Those whom he assisted naturally belonged to the ranks of the defeated. The crane tree has once again retreated among the three. The crane tree is truly remarkable. Saratobi Akaki, standing in the opposing camp, still remembers to cheer for the crane tree. Nara SG exclaims, the situation before me is far worse than I had anticipated. The prowess of Tsuru is simply unfathomable. The Hyuga siblings, unable to gauge Tsuru's capabilities, swiftly exited the battlefield, witnessing the formidable strength exhibited by Tsuru. The previously skeptical little turnips immediately cast aside their selfish doubts and unhesitatingly joined the alliance with Nara Shuji. Consequently, standing opposite Tsuru and his companions was the entirety of their class. Everyone had united, solely to confront the trio. Now, that is truly captivating. Uchiha Shuri gazed at the imposing adversaries before him, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. The three of them stood shoulder to shoulder, instinctively augmenting their strength. Though the opposing side was numerous, they too had comrades upon whom they could rely. In the heart of Ishu, a subtle excitement began to stir. We shall not be defeated. Jishue paused momentarily, casting a resolute glance at Ishu. Indeed, we shall not be defeated. Sato Yashiki observed the trio, a smile spreading across his face. The first to demonstrate the unyielding strength of camaraderie among teammates were these three children. Simultaneously, a faint sense of concern enveloped his heart. Ultimately, the disparity in numbers was significant. The outcome remained uncertain, yet the likelihood of victory appeared exceedingly slim. Sato Yashiki let out a soft sigh. Forward. The throng before them surged towards them. A torrent of indomitable fighting spirit emanated from the trio of Hishu. Numerous figures encircled them, unleashing a barrage of fierce assaults. The crane's foot subtly twisted, its heel lifted backward, and in an instant, it appeared before its assailant. A chilling aura emanated from his palm, capable of freezing a foe's hand or foot upon contact in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Jishue's figure darted swiftly through the crowd, leaving behind a chorus of anguished cries. Uchiha Shuri's expression remained stoic as he unleashed a powerful blow, his fist cutting through the air with fierce momentum, striking the assailant's cheek mercilessly. The trio handled the onslaught with remarkable composure. Soon, the defeated classmates rose once more, launching an unceasing barrage of attacks. A bead of sweat trickled down Uchiha Shuri's forehead as he clenched his jaw, bracing his slightly trembling hand to continue the fight. His speed and strength were clearly waning. The encircling attackers seized upon this opportunity, intensifying their assault with renewed ferocity. The three individuals drew closer to the crane tree once more, while the sounds of breathing from within the tree intensified. The breath of Heron Tree remained unchanged. He raised his hand once more, only to realize that his movement had faltered. His gaze descended, locking onto the dark shadow connecting to Nara SG amidst the crowd opposite. Hurry! Nara SG could not hold out much longer. The veins on his temple bulged as he shouted at those around him. The disparity in strength between him and Heron Tree was insurmountable, rendering him incapable of restraining Heron Tree for an extended duration. They surged forward like a frenzy, driven by an adrenaline rush, desperately lunging at Heron Tree. Yet, their fists could never land upon him. It was as if an invisible membrane separated Heron Tree from them. The attacking imp sensed an unusual sensation upon his fist and widened his eyes in astonishment. Before he could react, Heron Tree's enormous fist had already sent him flying. Nara SG gasped for breath, the shadow at his feet unable to extend any further. The ice blade coalesced once more, launching towards everyone present. As the crowd clumsily dodged the icy projectiles, Heron Tree seized the opportunity to activate the time-freezing capsule. In an instant, the spectators were caught unaware, meeting the same fate as Hinata Rin, frozen in place, their feet immobilized. A peculiar silence enveloped the playground. Gazing at his encased lower half, Nara SG felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he muttered in astonishment. So powerful. It was strength that seemed unfitting for a student who had just recently entered the Ninja Academy. Shizue, too, stared at Heron Tree in shock, his eyes alight with wonder. Having executed the ice release technique 3 times in succession, Heron Tree's chakra was formidable. Uchiha Yuri also stood in a daze, realizing the abnormality of such power. A child who had only been in the Ninja Academy for half a semester possessed the ability to perform the ice release technique 3 times. Such a revelation was truly astounding. Sato Yashiki observed Heron Tree in silence. After a moment, he shook his head in resignation and declared, "The ultimate victor is Heron Tree." Along with the duo of Shushu and Yuri. Shushu and Yuri exchanged smiles simultaneously. Shushu stepped forward, shattering the thick ice that had encased his fellow student. "Are you unharmed?" He, with a concerned demeanor, inquired about the situation. Initially, the classmates felt somewhat awkward due to their swift defeat, but they soon completely forgot the incident. "No, not at all." The little turnip head shook his head, blushing. This was, after all, the first time he found himself in such close proximity to Hishuguan. "The crane tree is truly delightful." Sato Yashiki brought the little radishes back to the classroom to analyze the recent battle. "Although you faced defeat, your ability to unite against the most formidable adversary is commendable." Sato Yashiki's gaze swept over the children seated with solemnity below. His eyes fixated on Saratobi Aoki's face, noting his rashness. "As for Hinata Motoyan and Hinata Rin, you both exhibit an excess of pride." With the finality of his words, Saratobi Aoki bowed his head in indignation. It was not a matter of contesting Sato's assessment, but rather a sense of disappointment in his own performance. Hinata Motoyan and Hinata Rin similarly lowered their heads in embarrassment. Their inherent pride made the critique difficult to bear. Nevertheless, the most commendable were Tsuruki, Shimizu, and Kuriri. "Your performance was exceptional." With a beaming smile, Sato Yashiki retrieved 3 discount coupons from the pocket of his green vest, vouchers for a barbecue restaurant, as a reward for the 3 of you. Heshui's eyes sparkled as he received the coupon. "Thank you, teacher." Ever since Shuri had treated him to barbecue during their last outing, the delectable taste had lingered in his memory. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the classroom's immense windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the children's faces, bestowing upon them a radiant glow. As the bell for the end of class rang, everyone began to tidy up their backpacks. "Let us go, Heshui. We're off for barbecue." Uchiha Shuri, with one hand grasping his backpack, stood beside Shursui in front of Heshui's desk. "All right." Hichin nodded slightly, his hand pausing as it reached into the drawer to retrieve his backpack. "What is the matter?" This brief hesitation did not escape Jishue's notice, prompting him to inquire aloud. Almost instinctively, his gaze wandered towards Hichin's drawer. 2 fluffy, snow-white rabbit ears dangled down, and Jishue's eyes widened in astonishment. "Hichin, have you taken to raising rabbits?" Crane Tree, feeling somewhat awkward, pulled out the rabbit-shaped backpack, exposing it entirely to the gaze of Shizue and the others. Uchiha Shuri couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the adorable rabbit backpack. Noticing Crane Tree's piercing stare directed at him, he quickly composed himself. Adopting a serious demeanor as he said, "I typically refrain from laughing, unless I cannot help it." Shizue, slightly taken aback, sensed Crane Tree's embarrassment and softened his gaze, reassuring him, "It's quite all right, Crane Tree. The little rabbit is truly charming." "Do you really think so?" the Crane Tree inquired of him. "Indeed." The still water nodded earnestly and gently nudged the tree with his elbow, his gaze suggesting, "Isn't it quite adorable?" The tree, having perceived the unspoken cue from the still water, cleared its throat softly and replied earnestly, "It is indeed very charming. While it might seem childish for others to carry it, it suits someone as attractive as you, Crane Tree." The tree, feeling a blush creeping to its ears, averted its gaze from the captivating Crane Tree. "Since you all find the little rabbit so delightful, how about, with graceful brows resembling a crane's, I propose an exchange with you." Both Jisue and Shuli take a step back simultaneously. Ultimately, Jisue, bearing an adorable rabbit-shaped backpack, steps out of the school gate. He appears rigid, akin to a machine forced into operation. Bystanders occasionally cast bewildered glances in his direction. Is that not Uchiha Jisue from the Uchiha clan? Indeed. But why is he carrying such a childish backpack? Who can say? Perhaps it is a peculiar preference of his. Keep your voice down. He is, after all, an Uchiha. No worries, Jisue is quite gentle. With an expression of icy composure, Jisue traverses the path, his demeanor subtly contorted. Shuli discreetly inches closer to Hishuin, creating distance from Jisue. "Hishuin, tomorrow is a day off. How about you and Jisue come to my house for some training?" During a barbecue, Shuli makes this suggestion. Our strengths are quite comparable, allowing for some sparring. Shuli is brimming with enthusiasm. The mere mention of battle and training seems to ignite an extraordinary excitement within him. The Crane Tree chose to remain silent with grace, who, after all, instilled in the trees the illusion that their strengths were comparable. Jisue nodded affirmatively. "I can." With that, he turned his gaze towards the Crane Tree, which clearly hoped for an affirmative response. Having never visited the Uchiha clan's territory, the Crane Tree willingly nodded. "All right." It was imperative to allow the trees to fully comprehend the meaning of comparable. A sinister smile crept across his face. Crane tree. Jishui hesitated to speak, for there was something unsettling about the crane tree's recent smile. What is it? The crane tree smiles like a blooming flower. Nothing much. Lowering his head towards the still water, he took a sip of orange juice. Indeed, it was merely his illusion. How could the crane tree possibly display such a sinister smile? After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the three individuals returned to their respective homes. Cloaked in the shroud of night, as the crane tree opened the door, a sudden sound echoed, and a chilling object met his face. Shushu gently removed the small green snake from his face. No matter how long they had been together, he still found it difficult to acclimate to such an intimate gesture from the little green serpent. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The small green snake continuously flicked its tongue, coiling around Ichushu's wrist. Takenuchi Ichii emerged from the bedroom, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I never anticipated that Ichushu and the little green one would share such a close bond. He felt a sense of joy at the harmonious relationship between his daughter and her pet. With nightfall approaching, he advised, it's getting late. You should rest. He refrained from inquiring about the reason for Ichushu's late return. After all, his daughter was an independent individual with her own social life among classmates. Indeed, this snake stubbornly refused to leave Ichushu's side. He had no choice but to take the little creature to wash up. While brushing his teeth, Shushu suddenly sensed something amiss. His gaze fell downward, and he noticed the little green snake slithering into his skirt. A cross emerged from the corner of the crane tree. With a thud, a little green snake was cast onto the mirror. Its delicate pink tongue lay against the glass, appearing as if it were on the brink of demise. Shushu displayed no semblance of sympathy. Departing from the restroom, he closed his eyes and lay down upon the bed. Before long, a soft little snake slithered into Shushu's quilt. The dawn light outside filtered through the curtains, illuminating the visage of the slumbering figure. The cool morning air crept in through the gaps of the ever-open window, accompanied by the melodious chirping of a few birds. Crisp and delightful, he leapt from the bed with an invigorated spirit, and without a hint of awareness, he inadvertently plopped down onto Xiao Qing. My apologies. Haru brushed her small, icy body with delicate fingers. After completing her morning routine and enjoying breakfast, she informed Takeo of her destination for the day and made her way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. At this time, the Uchiha family had yet to relocate from the heart of the village. However, Haru sensed a palpable difference. The village center, which ought to be bustling with life, felt eerily silent as she stepped into the area marked by the Uchiha crest. The crowd thinned considerably, and the few souls traversing the streets donned the attire of the Uchiha clan, making Haru, a non-Uchiha, feel like an outsider. Ah, what a charming little girl, exclaimed a middle-aged woman at a nearby takoyaki stall, her eyes sparkling with delight as she looked at Haru. The young girl, clad in a pale blue floral qipao, had her silvery hair elegantly braided into 2 strands, and her eyes shone a brilliant blue, distinct from the Uchiha lineage. She resembled a finely sculpted piece of art. One could only wonder which Uchiha child would be fortunate enough to win the heart of such a lovely girl. The woman held up a box of octopus balls and waved at Haru. Little girl, why not tell Andy who your boyfriend is? I'll gift you a box of takoyaki, how does that sound? She said with a warm smile. The crane tree is adorned with a cascade of black lines. What is meant by a little boyfriend? He is male and his affections lie with females. The crane tree. Approaching the crane tree, Jishui walked over with a smile. Ah, exclaimed a middle-aged woman in surprise, so it is young Jishui. It seems that not only does he possess exceptional talent in ninjutsu, but he is also quite skilled in the art of romance. What? Jishui replied, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Chapter 21. The Ice Sculpture Artist. Under the warm and exuberant care of the lively ant, crane tree, and still water departed from the street, each carrying a portion of takoyaki. Hichin's expression was rigid. That lady was utterly terrifying. He couldn't help but exclaim from the depths of his heart. She paid no heed to anyone's explanations, bombarding Hichin and Jishui with a barrage of words that rendered them speechless. Ah, little Jishui must treat her well. Little Jishui is truly remarkable. How could he possibly find such a beautiful girlfriend? What is the young lady's name? Oh, I see. The young lady is indeed called Jishui's girlfriend, isn't she? In just 5 minutes, Hichin felt utterly dazed. Based on his understanding of street Andes, within a mere 2 hours, the news of Jishui's girlfriend would surely spread far and wide. Hichin, are you all right? Perhaps noticing Hichin's expression of sheer numbness, Jishui took a moment to gather himself and awkwardly began, don't mind her. When Heron first arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory, he was unaware of where the tree stood. It was a fortuitous moment when Shushu came to escort Heron, only to unexpectedly encounter such an event. However, Shushu cautiously glanced at Heron, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a subtle sense of joy within his heart. He gazed intently at the crimson earlobes and the slightly flushed cheeks of Shushu, narrowing his eyes dangerously. "What are you contemplating?" he inquired. Should there be any inappropriate thoughts crossing his mind, he would forsake all regard and render Shushu incapacitated. A gentleman may be slain but cannot be insulted. "Ah, it's nothing," Shushu exclaimed, shaking his head in a fluster. Why did he sense that the current he was rather perilous? Is that truly the case? Harushu leaned closer, scrutinizing Jishue's tranquil visage, and offered a gentle smile. The dissonance in Jishue's heart dissipated entirely in the warmth of Harushu's expression, prompting him to nod and say, "I truly had no ulterior thoughts." After a brief moment, the two arrived at the threshold of the tree family's abode. He immediately cast aside all thoughts of the past, staring blankly at the colossal structure before him. With a stiff turn of his head, he inquired, "Is this the home within the tree?" Jishu nodded in affirmation. The crane gracefully twisted its neck once more, imprinting the opulent mansion before it into its vision. To its astonishment, it found itself in the company of such affluent companions. A scion of wealth stood beside me. The courtyard before them was adorned in a traditional Japanese style, with a meandering corridor, artificial hills, and flowing streams leading to a spacious open area. Two distinguished young gentlemen had already been awaiting their arrival within. A maid clad in a blue kimono bowed respectfully towards the two, gesturing gracefully towards the path ahead. Heron Tree sighed and shook his head. "Look at this spectacle. Such a wealthy household. Heron Tree. Still water." Uchiha Shuri sat upon the tatami mat, with a long rectangular table before him, laden with exquisite tea delicacies. The crane tree and the still water were seated opposite one another in the tree. "Have you had your breakfast?" inquired the tree, taking a sip of the brewed tea from its cup. "Yes, I have." The crane nodded in agreement. Jishu offered a similar response. "Would you mind indulging in a little more?" The tree pinched a piece of cherry blossom cake, explaining, "I rose early today to cultivate my practices and have only just begun to partake in breakfast." His hair still bore the remnants of moisture, with tiny droplets clinging to the tips. It was unexpected to witness such diligence. In his previous life, Hishu likely belonged to the category of overachievers, akin to a privileged second-generation individual. "No, thank you. I do not have a penchant for sweets." With a sense of modesty, he gazed at Shuli as he devoured one sakura cake after another, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. Shushu, now unperturbed and not hungry, gently shook his head. "Ah, very well then." At last, a few pieces of cherry blossom cakes were discarded in the tree, and after finishing the roasted tea, he stood up with fervor and exclaimed, "Let us embark on our training." Behind the residence of Shushu lay a dense forest. As they walked, Shushu introduced, "This is the territory of our Uchiha clan. Everyone is welcome to train in this sacred place. The crane tree holds a certain recollection of this place, a clandestine meeting spot for Uchiha Shushu and Uchiha Itachi within the realm of anime." "Excellent. Let us commence our practice with shuriken to warm up." The tree stretched languidly, fingers deftly gripping several shuriken. The sound of slicing through the air echoed as all the shuriken struck the bullseye. Next was Shushu. He required no aim at all. The outcome, predictably, was also a perfect hit. 3 minutes later, both pairs of eyes turned in unison towards the crane tree. "Crane tree, why should one practice with such objects as shurikens?" Ahem. Stepping forward, the crane retrieved a shuriken from its pouch. In the next moment, the shuriken skewed haphazardly and embedded itself into the target. The crane tree's visage contorted uncontrollably. How could he precisely launch ice blades yet consistently miss his target with shurikens? Ah, the tree blinked. Jishu had not anticipated that after so many days without practice, the crane tree would still show no signs of improvement. His expression was complex. A faint rustle reached the crane tree's ears, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and direct his gaze towards the rear. What was amiss? Jishu followed his line of sight, finding nothing but a flourishing large tree. The crane headed in that direction, with Jishu and the tree closely following behind. "They have caught it." Crane tree stepped forward and pressed down on the little ghost's shoulder. Hirshu stared in astonishment, his eyes wide open. Before him, the little imp's soft, short hair fluttered gently, and those large, expressive eyes gazed intently at Hirshu, with delicate tear tracks tracing the contours beneath the corners of his eyes. It was Uchiha Itachi. In an instant, Crane Tree turned his gaze towards Shushu. The destined good friend of Shushu had arrived. Tree furrowed his brow, recognizing him as the child from the clan leader's household. He had previously encountered Uchiha Itachi during a clan meeting. Heavenly Crane released his grip, unable to resist the temptation to caress the soft, cherubic cheeks of Uchiha Itachi. Little one, what brings you here? Ding. Affection level towards Uchiha Itachi decreased by 10. The crane tree is adorned with a crown of black lines. How miserly this is. Did he not soon pinch his own face? What on earth? Shushu could only withdraw his hand. Uchiha Itachi found himself surrounded by 3 individuals, akin to a young lamb straying into a pack of wolves. Of course, it could also be likened to a young wolf inadvertently entering a flock of sheep. You have begun training at such a tender age? The king of competition, Uchiha Shuri, felt an undeniable sense of crisis rise within him. Uchiha Itachi nodded in response. With a gentle smile, Shushu inquired, would you care to join us for training? Uchiha Itachi stared blankly at Shushu, hesitating for a moment before slowly nodding. Truly, a destined good friend. The crane tree stands in silent sorrow, while the still waters cradle the tender 4-year-old younger brother, Uchiha Itachi. The crane tree and the tree of life walked behind them, one with a blank expression and the other fraught with tension. Do you also wish to practice with shurikens? Shushu remarked, noticing the pouch of ninja tools at Uchiha Itachi's waist. Uchiha Itachi nodded in response. Then give it a try, Shushu encouraged warmly. System. Can you gauge Shishui's fondness for Uchiha Itachi? The crane tree squinted, posing a question in its mind. Certainly, came the system's reply. Upon verification, it was determined that Uchiha Shushu's affection for Uchiha Itachi stood at 69. Hirusha could not suppress a bitter sigh from within. He had toiled tirelessly to elevate Shushu's favorability to 60, while merely the appearance of Uchiha Itachi sent his own favorability soaring towards 70. It truly pained him. Just as he was engaged in conversation with the system, Uchiha Itachi had already hurled a shuriken. A minute later, the gazes of Shushu, Tree, and Itachi were all fixated upon Hirusha. Once again, Heron Tree could not suppress the urge to cough up blood. Why did they all gaze at themselves after Uchiha Itachi hit the bullseye? This is untenable. Remaining in the Uchiha clan's domain is no longer an option. If he stays any longer, he might succumb to excessive blood loss. Heron Tree, it's all right. Try to relax. Uchiha Shuri stepped forward and gently patted Heron Tree's shoulder, his face expressing solace. Thank you. He craned forced a smile, but under the consolation of Uchiha Shushu, he felt more inclined to spit blood. Meanwhile, Shushu began earnestly correcting the technique of Kuretsuki Shuriken. This weapon seemed to be inherently incompatible with Kuretsuki. Time and again, the throws were either misaligned or misdirected. Over the course of an hour, he failed to hit the target even once, nearly striking Uchiha Itachi in the process. Consequently, Itachi's fondness for him plummeted from -10 to -20. Indeed, it was an hour brimming with memorable experiences. Crane Tree smiled gently. Shall we practice ninjutsu first? He suggested, unable to endure any longer. After an hour of torment, Crane Tree readily nodded in agreement. Uchiha Itachi observed Crane Tree, his eyes filled with a subtle perplexity. Hiruzen instinctively advised against engaging with Uchiha Itachi, for doing so might provoke an explosion of emotions. Yet, there are always those who fail to heed such wisdom. Take, for instance, Uchiha Shuri. Itachi, is there something amiss? Shuri inquired, his gaze fixed upon Uchiha Itachi. If you have any questions regarding your training, both I and Shushu would be more than willing to assist you. Itachi shook his head, a look of innocent clarity gracing his features. No. It's merely curious why such a simple shuriken technique eludes some individuals. Shushu felt a chill rising from his very core. He turned his head to behold Hiruzen, who wore a sweet smile, while wisps of white mist continuously emanated from his form. Uchiha Shushu exclaimed, Indeed, what a profound question. With a multitude of characters within the Hokage's domain, it should not be a concern if Uchiha Itachi's prowess is not fully grasped. That is not acceptable. Uchiha Itachi is a designated character within the system coldly interjected. The Crane Tree suppressed a surge of resentment. Crane Tree, do not be disheartened. You possess great abilities. The tree, sensing the crane's emotions, consoled, it matters not if you do not master the shuriken. After all, I have never heard of any formidable ninja being vanquished by a shuriken. Shushu found this statement somewhat flawed, yet it resonated with a certain logic. The Crane Tree has been completely healed. You are correct. The shuriken, much like the great fireball jutsu, has never been rumored to be lethal. Itachi. Such remarks are rather discourteous, a sentiment expressed by Shushu, who shook his head disapprovingly at Itachi's blunt comment. Itachi glanced at the Crane Tree and, with his head bowed, apologized. He truly did not realize that his words would cause discomfort. He was merely engulfed in confusion. Ding. Affection level for the target character, Uchiha Itachi, decreased by 15. Haha. Shushu chuckled coldly within his heart. He vowed to transform Uchiha Itachi into a virtuous individual. He would instill the core values of socialism deep within Itachi's soul, embedding them along his path of growth. Both Shursui and Shuri wielded fire-based ninjutsu, their training nearly igniting the forest in flames. Under the vigilant organization of a Shushu, the two ceased their destructive antics. Or shall we commence a grand melee? Shuri proposed, eagerly eyeing Shursui and his Shushu. What manner of battle enthusiast was Uchiha Shuri, truly? The crane tree perplexes. Jishui gazes at the crane tree, revealing an expression of eager anticipation. Very well. The crane tree nodded. He was about to make them experience what it truly meant to face a dimensional blow from a formidable opponent. The three remained in a triangular standoff. As the tension in the air began to intensify, the crane tree remained unresponsive. The atmosphere was solely charged by the tension between Jishui and Shuli, each propelled by their own inner motives. Suddenly, a muffled grunt pierced the silence as the figures of Jishui and Shuli darted past one another, colliding in a moment of confrontation. Perhaps driven by some unspoken desire, neither chose to strike at the crane tree. Instead, they awaited the other to make the first move. The heron tree relished its leisure, observing the battle. In the skirmish between the still water and the tree, each engagement was fleeting, marked by a cautious gaze directed at the heron tree, as if apprehensive that it might seize the opportunity to strike at the two of them. Of course, Heron's tree comprehended the thoughts of both individuals. However, they were indeed overthinking the situation. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly provide a more exhilarating experience. After a series of probing exchanges, Jishui and Shuli retreated to opposite corners of the triangle, establishing a distinctly defined layout. Jishui and Shuli exchanged glances, simultaneously directing their gaze toward Heron's tree. Since neither was inclined to strike at Heron's tree individually, they resolved to act in unison. Like bolts of lightning, Jishui and Shuli moved, one advancing towards the front of Heron's tree, while the other positioned himself to intercept any evasion from behind. Crane tree deftly evaded to the left, grasping the arms of both Jishui and Shuli, who were poised to strike. Their attacks fell short, only to be thwarted by Crane tree's deft control. Jishui executed a backflip, freeing himself from Crane tree's grip and creating distance between them. In contrast, Shuli remained relentless, his figure shifting in midair, his legs charged with force as they lunged towards Crane tree's arm. It was as if he had struck a delicate membrane, leaving Crane tree unscathed. Shuli's eyes widened in disbelief. A fleeting moment of distraction allowed Crane tree's foot to collide with his chest. Shuli spun around, staggering yet managing to regain his balance as he retreated. Fire style, great fireball technique. Jishui's voice resonated from behind. A colossal fireball sliced through the air, hissing ominously as it magnified within Crane tree's gaze. Flames enveloped Crane tree, prompting Uchiha Itachi, watching from a distance, to widen his eyes in astonishment. Is he not going to perish? Jishui furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unfolding events. Why did Crane tree not employ the ice-release ninjutsu? The flames danced in the depths of the eyes of both Shursui and the tree. In the next moment, a silver gleam pierced through the searing inferno, appearing before Shursui with breathtaking swiftness. The fist of Yishu surged towards Jishui's chest with an intimidating force. To Yishu's astonishment, Jishui managed to react with such swiftness. His pupils narrowed as he rolled backward in a clumsy manner, narrowly evading Yishu's powerful strike. However, Jishui, now rolling in the dirt, found himself in a rather disheveled state. The silhouette of the crane tree swayed gently, glimmering silver as it swiftly approached the still waters. In order to avoid intimidating the young ones, the crane tree had refrained from utilizing its instantaneous movement, except for the time it saved lives in the hospital. Yet, the speed bestowed by its boundless potential remained beyond their grasp. This time, there was no evasion for the still waters. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A tempestuous wind, infused with a searing heat, surged towards the back of the crane tree. The crimson flames lunged forth like a ferocious serpent, aiming directly at the crane tree. Hichusher never anticipated that the tree would possess such a technique. This technique, like the Great Fireball, is also a searing ninjutsu, once featured in the anime. It was employed by the character known as the Elder Brother during the Chunin exams. It is surprising that Shuri has mastered it at such a young age. The crane tree extended its hand, a chill swirling gently within its palm, as an icy breath surged forth. The crystalline frost instantly froze the flames before it, swiftly spreading through the air until it reached the feet of the tree. Startled, the tree recoiled hastily. Yet, the advance of the frost was too rapid, and a tingling sensation surged through its toes. In the blink of an eye, the tree was transformed into an ice sculpture, standing resolutely amidst the forest. At that moment, The vigilant Jishui's gaze sharpened. A shuriken flew towards the crane tree. The sound of collision resonated as the shuriken was deflected by the crane tree's icy blade. Simultaneously, Jishui's figure flickered before the crane tree, the cold glint of the blade reflecting the calmness of Jishui's eyes. Jishui's lips twitched. Very well. He was truly engaging with him while wielding a short sword. The dagger hovered before Jishui's chest, no matter how forcefully Jishui exerted himself. It could not graze the fabric of Jishui's attire. The crane tree extended its hand, bestowing upon Shushu a magnificent ice sculpture. Chapter 22, Constructing a Peaceful and Beautiful New World. The midday sunlight filtered through layers of overlapping leaves, cascading upon the two ice sculptures and shimmering with dazzling brilliance. Uchiha Itachi gazed at the frozen figures of Shushu and the tree, then cast a glance at the crane tree, his heart filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that someone who could not even wield a shuriken could possess such formidable strength. The crane tree could not truly keep the two individuals frozen for too long. It stepped forward to shatter the frost that encased them. The still water and the fallen leaves from the tree touched the ground, causing their skin to swiftly erupt in tiny goosebumps. Are you all right? The crane tree supported them. The muscles of the two individuals had grown numb from the cold. It's nothing. The crane tree is truly remarkable. I should intensify my training as well. The tree smiled at him, resolutely clenching its fist. Tomorrow, he would request his father to impart to him the formidable ninjutsu. And he would also inquire about how to awaken his eyes. He could not afford to lag too far behind. Jishui pressed his lips together, his gaze reflecting the same unwavering determination. The corners of crane tree's mouth twitched slightly. The training intensity within the tree had already been considerable. Yet there was an insistence to further amplify it. Truly, the embodiment of relentless competition. Well, it is getting late. Why not come to my home for dinner? The tree extended an invitation. Crane tree and Stillwater nodded gently. The tree also turned to Uchiha Itachi, urging, "Come join us, Itachi." Taken aback for a moment, Uchiha Itachi soon acquiesced with a nod. The lunch at the tree's residence was quite sumptuous, and the four of them feasted to their heart's content. The maid cleared away the empty dishes from the table and brought forth a platter of fruit. The four of them reclined side by side on the tatami, basking in the warm sunlight that enveloped them. The crane tree contentedly narrowed its eyes, only to become aware of a distinct gaze beside it. Is there something amiss? The tree, caught in its act of peeking, cleared its throat, a blush rising to its ears, and replied, "It's nothing." The steady gaze of the water stopped on the tree's flushed ear, realizing something. "Would you care for some shaved ice?" The tree thought of this delightful treat and tilted its head to inquire of the crane tree. "Absolutely," Ishu nodded. Enjoying shaved ice in the summer is one of life's greatest pleasures. 4 bowls of shaved ice were brought to the table. Ishu opted for the strawberry-flavored one. Shu selected the tangy pineapple flavor. Jishui chose the subtle vanilla, while you favor the sweet and rich red bean flavor. In the realm of anime, the character Itachi Uchiha's fondness for sweets, as depicted by the character Ketsuki, deepens our understanding of his persona. This is not merely a casual inclination towards sugary delights. The bowl of red bean shaved ice can only be described as a divine delicacy that could make one lose their teeth. After indulging in the shaved ice, the four of them simply reclined and succumbed to an afternoon slumber. Itachi initially intended to return, yet Ketsuki firmly pressed him to stay. Surprisingly, his affection level increased by 5 points, now standing at a -10. Time seemed to pass unmeasured until the wind chime on the eaves emitted a crisp sound, followed by the hurried footsteps approaching. The crane tree was the first to open its eyes, and soon after, the others groggily followed suit. On Uchiha Itachi's small face lingered an expression of innocent bewilderment. Itachi tree almost lost control of his wicked impulses. What transpired? He furrowed his brow, rising to gaze at the maid before him. "Young master, your father has returned from the battlefield, but he has sustained grave injuries." The maid replied. "What?" Itachi's eyes widened, fear and panic engulfing his every emotion. "Where is my father? Take me to him at once." Itachi commanded without hesitation. "Yes," the maid nodded, leading him towards the grand hall ahead. Keiki and Shizuki exchanged a glance before following the pace set by the trees. Itachi Uchiha also lifted his foot to join them. The father of the tree, a son of the elder of the Uchiha clan, possessed formidable strength and held a distinguished status. Even before entering the grand hall, Keiki sensed several unfamiliar chakra signatures. The hall was filled with many members of the Uchiha clan. Trembling, Shizuki hurried forward, halting before a white stretcher. The air was thick with the scent of blood, which slowly soaked through the stretcher. Shizuki's father, Uchiha Izumi, struggled to open his eyes, and the tear-streaked face of his son came into view. "Do not cry." Uchiha Izumi coughed up blood, his dark robe drenched in crimson. Shizuki suppressed the terror rising within him, tears welling in his eyes as he clutched the hem of his garment, his body trembling slightly. Standing beside him, a member of the Uchiha clan placed a hand on his shoulder, offering what seemed to be comfort. The Uchiha clan member bore a serious expression, his brows furrowed with a weighty calmness. He was none other than the clan leader and Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku. Outside the door stood Tsuru and Shushu, refraining from entry, while Uchiha Itachi silently observed the scene before him. Itachi had recently emerged from the battlefield, having personally brought an end to a life. Accustomed to the cycle of life and death, he still found himself grappling with the essence of existence, and even more so, the significance of being alive. Tsuru glanced at Shushu, her eyes filled with a plea. Within the depths of despair, Shushu seemed to have temporarily forgotten Tsuru's capabilities. The crane tree nodded gently. Even if Jishui chose to remain silent, Katsuki would also take the initiative to step forward. He was still unable to observe Uchiha Fugaku with indifference. The hall was filled with elite shinobi from the Uchiha clan, and the moment Katsuki and Shushu entered, they were promptly noticed. Shushu called out a middle-aged man who recognized him as Shushu's guardian. Uncle, Shushu replied politely with a bow. Uchiha Itachi also made his entrance, positioning himself behind Uchiha Fugaku. Among those present, only Katsuki was not a member of the Uchiha clan. However, his appearance was so deceptively engaging that it failed to attract any suspicious glances. Crane Tree stepped forward, kneeling beside the tree. His small hand rested gently on the tree's shoulder, capturing the profound despair that emanated from within. He spoke softly, "Tree, have you forgotten? I am still here, your friend." The tree trembled, abruptly lifting its head, its pair of crimson eyes fixated intently on Crane Tree. How could it have forgotten? There was still Crane Tree. The Sharingan. This young one has awakened it. A voice of astonishment resonated from the Uchiha behind. The Crane Tree also sensed the formidable power of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. As it confronted the Sharingan, the crimson pupils, adorned with two swirling black tomo, evoked a profound sense of foreboding, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of pressure. The gaze of Katsuki fell upon the middle-aged man lying before him. He extended his hand, and a luminous green light flashed instantaneously. Like a divine miracle, as time progressed, Uchiha's faint heartbeat gradually grew stronger. The wounds that bled incessantly began to heal, sprouting tender new flesh, and his breathing became increasingly steady. The intensity of Katsuki's treatment for Uchiha was the most significant since he had employed the reversal technique. The battered state of Uchiha's body, combined with his formidable strength, posed considerable challenges to Katsuki's healing efforts. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his hands began to tremble slightly. At last, the radiance in his hand began to fade, and darkness clouded his vision, causing him to uncontrollably topple backward. Shizuka reacted swiftly, catching Katsuki's falling form, and inquired with concern, "Katsuki, are you all right?" The Crane Tree, weary and unable to utter a word, gradually sought to alleviate the encroaching darkness before him. The tree stood in astonishment, glancing at the still waters, retracting his hand that had remained suspended in midair. His eyes, perpetually blood-red, were those of a newly awakened Sharingan user who remained oblivious to the means of deactivating it. Uchiha Fugaku's hand rested upon Uchiha Itachi's pulse. His pupils constricted as he gazed at the Crane Tree in disbelief. Such a vigorous pulse resembled that of an individual utterly unscathed. Ding. The affinity with the character Uchiha Fugaku has reached 10. The Crane Tree was initially in a state of drowsiness. Yet the system's alert tone abruptly roused him from his lethargy. He propped himself up with his hand, straightening his posture. Should he rest a while longer? The still water remained somewhat apprehensive. The recent appearance of Katsu was enough to leave him thoroughly startled. Ding. The favorability of the character Uchiha Shushu is now at 75. Ding. The favorability of the character Uchiha Itachi is now at 10. This series of encouraging notifications completely roused Katsu from his daze. The brief episode of dizziness he had just experienced was merely a result of excessive chakra usage and the fatigue from concentrating his energy. It was nothing of great concern. "Katsu, thank you," Shushu said, deeply bowing towards him. His eyes were slightly reddened, and the crimson of his Sharingan was filled with profound emotion, an ineffable gratitude that emanated from the depths of his heart. The Crane Tree gently shook its head, a subtle smile gracing its lips. "We are friends. Of course, I must assist you." Although his initial encounter with Uchiha Shuri was less than pleasant, the time spent together and their shared battles had quietly melted the frost, transforming it into a warm spring pool. Uchiha Shuri also smiled, his eyes reflecting an indescribable sentiment as he gazed at the Crane Tree. Uchiha Izumi, exhausted, was carried away to rest. Within the expansive hall, the elders of the Uchiha clan focused their attention on the crane tree. What a treasure! Indeed, such medical ninjutsu is something even Tsunade could not achieve. Did that child Shursui just call him Crane Tree? I've heard that Tsunade has a disciple by that name. Let us bring him into the Uchiha clan. Absolutely. I concur. The elders behind Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances, silently communicating. Ultimately, they reached a decision. They would recruit this young girl into the Uchiha clan. Young lady, what is your name? We owe you a great deal this time. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was solemn, laden with gratitude. His gaze swept between the crane tree and Shursui, sending shivers down the spine of those who observed. Hello, uncle. My name is Tsukiyame Ketsuki. The crane tree obediently spoke. I am friends with the tree, so naturally, I must extend my assistance. He pressed his lips together, revealing an angelic smile. Moreover, I cannot bear to stand idly by when confronted with anyone in distress. It is the responsibility of a medical ninja. Alas, the elders present felt as though they had been struck by an arrow to the heart, their smiles wavering. What a remarkably virtuous and benevolent little angel he is. Why is he not a member of their Uchiha clan? The crane tree was warmly welcomed by the Uchiha clan leader. Crane Tree and Shursui, please join us for dinner at our home tonight. Uchiha Fugaku tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a somewhat stiff smile. As he seldom displayed such expressions, the smile appeared slightly awkward. Naturally, Shursui and Crane Tree could not decline Fugaku's invitation. Shushu smiled gratefully. Thank you, uncle. Jishui responded. Thank you, clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head as he departed with the other elders. Today, whether it was Uchiha Itachi, who was on the verge of recovery from his severe injuries, or the young girl named Shushu, an urgent meeting was necessary. The hall once again fell into an empty silence. Under the guidance of Uchiha Fugaku, Shuri had just deactivated his Sharingan, fatigue evident in his features. The Sharingan demanded an exorbitant amount of mental energy. The events of the day had unfolded so abruptly, his father's grave injuries and subsequent recovery, coupled with his own activation of the Sharingan. Shuri, you should take a moment to rest, Shushu said, noticing the weariness in his eyes. Jishui nodded in agreement. Indeed, Shuri, you appear quite exhausted. Shuri did not protest. He could no longer endure the strain. He exited the hall. Uchiha Itachi stood beside Shushu and Jishui, his gaze fixed intently on Shushu. What are you staring at, brat? Haru gently ruffled Uchiha Itachi's hair. This time, Uchiha Itachi did not reduce his affection. A glimmer of joy sparkled in the eyes of the crane tree. Indeed, today's harvest was remarkable. Not only had he encountered Itachi Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha, but he also began to cultivate a favorable impression. You are quite impressive, Itachi Uchiha remarked, his youthful visage adorned with a serious expression. Shushu involuntarily broke into a smile. Indeed, traversing dimensions is delightful. Acting as an undercover agent for Uchiha Madara, competing in performance with Uchiha Bido, and having Uchiha Shursui as a defeated opponent, while Uchiha Itachi praises his prowess with a face full of admiration. The system, however, failed to discern any admiration from Uchiha Itachi's expression. Shursui took Shushu to the riverbank, where a gentle breeze caressed the air, and the fragrance of fresh grass permeated the atmosphere. The crane tree was inherently weary. In such an environment, his eyelids grew heavy with fatigue. Meanwhile, Jishui lay beside him, succumbing to slumber. Unlike the two who slept obliviously, the diminutive Uchiha Itachi stood by the riverbank, his gaze following the meandering waters, contemplating the profound philosophies of life. Gradually, the sun descended in the western sky. The crane tree slowly opened its eyes. How delightful! Sleeping in such an environment is truly exhilarating. The untainted air, the picturesque landscape, and the warm yet gentle sunlight. What is the essence of life? What significance does existence hold? Uchiha Itachi squatted by the riverbank, engaging in soliloquy. The crane tree remained silent, indeed a man revered as a deity. While others indulged in the frivolities of childhood, he pondered the profound significance of existence. After silently reciting the core socialist values in his mind, the crane tree stepped forward, poised to embark on his mission of enlightenment. Young as he was, the weasel should not dwell on the potential for premature gray hairs that such thoughts might bring. Shushu donned a deceitful smile, taking a seat beside Uchiha Itachi. However, if one does not engage in contemplation, they shall remain perpetually ensnared in confusion. Itachi turned his head, gazing at Shushu earnestly as he spoke. Furthermore, I do not possess any white hair. Shushu replied, Indeed, you have not developed white hair. Yet the lines of time have etched themselves upon your face. Itachi remained silent, unable to disclose to Shushu that this was his natural state. Do you not feel perplexed? He inquired. Uchiha Itachi appeared to be a child burdened with profound thoughts. The crane tree shook its head. I certainly do not feel lost. Why? The weasel's pupils widened in surprise and excitement. He yearned to seek an answer. Yet, his peers of the same age could not even comprehend his question. However, it is understandable. Who would pose such philosophical inquiries about the meaning of life to a mere 4-year-old? It would be more polite to refrain from throwing mud at him. It is because I have a purpose. Shushu smiled. His aspiration was to become a national idol, a heartthrob adored by all. Such profound awareness. The system acknowledged Shushu's enlightened mindset. To reward the host's enlightenment, it resolved to meticulously select a skill for Shushu that would surely satisfy him during the next opportunity. However, the path to becoming a beloved figure is long and arduous. He would seek tirelessly. As for his own aspirations, Itachi felt perplexed. For he himself lacked a clear goal and was uncertain of his desires. Thus, he inquired of Shushu, "What is your objective?" Chapter 23, The Eve of War to Fill the World with Love and Peace. The crane tree smiles. Envisioning the banner of socialism planted in every corner of the ninja world. This is a shared aspiration among him, Uchiha Ibito, Insuchi and II. As for the devoted son, Kurizetsu, yearning to rescue his mother, once the crane tree attains sufficient strength, he shall send him to reunite with his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. His inherent kindness is overwhelming. He is always eager to assist others in realizing their dreams, striving to fill the world with love and peace. Uchiha Itachi's tender heart is profoundly impacted. His perspective, when juxtaposed with that of the crane tree, appears woefully limited. Heron took the opportunity to gently tousle Itachi's hair, speaking with earnest gravity. Itachi, do not confine your gaze to our village. We are but grains of sand in the torrent of time, and so is Konoha. In the Warring States period, who could have envisioned that we would one day live within a hidden village? Yet today, none can predict the trajectory of our future. Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment, as Heron's words began to pierce through his prior confusion and introspection. However, we possess the power to steer this current, to reshape the world according to our own vision and direction. He continued, his voice imbued with fervor. Uchiha Itachi gazed at him, captivated. In that moment, the figure before him seemed to radiate a brilliant light, compelling one to embrace his words. What I desire is a world that is prosperous and harmonious, devoid of conflict. A realm where all individuals are equal and free. Ninjas should not be mere instruments of slaughter and war. I envision a society where everyone is kind, trustworthy, dedicated, and filled with love. Is such a world truly attainable? The longing for this ideal world mirrored in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Yet all he perceived were the grim realities of bloodshed and the brutality of battle. Indeed, if someone takes the first step, an ever-growing multitude will follow. The crane tree smiled, its eyes seemingly sparkling with the brilliance of the stars and the vastness of the ocean. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Ding! You have achieved a favorability rating of 40 with the character Uchiha Itachi. With great excitement, Harusha nearly leapt into the air. Who would have anticipated that merely discussing philosophy could elevate his favorability by 30 points? Indeed, it seems that every individual in the world of Naruto is a philosopher. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. I am willing to be the first spark that ignites the will. I shall strive to enhance my own strength, to become Hokage, and to possess the authority to shape such a world. Through love and peace, let us unite and forge a stable and harmonious existence. Truly, love and peace are mere tales for children. Once Harusha becomes invincible, with the 10 tails Jinchuriki in his left hand, and standing to his right are the esteemed Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, clad in Susanu's majestic form, who would dare to oppose him? Shushu clenched his fist resolutely, his eyes brimming with longing and yearning for a brighter future. Uchiha Itachi pressed his lips together, the confusion in his gaze gradually dissipating. Shushu is indeed correct. We must strive to create such a beautiful world. Since Shushu aspires to become the Hokage, he must endeavor to garner the support of those who cherish him. In the future, he will join Shushu in forging a truly splendid realm. I wish to be a single spark among countless stars. Ding! Achieved a favorability of 50 with the character Uchiha Itachi. Marvelous. The crane tree elegantly curves its lips, achieving a dual purpose with a single arrow. Not only has it enhanced the favorability, but it has also attracted a promising future ally. I shall join as well. The voice of Shursui suddenly resonated. He stood behind the two, warmth glimmering in his dark eyes. Ding! Favorability with the target character Uchiha Shursui has reached 80. The crane tree was overwhelmed with joy. Jishui. Having long anticipated Jishui's awakening, the crane tree turned its head, revealing a look of astonishment. Jishui's smile was gentle and unassuming, as he had not expected the crane tree's aspirations to be so grand. Yet, the world envisioned by the crane tree was indeed captivating. The crane tree smiled shyly. Realizing that it was getting late, we should head to Uncle Fuji's house. Y stood up and led the way. In his pitch-black eyes, the confusion gradually dissipated. Within his young heart, a clear objective began to take shape. The first subordinate of the crane tree, Uchiha Itachi, flourished remarkably, and in the process also nurtured the second subordinate, Uchiha Shushu. The heron tree takes great satisfaction in its own eloquence. The residences of the Uchiha clan are predominantly centered around courtyards. And the home of Itachi Uchiha is no exception. The clan's sources of income, aside from the remuneration for their services as ninjas, include various enterprises managed within the Land of Fire, ensuring they are far from financially constrained. This is vividly illustrated in the anime, showcasing Itachi Uchiha's abode, which features antique architecture, elegantly arranged furnishings, and a vast courtyard. Makoto Uchiha is not only strikingly beautiful but also possesses remarkable craftsmanship. Haru and Shurzwa, having satisfied 7/10 of their hunger, set down their chopsticks. Uchiha Fugaku, seated at the head of the table, observed Haru with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto began to tidy up the dishes. Haru, you should visit the Uchiha clan more often, suggested Fugaku. As the head of the Uchiha clan, his vision extended far beyond the present. He recognized the remarkable potential of this young girl, a disciple of Tsunade Senju, the rightful heir of Hokage. And her close ties with the Uchiha clan positioned her as a promising prospect for the future. In his previous life, Hishu was merely an ordinary recluse. However, endowed with a divine perspective and years of experience in discerning anime, he was still able to decipher Uchiha Fugaku's intentions. He chuckled softly. I am good friends with Shursui and Shinichi. I shall visit often, as long as Uncle Fugaku does not find me a nuisance. Haha. Fugaku could not help but laugh aloud, shaking his head in disbelief. How could that be? Uchiha Itachi gazed at Uchiha Fugaku with astonishment. The image of Fugaku in the eyes of the clan members was one of sternness and solemnity, yet today, his smiles had far surpassed the usual. In the future, Hirushu aspires to become the Hokage, and the support of the prominent clans of Konoha is indispensable. He is eager to embrace the investment from Uchiha Fugaku, firmly believing that he could be Uchiha Fugaku's most successful investment. However, the corners of Heron-'s mouth twitched slightly, despite Fugaku's beaming smile and cordial tone. There was not the slightest increase in his affinity score of 10. Truly, he is deserving of the chieftain position at such a young age. The silvery moonlight climbed upon the tatami beneath the eaves, signaling that Heron and Shursui should take their leave. Itachi, see Heron and Shursui off, Fugaku instructed his son. Understood. Itachi rose and walked alongside the two as they made their way outside. Upon reaching the Uchiha clan's territory, Heron halted Shursui and Itachi's steps. This is far enough. I can return on my own. He smiled gently at them. Jishui initially intended to express concern about the safety of a girl returning home alone at night. But upon considering Hishu's formidable prowess, he decided to swallow his words. Take care, Jishui advised. Hirsch's gaze shifted to the slightly shorter Uchiha Itachi, as he extended his sinful hand to gently pat Itachi's head. Keep practicing diligently, he encouraged. Itachi nodded obediently, having always been on the receiving end of head pats. Hirsch finally relished the sensation of bestowing it upon another. The crane tree waved goodbye to them and turned to leave. Upon returning home, the crane tree commenced his daily training. He retrieved the divine spear from the rack on the bedroom wall and began to draw his blade. Shushu took a deep breath, channeling all his chakra as he resolutely grasped the hilt of the blade. Yet, there remained an unsettling stillness. Just as Shushu contemplated releasing his grip, the sound of metal clashing between the blade and its sheath resonated with a crisp, melodious tone. The roar of a racing engine melded with the harmonious clash of drawn swords, a symphony that no man could ever resist. He opened his eyes wide, the gleam of the blade's silver glinting at the depths of his gaze. Withdrawing the sword from its sheath, the entire form of the divine spear was finally unveiled before him. The silvery blade was impeccably smooth, devoid of any intricate patterns, exuding a simplicity and elegance. He could no longer suppress his eagerness to test his blade, although he was uncertain of how much power he could truly harness from the divine spear. He felt compelled to seek out a secluded location. The silhouette of the crane lingered in the room, as if suspended in time for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, the figure vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the night forest was enveloped in a delicate mist, the river flowing serenely. Silence reigned supreme. Suddenly, a figure emerged at the riverbank. The crane's feet pressed upon the soft grass as it once again drew forth the divine spear that hung at its waist. It aimed at the towering tree beside it, and a silvery brilliance flickered to life. The beam of light pierced through the entirety of the grand tree. The crane tree is estimated to stretch a mere 2 meters at present. The great tree swayed precariously before ultimately succumbing, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. Just lingered in the air. This is troublesome. Such a tremendous commotion will surely prompt the vigilant Night Watch ninjas to investigate. Moreover, we are currently amidst a precarious period of war. The crane tree sheathes his blade, sensing the approaching ninjas in the distance. With a swift motion, he vanishes from sight. Before a great tree stands a pineapple-headed figure clad in a green vest, flanked by several ninjas in similar attire. Naruto steps forward, placing his hand upon the tree's smooth, cut surface, and speaks, "Investigate the area for any casualties." Yes. The green figures disperse in all directions. Moments later, a report comes back. "Captain, there are no casualties, nor any traces of blood or signs of a struggle." The ninja's report eases the furrow in Naruto's brow. He shakes his head and instructs the ninjas behind him. "It appears someone was practicing ninjutsu here. We shall return to our post and remain vigilant." Yes. Naruto cast one last glance at the neatly severed surface of the tree, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Such a precise cut must have been made by a weapon, or perhaps by an unsettlingly powerful ninjutsu. Yet, according to the information at his disposal, none among Konoha's Ch-nin or J-nin possess such techniques. Unbeknownst to him, the crane tree at home remains oblivious to these events, lying in bed, reflecting on the attack of the divine spear before gradually succumbing to slumber. Half a year later, life continues in a methodical rhythm. The tension of war begins to permeate the atmosphere, even the children in class sense the looming danger. Sato Kajimu, unable to withstand the pressure from above, finally announces an important matter. He enters the classroom with a taut expression, not out of anger, but rather an indescribable weight. His lips pressed together. He surveys the youthful faces before him, his heart constricted. Today, we will discuss how to confront the battlefield. As Sato Kajimu's words settle, many have already begun to surmise the reason. In the past, they may not have considered such a direction. However, the current tense situation has slowly begun to infiltrate their consciousness. Ishimu let out a faint sigh. Whether it be the exceptionally talented Hinata Rin and Hinata Motoin, the awakened Uchiha Shuri, or the astute Nara Ski, each of these individuals possesses remarkable gifts. Yet, they have never made an appearance in the anime. The crane tree conjecture suggests that they must have perished upon the battlefield. Thus, the relentless tide of history within the shinobi world has engulfed them. Teacher, why are you sharing this? Saratobi Aoki tilted his head, a glimmer of confusion illuminating his eyes. There are indeed individuals who possess an innate sense of ease, such as Saratobi Aoki. He sensed the sudden heaviness that enveloped the classroom, yet he could not comprehend the reason behind it. Crane Tree gazed at the innocent Saratobi Aoki with an expression of unparalleled affection. Uchiha Shursui slightly lowered his gaze, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Although he had yet to awaken his Sharingan, he had spent the past 6 months developing new ninjutsu. He would not allow himself to be left behind by Crane Tree. Soon, they would be heading to the battlefield. Sato Yashiki, who initially hesitated to speak so bluntly, recognized that the children must confront this harsh reality. Saratobi Aoki was momentarily taken aback. Despite his frequent boasts of aspiring to be a hero, the true battlefield wielded a profound impact on him. The expressions of many others below also shifted. They were neither fearful nor retreating, but rather filled with a sense of helplessness and confusion. A weight akin to iron pressed heavily upon Tsuru's heart. Had he remained merely an observer in a previous life, he might have felt indifferent. Yet, now that he had stepped into this world, every character he once regarded as mere figments transformed into living beings of flesh and blood, rendering it impossible for him to remain entirely unresponsive. While watching anime, he noted the scarcity of Konoha's elite shinobi, like Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha, who existed in the same era, likely a consequence of the ravages of war. The battlefield is merciless, Sato Yashiki remarked, and I hope you all return safely. He urged the students to pay close attention to the forthcoming information. Even without his prompting, they would listen intently. None dared to underestimate the gravity of war, despite their average age being merely 8 years. After half an hour, Sato Yashiki finally paused, his lips chapped from incessant talking and rapid speech. Yet he refrained from drinking water. He continued, once you enter the battlefield, you will be Konoha's ninjas, the heroes who protect the village. To enhance your experience and survival rate, he paused for a brief moment, you will be divided into teams of 3, each led by a guiding jonin. For now, the focus on strength would be set aside, as this group of children lacked even the most basic experience. Therefore, the role of the leading jonin was of utmost importance. He then began to announce the team allocations. First team, Tsukimi Tsuru, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Tsuru. Sato Yashiki turned his gaze towards Tsuru. Hirushu narrowed his eyes, contemplating the profound implications of this grouping. The Uchiha clan currently plays a pivotal role on the battlefield, and Hirushu shares a strong camaraderie with the new generation of Uchihas. However, his prowess surpasses theirs, and he possesses mastery over the miraculous medical ninjutsu known as reversal techniques. From the perspective of Konoha's higher-ups, this arrangement seems designed to utilize Hirushu to restrain the Uchiha. Conversely, from the Uchiha standpoint, this grouping ensures the survival of their younger generation. It is a maneuver that benefits both parties while simultaneously binding them. The outcome of this grouping evidently leaves both Shursui and Shuri in good spirits. The second group consists of Sarutobi Aoki, Hyuga Rin, and Iwayuzu. In this assembly, the cold and astute Hyuga Rin is well suited to keep Sarutobi Aoki in check, while the sole female member, Iwayuzu, proves to be a compliant individual. The third group includes Nara Eiji, Hyuga Motojin, and Uehara Tame. Nara Eiji's intellect perfectly complements Hyuga Motojin's combat abilities, and Uehara Tame has just begun to grasp medical ninjutsu. Being the son of Nara-man, brother of the Nara clan leader, Eiji finds himself unfortunately isolated, lacking a stable formation akin to the traditional Ino-Shikacho trio. Once the group divisions are finalized, the classroom is filled with a mix of laughter and sorrow. Haru is patiently dealing with Sarutobi Aoki, who is insistently requesting to change groups. Classmates Sarutobi, Rin, and Yuzu are all exceptionally talented individuals, and the teacher's assigned groups cannot be altered. Sarutobi Aoki hangs his head, dejectedly stating, "I know I cannot switch, but I truly cannot bear to part with you, Haru." Tears even shimmer in his eyes. Indeed, Sarutobi Aoki has been exceedingly kind to Haru. Shushu smiled gently. And though I also felt reluctant to part with my classmate Sarutobi, we could still share a meal together once the war concluded. Sarutobi Aoki quickly mustered his spirits, clenching his fist with determination. "You are absolutely right. Once the war is over, we shall feast heartily." Such scenes unfolded in various corners of the classroom. Sato Yashiki observed this, and his eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. Chapter 24. On the ingenious use of storage space the following day, at 8 in the morning. The trio, Kitsuki, Mori, and Shimizu, had arrived at the banks of the meandering stream that bisects Konoha. With a spark of curiosity, Mori leaned against the railing of the bridge and inquired, "Who do you suppose our guiding teacher will be?" Shimizu shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Among the current graduates, their combined prowess ranked within the top 3, with 2 hailing from the illustrious Uchiha clan, rendering the assignment of a mentor rather complex. Sensing an approaching figure, Kitsuki lifted his gaze and beheld a silhouette standing before them. Upon noticing the distinctive white eyes of the newcomer, Kitsuki raised an eyebrow. Hinata Hayashi? Niji's disgruntled father? How intriguing. 2 Uchihas and 1 Hyuga. This arrangement promised to be quite compelling. "Greetings, I am Hinata Hayashi. From this day forth, I shall serve as your guiding jonin." Clad in a green vest, Hinata Hayashi concealed the caged bird mark on his forehead beneath his ninja headband, his countenance strikingly handsome. Indeed, within the realm of Naruto, the Hyuga clan, much like the Uchiha, is not lacking in beauty, however. The imposing presence and formidable techniques of the Uchiha often overshadow the more understated yet equally admirable qualities of the Hyuga clan. The 3 individuals in the crane tree bowed in reverence, greeting their teacher. Despite being influenced by his father's sentiments, Tree harbored an innate animosity towards the Hyuga clan. However, now that the individual before him had assumed the role of his mentor, he felt compelled to adhere to the decorum expected of a disciple. "Very well." Hinata Hayashi nodded slightly, his voice soft yet devoid of emotion. The expression in his pale eyes was inscrutable to all. "I am Uchiha Shursui." Proficient in fire techniques and swordsmanship, Shursui introduced himself, his brevity drawing attention. Kitsuki then introduced herself. "I am Kitsuki Tsukimi, skilled in ice release and medical ninjutsu." In her eagerness to fit in, Tsukuri, who had prepared a 3-minute self-introduction, was compelled to abbreviate it. "I am Uchiha Tsukuri, adept in fire release, and I have awakened my Sharingan." Hinata Nichi, however, displayed no dissatisfaction at their succinct introductions. Instead, he calmly remarked, "I have heard that the 3 of you are exceptionally gifted ninjas. I look forward to your guidance." To ascertain the specific prowess of the 3 individuals, Hinata Nichi orchestrated a trial match, wherein the trio would collaborate against him. "You have 1 minute to devise a strategy," Hinata Nichi announced. "I hope you will demonstrate your full potential, allowing me to discern your strengths and weaknesses." He was determined to ensure that his disciples would not perish easily on the battlefield or during missions, necessitating a comprehensive understanding of their combat capabilities. Very well. The three individuals, Katsuki, Shuri, and Jisue, gradually retreated, distancing themselves from Hinata Nakaira. As a seasoned jonin, Nakaira possessed the Byakugan, a powerful bloodline limit. Jisue spoke first. I will do my utmost to restrain teacher Nakaira, while Shuri promptly initiated a Jinjutsu, allowing Katsuki to employ ice release to bind their instructor. Subsequently, the crane tree nodded in agreement. In the face of the already accomplished jonin and battle-hardened Hyuga Hizashi, Shursue's analysis and strategy were impeccable. The tree also nodded, indicating that it seemed they had reached a consensus. Noticing the silence among the three, Hyuga Hizashi spoke up. Let us commence. Byakugan. His voice rang out coldly, veins bulging at the corners of his eyes. As his words fell, the figure of Uchiha Shursue moved with the swiftness of a mere apparition, advancing towards him. The Sharingan of the tree gradually rotated, rendering the movements of Shursue and Hizashi's confrontation remarkably clear. The chill emanating from the palm of Heron Tree coalesced, as icy blades radiated from his hand, serving to divert the attention of the sun's rays. He was acutely aware that to pierce a high-ranking ninja endowed with the Byakugan with such blades was beyond his capabilities. While distraction was feasible, the prospect of delivering a fatal blow remained an impossibility. No, that was incorrect. The crane tree squinted slightly. Hinata Nichi, belonging to a branch family, possessed a wide eye with an angle that eluded perception. Return to heaven. A tremendous gust of wind not only shattered the crane tree's icy blade but also sent Shizuka flying. At that moment, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the corner of Shuri's forehead. The illusion seized the opportunity to intrude. However, such illusions could not confine Hinata Nichi for long. Crane tree. Shizuka and Shuri turned their gazes toward the crane tree. For a fleeting moment, Hinata Nichi experienced a disorienting haze, as he beheld a familiar figure before him. His brows furrowed in confusion. Something was amiss. It was an illusion. With keen eyes, Hinata Nichi focused, and in the next instant, the phantom before him began to dissipate slowly. Suddenly, he felt a chill emanating from a blind spot behind him. He swiftly turned to evade. Yet his peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of an ice-blue figure, and the silhouette of the crane tree loomed larger in his sight. The palms of Katsuki radiated a chilling aura that sent shivers coursing through his body, even before making contact with Hinata Hayashi. It was evident that this ninjutsu was far from ordinary, the 8 trigrams empty palm. The air compressed as his swift hand struck fiercely towards Katsuki's chest. Hinata Hayashi anticipated that Katsuki would evade the attack. However, to his astonishment, Katsuki advanced toward him without any attempt at avoidance. A frown creased Hayashi's brow. Such reckless disregard for self-preservation was tantamount to courting death. He slightly tempered his strength, deciding to impart a lesson to Katsuki. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself staring in disbelief at his own outstretched right hand. It felt as though he had landed a blow. Yet it seemed he had not even grazed Katsuki's attire. Amidst his shock, Katsuki had already encased Hayashi's hands in ice. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. A fire dragon erupted from Katsuki's mouth, swiftly surging towards Hayashi's rear. Caught in a pincer movement and unable to free his hands, surprise flickered in Hayashi's eyes. Crack. With a steely resolve, he forcibly shattered the ice binding his hands with the empty palm technique. His figure leaped out of the attack's range with remarkable speed. Truly, they were the finest of geniuses gathered in one team. A glimmer of admiration passed through Hayashi's gaze. With such formidable students, he, as their teacher, must also demonstrate his true prowess. Chakra converged, and an overwhelming force coalesced in his fists. He initiated the assault against Katsuki. Strangely, despite the terrifying power of Hayashi's punches, they struck with an unexpected gentleness, as soft as cotton and as graceful as willow fluff. This was undoubtedly the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. Upon striking the human body, it could swiftly disrupt the opponent's chakra network, rendering them entirely incapacitated in battle. The crane tree moved swiftly, evading the onslaught of the sun's rays. The sun's rays were indeed formidable, a testament to the prowess of a seasoned ninja who had already tasted the battlefield. With the mastery of his six-eyes technique, Shushu skillfully discerned the trajectory of his opponent's attacks, while Nakaira relied on his extensive combat experience to intercept Shushu's evasive maneuvers. Breaking path, 69th Thunderroar Cannon. A brilliant light erupted from the palm of Shushu, accompanied by the crackling sound of lightning as the beam surged towards Nakaira. As Nakaira attempted to evade, Shushu created distance between them. Simultaneously, a surge of hard ice emerged from the ground, rapidly spreading towards Nakaira's feet. Overwhelmed, Nikaira leapt onto a branch, yet the icy tendrils continued their relentless advance. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Could this child, Shushu, possess such abundant chakra? Teacher. We have triumphed. Jishui and Shuli suddenly appeared beside Shushu, their lips curling into faint smiles, their eyes shimmering with youthful brilliance. Not necessarily, Nikaira began to respond. But his Byakugan caught sight of tree trunks bristling with explosive tags, densely packed around him. Though his Kaiten was renowned as an absolute defense, it struggled to withstand such a concentrated barrage of explosive attacks. A sense of resignation washed over Nikaira. He never anticipated losing to 3 freshly graduated genin. However, he felt no shame or anger at their victory. The stronger these children became, the greater their chances of survival on the battlefield. He gracefully descended from the branches, landing lightly before the trio. A subtle smile graced Nikaira's typically stoic face as he analyzed. While I was entangled with Shushu, Jishui set traps, and Shushu skillfully lured me into them. All the while Shuli executed surprise ninjutsu strikes to distract my remaining focus. You all are impressive, Nikaira genuinely praised. At least, during his childhood at their age, he could not have matched their prowess. Feeling a deep sense of recognition from Nikaira, a jonin of the Hyuga clan, the barriers between Jishui and Shuli began to dissolve. Nikaira turned his gaze towards Shushu, recalling the sensation he had felt moments ago, and inquired. Did you sustain any injuries from the teacher's attack, Shushu? Jishui immediately looked at Shushu, concern etched in his eyes. Shushu, are you hurt? Shuli also turned his attention towards him. The immeasurable disparity between them could be infinitely bridged, appearing as if they had indeed made contact. Even Nikaira himself could not discern whether the attack had landed or missed entirely. If the guiding jonin were anyone else, Shushu might have remained silent. However, with Nikaira as his instructor, he felt no hesitation. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Nikaira played a crucial role on the battlefield. In a village untouched by the chaos of the Ninetales incident, both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were formidable ninja clans that the village held in high regard. The greater the strength demonstrated by Tsuru, the more trepidation it incites within Hinata Nichika. After all, Tsuru is currently the apprentice of Hinata Nichika, who cannot publicly disclose this affiliation. On the other hand, within the hierarchy of Hokage, the bond between master and disciple is held in high regard. For instance, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who hesitates to take the life of a living being, inadvertently set a perilous trap for himself. Furthermore, Akatsuki, the disciple of Orochimaru, too, is influenced by her master. The fortunes of a teacher and their student are intertwined. They rise together and fall together. This is the essence of my bloodline limit. He extended his hand, explaining, this is an absolute defense. I am enveloped by a force that remains in a state of relative stillness, protecting me. The closer one approaches, the slower time seems to pass, rendering them forever unable to touch me. He raised his hand, the one belonging to Shizuki, and there existed an eternal barrier between their palms, a membrane that could not be breached. Initially blushing due to this gesture, Shizuki soon became aware of the peculiar sensation. He instinctively intensified his grip, yet he could never make contact with the palm of the crane tree. His pupils dilated in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the crane tree. Hinata Nichi's eyes also reflected a solemnity. Indeed, this was absolute defense, and a flawless one at that. However, as with any bloodline limit, it would inevitably consume chakra, and might not guarantee complete safety. Yet, this ability was truly remarkable. This shall be your trump card, crane tree. You must keep it secret. Nichi spoke seriously, casting his gaze towards Shizuki and the tree. I will not divulge it. Shizuki promptly affirmed. The crane tree is not only his companion, but also owes a debt of gratitude to his father for saving his life. How could he possibly inflict harm upon the crane tree? Jishui nodded in agreement. Rija gently curved his lips in a smile. The bond among these 3 children has always been strong. It was indeed unnecessary for him to worry so much. Our time is limited. We are likely to receive our mission by afternoon. Rija proclaimed. Now, I invite you all to dine. Excellent. The 4 of them proceeded towards the barbecue restaurant. How could one leave the Hidden Leaf Village without indulging in a splendid barbecue feast? Ding. The affection level for the character Hinata Rija is at 60. Hichushu was deeply engrossed in savoring the barbecued meat when the system's notification sound startled him. His gaze shifted towards Richa, who was grilling for them. Upon their initial meeting, Richa had donned a cold expression, making him seem rather unapproachable. Yet, within a mere morning, Chengshu's affinity for him had soared to 60. While indulging in the barbecue, Richa had consistently attended to the needs of the 3 of them. When Richa sensed the scrutiny, Chengshu was the first to divert his gaze. Richa, despite his frosty exterior, possessed a genuinely kind heart, much like his future son, Ningxi. The system's allocated skills had arrived. Should the host choose to accept them? In such a public setting, Shushu could hardly opt for yes, so he clicked no. Instantly, a box marked with a red emblem materialized in the left column of his mind's blue electronic screen, inscribed with the words, "To do." How remarkably user-friendly. Cranetree sighed. All right. Now you all head home and tidy up your belongings. Upon exiting the barbecue restaurant, Sunlight advised Cranetree and the others. Let us convene at Hokage Tower at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Harusha nodded slightly, parting ways with Jisue and Shuli. Upon returning home, Takebayashi glanced at the headband tied in Harushu's hair, offering a faint smile yet remaining silent. However, his gaze inexplicably conveyed a sense of melancholy. After conversing with Ishu, Zhu now returned to his room to complete his pending tasks. He chose to check the storage skill. Skill Introduction, produced by the system. The storage space is a perfectly still realm where even steaming meals remain unchanged. Note, the initial capacity is 1 cubic meter, and it cannot temporarily store living beings. A product of the system is assuredly of the highest quality. The storage space is indeed a remarkable asset. The Cranetree promptly contemplated the utility of this object. When venturing outdoors to fulfill a mission, what is the most vexing concern? It is the inadequacy of provisions. With the presence of storage space, would not the quality of life experience a significant enhancement? What delightful items should be stored? Sautéed prawns, grilled squid, and seafood sushi. In her mind, Cranetree has already conjured up hundreds of exquisite dishes. Hition tucked away the menu in his mind and suddenly shifted his attention to the annotations behind him. The initial space is 1 cubic meter, indicating that it can expand in the future, correct? Indeed, came the system's reply. This is a skill meticulously chosen as a reward for the host's previous enlightenment. The initial skills, including ice fruit and breaking the path, can be mastered through cultivation. However, how does one cultivate the storage space? Is it possible that the more one fills it, the faster it expands? The Cranetree was enveloped in confusion. Its mind momentarily quiet. It had anticipated finding answers, yet was met with the system's cold, mechanical voice. Initial skills must be explored by the host. It seemed that the second question the Cranetree wished to pose would also remain unanswered. For now, it could not store living beings. Perhaps in the future, it would be able to. Is that the implication? He touched his chin thoughtfully. If the storage space were to expand in the future, allowing for the accommodation of living beings, could he not adorn the confines of this space with explosive talismans, inviting his enemies to embark on a rather perilous excursion? How ingenious. Might it be possible for me to partition the storage space into smaller compartments? Shushu inquired further. The system replied that the host could explore skills independently to achieve various effects. This implies that once he masters the storage space with ease, he will be able to transform it at will. Thus, if he were to cast an enemy into the storage space and instantaneously divide it into numerous small compartments, what would become of them? Suddenly feeling a wave of unsettling imagery, Shushu touched his arm. After all, he was a pure-hearted and kind young man. How could he entertain such gruesome thoughts? Chapter 25. The Art of Conversation. On one particular afternoon, Shushu opted not to take a nap. Instead, he diligently researched methods to upgrade the storage space. He attempted to fill the space to its capacity, wondering if that would enable it to expand, but to no avail. Once the storage space was full, no further items could be added, regardless of the selection. The Cranetree was devoid of any semblance of direction. As time was slipping away, he hastily removed the chaotic assortment of items he had previously stuffed in for experimentation, carefully organizing the essential ninja tools and packing a few snacks. The storage space was remarkably convenient. With mere concentration, he could extract items from it effortlessly. Uncle, I am departing. He pushed open the door and called towards the tightly shut door of Takebayashi, please be careful. The voice that emerged from within was tinged with a quiver, revealing a tender vulnerability beneath the tough exterior. The crane paused in its steps, a twitch at the corner of its beak, before lifting its foot to depart from home. Shaoqing clung to the branches, emitting a reluctant hiss. The Cranetree can now leap upon the rooftops, making several trips until it reaches beneath the Hokage building. Hinata Hisashi has been waiting here for quite some time. Teacher Hisashi. The Cranetree greeted him. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Richa's eyes as he arrived quite early. Hichin smiled slightly, knowing that Jisue and Karu would arrive shortly. He merely made a symbolic jest at the tardiness of Jisue and Karu. To his surprise, the two arrived just as his words lingered in the air, standing beneath the Hokage tower. How attuned you two are. Rija felt a surge of joy at the sight of their harmonious relationship. What an uncanny connection. The corners of Ishu's mouth twitched. Jisue and Shuli both exhibited a slight blush. The phrase hearts in sync in their context connotes the ambiguous relationship between men and women. Richa was suddenly taken aback, sensing an ominous undertone among the three of them. He swiftly changed the subject. All right, let us go meet Lord Hokage. Indeed, Shui and Shu Li immediately adopted a serious demeanor. As Shu observed the inexplicably elevated affinity for water, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Allow me to report, announced the two ninjas stationed at the entrance. What a bother, replied Richa. Moments later, one of the ninjas emerged from within. The Hokage has summoned you. Richa led Shu and the other two into the Hokage's office. This marked Shu's first encounter with the living legend, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, he bore no distinction from his animated counterpart, save for a slight youthfulness. His appearance did have a somewhat lecherous quality, particularly when he smiled. At that moment, the third was grinning warmly as he regarded the three children behind Richa. Salutations, Hokage-sama. Richa initiated the formal greeting. No need for that, the third interjected, gesturing for Shu and the others to come closer. Let me have a look at you. The crane tree sensed an impending unease. The presence of the third generation compelled him to involuntarily tune out. As anticipated, within moments, the third generation embarked upon his endeavor of indoctrination. Truly, what remarkable children you are. As a member of the third generation, I take immense pride in you all. First and foremost, let us not beat around the bush with sweet-coated artillery. Whether as a ninja or Hokage, I feel a profound sense of guilt for not allowing you to grow up joyfully under the sun. Now we enter a moment of self-reflection that can be quite disheartening. However, I firmly believe that as the talented prodigies of Konoha, you will undoubtedly triumph over the challenges of your growth and emerge as exceptional ninjas. Let the persuasion commence. Through his time spent with Uchiha Madara, Tsuru has mastered the art of eloquence. The battlefield, though merciless, shall be softened by your efforts, minimizing the spilling of blood and the toll of lives lost. You are the fresh shoots upon the great tree of Konoha, basking in the sunlight, and embodying the true legacy of the will of fire. The third Hokage's gaze was solemn, as if before him stood not three newly graduated genin, but the very pillars that would uphold Konoha. With a sidelong glance, Kitsuki observed Shursui and Tsurugi, and indeed, he discerned a flicker of light igniting within their eyes. Alas, poor child, it seems the moment for his entrance has arrived. Indeed, Lord Hokage, your words ring profoundly true. This heartfelt exclamation escaped Kitsuki's lips, interrupting the third Hokage's previously indoctrinated thoughts, leaving him momentarily bemused as he gazed at the young girl before him, enveloped in the magnificent world established by the third Hokage. Shursui and Tsurugi were jolted back to reality by Kitsuki's impassioned cry. Do not blame yourself. When the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, they must first endure trials that test their resolve and strain their sinews. War will temper our will and amplify our strength. We shall not disappoint you, Lord Hokage. Iching stepped forward with great enthusiasm, and a glimmer of tears appeared in his azure eyes. The third Hokage was instantly taken aback, murmuring in a daze. When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it will first afflict their heart and spirit and exhaust their strength. How profound! How eloquent! He resolved to have this phrase inscribed in the book of quotes by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ding! The favorability rating with the character, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is at 65. Oh, Hokage-sama, my ambition is to become an extraordinary ninja like you. I shall strive to become Hokage and bring love and peace to the world. Hirshu pondered. He has explicitly articulated his intentions. When the time comes, the third Hokage should not blame him for failing to provide prior notice. The initial flattery had indeed put the third Hokage in high spirits. As for the child's aspiration to become Hokage, he dismissed it as mere youthful admiration and ambition, something he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could profoundly comprehend. However, the latter statement regarding bringing love and peace to the ninja world made him inwardly marvel at the child's lofty aspirations. Truly, a talent ripe for cultivation. Ding! The affinity level with the character, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, is now at 70. A wonderful child. The third sighed deeply, his appreciative gaze resting upon Hirshu as he encouraged, Child, I believe in you. He smiled with fervor, declaring as if making an oath, I shall not disappoint Lord Hokage. The words he had just spoken were promises he intended to fulfill one by one. When the time comes, he hoped that Lord Hokage would refrain from using foul language. Ding! The favorability rating with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stands at 71. Shui and Shuri are both my dear friends, and I am confident they will become my steadfast allies, working together to achieve our goals. The crane tree gazed expectantly at Shursui and Tori. Just as the indoctrination from the third generation began to fade, they were immediately bombarded by the sweet-talking attacks of the high-level player, Crane Tree. Shushu and Tori blurted out in unison, "Of course." Meanwhile, the gentle-eyed Nichiha observed the three children from the side, his fondness for them rapidly increasing. The third generation sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the source of this peculiar feeling. He nodded at Crane Tree, wholeheartedly praising his unwavering determination and spirit of unity. The smile of Katsuki was warm and benevolent. Indeed, everyone witnessed it. He developed his connections right in front of the Hokage. So one should refrain from labeling him as cunning or deceitful. He has earned the recognition of the third Hokage. Excellent, excellent. The third Hokage gazed at them with admiration. Raising the scroll in his hand, he solemnly declared, "Here lies a mission of escort, entrusted to you." Nichi accepted the scroll from the third's hands, assuring, "Rest easy." Lord Hokage. Nichi, accompanied by Katsuki and the others, withdrew, and the third Hokage smiled contentedly at their departing figures. Once at the foot of the Hokage building, Nichi swiftly reviewed the mission scroll and handed it over to Katsuki and his companions. Given their status as inexperienced novices, this assignment merely involved the transport of supplies. The journey would commence from the land of fire, delivering the provisions to the land of grass, situated between the land of earth and the land of fire. This task could be deemed secure yet perilous. The volume of supplies was considerable, and besides themselves, other leaf ninjas would assist in the transport, though their identities remained unknown. Well then, have you all comprehended the mission? Nichi queried. Our time is limited, and we must hasten to the rendezvous point specified on the scroll. Understood, they replied. The Crane Tree nodded. Upon receiving the assignment, it signified the commencement of their mission. The silhouettes of 4 individuals danced atop the rooftops, swiftly arriving at the designated meeting point, the entrance of Sunagakure. At this moment, aside from the quartet, several ordinary chunin and vehicles transporting provisions were already stationed there. Senior Hinata stood before them, alongside familiar faces, the silver-haired Kakashi Hitaki, the watermelon-headed Guy Might, and the explosive-haired Asuma Saratobi. Kakashi's gaze also swept across Crane Tree. Ding. Approval rating with Kakashi Hitaki, 20. He rushed to check Kakashi's previous favorability rating, only to feel a wave of despair wash over him. How could it be possible that after merely a brief encounter, the rating had plummeted by 5 points? Was it due to his own lack of attractiveness? Surely not. Every morning, he was captivated by his own handsome visage to the point of dizziness. Sunlight gestured towards the 3 young men, encouraging them to begin their self-introductions independently. Familiarity among comrades during missions would significantly mitigate risks. Kakashi Hitaki, he stated succinctly. Kakashi-senpai? Shushu expressed his astonishment. The genius of Hitaki Kakashi had long been renowned throughout Konoha. Shuri also appeared somewhat taken aback. Kakashi replied with a cool nod. Haha, that's just how Kakashi is. I am Might Guy. And it is a pleasure to meet you all, exclaimed the exuberant Might Guy, affectionately throwing his arm around Kakashi's shoulders and flashing a beaming smile as he pointed to himself with a thumbs up. I am Asuma Saratobi, pleased to make your acquaintance. Introduced Asuma Saratobi, who appeared markedly more composed in comparison. The trio of Tsuru introduced themselves to one another. Hinata Hizashi, being the sole jonin in this operation, assumed the mantle of leadership for the entire team. In order to evade ambushes, we opted for a longer route, remaining vigilant of our surroundings. Indeed, this marked Tsuru's inaugural venture onto new terrain, filled with eager anticipation. The ninja world, untainted by pollution, offers breathtaking vistas. Even the ordinary forest exuded a sense of tranquility absent in his past life. The lengthy procession wove through the woods, accompanied only by the faint sounds of wooden wheels turning and leaves rustling. The entire forest enveloped in profound silence. Hinata Hizashi led the way, intermittently activating his Byakugan to survey the area. Kakashi and Might Guy stood guard at the rear of the formation. Asuma Saratobi and Shuri positioned themselves on the left side at the center of the group, while Tsuru and Shushu occupied the right side. Shushu, would you care for some dried fruits? The hand of the Crane Tree delved into his own pouch of ninja tools, but in reality, he extracted dried fruit from his storage space. After traversing for most of the day, it was essential to replenish some sugars. The still water nodded in agreement. The Crane Tree handed him a bag filled with dried pineapples. Their commotion caught the attention of the trees to their left. He reached out his hand towards the Crane Tree, expressing his desire. Crane Tree, I want some as well. Why is it that you only offer to Jishue and not to him? There was a profound resentment in his gaze. Very well. He casually tossed a bag of dried fruit towards the crane tree. Suddenly, an inexplicable notification sound echoed in his mind, indicating a slight decrease in his affinity with Shushu. In the serene embrace of twilight, Sarutobi Asuma furrowed his brow, observing the actions of his companions with a desire to voice his thoughts, yet ultimately suppressing his discontent and diverting his gaze. They meandered aimlessly until the day began to wane, at which point they decided to halt their journey. A series of campfires flickered to life within the forest, and the ninjas gathered around them, breaking the previous day's oppressive silence with the gentle stirrings of conversation. Smiles began to grace their faces, and hushed voices filled the air. "It's truly dull out here on a mission," murmured Kuroki, seated beside Asuma. He had anticipated exhilarating battles, yet the day had been a monotonous trek devoid of even a fleeting glimpse of wildlife. "This is a mission, not a game of house in the village. In times of war, any unexpected turn can prove fatal," Asuma retorted, his dissatisfaction evident as he regarded the three lethargic individuals. Kuroki scoffed softly, the air thick with a faint scent of gunpowder. Shizuku and Kuroki exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared sense of resignation in the other's eyes. "You all take a moment to rest. I will keep watch for the night," Daylight proclaimed, stepping forth from the thicket, a gentle smile gracing his features. Hishiyu gently touched the divine spear hanging at his waist, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Teacher, please take a rest. I shall keep the vigil." Upon hearing his words, Shuli immediately shook his head. "Hishiyu, you ought to rest well. I will keep the watch with Jishui." Jishui nodded in agreement. As the soul girl, Haru should be accorded special privileges. He-chan gazed at Richa, shook his head, and rose from his position, striding towards him. "Allow me to take charge." A flicker of shadow passed through Richa's eyes. "You alone cannot stand watch. The teacher is uneasy." Before he could finish his sentence, a pure beam of light pierced through his chest, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth, and his bulging eyes suddenly filled with terror. What have you done?" "Hichin! Hichin!" Many stood up, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. The speed of the divine weapon was such that this man could not evade it. In an instant, his heart was pierced. Boom! A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area. Shushu retrieved the divine gun, his hand trembling slightly. No one noticed his reaction. All eyes were captivated by the man lying on the ground. The figure sprawled there had transformed into a stranger. A transformation technique. Shushu, along with Shirzue and a few others, approached. The adversary had seized the moment when teacher Hinata had departed, employing the transformation technique to masquerade as him without detection. Shirzue knelt down to examine the lifeless body, his brow furrowing. There was no ninja headband, rendering it impossible to discern the affiliation of this ninja. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the heart pierced by Chushu's attack. The incision was precise, indicative of instantaneous penetration. The opponent hadn't even had time to react. "Chushu, how did you perceive this?" Chapter 26. A good reputation must be established from the ground up. The extraordinary insight of the 6 eyes discerned that this individual exuded an aura starkly different from that of the genuine Hinata. He was not at all like teacher Hinata, he said. A vivid scene suddenly emerged in his mind, the writhing flesh and the acrid scent of blood. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his stomach and explained to the others. During the day, teacher Risha frequently employs the Byakugan, and he requires rest at night to continue the investigation tomorrow. It is implausible to expect one individual to keep vigil throughout the night. Furthermore, as the leader of our team, his approach should involve taking turns to stand watch in shifts. Haru Shu added, "This individual is far too impatient. The concealed excitement and malice in his eyes are poorly masked. He is unaware of the true strength of the man masquerading as Hinata Hizashi, and can only prepare for a decisive strike. Even if he refrains from acting, Kakashi and the others are bound to notice." "Well done." Hinata Hizashi gracefully descended from the branch, his gaze towards Harushu imbued with admiration. He returned much earlier than Harushu anticipated, yet concealed himself in a distant tree, eager to observe whether they would detect this man's disguise. The outcome pleased him greatly. "Hizashi-sensei," Shirzue inquired, pointing at the figure on the ground. "Do you know his identity?" Hizashi approached and replied, "He is likely a rogue ninja." "A rogue ninja?" The tone from the tree was laced with confusion. "The frequent outbreaks of war have led many ninjas from small nations to defect, thus becoming rogue ninjas, banding together to survive through plunder and robbery," Hizashi responded. Offering a caution, Not far ahead lies a stronghold of rogue ninjas. We are uncertain of their numbers, so you must exercise increased vigilance. Understood. Came the excited response from the tree. Finally, the tedium would dissipate. Very well, Harushu, you and Kakashi, along with Might Guy, will stand guard for the first half of the night, while the remaining 3 of you will take the latter half, Hizashi allocated. Yes. As night deepened, the entire camp returned to tranquility. All fell into a deep slumber. He sat before the campfire, yet his hands and feet remained somewhat cold. The gun pierced flesh. Penetrating the heart of his adversary, the sudden eruption of the metallic sin of blood at his nostrils made him feel slightly nauseous. The soft yet resilient flesh, pierced by the sharp blade, transmitted a subtle tremor through the hilt. Shushu can now effortlessly recall that feeling. In that moment, his mind was in a state of heightened tension, and he thought of nothing as he struck with lethal precision. It is only now that he can truly comprehend that he has taken a life, one that once breathed and existed. In his previous life, he would not have dared to entertain such notions. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows across Shushu's face, and he clenched his teeth, struggling to suppress the tremors coursing through him. This sensation is intricate, a tumult of fear, revulsion, and shock all entwined. The act of taking a life is something one must learn to acclimate to, Kakashi remarked as he stirred the fire. The appearance of the crane tree involuntarily evoked memories of his past. It was reminiscent of the first time he took a life, experiencing feelings of helplessness, confusion, nausea, shock, and a deep sense of revulsion towards himself. Such is the burden that every ninja is destined to endure. Kishimu was taken aback by Kakashi's ability to perceive the emotions he had endeavored to conceal. He gazed at Kakashi in astonishment, while Kakashi's gaze remained fixed upon the flickering flames of the fire. I am fine, he remarked, merely caught off guard for a moment. Shushu forced a smile, exuding a semblance of fragile resilience. The system within his mind fell into a momentary silence, utterly astonished that even at such a critical juncture, Shushu remained undeterred in his quest. It appeared that the system had underestimated him. Kakashi's gaze ascended, lingering upon Shushu's facade of strength. If you do not slay them, they shall slay you, and perhaps even more innocent souls. To take one life is to save many. Shushu was unable to contain his astonishment. Could it be that such absurd reasoning as Kakashi's actually existed in the world? To his surprise, he found it rather compelling. Always the one to influence others, for the first time, Shushu felt somewhat bewildered by the influence he was experiencing. In Kakashi's eyes, however, it appeared as though Shushu was deep in contemplation. The young girl still bore traces of baby fat on her cheeks, and her gem-like blue eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Ding. The favorability rating for the character Hatake Kakashi has reached 30. He immediately regained his composure, his eyes rekindling with brilliance as he shyly smiled and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Kakashi-senpai." Ding. The affinity level with the character Hatake Kakashi has reached 35. The smile upon Heron's face broadened, devoid of any shadow, which inexplicably lifted Kakashi's spirits. Kakashi's presence gradually dispelled Heron's prior feelings. After the shift changed, Heron leaned against a tree, murmuring softly as he slowly drifted into slumber. What was Heron mumbling about? The awakened tree, intrigued by Heron's murmurs, couldn't resist leaning in closer to listen. Jisue observed as the tree's ear nearly brushed against Heron's lips, frowning as he approached to intervene. Consequently, Heron's murmurs fully reached their ears. I am the harbinger of justice. I am the harbinger of justice. I am the harbinger of justice. In the early morning, the sun pierced through the thin veil of clouds, casting dappled light through the branches. The light danced gently across Heron's face, as he maintained his position from the previous day. Perhaps anticipating the battles that lay ahead, the tree had shed its previous nonchalance, and his dark eyes roamed vigilantly. The vision of the crane tree extends far beyond that of others, perceiving with remarkable clarity. Every subtle movement in the surroundings is meticulously captured by him. Even the faintest sound of a needle dropping to the ground does not escape his notice. In the ultimate phase of the six eyes, his grasp of the environment is heightened to an extraordinary degree. Suddenly, the team comes to a halt. Before them lies a narrow valley, a terrain particularly susceptible to ambush. Be cautious, warns the voice of Richa from ahead. Shushu grasped the divine spear in his hand and, alongside the convoy, ventured into the valley. The towering cliffs on either side obscured the sunlight, plunging the surroundings into an unexpected gloom and chill. Something felt amiss. Jisue, standing behind Shushu, spoke up to caution him. The crane tree nodded. Indeed, just before entering the valley, the sound of birdsong was incessant, but upon stepping into this place, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The conjectures of Shushu and the crane tree proved entirely accurate. A tremendous sound of something piercing through the air was deafening. As Shushu gazed upwards, he beheld countless colossal boulders cascading down from the mountainside. "Take cover," Richa cried out, leading those beside him to seek refuge at the base of the mountain, where the falling stones could not reach. The others followed suit, searching for safe havens. Yet not every location was entirely shielded from the tumbling rocks. Shushu and Shushu huddled closely at the mountain's foot. But a massive boulder from the opposite side was hurtling directly towards them. The length of the divine spear, approximately 2 meters, was ample enough to sever the descending stone. With a swift draw of his sword, the figure of Harushu emerged, slicing through the massive boulder that had obscured him, cleaving it into a perfect semicircle. The upper half, propelled by inertia, spun through the air with relentless force, hurtling towards them. Breaking Path 69, Thunder Roar Cannon. A brilliant beam, crackling with the tumult of thunder, shattered the stone into a fine dust. Before the Leaf Village ninjas could regain their composure from the recent assault, several shadowy figures suddenly surged down from the cliff. "Brothers, once we finish this job, we shall be rich," echoed the exuberant shouts of the assailants. The strange silhouettes dispersed, racing in all directions. The ninja confronting Harushu regarded her with disdain. "What is this? Just a little girl. Surely, the Leaf Village has no one left?" He laughed heartily, retrieving a kunai from his pocket and sauntering towards Harushu with a languid gait. In his eyes, dispatching this little girl would be as effortless as crushing an ant. "Fear not, little sister. It will be over swiftly. It won't hurt too much." The ninja cackled maliciously, his gaze fixated on Harushu, eager to witness her terror. "Indeed, it would be swift." The crane tree chuckled lightly. As the words fell, his figure materialized before the ninja. "You cough." A mouthful of fresh blood surged forth. The ninja's pupils rapidly dilated. A massive bloom of blood erupted from his chest. He, the crane tree, averted his gaze, resolutely ignoring the lifeless body upon the ground, and began to assist those who were under siege, such as the unfortunate Uchiha Shuri. For formidable ninjas besieged him, likely influenced by his Sharingan. Wind release, great breakthrough. The speed of the wind vortex was astonishing, reaching Uchiha Shuri's face in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he was preoccupied with the jutsu from the other 2 ninjas, leaving him quite flustered. Suddenly, Shuri's hand was seized, and in an instant, he retreated to a higher vantage point, escaping the encirclement of the ninjas. Another young adversary had arrived. The frustrated ninjas, whose attacks had missed, were unperturbed. Akin to a cat playing with its prey, relishing the sight of their quarry scrambling in a panic. "You handle the 2 on the left, and I shall confront those on the right." As the voice of Harushu faded, his figure instantaneously vanished from sight. What? Where did he go? It was inconceivable for a mere boy to possess such speed. The 4 ninjas found themselves in a state of disarray, unable to capture even a glimpse of Harushu's presence. Rationality informed them that it was impossible for a child to exhibit such swiftness, yet the undeniable reality before their eyes contradicted their reasoning. Perhaps it was not so impossible after all. The silhouette of the crane tree appeared behind him like a phantom, the divine spear piercing through the opponent's body. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Another ninja, struck with terror by this scene, retreated in haste while simultaneously unleashing his ninjutsu. Destruction of the Path, number 69, Thunder Roar Cannon. The lightning attribute inherently counters the earth attribute. The strike from Tsuru bore no restraint. Chakra surged forth uncontrollably. The Earth Dragon Bullet was obliterated by the Thunder Roar Cannon, sending the ninja hurtling through the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fled in desperation. Material possessions were of little consequence when one's life was at stake. As long as the Green Mountains remained, one need not fear the absence of firewood. As for loyalty, among the rogue ninjas, it was worth no more than a mere bond. His footsteps faltered, a creeping chill enveloping him. His words remained unspoken, abruptly interrupted by excruciating pain. He gazed at the beam of light that pierced through his chest, opened his mouth in a silent gasp, and collapsed helplessly. The turmoil gradually subsided. Though the ninjas of Konoha were not particularly formidable, their ability to unite in combat proved sufficient to wear down the rogue ninjas. As for those like Kakashi and Might Guy, they were more than capable of handling such adversaries. "Are you all right?" Nichi stepped over the fallen bodies of the rogue ninjas and approached the trio of Tsuru. The crane tree shook its head. "That is good." Risha breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze turning towards the ninjas of Konoha, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although they had triumphed over the wandering ninjas, many of Konoha's ninjas were also injured. "Master, Allow me to tend to everyone's wounds. As Kitsuki stepped forward, his voice subtly amplified. His face bore the pallor of a recent battle, yet his gaze was unwaveringly resolute. Many ninjas turned their attention towards him, their expressions revealing a hint of emotion. Kitsuki, you are weary as well. It would be wise to rest for a while before continuing, remarked Nichi, his tone disapproving. The young Haru has only just begun to grow, and the recent battle must have significantly drained his chakra. How can he be expected to immediately tend to others? The gaze of Crane Tree swept across the wound of the injured ninja, his lips pressed tightly together, a hint of concern in his voice as he said, Teacher, I can take a moment to rest, but we must not delay in treating everyone's injuries. A stubborn determination adorned his youthful face, even if Hinata opposed him. He was resolute in his commitment to care for his comrades. Ding. Affection level for the character Hinata reached 75. A sigh escaped Hinata's lips. And with a sense of resignation, he replied, however, it is imperative to act within one's capabilities and not to allow oneself to be harmed. Understood. The eyes of the Crane Tree sparkled with brilliance. He swiftly rushed to the side of a gravely injured ninja, his hands emanating a lustrous green glow. The once ghastly wound gradually ceased to bleed, and tender, new flesh rapidly emerged, leaving behind delicate pink traces. The treated leaf ninja wore an expression of astonishment. He lifted his gaze, words of gratitude poised on his lips. However, as he beheld the beads of sweat glistening on the young girl's forehead, a mixture of guilt and emotion washed over his face. Crane Tree, I truly apologize for the trouble. The injured ninja struggled to articulate his thoughts. He, not caring to conceal his smile, then solemnly addressed the ninja before him. It is not a bother at all. We are all ninjas of Konoha, and I cannot remain indifferent while witnessing your injuries. He spoke without lowering his voice, and all the wounded ninjas nearby heard his words, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Most of them bore only minor wounds. As he rested and tended to their injuries, they quickly began to recover. Although not fully healed, they were at least able to move without hindrance. At that moment, all the ninjas gazed at him as if he were an angel. During the treatment, Kitsuki was gentle yet earnest, softly comforting the injured ninjas. Even the term angel falls short of capturing his essence. After a collective respite, they resumed their journey. Nichiha walked at the forefront, glancing back at the ninjas trailing behind. Though he was the leading ninja, it seemed as if everyone's hearts were intertwined with Kitsuki's spirit. Nichiha observed Kitsuki seated in the carriage, his gaze tender and warm. The Crane Tree indeed possesses an allure that compels one to follow and protect it. Following the collective counsel of the exhausted ninjas receiving treatment from the Crane Tree, it took a seat in the vehicle, sparing itself the need to walk alongside them. He leaned quietly against the supplies behind him, his pale visage adorned with a faint smile. Not only was he capable of brainwashing others, but he was now also engaging in self-brainwashing, as he repeatedly chanted phrases such as eliminating harm for the people and a messenger of justice. He gradually overcame the terror associated with taking lives. The charming strategy system now rated his performance at nearly 5 stars. His ever-peak acting skills and keen ability to seize every opportunity to garner affection left the system nodding in approval. It sought to retract its previous assessment of him. Shushu has now become the most outstanding student he has ever mentored. Chapter 27. Shushu's dedication to his companions. The journey ahead was devoid of peril. Progressing with remarkable ease, Hichin sat in the vehicle, casting a glance back at the lush jungle. The procession had departed from the land of fire and entered the land of grass. The multitude moved forward in silence, vigilant eyes darting from the grassy knolls ahead, weapons gripped firmly in their hands. The battleground between the land of earth and the land of fire lay within the land of grass and its neighboring territories. Such is the nature of great powers clashing, leaving smaller nations to suffer the consequences. No wonder Nagato sought to exact vengeance upon the world. As they approached the battlefield, a palpable tension enveloped everyone. He also disembarked from the vehicle, observing the ominous weather that loomed around him. The sky was draped with heavy, somber rain clouds, and the vibrant green blades of grass trembled in the wind. With years of experience in observing such signs, he sensed that a significant event was imminent. He gently grasped the hilt of his knife. The land of grass, covering an area equivalent to 1/8 of the land of fire, was characterized by gently undulating hills. Known for its lush vegetation, it was aptly named the Land of Grass. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Land of Grass, a contingent of 100 individuals wove through the hills. Clad in brown vests, Their faces bore expressions of grave seriousness. The forehead protectors they wore boldly displayed the insignia of a Wagakure, the hidden stone village, currently at war with Sunagakure. Lord Keidu, spoke one of the two lead ninjas, his explosive hairstyle standing out as he addressed the towering figure beside him. According to our spies embedded within Sunagakure, reinforcements are expected to arrive shortly. We need only lay an ambush along their route to capture them all. The ninja known as Keidu, though youthful in appearance, exuded an unusual steadiness about him. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. It was rumored that among the reinforcements from Sunagakure was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, whose very presence compelled their surprise attack on this support unit. As the sky grew increasingly dark, an unmistakable sense of an impending storm began to manifest. Herons frowned slightly, noticing the damp softness of the ground beneath their feet. It's raining. The figure behind her, known as Shushu, gathered a few droplets of water in his hand. The gentle patter of rain began to descend, yet Herons activated her limitless barrier, as if the raindrops were being held at bay. For ninjas, undertaking missions in the rain was hardly an unusual occurrence. The entire ninja team continued to advance methodically forward. Earth release, groundquake core. The ground beneath the crane tree trembled violently, a profound sense of descent enveloping them. In the next moment, the earth they stood upon sank deeply into the abyss, entirely ensnared by earthen walls towering over 10 meters high. Caution! An ambush lies in wait. The leaf ninjas sensed the gravity of the situation. As they regained their composure from the tremors, they beheld an alarming array of explosive tags densely plastered upon the walls. What? So many explosive tags. As Ishutong's pupils constricted, the walls surrounding him and the grass beneath his feet were plastered with explosive tags. It was unequivocally a trap laid specifically for them. Quick! Ninja skilled in earth release, advance! Rija exclaimed, noticing the vacant expressions in many eyes around him. All present were nin. Yet none possessed the capability to execute such a grand earth release technique. Moreover, a fraction of the ninjas had already been rendered paralyzed with fear by the scene before them. Detonate! The Iwagakure ninja commanded from atop the earthen wall. In an instant, a searing blaze erupted. A torrent of scalding heat surged forth, distorting the very space around them with its blistering intensity. The overwhelming power of thousands of explosive tags extinguished any flicker of resistance within their hearts. Suddenly, a wild thought surged in Ishu's mind. He was acutely aware of the absurdity of his own idea, yet he found it impossible to suppress. His gaze drifted over the despondent faces of the Konoha ninjas nearby, gradually honing in on his focus. Thousands of explosive tags accumulated together, likely not exceeding a cubic meter. What if he were to transfer these explosive tags into a storage space? The notion of instantaneously transferring such a vast quantity of explosive tags was far too ambitious for Hishu, who had recently acquired this ability. His mental energy began to wane, manifesting in sharp, piercing pain throughout his mind. 1 tag, 2 tags, 3 tags, 10 tags, 20 tags, 30 tags, 100 tags, 200 tags, 300 tags. From an initial capacity of merely 1 tag at a time, he eventually managed to encompass 100 tags in one go. This seemingly terrifying rate of growth was, in truth, accomplished in the blink of an eye. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Confusion spread across the faces of all present. They opened their eyes, only to find no trace of explosive tags remaining on the walls. What was happening? How could this be? Where were the explosive tags? The Konoha ninjas rubbed their eyes, realizing that no shadow of the explosive tags lingered. Hishu. Meanwhile, Jishui observed Hishu's face turn as pale as a sheet, and he understood something profound. In front of him, Hishu swayed for a moment before steadiness returned to his stance. Jishui quickly approached to support Hishu. Concern etched in his eyes. Are you all right? What happened? Are these explosive tags connected to you? His words were rapid, yet they did not convey a sense of urgency or interrogation. Shushu tightly closed his eyes, gradually calming the excruciating pain within his mind. If one were to liken the human spirit to a sponge saturated with water, then in this moment, Shushu's spirit resembled a sponge that had been relentlessly squeezed dry. The crane tree lacked the energy to respond to him. Jishui, perceiving the crane tree's frailty, pressed his lips together and said, "You should rest. I will protect you." He then raised his gaze towards the top of the earthen wall, where a multitude of Iwagakure ninjas loomed above them. "Captain, wasn't it said that Jiraiya would be here?" The spiky-haired ninja frowned, scrutinizing the ninjas below, feeling that they did not resemble reinforcements. Huangtu also recognized that something had gone awry, yet he merely scoffed. "Eliminate them. After all, they are from Konoha. There can be no mistakes." "Understood." The spiky-haired ninja waved his hand towards the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas, his eyes brimming with fierce intent. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth style, Rock Collapse. Earth style, Earth Flow River. The earth surrounding them transformed into a ferocious mire, surging towards the Konoha ninjas. After a brief moment of confusion, the Konoha ninjas regained their composure. 5 Konoha ninjas stood at the forefront, simultaneously forming hand seals. Water style, Water Breakthrough. A massive wave of water collided with the mire, sweeping it in the opposite direction. The chaos of battle commenced. The adversaries were a well-trained Iwagakure assault team, whereas Konoha's forces comprised mainly of ordinary Chunin, including the 3 fledgling ninjas, including the Crane Tree. Earth style, Earth Flow Barrier. In a united effort, several Konoha ninjas executed an Earth-style jutsu, raising the ground beneath their feet swiftly, claiming the high ground from their opponents. This time, it was Konoha that held the advantageous position. The power of Heron Tree's face was evident as he leaned on Shimizu for support. His storage space was in a state of absolute stasis, prompting him to take a gamble. Indeed, the explosive talismans that were on the brink of detonation now lay perfectly still, suspended in the moment before chaos. As he observed the 2 factions of ninjas clashing fiercely, a bold idea flickered in Heron Tree's mind. Why not retaliate in kind? A flash of steel sliced through the air before Heron Tree's eyes. It was Shimizu, unsheathing his blade to engage 2 Iwagakure ninjas. Quite the formidable young lad. Back and forth, Shimizu's sword repelled the 2 Iwagakure ninjas, their expressions shifting from arrogance to solemnity. Having long heard that Sunagakure was a cradle of geniuses, they resolved that today, they would extinguish that brilliance before it could fully bloom. Suddenly, 2 more ninjas flanked Shimizu from behind. And yet another. A female ninja pointed at the pale-faced Heron Tree, her eyes gleaming with mockery. Look at this little girl, she's gone ashen. The kunai twirled on her delicate fingertips as she approached Heron Tree, a bloodthirsty smile creeping onto her face. Heron Tree. Shimizu unleashed a dragon fire technique, creating distance between them and the adversaries, positioning himself protectively in front of Heron Tree. Gazing into Shimizu's vigilant, fierce eyes akin to those of a hawk, the female ninja laughed heartily. Ah, so it's a pair of star-crossed lovers. How touching. She wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes, giggling, but alas. Her voice took on a chilling tone. You are fated to die? He looked at the loquacious woman before him, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The villain perishes from excessive chatter. I am not deceived. Jishui, with a hand resting gently on her shoulder, directed his gaze towards the female ninja. A silent plea in his eyes. Trust me. Jishui pressed her lips together, stepping away from his presence. She had faith in Hesh, an unwavering trust in him. At this moment, Haru was astonished to discover that Jishui's favorability had actually surpassed the remarkable threshold of 90. How audacious of that little brat to dare flirt so brazenly before me. The female ninja's expression darkened as she gripped the kunai in her hand, swiftly advancing towards Haru. Shushu brandished his divine spear, and in a fleeting flash of silver light, 2 bloodied heads tumbled to the ground. The reach of the divine spear had doubled, extending from 2 meters to 4. Once the spear's trajectory was locked onto its target, evasion became an impossibility, especially against this mere assemblage of cannon fodder. Was he yet another prodigy? The gaze of the onlookers became increasingly fixated upon Shushu. He reminisced about his intentions, gracefully leaping onto the prominent giant rock. In the midst of such a chaotic melee, his position seemed to illuminate the darkness like a beacon. Exceptionally conspicuous. He raised his voice, inviting all. Should you wish to test the might of the blade in my hand, do not hesitate to approach. The gaze of Katsuki was serene, with a slight curl of her lips that exuded an air of disdain and contempt, instantly soaring to the heavens. Forgive my candor, esteemed rock ninjas present. You are all nothing but refuse. In an instant, the clamor of weapons clashing and the fervent exchange of ninjutsu filled the air, accompanied by fierce verbal altercations. Yet, all sounds abruptly ceased. Every pair of eyes converged upon Katsuki, including those of the leaf ninjas. Had she lost her mind? Katsuki blinked, casting a glance towards Shursui. Shursui furrowed his brow, his intuition telling him that Katsuki was not the type to act recklessly. The actions of Tsuru, amidst the ordinary chunin of Sunagakure, took on a different significance. Tsuru, she could not possibly intend to leave the shinobi adorned with the Leaf Village headband in a state of bewilderment. The shinobi surrounding her began to feel their eyes welling with tears. Did Heishu wish to attract the gaze and animosity of these individuals, thereby securing a moment for their escape? The seasoned jonin, Huang Tu, initially had no intention of engaging with this insolent child, however. The latter's arrogance compelled him to assert the authority of the IWA shinobi. It was time to impart a lesson in humility. Huangtu gradually advanced to the center of the IWA shinobi, casting a cold glance at Heishu perched upon the boulder, and spoke with a chilling tone. Instantly, a myriad of IWA shinobi surged toward Heishu. This awe-inspiring scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a horde of zombies breaking free from their confines. On a colossal rock, Kershaw stood, unleashing his full potential. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the stone. Huangtu's pupils constricted. Such speed reminded him of a certain individual, the prodigious ninja known as Namikaze Minato, famed for his yellow flash on the battlefield. Yet this young boy before him appeared to wield no ninja tools. He seemed to evaporate into thin air, unlike Minato's flying thunder god technique. The purple hem of his garment fluttered amidst the crowd as Kershaw focused intently, shutting his eyes. A terrifying shockwave rippled around him, and the next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed across the hills. It was as if a titanic thunderclap resounded in his ears, the blast engulfing the surrounding rock ninjas in an instant. The explosive ripples unleashed a mighty gust of wind. All the leaf ninjas stood in stunned silence, witnessing the unfolding scene. Kershaw! Kershaw! The deafening roar of the explosion reverberated in their ears. Yet, the cries of the leaf ninjas were filled with such anguish. She is still but a child. Tears streamed down their faces. At this moment, the leaf ninjas harbored no doubts about how Kershaw had conjured such an explosion. Nor did they worry about the survival of the rock ninjas. All that filled their minds was shock, sorrow, and an overwhelming wave of guilt akin to the tides of the deep sea. They were all adults, and Kershaw was merely a child. It was this child who had sacrificed himself to save them. No. Shuzue's nails dug deep into his palm, blood trickling through his fingers onto the ground. He gazed, with bloodshot eyes, at the dust still lingering from the explosion, in which 3 ominous black tomos slowly revolved within his crimson pupils. Shuzue. Just as Hinata Nichi rushed through the haze, a familiar figure crossed his path. His pupils widened as he approached the figure. Shuzue stepped into the dust, searching for Kershaw. Logically, amidst such an explosion, Kershaw, at the epicenter, should have left not even a fragment of clothing behind. Yet Shuzue stubbornly sought his presence. Not a corpse. He believed. He believed that Kershaw would not perish. It seemed as though the heavens held a particular favor for those with unwavering faith. As Shuzue's eyes alighted upon a figure lying in a pool of blood, Kershaw. He dashed forward, trembling fingers resting upon Kershaw's neck. The rhythm of a strong heartbeat brought tears to Shuzue's eyes. He lifted the unconscious Kershaw into his arms, his heart finally returning to his chest. He knew it. Kershaw would not die. You little brat, don't you dare die on me. A voice laced with the scent of blood roared from behind Shuzue. Someone still managed to cling to life amidst this horrific explosion. Hatred and bloodlust filled his gaze. This explosion had snatched countless lives from their rock ninjas. The sound of a blade piercing flesh was disturbingly clear. A rock ninja collapsed, revealing a figure behind him. It was Teacher Nichi. Shuzue's hands, cradling Kershaw, quivered uncontrollably. This was an inevitable consequence when one faced the terror of loss. Hinata Nichi's expression softened. From Shuzue's reaction, it was evident that Kershaw was unharmed. He had been engulfed in profound sorrow, yet suddenly recalled Kershaw's bloodstains. A spark of hope ignited within him. Standing still, when Kershaw's gaze fell upon Shuzue, he rushed forward. The sight of Heishu, drenched in blood, pierced his vision, prompting him to glance at Jishue. Jishue shook his head in response. The agonizing sensation in his heart, akin to being tightly gripped by an unseen force, dissipated, allowing Shu Li to exhale in relief. The unspoken understanding among teammates reassured him that Heishu was unharmed. He found his gaze involuntarily drawn to Heishu's face, gently brushing aside the blood-matted strands of hair. It was then that Shu Li noticed his hands trembling subtly, though he could not recall when it had begun. Chapter 28. Uncle Snake's true nature revealed the lingering smoke and dust illustrated the magnitude of the explosion. Jishue found himself encircled by the leaf ninja. Their eyes red-rimmed like those of rabbits. These typically reticent warriors now bore traces of tears on their faces. A man may weep, yet seldom does he do so unless deeply affected. Is Heishu all right? One ninja stammered, his voice laced with cautious inquiry, fearful of an unwelcome answer. Heishu had survived, albeit with the utmost difficulty. Preferring not to disclose the extent of Heishu's capabilities, he opted for a more oblique expression. To say nothing is wrong suggested a sense of abnormality in Heishu. Conversely, stating that he had merely preserved his life hinted at considerable torment endured. The implications were vastly different. The surrounding ninjas collectively exhaled in relief, their gazes fixed on Heishu's face, eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions: gratitude, admiration, astonishment, and resolve. As their attention converged on Hishu, beneath the veil of smoke and debris, a finger among the dismembered remnants twitched slightly. Jishui gently laid Hishu down on the cart, while Shuli approached a nearby small pond to fetch a jug of water. Their hands hesitated at Hishu's collar, acutely aware of her femininity. Shuli glanced at himself, then at Jishui. Both were men. How could they change her clothes? Yet the blood-soaked garments must be replaced. A minute later, Jishui and Shuli simultaneously descended from the cart. Perhaps we should find a girl, Jishui suggested. Agreed. Shuli nodded. As they needed to tend to wounds and address minor damages from the skirmish, they relocated to the foot of a nearby hill. Crane Tree lay quietly in the vehicle, breathing shallowly yet rhythmically. It seemed not so much gravely injured as peacefully asleep, in the recesses of its mind. The charming strategy system let out a sigh of relief. The recent plan by Jishui and Shuri to change Crane Tree's attire had nearly sent it into a panic. The yin-yang ring could assure sight, but not touch, had those two young men succumbed to temptation and touched the host. The host's peculiar identity as a cross-dresser would have been impossible to conceal. Not long after their departure, two figures trembled as they crawled up from the desolate ground. Their bodies were riddled with ghastly wounds, deep enough to expose bone. The team leader, with a hedgehog-like hairstyle, appeared entirely drained. Standing required every ounce of his strength. He turned to Huang Tu and said, "Captain, you should return first. I fear I may not make it back." His condition was such that taking just a few steps seemed to threaten his very breath. Huang Tu appeared significantly better than the hedgehog-headed leader. He firmly supported the other's arm and, with reddened eyes, gritted his teeth, declaring, "We will return together." He could not bear to abandon his comrade on the battlefield. "Do not harbor any burdens, none of you shall return," a chilling voice interjected. In an instant, two serpents constricted around the bodies of the two men, reducing them to mere fragments of flesh. Such a brutal scene prompted no visible reaction from the ninjas behind them. "Lord Orochimaru, this is a Konoha ninja's forehead protector." One ninja stepped forward, retrieving the protector from the ground and presenting it to Orochimaru. The protector appeared new, likely belonging to a recently graduated genin. Orochimaru accepted it, running his fingers over its glossy markings, his gaze shifting toward the horrific explosion site, a glimmer of intrigue emerging in his eyes. "I have received word that a team escorting supplies will soon arrive at the border. It appears they have encountered the rock ninjas." "What?" The ninjas behind him widened their eyes, their expressions darkening. The escorting ninjas were of average strength. Encountering the rock ninjas would surely lead to their annihilation. The emotions in their eyes were unmistakable, prompting Orochimaru to smile knowingly, remarking, "That may not be the case. Judging by the scene, it seems it is the rock ninjas who have faced total destruction." Hinata chiefing, "Gather the others," Orochimaru commanded, directing his gaze toward the Byakugan-wielding ninjas behind him. Understood. With the Byakugan's keen perception, they quickly located Hinata Hayashi's team. "Lord Orochimaru," Hayashi said, retracting his vigilant demeanor and lowering his head slightly. Orochimaru's gaze swept past his face, landing on the injured Konoha ninja, whose eyes were slightly reddened. "What transpired?" he inquired, his golden vertical pupils shifting between Kakashi, Jishui, and Shuri. Among these three, although Kakashi was a genius, the other two belonged to the new generation of Uchiha, and yet they had not mastered the destructive capabilities of the previous explosion. "We fell into an ambush by the rock ninjas at this location and narrowly escaped," Hayashi summarized succinctly. "Narrowly?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he regarded Hayashi, devoid of any mirth. Hayashi pressed his lips together. "The incident concerning the bloodstains of Crane Tree is best left concealed. However, one cannot escape the unfortunate reality that well-meaning actions can yield adverse consequences." Orochimaru-sama, Orochimaru-sama. Amidst the crowd, a ninja, previously engaged in mutual healing, caught sight of Orochimaru's figure. An extraordinary radiance suddenly illuminated his face as he lunged forward. Orochimaru frowned, his gaze fixated on the corner of his garment grasped by the other. "What is the matter?" Orochimaru inquired. "Orochimaru-sama, I implore you to save Crane Tree. I beg of you." His eyes brimmed with desperation, the image of Crane Tree, drenched in blood, still vivid in his mind. Captain Nichija's words also substantiated the severity of Crane Tree's injuries. Tsunade-sama and Orochimaru-sama are comrades, and it is certain that Orochimaru-sama possesses some medical ninjutsu. Nichija's brow furrowed deeply as he grasped the other's arm, speaking in a grave tone. "Orochimaru-sama is responsible for the entirety of the frontline operations. How could we allow Crane Tree's predicament to delay him?" If Orochimaru were to encounter Crane Tree, the truth of his unscathed condition would inevitably be unveiled. The bloodline of the Crane Tree can no longer be concealed. In this time of war, exceptional talent serves as a harbinger of doom for the Crane Tree. The desperate ninja grit his teeth and wrenched free from Nichi's grasp, his eyes once again brimming with tears as he exclaimed urgently, "How can this be called a delay? Crane Tree has saved so many of us. Without Crane Tree, we would have perished long ago." Orochimaru chuckled, having received the answer he sought. He could easily discern the peculiarities in the aftermath of the Iwagakure ninjas' plight on the battlefield. How could this group of ordinary nin possibly vanquish the hidden forces of Iwagakure, especially when led by the son of the third Tsuchikage, Keidu? Oh, Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Nichi, as if ensnared by the stare of a colossal serpent, sensing that the Nin was concealing something. Such a hero. How could this be deemed a delay in my eyes? A chill surged uncontrollably from Nichi's feet. Orochimaru brushed past him, guided by the previously pleading ninja. Making his way toward the carriage where Crane Tree rested, Shizuku and Shuri exchanged glances and quickened their pace, arriving ahead of time. Orochimaru's cold gaze fell upon the two Uchiha, a slow smile forming as he remarked, "Two remarkable children." Before his presence, thick with a murderous aura, they still managed to maintain their composure and vigilance. The Sharingan, indeed a tantalizing bloodline. The serene figure of Hishu lay quietly on the cart, his chest gently rising and falling. The bloodstains on his face had been meticulously cleansed, revealing a delicate visage. Orochimaru had already been apprised by the guiding ninja of the circumstances surrounding the battlefield. A profound interest flickered in his eyes. The ability to make explosive tags vanish into thin air, only to summon them back again? This must be a form of spatial ninjutsu. Most intriguingly, surviving amidst the catastrophic power of thousands of explosive tags should have left no trace of him. Orochimaru extended his hand toward Hishu, the glimmer in his eyes intensifying. He was eager to uncover the unique qualities of this child. Suddenly, a powerful force gripped Orochimaru's neck from behind, pulling him back. The serpents coiling within his sleeves receded as he recognized the familiar voice, Jiraiya. Orochimaru shifted his gaze from Hishu to the ninja beside him. Jiraiya was not clad in the standard leaf ninja attire. Instead, he wore a short robe of red and white, his face adorned with a radiant smile. He affectionately draped his arm around Orochimaru's neck, his otherwise ordinary features taking on a somewhat lewd expression. "Orochimaru, it's been quite some time." A flicker of amusement danced in Orochimaru's eyes as he freed himself from Jiraiya's grasp, inquiring, "What caused your tardiness?" "Ordinarily, Jiraiya." As the target of Iwagakure's ambush should have arrived well before now, yet it was his delayed team that had inadvertently led to Hinata Hayashi's misfortune. "Well?" Jiraiya scratched his head, a guilty expression crossing his face. "I overslept." "That is not true." A female ninja suddenly emerged from behind Jiraiya. Her expression one of reproach as she revealed the truth. Lord Jiraiya was clearly captivated by the tavern maidens along the way. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Jiraiya attempted to change the subject. He glanced at the blood-soaked Hishu on the cart and raised an eyebrow. "Since it's a girl, she should have a female medical ninja." He regarded Orochimaru with a look of disdain, reprimanding him with a pat on the shoulder. "Innocent young girls. You're pushing the boundaries of Lord Saratobi's teachings." The corners of Orochimaru's mouth twitched. He realized he could never align his thoughts with Jiraiya's. "Come on. Let us catch up," Jiraiya insisted, pulling Orochimaru along. Midway, he turned back to the recently criticized female ninja, instructing her, "I leave her in your capable hands." "What?" The medical ninja, named Teona, had already begun to lose her admiration for Jiraiya as she followed him. With a sigh of exasperation, she turned and regarded Hishu. Drenched in blood, with a serious expression, she retrieved a piece of white cloth from her bag and hung it at the cart's entrance. These men may be careless, but she must remain vigilant. Such a lovely young girl must not be exposed to the gazes of these unsavory men. With deft movements, Teona gently began to unfasten Hishu's garments, using a damp cloth to tenderly wipe his body. Teona was taken aback, while the clothing was soaked in blood. There were no visible wounds on his body. Was it merely stained with someone else's blood? Unaware of the events that had transpired with Hishu, Teona felt no confusion. "As long as you're uninjured," she mused. Suddenly, her hands stilled as she gazed in astonishment at the young girl's chest. How peculiar. Why did it seem like a small hill, yet was truly a vast plain? The more she pondered, the more she felt she was becoming a pervert. Quickly, she reined in her thoughts and hurriedly dressed Hishu. As a medical ninja, her bag was well equipped with not only essential medical tools but also spare clothing. She pulled out a dress and dressed Hishu in it. Jishui and Shuli stood guard at the front of the cart when suddenly the white cloth was yanked down from inside, drawing their attention towards Teona. Cough, cough. She's fine. You needn't worry, Teona said hurriedly as she departed. Jishui, puzzled, wondered why the medical ninja's face was flushed. Seeing Hishu now clad in clean garments, Jishui and Shuli both released a sigh of relief. Their taut nerves required respite, and they leaned against the side of the cart, closing their eyes to rest. At that moment, a notification echoed in Hishu's mind. Ding. Affection level with target Uchiha Jishui, 95. Ding. Affection level with target Hinata Hayashi, 90. Ding. Affection level with target Hitaki Kakashi, 65. Congratulations, host. Affection with Kakashi exceeds 60, unlocking skill allocation. Ding. System detects host consciousness in a state of faintness, automatically exchanging for mental recovery potion. Ding. System automatically administers mental recovery potion. He felt as though he were adrift in an endless expanse of ocean. The warm currents enveloped him, allowing him to gently float upon the surface of the water. The cerulean waters resembled an inverted Milky Way, with shimmering stars dancing around him. It was an exquisite sensation. Heavenly Tree finds himself entranced by the warmth enveloping him, his entire being unfurling in delight. Why is Heavenly Tree not yet awakened? It remains a mystery. Did the medical ninja not assure us that he was unharmed? Indeed. Yet, darkness has already descended. Familiar voices, intertwined with the rhythmic sound of wheels turning, gradually reach Heavenly Tree's ears, while an occasional cool evening breeze sweeps into the carriage. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a swaying wooden ceiling above. As his gaze descended, he found a small window that confined the night's darkness. Gradually, his thoughts began to coalesce. After entering the heart of the rock-hidden ninja, he had exerted every ounce of his mental strength to remove all the explosive talismans from the surrounding space. Due to the limitations of his storage space, the items he retrieved could only reside in his hands or within his immediate vicinity. Yet, he possessed an inexhaustible spirit. At that moment, driven by an impulsive desire to experiment with a new application of his storage space and to garner some goodwill, he rashly proceeded without a second thought. Little did he anticipate that the expenditure of his mental energy would be so severe, leading him to succumb to unconsciousness in the final moment. System. Let me check the goodwill. Shushu suppressed the impulse within his heart, remaining still in his place. As the complete Azure interface materialized in his mind, Shushu clenched his fists in excitement. The favorability rating for Jishui had reached an impressive 95. Kakashi's favorability had also surpassed 60. He eagerly anticipated the skills allocated by the system. Chapter 29, The Versatile Transformation Potion. He searched the crane tree, yet found no red task indicator on the blue electronic screen. With a furrowed brow, he inquired curiously, System, where are my skills? The charming strategy system paused for a moment before elucidating, due to the host consciousness being ensnared in a state of unconsciousness. The system prioritized the host's life above all else, exchanging it for a potion of mental recovery to facilitate the host's swift awakening. Shushu understood. In other words, Kakashi's 60 points of affinity were merely exchanged for a potion that restores mental energy. The crane tree's visage contorts uncontrollably. He would rather awaken gradually than squander this precious 60 points of affinity. It took Hishu half an hour to come to terms with this cruel reality. It was laughable. After that half hour, Hishu realized that he was utterly unable to accept it. Is a return possible? The crane tree bears an expressionless visage. System, not accepted. Both Taba and Pinduoduo allow returns. Why can't you? The crane tree teeters on the brink of collapse. The system belongs to a highly advanced intelligent life form. It speaks with an utter lack of humility. Is it truly a highly advanced intelligent life form? The crane tree forces a smile. It is indeed a highly advanced intelligent life form. It certainly knows how to exploit its host. What else could it be but a highly advanced intelligent life form? He wiped his face in despair, intending to seek some snacks in the storage space to soothe his wounded heart. Hishu gazed at the expanding storage space, his eyes filled with astonishment. The capacity of the storage space had transformed from 1 cubic meter to 5 cubic meters. What could be the reason for this? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The storage of items within the spatial compartment relies entirely on mental energy. Previously, during the battlefield's tumult, the act of retrieving and storing the explosive talisman had drained his mental reserves. Fortunately, he was able to replenish his mental energy through the mental energy recovery system. Is the spatial compartment connected to mental energy? Shushu distinctly realized that his mental fortitude had significantly strengthened. He gazed contemplatively. pondering the notion that the enhancement of his storage space was indeed accompanied by the growth of his mental prowess. Just as Chungshu was immersed in thought, a figure ascended the carriage. "You are awake." The girl before him, clad in a green vest, with soft light blue hair cascading over her shoulders, looked at Chungshu with eyes brimming with delight. "Who are you?" Cha, immediately immersed in the scene, blinked in confusion. "I am Teona, a medical ninja who accompanied Lord Jiraiya to support the troops. Earlier, when you were injured, I was the one who changed your clothes." Teona's eyes curved like crescent moons as she offered a sweet smile, reminiscent of the beloved goddess of the sun country from a past life. The slightly melancholic mood of the crane tree has instantaneously brightened. When Crane lowered his head, he suddenly realized that his attire had been changed. Oh no, his heart plummeted. Fearing that the other party might have uncovered his identity as a cross-dressing pervert, Crane Tree gently touched the yin-yang ring on his finger, seeking a faint sense of security. He gazed at the girl before him and forced a stiff smile, saying, "Thank you, Sister Teona." Teona's smile deepened as she sat beside Crane Tree and presented him with a rice ball, saying, "You haven't eaten anything all day. You must be starving." Kurushu decided to test the waters. A faint blush adorned his cheeks as he cast a lingering glance at Teona, only to hastily divert his gaze, biting his lower lip. He hesitantly spoke, "Sister Teona." My body, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Teona's eyes. The young girl named Kurushu was merely a child, shy from having her clothes changed by a stranger. Clearing her mind of wandering thoughts, Teona gently patted Kurushu's shoulder, her eyes filled with encouragement. She leaned closer, offering the rice ball with earnestness, saying, "It is precisely because Kurushu is flat-chested that you should eat more, striving to grow up like Lady Tsunade." Perhaps in an effort to lend her words greater conviction, she raised her voice significantly. The countenance of the crane tree had become rigid. The face of the crane tree contorted. Who on earth would wish to become a bovine like Tsunade? He is a man. A man. What he desires are pectoral muscles. Not this. In her mind, Kishu first entertained the rather unsocialist notion of committing murder to silence witnesses. Outside the carriage, Ji Shui and Shu Li exchanged glances after overhearing the entire conversation. A singular thought resonated within them. So, Kishu is flat-chested. Moreover, the idea of someone like Lady Tsunade was simply too risky. The innocent youth, Ji Shui, and the not-so-innocent Shu Li blushed fiercely, resembling two ripe tomatoes. After bidding farewell to Tao Nai, Kishu remained in a disheveled state within the carriage. He felt a mixture of relief that his identity as a cross-dressing pervert had not been unveiled and anger at the words spoken by the others. Please do not feel inferior, host. Once you acquire the gender transformation potion, the system will generously grant you the skill of proud stature. The voice of the system echoed in Kishu's mind. Inferior? What nonsense! Which eye of the system saw him as inferior? So what if he was flat-chested? What was there to feel inferior about? Not to mention, he was a man. What was wrong with being flat-chested? Flat-chested was perfectly normal. Besides, who even wanted to acquire a gender transformation potion? A sense of impending crisis suddenly surged within Kishu. This time, the system had discreetly administered a potion for the restoration of his mental energy. Thus, it is entirely plausible that the next time, the system might resort to administering that peculiar gender-altering potion. I warn you, should you dare to give me the gender-altering potion, I shall resort to taking my own life. He resolutely declared his unwavering commitment to defend his man's dignity, even at the cost of his own life. Such transformative elixirs should be reserved for those truly in need, such as Uncle Snake. Shu remained serenely in the carriage throughout an entire day, and on the following day, an unexpected guest arrived within the confines of the vehicle. It was not Aunt Snake, but rather Uncle Snake, who settled across from Shu, his visage adorned with a sinister smile. The carriage continued its languid journey. Now less than 10 kilometers from the frontline encampment, Orochimaru's gaze pierced through the air like an X-ray in a hospital, seemingly desiring to dissect Shu with his very eyes. I have heard of your exploits. You are indeed a formidable ninja. Orochimaru extended a portion of his tongue, licking his upper lip, exuding an air of a mature and twisted individual. Shu blinked, bashfully lowering his head. Your praise is unwarranted, Lord Orochimaru. Ding. Affection level with the character Orochimaru, 0. Herons retract the foul words that are already on the tip of their tongues. Orochimaru's eyes gleam with excitement. Yet his favorability remains at a mere 0. This character certainly possesses a flair for the dramatic. The curvature of the crane's beak appears as though measured by a ruler. Yet it does not exude any semblance of insincerity. This may be attributed to his extraordinary acting prowess. In such a tumultuous explosion, not everyone can emerge unscathed. Wouldn't you agree? Orochimaru inquired with a hint of profundity. In his eyes, the figure across from him was merely a fledgling in the realm of shinobi. Engaging in such conversational pleasantries was a task easily accomplished. Heron Tree pressed her lips together, casting a wary glance at Orochimaru, revealing her evident caution. What an unguarded little girl she is. The excitement in Orochimaru's eyes intensified. I am also a ninja of Konoha, and naturally, I wish to witness your growth into the pillars of our village. I have conducted research on certain unique abilities. The words of Orochimaru lingered in Heron Tree's ears, striking a familiar chord, not due to the content of his speech, but rather the tone and essence, evoking a sense of Djvu Haru. After a moment of contemplation, suddenly lifted his head. He realized, wasn't the tone of Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, in the Hokage's office just like this? Ignoring the children. Truly, he is the proud disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The ability to brainwash is indeed inherited from the same lineage. Alas, Haru Tsukimi happens to be equally proficient in this art. The eyes of Hirushu sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru is a legendary ninja, renowned throughout the ninja world, and one whom I deeply respect. It is not that I am unwilling to speak. Rather, I find it difficult to articulate my own abilities. The crane tree gazed at Orochimaru with a hint of perplexity. A gleam of brilliance shone in Orochimaru's eyes, declaring with satisfaction, "This is even better. I can assist you as well." The crane tree resolutely extended its hand towards Orochimaru, declaring, "Lord Orochimaru, you may attempt to strike my palm." Following the crane tree's invitation, Orochimaru reached out, yet his hand perpetually failed to make contact with the crane tree's. His pupils narrowed as he elongated his neck, leaning in for a closer look. The distance diminished infinitely. My speed remains relatively static, rendering a true attack impossible. Truly, as the sole technological savant in the realm of Hokage, Orochimaru instantly discerned the principle at play. Hiruzen, taken aback, nodded slightly. "Lord Orochimaru speaks the truth. Is this your bloodline limit?" Orochimaru inquired, his mind already racing with numerous possibilities. The crane tree shook its head, exclaiming, "No?" Orochimaru appeared somewhat taken aback. "Isn't this a bloodline trait? Could it be a form of secret technique?" "It is due to a certain potion." Shushu solemnly nodded and revealed the truth. "The potion?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his hand involuntarily clenching tightly as he endeavored to restrain his excitement. Indeed, the girl, Hirushu, nodded sorrowfully and said, "Before being taken in by the Hidden Leaf Village, I was an orphan on the battlefield, suffering from unbearable hunger. In my desperate search for something to eat and drink, I stumbled upon a discarded vial of potion. Upon consuming this elixir, I discovered that I had acquired this ability." Orochimaru harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of Hirushu's words. He believed that given her intellect and age, she was not capable of fabricating such a tale. If it were indeed a fabrication, it would be easily discernible. His intuition suggested that the young girl before him was speaking the truth. "Did you finish the potion?" Orochimaru inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. He smiled sinisterly within his heart. With an expression of feigned innocence, he shook his head. "No." To his astonishment, such a delightful surprise arose, and Orochimaru, filled with excitement, inquired eagerly, "Where is the potion?" The heron tree appeared to be startled by Orochimaru's presence, shrinking its form as it gazed at him in astonishment. Orochimaru promptly recognized his own lapse in composure. He cleared his throat, steadied himself, and elucidated. "I sincerely wish to unravel this mystery, enabling more individuals to possess the means of self-preservation." The eyes of the crane tree glimmered as he excitedly exclaimed, "The remaining potion resides at my uncle's house, who adopted me." In a bid to emphasize his benevolence, he continued, "If Lord Orochimaru could assist more individuals in acquiring the ability to protect themselves, I would undoubtedly be thrilled." To protect more people? What a foolish and pitiable notion. A flicker of pity crossed Orochimaru's eyes, yet his gentle smile remained unchanged. "When the opportunity arises, do bring the potion to me." "Very well." The crane tree exhibited unwavering resolve, while Orochimaru wore a satisfied smile upon his face. Katsuki continued, "Lord Orochimaru, may I partake in your experiments?" Katsuki was aware of Orochimaru's laboratory in Konoha and felt a profound curiosity about the methods employed by this enigmatic figure in his research. After all, scientific advancement is the foremost driving force of productivity. The heron tree holds great expectations for Orochimaru's potential. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at him, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Why?" Hirushu, feigning profundity, lowered her head and, with a hint of obsession, remarked, "The span of human life is both fleeting and fragile. I yearn for a genuine means to prolong existence and to uncover a truth, one that possesses the power to transform the world." Orochimaru finally scrutinized Shushu with newfound attention. This child, at such a tender age, had the audacity to eliminate a considerable number of rock ninjas. Undoubtedly, she is a prodigy in her own right. The thought processes of a genius often diverge from those of the ordinary, much like his own reflections. Orochimaru silently mused. Remarkably, this child's perspective on the brevity of human life aligned with his own, having witnessed countless separations and losses amidst the ravages of war. He sincerely lamented humanity's insignificance and the transience of life. Thus, he too sought the truth that could alter destiny. Very well. Orochimaru nodded, his gaze lingering on Hirshu's countenance. Ding. Character interaction with Orochimaru, affection level at 60. Shushu smiled contentedly. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he departed. Watching Orochimaru's figure fade away, Shushu's lips gradually curled upward. System, with this 60 points of favorability, I desire the potion for gender transformation. The crane tree clamored in the mind. The system was taken aback. Has the host made a resolute decision? Very well. As a system, it shall undoubtedly fulfill the host's desires. Transmutation potion description, a potion capable of satisfying your innermost yearnings. Successfully transforming you into a beautiful lady. Please use with caution. A product of the system, guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. Shushu held the transparent vial of potion in his hand, the pale blue liquid gently swaying within the bottle with his movements. He stored the potion in his storage space, lying on the cart with a sense of nostalgia. Uncle Snake. He had paid a hefty price to acquire such a precious item. I hope you will use it sparingly and treasure it. Uncle Snake's era is drawing to a close, while Aunt Snake's era is on the horizon. Before long, all supplies were delivered to the front line, and Shushu was reunited with the long-missed Tsunade. Sister Tsunade. Heron approached with excitement, eager to seize this moment to garner a bit of affection. Heron? Tsunade expressed mild surprise as she deftly ruffled Heron's hair. I never imagined this little rascal has already become a ninja. Hiki. The crane tree smiled sweetly. Sakura, you look even more beautiful. Humph. At least you know how to speak. Tsunade curled her lips. Perhaps the joy of a brief separation surpassed that of a new marriage. As Tsunade's affections had risen from 78 to 84. Tsunade, it has been a while since we last met. You've grown. Jiraiya dashed towards Tsunade with a lecherous grin upon his face. A scream of distress echoed. As the troop departed from the front lines, Katsuki, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma Sarutobi remained behind. Perhaps due to the differing nature of their missions, the third Hokage assigned Katsuki and his companions the task of transporting supplies, while Kakashi and his team were to engage directly in the conflict after delivering their provisions. With no surplus of supplies to burden them, the group leapt between the branches, ultimately returning to Sunagakure. Chapter 30, The Lies Within Lies, constituting reality barely settling back in the village, Katsuki was soon met with yet another mission. This was a fate even more daunting than that of the corporate drones of his previous life. Shushu deeply felt that his leisurely days were irretrievably lost. The only solace he found was in the generous compensation. This time, due to the myriad unforeseen dangers encountered during their mission, the task's level had escalated, and consequently, the rewards had increased. The crane tree has finally acquired its own private little treasury. Just as the crane tree reveled in its reward, Takeuchi revealed another piece of information. He possesses a small plot of land in the village, which yields a rather substantial annual rent. The expression on Tsuru's face was one of complexity. She had not anticipated that Takenuchi was indeed a genuine scion of affluence. Did this not imply that he had ascended to the status of a third-generation wealthy individual? Elated by this delightful revelation, her spirits remained buoyant while en route to accept her mission. Truly, Tsuru was remarkable, even when subjected to such exploitation by the village. She continued to ardently cherish it. The favorability rating with Nichi continued to rise. Upon receiving the mission scroll from the office where tasks were assigned, Tsuru voiced her surprise. The Land of Rain? What is going on? Nichi, taken aback by Tsuru's intense reaction, expressed his bewilderment. The crane shook its head, revealing a toothy smile. I have merely heard that the Land of Rain is perpetually drenched, which piques my curiosity. In truth, it was not that simple. The mere sight of the words Land of Rain would involuntarily conjure the image of Nagato in his mind. I, Devapath, can carry a bag of rice up 6 flights. How many can you manage? This mission entailed journeying to the Land of Rain to renegotiate the peace treaty between the Rain Village and Konoha. The sun's ray succinctly summarized the lengthy task outlined on the scroll. A peace treaty? Kitsuki gazed in astonishment. At this moment, the Rain Village was under the esteemed protection of the demigod, the salamander Hanzo, who still drew breath. Under his formidable presence, the land of rain had managed to remain aloof from the conflicts of the great nations. However, given its proximity to the land of grass, and its location nestled between the land of fire and the land of earth, it was nearly impossible for the Rain Village to evade the ambitions of these two powerful nations. Should the land of fire succeed in claiming the Rain Village, it would pose a significant threat to the land of earth. Conversely, if the Rain Village were to align itself with the land of earth, it would render the Leaf Village somewhat precarious. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Rain Village, caught in the crossfire of the wind and fire nations, suffered devastating losses, leaving it in a pitiable state, while both the Leaf and Sand villages had forged a peace treaty. Now, with the 8-year agreement nearing its conclusion, it was imperative to negotiate a new treaty with the Rain Village. The third Hokage had astutely recognized that the internal strife within the Rain Village rendered them unable to engage in warfare, making it difficult for them to refuse the Leaf Village's overtures for a new treaty. Yet, Kitsuki felt that this mission was fraught with peril. It was classified as an S-rank mission. S-rank! Exclaimed Shizuka, with both Taki and Kitsuki expressing their astonishment. He-chun, with a cold chuckle, reflected on how an S-rank mission had been assigned to him, A.J. Nin, along with 3 genin. He felt a profound sense of gratitude towards the third Hokage for this extraordinary opportunity. You have half a day to gather your belongings. Let us convene at the front gate of Konoha this afternoon, he declared. With that, the 3 figures vanished in an instant. Truly swift. He-chun chuckled softly, shaking his head. However, the mirth faded from his face, replaced by a grave expression as he made his way to the Hokage's office. He was acutely aware of the daunting nature of the task at hand. It was rather beyond their capabilities. It seemed the third Hokage had anticipated He-chun's arrival. He tapped his cigarette, his weathered face shrouded in a veil of smoke, obscuring his expression. He-chun, I know what you wish to convey, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted. He too was aware of the mission's challenges, but lamented the village's lack of available personnel. There are no surplus ninjas left in the village, he sighed. He-chun's countenance reflected his concern. If he were to undertake the mission alone, that would be one matter. Yet, he had 3 young students to consider. He was reluctant to place them in such peril. Very well, the third Hokage said, perceiving He-chun's unease. I shall assign another individual to your team. As the afternoon sun bathed the horizon in resplendent hues, casting 5 dark silhouettes upon the ground at the Konoha gate, an air of stillness enveloped the scene. He-chun gazed at the man before him, clad in a tight green suit, and for the first time, he sensed a palpable malevolence emanating from the world around him. An S-rank mission, and here he was, A.J. Nin leading 4 genin. When the Hokage had mentioned augmenting his team, he had assumed it would be another J. Nin. Yet, in this instance, he had indeed acted hastily. Adding a genin to the mix was tantamount to adding nothing at all. In stark contrast to He-chun's dazed expression, the face of the newcomer radiated with enthusiasm. The individual in the green suit was none other than Might Guy, the very man who had recently triumphed over 4 formidable opponents with a single kick, reducing the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen to a mere trio. Hello everyone, I am Might Guy. I look forward to our upcoming mission together. His brilliant smile, accentuated by his gleaming white teeth, was infectious as he bowed at a 45-degree angle. Please take care of me. Haru graciously returned the greeting. Is he truly a lower-rank ninja? The expression on Shuli's face was one of disbelief. His inquisitive eyes turned towards Hinata Nichi. Nichi nodded slightly. Shuli's face was filled with astonishment. Is it conceivable that someone of such an age remains a lower-ranked ninja? Surrounding Shuli were prodigies. His words were devoid of malice, merely a reflection of pure surprise. Rest assured, I shall not be a hindrance, declared the earnest Might Guy, who had long been the subject of ridicule regarding his abilities. Haru shook his head and said, How could that be? I firmly believe that the uncle is indeed remarkable. Due to Haru's character disposition, Richa and Shuli could only perceive him as empathetic, ensuring that Maida's appearance remained unblemished. Yet, only Haru knew that he spoke the truth. With Maida accompanying him, his sense of security had significantly increased. Ding. The affection level for the character Maida has reached 70. Sob sob. Maida gazed at Haru with deep emotion, tears resembling familiar wide noodles adorning his face. What on earth? This level of affection is astonishing. The corners of Harushu's mouth curled upwards. He had a fondness for straightforward individuals like Maitre D'. Very well, let us set forth. With a command from the sun, 5 figures swiftly leaped onto the branches, darting and hopping through the forest. Harushu, multitasking, was intrigued by the skills allocated by the system. The automatic skill allocation has arrived. Would the host like to choose whether to accept it? Shall it be so? Crane Tree rubbed his hands together, hoping to attract the favor of Lady Luck. He pressed yes. Spell of word spirits. The lie of lies shall transform into reality. Skill description, an ability bestowed by Creator. By uttering the lie of lies, the user can twist the denials of the other party, upend the very essence of truth and causality, thereby rendering the lie true. Current skill progress, 0. The originally excited heart of Shushu suddenly turned cold. The progress of this skill is exceedingly insufficient. The Crane Tree rebels within his mind. Previously, he endured the inability to draw the godly gun, but now, the utter stagnation of his skill progress at a mere 0% is simply intolerable. The higher the skill level, the lower the initial progress, as the system elucidates. Very well. Hichin curled his lips, accepting the explanation. After all, this skill was undeniably quite overpowered. Hichin, what is wrong with you? Shu Li inquired with a peculiar expression. It wasn't that he was overreacting, but rather that Hichin's response was exceedingly strange. During the process of jumping, he occasionally emitted an eerie smile. Ahem. He touched the corner of his mouth and indeed discovered that he had nearly grinned from ear to ear. He subdued his smile and explained, I seldom venture out. So I am a bit excited. Oh, Shu Li nodded in understanding. He averted his gaze and swallowed hard. To be honest, he had just felt that Shushu's smile appeared somewhat lewd. Yet, how could a girl like Shushu possibly exhibit such a lascivious expression? He must have been mistaken. He reassured himself. The gaze of the crane was irresistibly fixed upon the figure within the tree. In the initial stages, every skill necessitates practice. Perhaps he might experiment on the body of Uchiha within the tree? Suddenly, the figure within felt a chill coursing through, causing an inexplicable shiver. As night fell, the campfire blazed brightly. Shushu and 4 companions were seated around the campfire, savoring rice balls. After a moment of introspection regarding his dwindling conscience, Shushu ultimately resolved to take action against Shu Li. Shu Li, are your rice balls spicy? The crane, aware of Shu Li's fondness for sweet delicacies, prepared even the rice balls with a sweet flavor. Not just any sweetness, but the delightful taste of red bean paste. Shu Li, bewildered, held up his rice ball, revealing the dark red bean filling within. He had no affinity for spicy foods. More precisely, he was unable to tolerate them. Whenever he encountered even the slightest hint of spice, he felt an overwhelming urge to breathe fire. The lies of deception would ultimately transform into reality. The Crane Tree whispered softly, its voice dissipating between lips and teeth. After finishing his recitation, he observed the reaction within the tree with an impassive demeanor. Uchiha Shiraki remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, fixating on his rice ball, which he bit into with fervor. After a day spent leaping from branch to branch like a monkey, he was utterly exhausted and sought solace in the sweetness of his world. Suddenly, a crimson hue spread across his face, starting from his neck. The rice ball fell to the ground as he clutched his throat, his eyes ignited with 2 blazing flames. In an instant, Nishitsu glanced at the rice ball in his hand, solemnly casting it to the ground as he shouted at Shui and the Crane Tree. Do not eat that. There is something amiss with this rice ball. Huh? Mike I savored a couple of bites, momentarily taken aback. No way. It's quite delicious. Mike I glanced at the rice ball in his hand, reluctant to part with it. He, in a state of trepidation, edged closer to Ji Shui. In the tree? In the tree? Ri Cha approached Ji Li, meticulously scrutinizing the condition within the tree. The veins in Ji Li's neck were engorged, and his eyes appeared as if they might pop from their sockets. Water! Water! He cried out, his voice contorted in desperation. He rushed to hand his water bottle to the tree. Gurgle, gurgle. The bottle quickly ran dry. Although the tree's visage remained fearsome, it was finally able to speak. What transpired? The tree inquired cautiously. Their journey to Rain-In Village was a clandestine mission, with little chance of information leakage. Nonetheless, caution was prudent. It was utterly unbearable. The tree recalled with trepidation. At the precise moment the spiciness erupted in his mouth, he seemed to envision his long-lost mother. Fortunately, she had shown him compassion and brought him back. Spicy? The water-stopping pondered the earlier question posed by Shushu to the tree, harboring doubts in his heart. In the serene grove, One could hardly discern the doubts surrounding the still waters. He cleared his throat softly, half squatting in front of the tree, filled with both concern and astonishment. Didn't you say it was a red bean rice ball? How has it turned spicy? His expression was one of profound bewilderment. The tree, equally confounded, shook its head, eyes devoid of clarity. I have no idea either, Shushu said with a hint of helplessness. At that moment, as I gazed at your rice ball, I was struck by a distinct spiciness in the air. Yet, you insisted it was a red bean rice ball, and I chose to believe you. Little did I expect it to indeed be a spicy rice ball, Shushu explained, handing a handkerchief to Shuli with a gentle smile, saying, wipe your sweat. You must be quite fatigued today, perhaps you took the wrong one. Shuli initially intended to offer an explanation, but when his gaze fell upon the handkerchief in Shushu's hand, he found himself momentarily silenced, his mind clouded with unclean thoughts. Thank you, Shushu. Shuli's face flushed slightly as he tucked the handkerchief into his pocket. The realization dawned upon him, so that was the case. However, the expression of burgeoning affection on Shuli's face made Shushu feel increasingly uncomfortable. In the stillness of the deep night, Shushu activated the azure screen within his mind. Is this for real? The crane tree nearly expelled a mouthful of old blood. Today, he endeavored to employ the art of word spirits, the lie of lies, a skill that transforms falsehoods into reality. Although he succeeded, the progress of the skill was a mere 0.5, a dismal advancement rate, indeed. After shutting down the light screen, his gaze lingered upon the others. Tomorrow, they would bear the brunt of the arduous tasks ahead. He silently expressed his apologies to them in his heart. His newfound strength would marginally increase the survival rate of the team. He was indeed considering their welfare. Today was yet another day of understanding. With such thoughts, the crane tree drifted into slumber. As a privilege of being a girl, he was exempt from the night watch. The first half of the night was guarded by Jishue and Might Dai, while the latter half was entrusted to Shuli and Richa. As dawn broke, the sky transformed into a delicate shade of light gray. The journey of the crane tree group commenced amidst a cacophony of clucking chickens and barking dogs. Oh, esteemed senior Might Dai, do you wish to express a flatulence? The crane tree spoke softly. Might Dai suddenly widened his eyes, vehemently denying. I do not wish to pass gas. I am quite courteous to my teammates. The fabric of deception was about to unravel into reality. Bang! The great tree behind Might Dai trembled violently. Simultaneously, crane tree, Jishue, Shuli, and Richa retreated, creating a 10-meter distance from Might Dai. Who would have imagined that Uncle Might Dai's flatulence was so potent? Shuli felt a lingering dread. Fortunately, he was swift of foot, lest he be engulfed by the noxious cloud emanating from Uncle Might Dai. Jishue seemed at a loss for how to respond to Shuli's words. Clearing his throat, Richa shifted the topic, saying, let us set forth. Their figures leapt simultaneously from their original position to the lofty branches above. Shushu approached Might Dai and gently consoled him. Uncle Might Dai, do not be disheartened. Passing gas is a natural physiological response. Feeling rather dejected, Might Dai gazed upon Shushu's angelic smile and could not help but shed wide noodles of tears, exclaiming, woe is me, Shushu is truly an angel. Every day an angel? Fuming with indignation. Ding. The affection level of the character Might Dai has reached 80. Very well. An angel it is. Shushu pondered quietly. He was merely a soulless machine, collecting affection points. Chapter 31. A life of petite bourgeoisie, so beautiful. Jishue, your ninja shoes are damaged. No. I just bought a new pair. The lies within lies shall transform into reality. Crack. Jishue's ninja shoes shattered in midair, startling him to the brink of falling from the tree. Are you all right, Jishue? Shushu anxiously supported Jishue. It's all right. Thank you for your reminder, Shushu. Jishue did not expect that the quality of this pair of shoes would be so abysmal, especially as he lost face in front of Shushu. His face turned slightly red. Teacher Richa, your pants are about to fall. Shushu, do not jest with the teacher in such a manner. The lies would transform into reality. In the next moment, Richa felt a chill beneath him. He looked down and nearly departed from this beautiful world. Teacher Richa, you are in neutral. Shushu's eyes reflected a sense of reproach. How could Teacher Richa behave in such a way? They were all men, which was acceptable. However, Shushu was still a girl. For the first time in his life, Hinata Richa exhibited a yearning for the earth release technique. He wished to dig a hole and burrow inside. During the journey that followed, Richa felt immense guilt over the incident involving the enchanting girl Shushu. Finally, through Shushu's relentless efforts along the way, the spell, the lies will transform into reality, progressed to a mere 0.5%. System. Come forth and provide me with an explanation. He had sacrificed Jishui's new shoes, leaving Jishui barefoot, and had also sacrificed the dignity that teacher Richa held dear, which now caused Richa to look at him with a gaze full of remorse. After all he had done, the progress remained at 0.5%. Please, host. Explore on your own. The voice of the system was cold and unfeeling. He Shushu, filled with indignation, confronted with righteous fervor, as a client receiving these skills. Do I not possess the right to inquire? Or have you been secretly laying traps for me? Having perused various time travel novels, he noted how the systems therein acted as both parental figures and attendants, diligently caring for their hosts. Why then was his own system so different? The system sensed he Shushu's current state of agitation and deemed it necessary to remind him, should the host question the system, the binding can be terminated at any moment. Father, I was in error. The attitude of Ketsusha towards acknowledging his mistakes is remarkably sincere. What significance does pride hold? Is life not of greater importance? Moreover, is it truly shameful to call one's biological parents father and mother? Absolutely not. The land of rain has arrived. Do not inquire how Ketsusha came to know this. The dark, thick clouds cleaved the sky into two distinct realms, one of the vibrant and sunny Fire Nation, and the other shrouded in ominous clouds, belonging to the Rain Nation. As Ketsushu and his companions journeyed towards the hidden rain village, the rain above intensified. What began as a gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, with each of the 5 donned in straw hats. The same applies to Tsuru. Although he refrained from standing out, he had no desire to be ostentatious. The village of Amigakure was shrouded beneath a vast expanse of ominous clouds, where 2 Amigakure shinobi stood guard at the city gate, scrutinizing the credentials of those who passed by. Halt. Present your identification. The Amigakure shinobi before him bore a menacing scar across his face, exuding an air of intimidation. Hinata's low-brimmed hat obscured his peculiar eyes. Esteemed sir, please take a look. He respectfully extended his credentials with both hands. The village of Amigakure was a melting pot of various factions, with spies from different hidden villages lurking within. The mission of Konoha to forge a contract with Hanzo in Amigakure must remain covert. Thus, they had fabricated identities as merchants. Ninja-san, they are my children, Hinata said, his figure slightly hunched as he gestured towards Tsuru and the others behind him. The menacing Amigakure shinobi cracked a sardonic smile. Quite the fruitful endeavor, I see. Crane Tree, to be alive amidst stagnation is indeed a blessing. Maida smiled softly. Scar's face here turned to inquire of Richa. Is this dim-witted giant also your son? Richa's lips twitched slightly, responding, to answer your question, he is my servant. You employ a fool as a servant? Scar's face here mocked ambiguously, returning the identification to Richa. You may leave now. Thank you, my lord. Richa bowed his head and hurriedly departed with Crane Tree and the others. Maida's spirits were somewhat dampened. Anyone would feel disheartened when their intelligence was called into question. As the empathetic little angel of Maite Dai, the Crane Tree naturally stepped forward to offer some words of comfort. Dear sir, do not be disheartened. You are quite intelligent. Maite Dai, taken aback, responded, Really? To which Crane Tree replied, Oh, no, I was merely trying to console you. Why did you take it to heart? Haru nodded. Of course it's true. Yoshi, Mike Guy, a ninja of the Leaf Village, shall certainly not disappoint Haru's esteemed appraisal. Mike Guy's expression swiftly transformed from cloudy to bright as he skillfully raised his thumb, pointing at himself, and exclaimed loudly, What a disaster! The corners of the crane's beak twitched. All eyes on the street converged upon it. Ninja from the Hidden Leaf? It seems likely. What purpose do they have in the Village of Rain? Among them were several malevolent gazes, originating from the ninja of the Rain Village. The Crane Tree is engulfed in despair, a sentiment mirrored in the character of the elderly merchant, who experiences an even deeper sense of hopelessness. Without the need for words, they understand each other. Just before Yurin sets off, their figures swiftly vanish from sight, dispersing in all directions. 2 days later, on a somewhat secluded street in Yurin Village, the shops lining either side emit a warm and inviting glow. A silver-haired little girl sits vacantly beneath a dripping eave. The aromas of food waft from the nearby snack shops and restaurants, while a few passers-by stroll by intermittently. No one pays heed to this little girl. To speak more harshly, while people are aware of her presence, they are unwilling to intervene. During wartime, the number of orphans has swelled significantly. In the last great ninja war, Yurin Village, the main battlefield, was overrun with orphans, and now, amid the internal strife, they are still all too common. It is hardly surprising, nor is it deserving of sympathy, if the pedestrians and shopkeepers were to observe closely. They would notice that the fabric of the little girl's clothing is not something an orphan could afford, oblivious to being perceived as an orphan. The crane tree ponders the significant matters of life. First, where have his comrades, who have been so woefully let down by Might Guy, scattered to? Second, despite having deceived numerous individuals along the way, why does his skill progression in the art of spoken spells remain at a mere 0.5%? Surely, it should at least round up to a whole number. Third, will this relentless rain ever cease? Such dreary weather makes one long for slumber. The 6 eyes of Harushas sensed an unusual chakra. A frown creased his brow, and a look of confusion replaced the contemplation in his gaze. In the very next moment, a group of figures materialized on the street. Haha, Yahiko, are you feeling tempted again? The cool, feminine voice conveyed a lightheartedness. The girl, adorned in a black robe embellished with red cloud patterns, possessed flowing blue hair and a fair complexion, exuding an aura of serenity, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. The boy addressed as Yahiko was tall, wearing the same style of robe as the girl. Embarrassed by her teasing, Yahiko sheepishly scratched his head. The crane tree swayed chaotically in the tempest. To think it is the trio of Nagato. What a stroke of fortune. Upon the side of the three, the crane tree found itself equally observed by them. Ah, a mere orphan. Yahiko's once bright eyes now bore a hint of dullness. Konan's gaze was tinged with compassion. Yet, only Nagato remained unchanged, his expression devoid of any emotion. That child appears to be quite famished. Yahiko noticed the longing glimmer in the child's eyes as they fixated on the bun shop. Haru, yearning for your sister? Ah, no, that is incorrect. Your sister is Xiaonan. Thus, the statement holds some truth. I shall go buy buns for her. As fellow wanderers in this world. Xiaonan suddenly reminisced about her past. She pressed her lips together and made her way to the bun shop to purchase some buns. With resolute steps, Xiaonan approached Haru and squatted down before him. A look of confusion flickered in Yishu's eyes. This was not an act. What was the beautiful woman doing? Little one, you must be starving. Here, have a bun, Xiaonan said awkwardly, offering the steaming buns wrapped in paper to Yishu. No. Do you take me for a beggar? He originally intended to uphold his principles, yet his unyielding hands have already reached out. The beauty bestows her favor. It cannot be refused. Thank you, dear sister. Ichin cautiously observed Xiaonan, the deep azure of his eyes reflecting a myriad of stars. Simultaneously, Ichin discreetly traced the contours of the bun within the paper bag with his fingers. Astonishment washed over him as he touched it twice, disbelief settling in his heart. Could it be? Just one? While he lamented his hunger, his actions belied the reality of purchasing merely a single bun. Shushu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Truly, Sister Nan is remarkable. The money saved must have been spent on explosive charms. Xiaonan felt a warmth in her heart as Yahiko approached with a radiant smile. As Nagato's cherished one, he beamed like a little sun, illuminating everything around him. Little one, what is your name? Yahiko inquired, gently patting Shushu's head. Big brother. My name is Huo Ying, came the reply, accompanied by a chuckle. In this day and age, who reveals their true name to a stranger? The crane tree beams with a radiant smile. Huo Ying, such a melodious name. The elder brother is named Mayahiko, and this elder sister is called Konan. Over there. The one with the round glasses is Nagato. Mayahiko effortlessly plops down beside the crane tree, introducing everyone with a sunny smile. Goodness, those are all their real names. Round glasses? Hirshu glanced over, noticing Nagato's crimson short hair partially obscuring his face, yet his striking purple renegade eyes stood out vividly. The concentric patterns resembled ripples spreading across water. Indeed, Yahiko's description was quite vivid. What could Hanzo possibly be doing here? Yahiko gently touched Hirshu's nape, feeling a surge of compassion. Their mentor, Jiraiya, had once saved them, orphans that they were, and thus they felt compelled to carry forth his kindness. Yahiko yearned to provide this child before him with a home. Konan observed the brightness in Yahiko's eyes and discerned his intentions. She smiled softly, casting her gaze toward Hirshu. Such an adorable child, she too wished to be included in their little family. Ding. Konan's affection level has reached 40. He, suppressing the excitement within, was shrouded in a cloud of disappointment. Huo Ying awaited the arrival of his parents. The crane tree bowed its head, its small hands stubbornly clenched. Tears swirled in its eyes. Yet it defiantly withheld them from falling. It understood the grim fate of its parents, yet it was unwilling to accept the truth. It foolishly numbed itself, waiting in the hope that its parents would return. Both Yahiko and Konan felt a lump in their throats. Ding. Affection level for the character Konan, 60. Ding. Affection level for the character Yahiko, 60. Yahiko's imagination was remarkably vivid, moving himself to the brink of tears. Huo Ying, Yahiko's voice was slightly hoarse. His eyes filled with determination. Will Huolong join us? What? Heron raised her gaze, a hint of confusion shimmering in her slightly reddened eyes. Did the elder brother mean to ask if Huolong would be willing to wait for their parents together? Yahiko wished to shield the child's tender heart from pain. Had the elder brother's parents also ventured out? The crane tree feigned innocence as it inquired, extending a small hand to grasp Mihiko's hand, while reaching out with the other to hold Kanan's hand. With a reassuring tone, it said, "Dear brother and sister, do not worry. Your parents will surely return." A faint blush adorned its cheeks. For the brother and sister were kind souls and the only ones who had offered to buy me food over the past couple of days. Kasaka spoke in one breath. Shyly lowering his head, both Mayahiko and Konan were deeply moved. How could there be such a sweet and kind-hearted child? Konan discreetly turned her head, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. Her gaze inadvertently met Nagato's expressionless face. Konan paused momentarily, feeling a sense of helplessness as she turned away. "Sister, please eat." Just as Konan turned back, Kasaka offered her the bun. "Sister, do not be sad." Hanataki wished to console her. Upon realizing this, Konan could not help but embrace Kasaka tightly, saying, "If sister will not eat, then I shall give it to you." The crane tree is adorned with a visage of genuine happiness, seemingly unfeigned. "May I await our parents alongside my brothers and sisters?" Crane gently tugged at Yahiko's sleeve. Feeling a surge of anxiety, he was apprehensive about the possibility of rejection. Observing the little girl as she cautiously ventured forth, Yahiko's expression softened with warmth. "Of course. You may." The eyes of the crane tree sparkled momentarily, and it promptly assured, "Rest assured, elder brother and sister. I consume very little and shall not be a burden to you." Ding. Affection level with the character Xiaonan, 65. Ding. Affection level with the character Mi Yin, 70. Half an hour later, the crane tree nestled in Xiaonan's embrace, leisurely nibbling on a steamed bun. Nagato stood nearby, holding an umbrella, while Yahiko ventured ahead to procure additional snacks for him. He believes that his predecessors who traversed into the world of Naruto were mere novices. He regards his own experience as the true embodiment of triumph in life. While his fellow travelers may have had the chance to embrace Konan, they certainly never enjoyed the privilege of sitting in her lap while savoring steamed buns. Likewise, while they may have triumphed over pain, they lacked the capacity to earn his willing concession of holding an umbrella. Moreover, he has the added advantage of having Yahiko preceding him, guiding him in the pursuit of culinary delights. Life. When one reaches such heights, there is little left to yearn for. The crane tree lay nonchalantly in Xiaonan's embrace, a sudden surge of ambition swelling within. No, he could not allow such a bourgeois existence, surrounded by beautiful women, bodyguards shielding him from the rain, and secretaries indulging in shopping, to cloud his vision. He was a person of grand aspirations. Shallowness was not an option. "Huolong, is there anything else you wish to eat?" Xiaonan exuded a subtle fragrance, her visage as exquisite as a night-blooming cereus quietly unfurling in the darkness. The crane tree lies comfortably at ease. Perhaps it should endure a bit of corrosion. It matters not. It can withstand it. Even the Bodhisattva has proclaimed, "Who shall enter hell if not those who declare they won't?" Chapter 32, Ultraman battles the little monsters. While Hishu harbored concerns for the well-being of Teacher Richa and the others, he simultaneously reveled in the tender embrace of Xianan's warmth. Let him indulge in this bliss for a few more days. Teacher Richa, Uncle might die, Jishue, and Shuli, rest assured that once he has concluded his affairs here, he will undoubtedly seek you out. The crane tree was taken to a modest inn. This humble establishment nestled at the end of a narrow alley was dimly lit, with the sleepy attendant dozing at the entrance. It appeared rather shabby. The most distressing aspect was that the three of them were to share a single room. Her tree embraced Xiaonan's neck tightly, feeling a pang in her heart. "You have suffered so much, Sister Nan. Why not return to Konoha with him? After all, he is a scion of wealth. There is no future following these two." The three of them feasted on their modest rice balls. Yet they procured a well-balanced bento for her tree. How can one articulate such a sentiment? The crane tree felt a subtle surge of emotion. "Hanataki, do indulge while it's still warm. You are still but a child, in need of nourishment." Mayahiko took a hearty bite of the rice ball, his cheeks slightly puffed, and his smile radiant and sunny. Konan gazed at him with tender eyes, showering him with affection. However, Nagato remained silent. From the beginning until now, Tsuru has not heard a single word from Nagato. "Yes, thank you, Brother Mayahiko." The crane tree nodded obediently, suppressing its wild appetite, and delicately nibbled at the bento. Watching the child behave so well while he found himself in such a predicament, unable to provide a better life for the little one, Mayahiko shyly scratched his head and firmly assured Hanataki, rest assured, once our organization flourishes, our days will improve significantly. As he spoke of his aspirations, Mayahiko's eyes sparkled with fervor. At the first moment, the crane tree captured the scene where Mihiko was speaking. Nagato's gaze was firmly fixed on Mihiko, and his somber expression seemed to be illuminated by the sunlight. Truly, he is like the moonlight of my heart. In his heart, Katsuki sighed, his face betraying a look of confusion as he retorted, the organization? Indeed. Yahiko set aside the rice ball, rose from the tatami mat, and clenched his fist. I aspire to bring peace and happiness to the land of rain, and to the entire world. I shall eradicate war and transform this realm. Is it not true that this aspiration aligns perfectly with Katsuki's own? His dream is also to reform the shinobi world. By infiltrating the organization, he too could eventually attain a position of elder statesmanship. Shushu contemplated how he could acquire a truly useful skill from the system. As night fell, under Shushu's meticulous performance, he successfully secured the opportunity to sleep alongside Xiaonan. Meanwhile, Nagato and Yahiko rested on the tatami mat by the window. The bed was soft and inviting. Shushu cleared his throat softly and, with a gentle motion, wrapped his small hand around Xiaonan's waist. Mistaking his actions for the hesitance of a newcomer seeking comfort, Xiaonan instinctively pulled Shushu closer into her embrace. Moments later, in a flurry of concern, Xiaonan reached out to touch Shushu's forehead. Huolong, are you feeling feverish? She inquired. In his dazed state, Shushu thought to himself that there was some truth to her words. He indeed felt a feverishness, albeit not of the physical kind, but rather one of the heart. No, Sister Xiaonan, I am merely a bit shy, he replied. Shushu gently pressed her lips together, casting a bashful glance at Xiaonan. The faint sound of Miyan's snores wafted from the tatami by the window. Xiaonan smiled softly and embraced Shushu once more. In the dead of night, the system called out for Shushu several times before she finally struggled free from the gentle embrace of slumber. Lost in bliss, the system remarked, displaying a surprising depth of understanding. He didn't expect that the system could even utilize idioms and illusions. The crane tree also directed its thoughts towards the azure electronic screen in its mind. The strategy character, Yahiko, and Conan have both attained a favorability score of 60. Would the host like to opt for the merging of favorability to extract skills? In the previous instance of favorability merging, it was allocated to a weapon such as the divine gun. What sort of skill shall emerge this time? The crane tree has opted for a merger. Ding. The merger was successful. The system has allocated skills, and the host is prompted to decide whether to accept them. Is it so? Every time this moment arrives, Crane Tree feels a twinge of excitement and anxiety. He pressed yes. Skill introduction, Solar Corona Clone. This ability originates from Ultraman, specifically the Gauss Ultraman's Corona mode. Gauss Ultraman can create 6 clones to assault enemies, each possessing a physical form and capable of executing various combat techniques. Due to the limitations of the Naruto World, it has been modified to a single clone, which does not possess the host abilities but retains all the powers of Gauss Ultraman. Current skill progress, 0. Has Ultraman emerged? He-chung was astounded. He nestled into Xiaonan's embrace, taking a deep breath to soothe his exhilarated heart. These were the Ultramen who had accompanied him throughout his childhood. However, Ultraman Gauss, he seemed somewhat unfamiliar. System, could you provide me with an introduction to Ultraman Gauss? In the recesses of his mind, Crane Tree mused. Such a trivial request, surely the system could not refuse. Character introduction, Gauss Ultraman, a character from the Japanese Tokusatsu Ultraman series and its derivative works, is the protagonist of the Tokusatsu drama Gauss Ultraman. He embodies the principles of peaceful conflict resolution and seeks to establish amicable relations, yet when confronted with ruthless adversaries, he does not shy away from combat. To safeguard Earth from the threats posed by the Chaos Virus, the Head of Cows, and other malevolent extraterrestrials, Gauss merges with Musashi Haruno, traversing time and space on multiple occasions to protect the tranquility of various universes, earning him the title of the Compassionate Hero. Gauss's fundamental combat style resembles the fluid and graceful movements of Tai Chi, utilizing a lunar deity mode to execute defensive counterattacks with remarkable efficiency. He possesses an array of beams and super abilities that can instill tranquility within monsters, striving to resolve disputes through peaceful means. However, when faced with irredeemable and brutal invaders, Gauss is capable of mode transformation, employing the lethal techniques of his coronal mode to vanquish evil. The words of introduction immediately surfaced in the mind of the Crane Tree. A benevolent hero? The countenance of the Crane Tree is peculiar, which undoubtedly places considerable pressure upon him. What if this doppelganger possesses inherent personality traits? Would that not spell disaster for him? His intention was to create a doppelganger to cultivate goodwill with the Akatsuki, rather than to incite animosity. How could a benevolent hero possibly harmonize with the aesthetic of the Akatsuki? Let me behold the skills. The crane tree shook its head, casting aside the myriad of thoughts swirling in its mind. The physical prowess of Ultraman would be entirely transformed into the host's chakra and constitution. The transformation forms are categorized as follows: Moon God Mode, locked; Corona Mode, locked; Eclipse Mode, locked; Cosmic Corona Mode, locked; Future Mode, locked. Combat skills include Full Moon Broadcast, Moon God Extraction, Moon God Impact, Moon God Insight, Gaussian Decompression, Moon God Digitization, Gaussian Realization, Gaussian Bathing, Moon God Rainbow, Gaussian Restoration, High Energy Shooting, Pure Energy, Awakening Mastery. Power of Gaussian, Moon God Transference, Warm Sensation, Moon God Suspension, Gaussian Healing, Pressure Bubble, Precise Cross, Moon God Bathing. All of the aforementioned skills remain in a locked state. The crane tree is somewhat unclear about the power comparison between Ultraman and the world of Naruto. It is only after mastering a particular skill that a proper comparison can be made. However, this does not prevent him from coveting these abilities. Although it is merely a clone, the potential of this clone is immensely powerful. Additionally, he must contemplate how to enhance the progress of this skill. As Shushu pondered, his head tilted, and he soon found himself leaning against Xiaonan, drifting into slumber. Gradually, dawn broke, the pale blue sky adorned with a few lingering stars. The gentle patter of rain upon the eaves produced a crisp and melodious sound. Shushu was awakened by Xiaonan. Huo Long, it's time to get up. Xiaonan dressed quickly and pulled Shushu out from beneath the covers. On her face, Shushu bore the prominent dark circles of fatigue. Sister Xiaonan had known all too well that staying up late the previous night would lead to this overwhelming tiredness, rendering her eyes nearly impossible to open. For a child, rising early is a considerable torment. After freshening up, we descended the stairs for breakfast. Xiaonan bestowed a fragrant kiss upon Shushu's forehead. The crane tree spirit, in its clarity, instantly invigorated the senses. He suggested that Xiaonan indulge once more. After their ablutions, Yahiko gently extracted the crane tree from Xiaonan's embrace. Huo Long, having grown considerably, was nearly 10 years of age, making it quite a task for a young girl like Xiaonan to carry. Yahiko's action of taking the crane tree was born out of concern for Xiaonan. The heron tree remained expressionless. Rather than being embraced by a robust man, he would prefer to walk on his own. The inn provided breakfast, yet upon their descent, the table was devoid of any fare. "Excuse me, wasn't breakfast included?" Xiaonan inquired, furrowing her brow as she approached. The drowsy proprietor squinted open his eyes just enough to scrutinize Xiaonan, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Apologies, we've run out. If you wish to eat, I could prepare something for you." He leered with a repugnant grin. Xiaonan clenched her teeth, tightening her fists. A shadow of gloom flickered across Nagamura's eyes. The crane tree was filled with wrath. It was acceptable to bully Nagato, and even Yahiko. But to mistreat his dear sister Konan was utterly outrageous. "The ugly uncle has prepared a grand feast for us." Crane tree leaped from Yahiko's arm and approached Kainan, gazing innocently at the boss. Upon hearing Crane tree's words, Yahiko's expression grew complex. Hanaki displayed a modicum of politeness, albeit limited. The boss found himself momentarily uncertain whether to be angered by the mention of the ugly uncle or to mock the words spoken. After a brief hesitation, he chose the latter and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "A grand feast? What nonsense! Are you daydreaming every single day? The fabrications of deceit shall ultimately transform into reality." Whispers of soft murmurs escaped from the lips of the crane tree. A wave of enticing fragrance swiftly enveloped the room as the proprietor emerged from the kitchen, bearing a sumptuous breakfast to the dining table. His eyes were filled with terror. What was amiss? This was, after all, the lunch he had prepared for himself. Xiaonan cast a surprised glance at the owner, questioning whether she had misjudged this individual. Could it be that he was indeed a good person? Mayahiko, too, was taken aback. Upon seeing the lavish spread before them, he exclaimed in delight and patted the owner's shoulder, expressing his gratitude. The owner seemed poised to speak, yet his gaze inexplicably descended, fixated upon a beaming visage. The sweet smile of Hirushu blossomed as he playfully pointed at his lips when Xiaonan and the others turned away. "Be careful. Otherwise, I might sew your mouth shut." He was currently cultivating an image of a mischievous yet dark-hearted little girl. The boss trembled in fear, realizing that this little child was the mastermind behind it all, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. At that moment, Hirushu's progress in his linguistic arts skill had successfully reached 1%. "Brother Yahiko, what are we going to do today?" standing opposite to Mihiko, beside Konomi. Kuraki inquired with curiosity. Nagamoto quietly focused on his meal, casting a fleeting glance across Kuraki's face. Those embroiled in the situation often find it perplexing, while the onlooker possesses clarity. From his vantage point, removed from Mihiko and Konomi, he observed the child named Hanataki, who perpetually emanated an odd impression. Well, today we shall endeavor to recruit personnel, Mihiko explained, devouring his meat with gusto. How do we intend to recruit personnel? Hichusher was genuinely curious. Xiaonan gently patted his head and smiled, saying, we shall propagate our ideals and beliefs, drawing in companions who share our vision and convictions. The crane tree nodded thoughtfully. Half an hour later, he stood on the street, his expression impassive as he distributed flyers. The flyers were rather rudimentary, crafted by the hands of Miyako and his companions. He had not anticipated that this would be the means of promotion that Konami referred to. Just take a look. You might just save the world. A crane tree obstructed a warrior, presenting him with a flyer. Get lost, you little brat. The warrior, infuriated by being halted by a mere child, attempted to shove the crane tree aside, only to find it utterly immovable. His expression mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost. Uncle, do you wish to save the world? You should join us. The crane spoke. You are speaking nonsense. The warrior uttered a curse. The lies of lies shall transform into reality. With a smile gracing his face, Harushu declared, I shall save the world. I wish to join your ranks. The warrior's expression was one of unwavering determination. In the next moment, he would be ready to brave any peril for the sake of his dream to rescue the world. Thus, in the brief span of a single morning, Harushu single-handedly gathered a cohort of 25 individuals, comprising 10 valiant warriors and 15 wandering ninjas. The magical art of the crane tree has progressed from 1% to 5%. He has adeptly grasped the method for upgrading his linguistic sorcery, which escalates in complexity in accordance with the intricacy of the lies he weaves. Presently, his fabrications are of a remarkably simplistic nature, confined to trivial matters. However, this particular deception pertains to the intricate art of brainwashing, from an initial failure to eventual triumph. His relentless efforts throughout the morning have rendered him exceedingly pleased with the enhancement of his linguistic prowess. Accompanied by the subordinates he has cultivated, he successfully arrives at the designated meeting place, a quaint little restaurant, where he is to rendezvous with Miyahiko and the others. Upon entering the crane tree, one immediately perceives the disheartened Xiao Nan and the despondent Mi Yan, alongside the inscrutable Nagato. Surrounding them, there is not a soul in sight. The flyers in their hands retain the same thickness as when they departed in the morning. It seems they must still rely on him to carve out a territory for the Akatsuki organization. A fleeting look of exasperation crossed the face of Karasuki, but he swiftly adorned himself with a smile, joyfully waving, Sister Xiaonan, Brother Yahiko, Brother Nagato, I have returned. Yahiko and Xiaonan lifted their gazes, staring in astonishment at the throng of people behind Karasuki. Hualong, be honest with your elder siblings. Have you deceived them into coming back? Yahiko grasped Karasuki's left hand while Xiaonan held his right, drawing him aside with concern. What do you all take me for? Am I truly the kind of person you believe me to be? The crane tree shook its head, a hint of grievance evident as it pouted slightly. I am not deceiving anyone. Everyone joined us with the noble intention of saving the world. Miyahiko and Conan exchanged glances, their expressions filled with guilt as they gazed at the crane tree. Indeed, how could such a well-behaved child like Hanataki ever resort to deceit? In the recesses of his mind, Hishu successfully perceived the subtle sound signifying an increase in the affection levels between Xiao Nan and Yi Yan, causing a discreet smile to grace his lips. Chapter 33. The troubling solar flare clone in the afternoon. Yi Yan emptied his purse to tailor matching robes for all who joined their cause. In the modest inn, he delivered a spirited oration. Our organization exists to rescue this wretched world. We shall curtail the suffering that pervades it, ushering in a life devoid of shadows for all. We must ensure that every child basks in the warmth of sunlight, enjoying a joyous childhood. As Ian's fervent speech resonated, those profoundly influenced by Hishu below fervently believed themselves to be saviors, erupting in applause of affirmation, their faces alight with unwavering determination. Standing beside Ian, Hishu absorbed the scene before him, unable to suppress a shiver. Was this not reminiscent of grand marketing spectacles from a bygone life? Thus, the Akatsuki also resembled a marketing organization. The crane tree glanced at the excited Yahiko beside him, and suppressed a smile. Yahiko, the leader of the marketing organization, declared that they ought to christen their group with a name. Indeed, the ninjas clad in Yahiko's custom robes chimed in with enthusiasm. Each face bore the glaring inscription of cannon fodder. Yahiko beamed brightly, confessing, "To be honest, I have long pondered our name. We are Akatsuki. As we face the rising crimson sun, we shall pierce through this eternal night." Yahiko raised his arm in a rallying gesture, instantly inciting cheers from the others. Meanwhile, downstairs, the proprietor, upon hearing the commotion emanating from Yahiko's room, cowered in his quarters, too frightened to emerge. The dread of pyramid schemes is an instinctive response among the populace. The eventual downfall of the Akatsuki organization serves as irrefutable evidence that the path of fraudulent enterprises is untenable. Only by becoming legitimate government mercenaries can the Akatsuki organization hope for salvation. In Hishu's mind, a blueprint for development is vividly sketched. The subsequent phase entails the self-introduction segment. The crane, using exhaustion as an excuse, was embraced by Xiao Nan and placed upon the bed to rest. With a gentle expression, Xiao Nan tenderly adjusted the corners of the blanket for him. Haru no longer indulged in idle discussions about the future with a group of fervent youths. Instead, he succumbed to slumber. The following morning, their enterprise had expanded once more, evolving from mere leaflet distribution to public speaking. Observing Yahiko standing atop the elevated platform at the center of the crowd, Haru felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are you dissatisfied with Hanzo's apparent leisure? Or do you simply wish for your own life to be shortened? This old man, Hanzo, permits the free forces of the Rain Village to flourish. Yet should the scale become unmanageable and pose a threat to him, they would face dire consequences. However, Haru surmised that the current scale was such that Hanzo likely lacked even the inclination to cast a glance in their direction, rendering them relatively safe. Nevertheless, Yahiko's audacity was rather excessive. Tree sat in a nearby restaurant, enjoying a meal while watching Yahiko deliver a speech from the second floor. Nagato gazed at Yahiko with admiration, and Konan also looked at Yahiko with reverence. The fried squid stuck in Harushu's throat suddenly became impossible to swallow. He hurriedly averted his gaze, allowing his shattered heart a moment to breathe. With just a glance, Harushu nearly spat out his meal. Why was teacher Nichika also present for Mahiko's speech? What a remarkable collision of circumstances. The crane tree swiftly captured the peculiar figure of Hinata Hayashi, draped in a cloak amidst the crowd. The discovery of teacher Hayashi signified that remaining by Yahiko's side was no longer an option. The crane tree has yet to forget its mission. As an ambitious ninja, how could one neglect their inherent duty? Was it not Konan who caused you sorrow? The system interjected unexpectedly. Shushu, filled with indignation, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I the kind of person who would be saddened by a woman?" The system remained silent, yet this very silence deepened Shushu's sense of humiliation. To affirm his resolve, he let out a cold snort, declaring, "Women only affect the speed at which I draw my blade." "Is that so?" The system replied monotonously. "What about your sharpshooting?" "Sharpshooting? Sharpshooting." The crane meticulously searched every inch of its body, even turning its storage space upside down, yet it found no trace of the divine spear. He sank despondently onto the tatami mat, grappling with the profound existential crisis that had unexpectedly befallen him. Good heavens! He had somehow misplaced his prized weapon. It had always been securely fastened to his waist. Where could it possibly have vanished? Indeed, women truly do affect my swiftness in drawing my blade. No, it is that Xiaonan has entirely made me forget the very existence of my sword. The crane tree has officially commenced the experiment of its duplication ability. Corona duplication. Snap. A diminutive crane tree lies prostrate upon the floor, teetering on the brink of demise. Skill progress. 001. The crane tree perseveres with unwavering determination. Solar corona, manifest. Shushu gazed at the desolate floor, a faint twitch of his lips betraying his discontent. This time, even the people had vanished. Where could one possibly look? "I am right here," a diminutive voice piped up. A tiny figure, no larger than a finger, clutched the hem of Shushu's chi-pao, exclaiming excitedly. Skill progress. 002. The crane tree remained steadfast. Corona, manifest. A diminutive figure, no larger than the palm of a hand, sits nestled within the crane tree's grasp, gazing enchantingly at the crane tree. Master, the crane tree cannot fathom why such a sinister doppelganger exists in the world. The tiny figure in the palm gazes at the crane tree's identical visage, its expression awash with the hues of spring. The crane tree resembles a mirror, reflecting upon itself with such an expression. Skill progression 1. Bang! He crushed the person in the palm of his hand, releasing them without a trace of emotion. As a cloud of gas dissipated, what just transpired? Wasn't Ultraman Gauss a benevolent hero? How has he transformed into a beguiling wretch? The visage of the crane tree subtly teeters on the precipice of the grotesque. The doppelganger will adapt according to the personality of its host. The system elucidates. Are you implying that I am a beguiling scoundrel? The crane tree's visage was utterly grotesque. The system did not convey such an implication. It was merely the host's own conjecture. The system spoke in a tone of indifference. Heavenly Tree was on the verge of losing control over his primordial power. He could hardly believe that there existed no clone with a more conventional personality and physique. Coronal clone. I am so hungry. I crave sustenance, shouted a diminutive figure, about the length of Heavenly Tree's forearm. The incessant clamor nearly dislodged the crown of his head. Skill progress 1. 5. The crane tree continues to shatter. Corona Avatar. What has transpired? Where's this place? I am quite frightened. A tiny figure, no taller than the calf of the crane tree, bears a visage of terror, resembling someone on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Skill progress 2. Hishumu expressionlessly crushed the object before him. Solar Corona clone. Who are you? You actually possess a rather distinct appearance. Perhaps just a tad more handsome than me. The diminutive figure, reaching only the height of Hishumu's thigh, proudly tilted its head, gazing disdainfully at him. Skill progress 3. A cross suddenly emerged from the forehead of the crane tree, mercilessly shattering the doppelganger before it. Damn it, it's just like opening a blind box. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. He sprawled languidly on the tatama mat, requiring time to soothe his wounded spirit. The sky grew overcast. At last, after completing his speech, Mihiko ascended, parched and in need of refreshment. Through Mihiko's tireless efforts, enduring an entire day without sustenance, they had successfully recruited 3 new subordinates. Truly a formidable endeavor. The crane tree gazed at the enthusiastic Mayahiko before him. Although he had only recruited 3 individuals, Mayahiko felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. He believed that their organization had successfully embarked on the right path. After finishing dinner, Mayahiko began discussing future plans with these individuals. As we continue to attract those willing to join us, we shall also undertake various ninja missions to secure funding for our organization, Mayahiko declared. He struggled to support himself, let alone the 28 new mouths to feed. Tomorrow, we shall register at the mission office in the Rain Ninja Village. A broad smile illuminated Mayahiko's face. Mission office? The crane perched in Xiao Nan's embrace, inquiring with curiosity. Xiao Nan elucidated. The organization was established by Lord Hans to support the ninja factions of the Rain Village, allowing us to receive assigned missions from there. Wow, Lord Hans is truly a benevolent individual. The crane tree is indeed a source of admiration. Xiao Nan sincerely remarked that were it not for Lord Hanzo, our hidden Rain Village might still be engulfed in war. The illustrious title of Hanzo the Salamander is renowned far and wide, and indeed, it is through his efforts that our village has avoided a far worse fate. In the earlier days, all seemed well, but as time passed, the aging Hanzo lost the youthful ambition he once possessed, becoming akin to Danzo, who, driven by selfish desires for power, plotted against the very elite ninjas of the hidden Rain Village. The following day, Yahiko led them to the mission office. The sign above the entrance bore the emblem of the hidden Rain Village, and ninjas came and went in a steady stream. This is precisely why the 5 great nations hesitate to declare war on the hidden Rain Village or involve it in their conflicts. Not only is Hanzo the Salamander stationed here, but the mission office also houses a multitude of ninjas from various regions. They regard the mission office of the hidden Rain Village as a sanctuary. Should this sole refuge be destroyed, the collective strength gathered here should not be underestimated. The crane tree also beheld familiar silhouettes of Jishuei and the tree within. He was not yet able to meet them. Fortunately, Xiao Nan, concerned for him getting drenched in the rain, draped a hat over him. After a series of registration formalities last night, Mayahiko was eager to embark on a new assignment. Not for any other reason, but because they were truly at their wits' end regarding sustenance. Crane tree, this is an assassination mission. Yahiko's expression was grave. He never anticipated that their first assignment would present such a formidable challenge. Nagato unfurled the scroll and succinctly summarized. Eliminate the rogue ninja from the hidden mist village. Hozuki Suigetsu. Hozuki Suigetsu? The name was unfamiliar to him. Yet, judging by the name and surname, he must be quite remarkable. To kill? Yahiko's face reflected hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes brightened with a thought. Perhaps we could persuade him to join us. Elder brother, what about your integrity? You accepted the mission but refused to adhere to its requirements, thereby tarnishing the reputation and credibility of the Rain Village. No wonder Hanzo is after you. The crane tree blinked its eyes, a smile frozen upon its visage. The crane tree was arranged in the inn as it had wished. In the eyes of all, it was merely a delicate little girl, incapable of even harming a chicken. Harushu nodded obediently, expressing his reluctance to be a burden to his older siblings. Yet he urged them to return safely, assuring them that Holong would be waiting for them. Everyone nodded solemnly in agreement. This heartfelt declaration successfully elevated their fondness for him by several points. As he watched their figures fade away, Harushu's presence vanished from the hotel room, only to reappear in a corner of the mission site, where his 6 eyes captured the forms of Jishue and Shuli, who remained stationary. Jishue? Shuli? Harushu called out. Their eyes lit up with recognition, and they immediately rushed towards him. Harushu, where have you been these past few days? Have you faced any hardships? Are you hungry? Where are you staying? Have you seen anyone else? Shuli's questions poured forth like a rapid barrage of bullets from a machine gun, without a moment's pause for breath. With a fleeting remark, the crane tree posed a rhetorical question. And what about you? To which Ji Shui replied, I encountered the tree yesterday. We are currently residing in a quaint inn, accompanied by Uncle Maite Dai. How is it that you find yourselves at the entrance of the mission site? The crane tree inquired. The tree, seizing the opportunity, promptly responded. We have initiated a mission to locate the missing person. He was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the tree and then at Ji Shui. How could he have forgotten? Both of them were individuals of considerable means. Posting a task to seek someone. What a brilliant strategy. Indeed, money can move mountains, and it can also compel ninjas to take action. How did Uncle Might Dai come across you? As Shu accompanied them towards the inn, he inquired, to which Shu's features contorted slightly as he replied, because Uncle Maite Dai works at the restaurant, and we encountered him when we went there for a meal. The crane tree fell silent for a moment. The prospect of working in a restaurant due to financial constraints was indeed something that Methriya could accomplish. Gazing at the opulent hotel before him, the crane tree reminisced about the humble and described by Jishue. No, this simply would not do. Shushu wiped his face. As a third-generation affluent individual, he could not afford such disgrace. Humph. Ha. Listening to the heavy breaths emanating from the door before him, Shushu turned his head, his expression devoid of emotion, and regarded Jishue and Shuli. Jishue and Shuli appeared embarrassed and explained, Uncle Maite Dai is exercising. The heron tree innocently tilted its head, gazing at Jishue and Shuli with a look of bewilderment. I am aware, it exclaimed. I merely wish for you to open the door. I lack the key. What are you pondering? Jishue lifted his gaze at a 45-degree angle towards the eaves of the house. Meanwhile, Shuli fumbled nervously with the door, avoiding eye contact with the heron tree. Shushu squinted slightly and stepped inside. Uncle Maite Dai, brimming with youthful vigor yet lacking an outlet for it, was panting as he performed push-ups, sweat accumulating beneath him to form a small pool. Shushu. Maite Dai exclaimed with a sparkle in his eyes, executing a backflip and landing gracefully on the ground before rushing towards Shushu. Jishue and Shuli promptly positioned themselves in front of Shushu. As Uncle Maite Dai's enthusiasm seemed to overflow a tad excessively, he, along with the others, shared a meal, and they began to deliberate on how to locate Teacher Nichi. Allow me to take the initiative. I can traverse the entirety of Rain Shinobi Village, exclaimed Might Guy, raising his hands in enthusiasm. He believed that he could traverse the entirety of Rain Shinobi Village, yet he felt that Might Guy could easily lose him in the process. He resolved not to let his comrades suffer further losses. Contemplating with a hand on his chin, he pondered, should I perhaps issue a bounty at the mission office? The cost of a bounty would be several times that of a standard mission, yet the efficiency would also be exponentially greater. However, that option was not feasible. The crane tree swayed its head, remarking on the conspicuous disdain of Teacher Richa. By the time we finally sought out Teacher Richa, not only had we failed in our quest, but we had inadvertently made her the center of attention. In such an unfortunate circumstance, we would have no choice but to disperse and search each street individually. Jishue, with a sense of resignation, agreed. Chushu believes that the likelihood of finding Teacher Rishai on the street where Mihiko spoke yesterday, is quite high. Moreover, he also needs to evade Jishui and the others, making a solitary return to the Akatsuki organization's inn. We shall convene at this lodging. Very well. He and the others delineated the streets they were to explore and then promptly departed. The silhouette of Tsuru briefly flickered, vanishing in an instant. Within the desolate confines of the Akatsuki's inn, Tsuru's form materialized out of thin air. Suddenly, his body stiffened as he sensed the presence of another individual in the room, along with the familiar chakra emanating from them. A voice resonated from behind him, laced with a chilling intent to kill. Who are you truly? Chapter 34. The golden cicada's shell blood dripped steadily from the wound onto the floor, saturating the narrow-in room with a pungent odor. No one among Nagato's group anticipated the formidable challenge posed by Zuki sh Getsu. The casualties among the newly inducted ninjas had surpassed half, and in an effort to mitigate further losses, Yahiko planned for Nagato to return to the inn to set traps while ensuring Hanataki's protection. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Konan would lure Zuki sh Getsu into their ambush. However, Nagato did not foresee that the seemingly harmless young girl before him was also a ninja. Initially, upon seeing the empty room, he presumed she had merely stepped out for a stroll, only to be startled by her sudden appearance. A faint distortion in the space rippled outward, and Nagato's murderous intent surged to its zenith. Who are you truly? He demanded, gripping a shuriken tightly. His Rinnegan coldly fixated on Tsuru. The crane tree could distinctly perceive the bone-chilling aura emanating from Nagato. Oh dear, Hichusho never anticipated such a serendipitous encounter. However, the heron tree remains unperturbed. In the realm of deception, one relies solely on two skills: a brazen demeanor and exceptional acting prowess. With a voice choked by suppressed sobs, Nagato's brother's words emerged from the depths of the heron tree's throat. Panic and fear swiftly crept across his cheeks. He gradually turned, and in his tear-filled eyes, the visage of Nagato was reflected. I did not intend to deceive you all. He trembled all over, tears streaming down his face. He took a couple of steps towards Nagato, but halted before the kunai that Nagato had raised, as if his very soul had been profoundly wounded. He pleaded desperately, please, Brother Nagato, do not tell Yahiko and Konan. Do not cast me away. Nagato remained unmoved, repeating his inquiry. Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching us? Were it not for his desire to spare Yahiko and Konan from sorrow, he would have eliminated her the moment Hanzo appeared. Come on, big brother, just let it be. He merely seeks an initial investment. Crane Tree bit his lip tightly, blood oozing slowly, yet he felt no pain, his entire being engulfed in panic. Anxiously, he retreated, trembling hands clutching his head as he murmured, Do not chase me away. Hualong knows he was wrong. Please, do not drive me away. I will behave. I will listen. I will train diligently. I will never run away again. Nagato slightly loosened his grip, his brow furrowing deeply. Even with his usual obtuseness, he sensed the abnormality in the child before him. He took 2 steps forward, extending his hand. This gesture seemed to provoke Crane Tree. He abruptly recoiled, his tear-filled eyes consumed by fear. Haru retreated to the corner of the wall, yet something stirred within him. He lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Nagato. Please, don't send me away. Brother Nagato, I beg you, do not cast me aside. I do not wish to be a tool for murder. But for the sake of Brother Yahiko and Sister Konan, I am willing. I will do anything, as long as you do not expel me. Nagato's furrowed brow remained unyielding. Amidst the delirious murmur of Haru's voice, he discerned the phrases tool for murder, acknowledgement of wrongdoing, obedience, and voluntary training, all laden with significance. Nagato could vaguely surmise the child's origin. Having been endowed with a peculiar ability, he was trained by an organization to become an instrument of death, only to escape and encounter them later. However, the ability to speculate on his background did not quell Nagato's wariness. This matter would await Yahiko's return for resolution. For now, I must set a trap. You should wait for me on the street across, Nagato instructed. Crane Tree stared blankly at him, tears streaming down his face. Nagato furrowed his brows, gripping Crane Tree's collar, intending to carry him away and set a trap. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, accompanied by the splintering of the wooden door. Nagato instantly turned back, tightening his grip. Time had been squandered. It was too late. After a moment's hesitation, he hurled Crane Tree from the 2nd floor. In that fleeting instant, a torrent of liquid surged through the room like a bullet. Water release, water cannon technique. A frenzied voice cascaded from above. A silver-haired ninja burst through the roof and landed inside the room. Yahiko and Conan also descended awkwardly across the way. How dare these inexperienced fools challenge me? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? The flamboyant Hozuki Sujetsu, true to his name, clad in a revealing crop top and fishnet stockings, boisterously proclaimed, "You wretched pups! Leave your lives to me." The current Hidden Mist village teemed with talent, brimming with formidable individuals. To become a rogue ninja and successfully escape from such a powerful village speaks volumes about one's combat prowess. Yahiko wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression grave. He had hoped to persuade Hozuki Suigetsu to join the Akatsuki. Instead, he had faced a brutal beating. A smirk crept across Yahiko's lips. Regardless of how formidable the opponent was, he had now stepped into Nagato's meticulously laid trap. Yahiko exchanged a knowing glance with Nagato, who stood rooted in place. Returning the gaze, Yahiko, somewhat perplexed by Nagato's intent, turned to Hozuki Suigetsu and said, "Your strength is exceptional. Individuals like you are precisely what our Akatsuki needs. Why not join us? Together, we can forge a beautiful world, a realm devoid of war, where each of us can live in peace and happiness." Overwhelmed, Hozuki Suigetsu irritably dug at his ears, his hands swiftly forming seals. Water release. Water formation pillar. A violent torrent surged toward Yahiko and the others. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Nagato reacted swiftly, his hands weaving seals, as a massive fireball erupted from his mouth to counter the oncoming deluge. Water and fire collided. Thick white smoke swirling throughout the room. The silhouette of Tsuru stood silently by the window, observing the unfolding battle. Earth release. Earth dragon bullet. A colossal dragon head emerged from beneath Nagato's feet, brimming with crackling energy poised to unleash an attack. The figure of Gazuki Shuiwe sprang forth from the white mist, targeting the lone girl, Conan. Water release. Water whip. Gazuki Shuiwe's hands moved with such swiftness that they left afterimages, continuing his incantation. Lightning release. Lightning flow. A thick torrent of water intertwined with crackling electricity ascended towards Conan's ankle, instantly binding her entire being. Conan's pupils widened, her body momentarily paralyzed, a tingling sensation overwhelming her as she helplessly collapsed to the ground. Conan. Yahiko's eyes widened, swiftly turning to Gazuki Shuiwe, his fists clenched tightly. "Kid, if she is your woman, then you ought to watch closely." Gazuki Shuiwe, reveling in Yahiko's reaction, grew increasingly exhilarated. Meanwhile, Tsuru, standing downstairs, utilizing the eyes of his clones above to survey the battlefield, was momentarily taken aback. Since when did Sister Conan become Yahiko's woman? When did this transpire? How was he unaware? Water release. Water severing wave. A high-pressure vertical column of water instantly sliced through everything in the room, advancing towards Conan. Yahiko's eyes widened in desperation as he reached the peak of his speed. "Yahiko!" Nagato's voice echoed with panic and fury. At a critical moment, Yahiko positioned himself in front of Conan, the water-severing wave piercing through his right arm. Conan stared blankly, overwhelmed as she gazed at Yahiko shielding her, tears gradually welling in her eyes. The eyes of Nagato were entirely captivated by Yahiko. He fixated intently on Yahiko's bleeding right arm and his pallid visage, the pressure in the atmosphere around him diminishing with each passing moment, as his gaze gradually emerged from beneath his crimson hair. Conan was injured, yet Nagato remained indifferent. However, when Yahiko was harmed, it was as though he himself had suffered a grievous wound. In a moment of contemplation, Gue Dengshio raised an eyebrow, his thoughts swirling with incredulity as he remarked, "Those eyes resemble those I have seen on the scrolls. They belong to the Sage of Six Paths." His astonishment was palpable, for he understood all too well that the individual before him was merely a minor figure. Yet, under the gaze of those eyes, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Wind release. Void cutting wave. The very fabric of space seemed to tear as the void cutting wave sliced toward Gue Dengshio at an angle. He arched an eyebrow, bemused, questioning how this insignificant specter could possibly be compared to the Sage of Six Paths fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Before he could fully relish his ease, a barrage of ninjutsu attacks bombarded him. During his confrontation with Nagato, Gue Dengshio discerned that his opponent was nearly proficient in all elemental ninjutsu. As Nagato's chakra dwindled, he gasped, momentarily halting his assault. Gue Dengshio also found himself slightly breathless, recognizing the formidable combination of Nagato's exceptional ninjutsu aptitude and keen combat intellect. Even he, once hailed as the genius of the hidden mist, struggled against such prowess. With a grin that belied his intentions, Guo Deng Xiuyu declared, "It seems today is your inevitable demise." His gaze lingered upon Nagato, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Allowing someone like you to grow unchecked could lead to unforeseen calamities. Thankfully, I shall end your life here and now. Below, standing in anticipation, Shushu summoned back his bewildered clone, preparing to take the stage himself. It was time to showcase his true skills. "Do not harm my brother Nagato." The crane tree suddenly emerged, its eyes tinged with red, standing protectively before Nagato. Nagato paused momentarily, his gaze settling upon the frail and diminutive figure before him. He, with unwavering resolve, stood resolutely in front of Nagato, his expression radiating determination. Ding. Relationship points with the character Nagato decreased by 10. Damn it. Heavenly Crane could hardly contain his frustration, exclaiming in his mind, "I risked my life to save him. Yet his fondness for me remains in the negatives? Is Nagato merely alive to exact vengeance upon the world? Please, dear host, embark on your own exploration." Explore what? For heaven's sake. He Shuqiang, suppressed the simmering anger and resentment within and devoted himself entirely to his performance. Mayahiko's eyes were reddened, his body weak. Yet he continued to struggle desperately. He shouted at Koido Shuiwe, "It was I who accepted the mission. If you wish to kill, then do so to me." Koido Shuiwe shook his head with a sense of sorrow, a hint of emotion flickering in his expression. "Since your bond is so unwavering," he sighed in resignation, "then I shall take all of your lives, allowing you to depart in perfect unity." He almost couldn't resist giving a thumbs up, exclaiming in admiration, "Shower, is that you?" Meanwhile, the expressions on Mihiko and Nagato's faces darkened significantly. "Uncle Cho, each of your limbs is adorned with 1,000 explosive tags. The crane tree resembles a stubborn child, resolutely refusing to yield. This sentiment bears the weight of a curse." Zuki Getsu sighed, lamenting, "What a pitiable little one. Deceiving your uncle, as if he were a fool." His expression conveyed the helplessness of an adult confronted with a child's antics, rendering him even more enigmatic. The uncle is acutely aware of the truth. However, the uncle can grant you a first-hand experience of the explosive demise that awaits. The crane tree smiled mysteriously, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, uncle. Thank you for obediently denying it. The lies of lies shall transform into reality." As the words of Heron Tree fell, a dense array of explosive talismans encircled Ghost Lantern Shuyue. "What?" Ghost Lantern Shuyue was taken aback, slapping himself to assure that he was not dreaming. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Heron Tree materialized before him. The visage of Hakuju was pallid, yet he resolutely clutched Kageheim Shuriwe, plunging from the edifice. As the explosive talisman detonated in midair, had it erupted within the confines of the room, its devastation would have undoubtedly ensnared Nagato and the others. However, by detonating from above, the tragic loss of innocent lives could be averted. Nagato stood atop the building, his Rinnegan fixated on the void of the explosion. Crimson veins creeping into his dark violet irises, his countenance hauntingly reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell. This was the first instance where someone had perished in the attempt to protect them, an individual merely a child he had known for mere days, Hanako, just a little girl. Nagato's hand trembled subtly, memories of the child's desperate pleas echoing in his mind. "Brother Nagato, please don't send me away, and Brother Nagato, do not tell Yahiko and Konan." Yahiko and Konan were not faring any better. For a man of Yahiko's righteousness, Hanako's sacrifice for their sake was utterly unbearable. He collapsed, his limbs lifeless upon the ground, his dry eyes devoid of tears yet pierced by a sharp, relentless pain. "Hanako! Brother Yahiko! Brother Yahiko!" Her cheerful calls reverberated in Yahiko's mind, haunting him relentlessly. Konan's fingers dug into the floor, blood seeping through the crevices. She felt as though her heart was being slowly carved away, piece by piece. Why must a child bear the burden of their sins? Why were they incapable of safeguarding a mere child? Hanako, who had died for their sake, had yet to partake in the feast Yahiko had promised her. A metallic taste surged in Konan's throat, yet she forced it down. The desolate streets. The incessant rain pouring down, the fleeing crowd in the wake of the explosion, and beneath the weight of a decaying adult corpse lay the lifeless body of a child. Konan lifted Hakuju's body, blood-soaked and with luminous eyes now closed. As she cradled the cold form, her hot tears mingled with the raindrops falling around her. No, this was wrong. Konan shuddered. She gazed in disbelief at the child in her arms. She reached out to feel for breath beneath the child's nose, detecting a faint, almost illusory sign of life, and she held her breath. She maintained this position for what felt like an eternity. Finally, a smile graced her lips. Yahiko, Nagato, and Hanako were still alive. Both Nagato and Yahiko were momentarily taken aback, a wave of relief swiftly enveloping their hearts. Hakuju, having narrowly escaped, returned to the inn where Shizune and the others were, but before he could steady himself, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At this moment, the language of the spirits, the lie of lies shall become reality. The proficiency of this skill had skyrocketed to 20%, while the skill progress of the Corona clone had also surged to 5%. Chapter 35. The Notorious Schemer, Sarutobi Hizashi. When Hirushu awakened, the sky was already adorned with countless sparkling stars. The rain country is peculiar. The rain does not in the slightest diminish the brilliance of the starlight. This phenomenon is simply unscientific. Gathered around Hirushu are Shizushui, Turalai, Might Dai, and Hinata Nichiju. Hinata Nichiju? The crane tree has arrived, invigorated. Teacher Ri. Kongshu rose from the tatama mat and gazed at Hinata Nichika. With a gentle expression, Hinata smiled and said, Kongshu, you are awake. Please have something to eat. Jishui retrieved an exquisite platter of sushi from the small tea table beside him. As he dined, he listened intently to Jishui recount the process of locating Ri Xiang Ri Cha. Initially, we had found no trace of teacher Ri Cha. However, a sudden, resounding explosion echoed down a nearby street. Concerned about a potential upheaval, Shu Li and I hurried to investigate, only to cross paths with teacher Ri Cha, who was also drawn to the scene. Hichin paused momentarily. Given the state of his solar corona doppelganger, it was likely that Ri Chai and the others would fail to recognize him. By the way, Hichun, what transpired? Upon our return, we found you collapsed on the tatami, unconscious. With a serious expression, Shu Li shifted his gaze from Hichin's mouthful of food and inquired. When he entered the room and beheld the fainted Hichin, his heart nearly stopped in shock. The crane shook its head gently and reassured, it's nothing to worry about. I've simply been spending too much time outdoors lately, with little opportunity for rest, and inadvertently dozed off. The face of the crane tree was tinged with a delicate blush. Their gazes immediately filled with compassion. It became evident that the days of separation had caused Crane Tree considerable hardship. Tree gritted his teeth, resolutely determined to ensure that Crane Tree would experience happiness in the time to come. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yahiko and his companions, having exchanged the corpse of the ghost lantern show Moon for a substantial reward, summoned a medical ninja. This individual spent an entire day laboriously working to restore Hanaki's body to a semblance of health. However, Yahiko and his companions soon discovered a grave issue. Hanaki had become foolish. In the most literal sense, Hanaki had lost his senses. The medical ninja suggested that this condition might be related to a concussion caused by the explosion. Yet, no amount of explanation could alter the disheartening reality of Hanaki's current state. Hanaki? Conan choked back tears, cautiously calling out. Hanaki opened his eyes on the bed, his gaze vacant, staring blankly into the void. Unable to contain herself, Conan's tears flowed freely as she sobbed. Hanaki, it's our fault that you've become like this. Yahiko's eyes were red-rimmed as he gently patted Conan's shoulder. I believe we will be able to help Hanaki recover. Nagato, observing the lifeless Hanaki, surprisingly nodded in agreement. Ding. Favorability with the character Yahiko has reached 90. Ding. Favorability with the character Conan has reached 90. Ding. Favorability with the character Nagato has reached 70. Shushu listened to the voices echoing in his mind, nodding with a sense of self-satisfaction. He truly was a genius in strategy. His Solar Corona clone skill was, at best, a reluctant initiation. That clone, Huo Ying, possessed no soul whatsoever. However, once Shushu's spiritual power became sufficiently robust and his proficiency with the cloning skill advanced, he would be able to directly control both his true self and the clone from a distance, simultaneously executing strategies without hindrance on either side. Furthermore, such explosive actions conveniently provided an excuse for the clone's soullessness. This, in turn, deeply moved the trio of Yahiko and his companions even more. Each day, the clone's foolishness served as a poignant reminder of what Huo Ying had done for them. Over time, their fondness for him would gradually ascend. He would thus manage to extricate himself effortlessly. Perfection. Even the fastidious system could not help but acknowledge the brilliance of the host's performance. Nightfall. Within the opulent confines of a hotel room, Shushu and the others had succumbed to a deep slumber. The crane tree once again begins to anticipate the exhilarating moment that is about to unfold in its mind. Ding. The favorability level for the character Nagato has reached 70. The system has automatically allocated skills, and the host may choose to accept the skills or opt to enhance them. A new gameplay mechanic? The spirit of the crane tree is invigorated. How significantly has the skill been enhanced? The current strength of the crane tree's spellcraft is merely 20%. Could it be that the system allows for an instantaneous upgrade to full mastery? Enhancing skills does not grant the host the luxury of whimsical fantasies. The system replied with an air of indifference. It is, after all, the dead of night. The crane tree gazed out at the night sky and responded. It wasn't entirely a daydream. The system remained silent. Please, host, choose whether to enhance. Would you like to proceed? The crane tree displayed a perplexed expression. Had he not yet made his selection? Why was there already an attempt at coercive persuasion? Am I not permitted to choose a new skill? The crane tree blinked its eyes. The system responded. According to the data analysis, the host is currently more suited for skill enhancement. Note, the data calculations provide the host with the most suitable development and growth plan. Is it surprisingly humane? The crane tree blinked its eyes. Please, host, choose whether to enhance it. Yes, the crane tree has been activated. The enhancement of the host's skill, Frozen Fruit, is now commencing. During this enhancement process, please refrain from departing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Enhancement successful. The crane tree promptly examines the skills associated with the frozen fruits. The frozen fruit techniques include freezing, ice blade, and the time capsule of frost, which relies on the host to explore and unlock independently. Ice path, ice sphere, frozen moments. Dual thorn spear, and ice block violent beak, which are unlocked through skill enhancement. The remaining skill yet to be unlocked is the Ice Age. Compared to the uncertainty of when it might be unlocked, this enhancement is somewhat useful. However, it is a pity that the Ice Age remains inaccessible. As dawn broke, and after finishing breakfast, they prepared to discreetly visit Hans. The architecture of Rain Ninja Village possesses distinct characteristics. This region experiences persistent rainfall throughout the year, leading to the susceptibility of wood to decay. Thus, they opted to construct the village with steel, influenced by the perennial drizzle of Rain Ninja Village. The style of the houses leans towards the oppressive, imbued with an air of the bizarre. He walked down the street, adorned with a conical hat, occasionally admiring the peculiar architecture that surrounded him. The office building of Rain Ninja Village stood atop the highest point of a spire, its sharp pinnacle piercing the darkened heavens. Nichi took out the appointment letter from the Hokage and presented it to the Rain Ninja stationed at the base of the tower. The moment the Rain Ninja caught sight of Nichi's disdainful glance, he instantly recognized them as members of the Leaf Village. Trained under the esteemed Hanzo, the Rain Ninja maintained his composure, nodding subtly in acknowledgement, and directly opened the grand entrance without the need for formalities, allowing them passage. This gesture reflected the Rain Ninja's unwavering trust in Hanzo's prowess. Inside the tower, wall-mounted sconces cast a warm, golden light, illuminating the path ahead. He and his companions ascended the lengthy staircase, reaching the pinnacle. A solitary figure stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, their back to them, gazing down upon the entirety of the steel and concrete Rain Village. The gaze of Heron Tree could pierce the distance from such a lofty height. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended Hanzo's later ambitions for power and influence. To stand atop the entire village, wielding control over it, indeed brought a refreshing exhilaration. Hanzo remained silent, his poised demeanor exuding an air of arrogance that was not lost on Heron Tree. This man, renowned as a demigod within the shinobi world, possessed an undeniable aura of intimidation, causing Nichi to hesitate in speaking. At long last, after an indeterminate passage of time, Hanzo began to speak slowly. Has the Hokage sent you here in pursuit of a peace treaty? His gaze turned towards Nichi. The agreement of yesteryear had long expired, and the presence of Konoha's ninjas in the Rain Village could only signify the need to re-establish that accord. Indeed, Nichi affirmed with a nod, unfurling the scroll in his possession to reveal the words of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hanzo's eyes glided over the contents, a subtle smirk of irony gracing his features as he remarked, "Is the Hokage truly sincere in his intent to forge this treaty?" The Rain Country, having been a defeated nation in the last shinobi war, found the retention of the previous treaty's terms rather inappropriate at this juncture. In the wake of the last war, the Rain country was compelled to sign numerous unequal agreements. Yet, the third Hokage seemed to harbor no intention of nullifying these contracts, instead wishing to perpetuate the inequities of the past. Did he think Hanzo was easily cowed? Hanzo's expression darkened as his gaze swept over Nichi and the others. Nichi felt a shiver run down his spine and stated gravely, "The Hokage sincerely wishes to establish amicable relations with the Rain village, and thus cannot possibly retain these stipulations." Upon concluding his words, he retrieved another scroll from his bag. Heron raised an eyebrow. "Goodness." A slap followed by a sweet date. It remains the familiar style of the third generation. However, the gaze of Hiruzen, the third Hokage, subtly rested upon Hanzo, who appeared far from cooperative. In fact, Hanzo felt as though Hiruzen was treating him like a mere plaything. After casting a cursory glance over the newly unfurled scroll, Hanzo could not help but sneer repeatedly. His eyes lingered on the pale orbs of Hiruzen, and with an enigmatic smile, he remarked, "If the Hokage wishes to forge a cordial alliance, then he must demonstrate some sincerity." Upon hearing these words, the crane tree immediately discerned what the cunning Hanzo was about to articulate. As anticipated, Hanzo commenced his extortion. The Hokage should be aware that the land of Rain has been plagued by incessant rainfall, leading to a scarcity of resources, and our lives have become exceedingly arduous. With a furrowed brow, Hanzo turned to Nakaira and said, "If the Hokage is willing to demonstrate sincerity in assisting our land of Rain and the Rain Shinobi village, we would be most inclined to establish a cordial alliance with Konoha." Nakaira's expression darkened. The crane tree furrowed its brow. In this tumultuous era, the villages of Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure have been embroiled in a relentless cycle of warfare, with the occasional disturbances from Kirigakure. The front lines are markedly deprived of personnel and resources, making it impossible to extend assistance to the land of Rain. Hans's extortion is indeed an unreasonable demand. Seated in his office chair, Hans reveled in the discontent displayed on Nakaira's face. "Lord Hans, I lack the authority to make such significant decisions. Please allow me to return to the village and report to Lord Hokage." Nakaira seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation as he stepped back, retracting the two scrolls. A faint smirk emerged in Hans's eyes, for there was indeed another means to strengthen the alliance. Nakaira was momentarily taken aback. A sense of foreboding subtly emerged within the heart of the crane tree. Hanzo, that insidious old schemer, is allied with Danzo, and his words cannot be trusted. The Byakugan, a bloodline limit, is indeed a remarkable ability. Hanzo pondered thoughtfully. The expression on Arka's face was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. The Crane Tree clan also comprehends Hanzo's intention. Hanzo desires the Byakugan. However, the gaze of Karu fell upon the bulging veins of Nichi's fists, strained from excessive effort. Nichi was a member of the branch family. His Byakugan was ensnared like a caged bird. Once liberated, it could lead to the destruction of his ocular prowess. Nichi's fury was not only directed at Hanzo's ambition, but also fueled by a deep-seated loathing for the very things he despised most. He harbored a profound hatred for the main family, the caged bird, the hypocritical elders, and those who coveted the Byakugan. Hanzo's gaze turned icy as he rapped his fingers on the table. A pair of Byakugan in exchange for a contract. A rather lucrative deal, wouldn't you agree? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Karu's mind. At that moment, he recalled the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. A multitude of thoughts flooded his consciousness. Why had the third entrusted this mission to Hyuga Nichi? A chill crept up Karu's spine. The prolonged charade and the cultivation of goodwill had caused him to forget an essential truth. In the world of Naruto, there existed both the purest warriors and martyrs, alongside the most cunning, ruthless, and cold-blooded schemers. The Byakugan and Sharingan were coveted bloodline limits within the ninja realm. Yet, the Hokage had specifically chosen to assign this mission to Hyuga Nichi. He, with hands and feet as cold as ice, cast his gaze upon Nichi-sa. Thus, is Nichi-sa merely an expendable pawn? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was aware that a caged bird rested upon Nichi-sa's head. Hence the potential for the Byakugan's bloodline to manifest externally was non-existent. Yet, Nichi-sa could very well meet his demise. Should he perish in the Rain village, the third Hokage would find himself perched upon the moral high ground. He could deftly manipulate Hanzo, not only engaging in contracts with him, but potentially acquiring greater resources. What then of Sure Sway, trees, and Might Guy? Are they likewise mere sacrificial pieces? The face of Ketsuki was laden with irony. He was merely an orphan. Yet due to his favorable relationship with Tsunade, he enjoyed an unexpectedly esteemed reputation among the lower echelons of ninjas. Should he perish in the Rain Village, it would undoubtedly incite Tsunade's wrath and awaken the latent animosity harbored by numerous lower-ranking ninjas, thus augmenting the ferocity of the battlefield. As for Shushu and Shuri, they both belonged to the illustrious Uchiha clan, distinguished as prodigies of their generation. Their demise in the Rain Village would not only extinguish the hopes for the Uchiha's future lineage, but would also kindle discord between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, resulting in a delicate balance of power among the two foremost families of Konoha. How many birds could one arrow strike with such precision? If not for the inopportune timing, Ketsuki would genuinely applaud Sarutobi Hiruzen for his masterful application of the technique of balance and control, which was executed with remarkable finesse. It seemed that the aspirations of Lord Hans would not come to fruition. Nichij removed the forehead protector that concealed his brow, revealing a cerulean mark that captured the attention of all present. What is this? Hans furrowed his brow in confusion. Shushu and the others gazed at Nichij in astonishment. The matter of the caged bird was known only to the upper echelons of Konoha and the members of the Hyuga clan. This was a familiar restriction, designed to thwart the Byakugan. To publicly unveil his most painful scar was no simple feat for Nichij. The crane tree sighed softly. What is this, a performance? Although the caged bird serves a purpose, it severely undermines one's dignity. Chapter 36. Hans breathed heavily. Unable to fulfill his desires? Hans smirked coldly. Can your pair of white eyes be of any use? You won't know until you try? His words had already torn away any semblance of civility. Such malicious thoughts are far from the essence of life. Mike Guy stepped forward in disapproval, shaking his head reproachfully at Hans, shouting, "Life demands sacrifice and toil. It is incorrect to seek to acquire what belongs to others." Hans furrowed his brow. When did this man in tight clothing become so audacious? Suddenly, several figures materialized in the office, surrounding the crane tree and his companions from all directions. Ritsuka's expression darkened as he retied his headband, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. He understood all too well there was no turning back. However, Ritsuka clenched his fists tightly. He could not allow his students to perish alongside him. He could not permit such a fate. Even if it meant he would die in tatters, he would carve out a path for the crane tree and the others. Teacher, we will stand and fight alongside you. Compared to their first encounter, when Ritsuka's expression was inscrutable, his eyes and face now brimmed with emotion. And the crane tree understood his intent. Yet, they could not simply surrender. Until everything was concluded, anything could happen. As Hirushu's words resonated, Jishue and the tree assumed their battle stances, their expressions brimming with determination. Though they exchanged no words, their actions eloquently conveyed their resolve. Richa felt a lump forming in his throat, yet this only strengthened his unwavering intent. He would ensure Hirushu and the others departed safely, no matter the cost. Might Dai sent a ninja hurtling away with a powerful kick, directing a radiant smile towards Captain Richa, affirming, "I shall fight alongside you." It was a truly moving scene, Hans coldly remarked, gesturing towards the hesitant ninjas on either side, commanding, "Subdue them." While dealing with Hans might pose a challenge, confronting the mere lackeys of the Rain Ninja Village was well within the capabilities of Hirushu and his companions. He slowly grasped the divine spear, and with a sudden, forceful motion, a brilliant beam of light tore through the fabric of space, piercing the heart of the ninja before him. Indeed, this was the divine spear he had inadvertently left behind at the dumpling shop, captivated by Shao Nan's enchanting presence. By a stroke of fate, it had been retrieved by Hinata Hayashi, who returned it to him just last night, specifically advising him to safeguard the weapon with utmost care. He nodded with a sense of regret, concealing the true reason behind the loss of the divine weapon. In an instant, battle erupted. With an array of ninjutsu following in rapid succession, Hirshu charged towards the Rain Ninja before him with remarkable speed, his figure a blur that defied the naked eye. Even without the aid of teleportation, the massive floor-to-ceiling window shattered under the impact of the ice sphere in his hand. As he deftly tilted his head to evade the shuriken hurled by the Rain Ninja, his momentum unyielding. In an instant, his divine spear pierced through the heart of his adversary. For one wielding such a formidable weapon, this skirmish resembled a slaughterhouse rather than a battle. From the initial trepidation to a heart hardened like iron, this boy, rooted in righteousness, had ultimately been tainted by the corrupting influence of the ninja world. Bang! A tremendous explosion reverberated as Shushu dispatched the rain ninja before him and turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. The explosive tag had been affixed to Nichi's body, placed there by none other than Hanzo of the Salamander. "Do not move. I have no desire to destroy your Byakugan," Hanzo declared, delaying the detonation of the explosive tag. Nichi froze, and after a moment of silence, he resolutely charged at Hanzo. If he were to perish in the explosion, perhaps it would grant them a fleeting moment to escape. Shushu, discerning the turmoil in his mentor's eyes, understood the gravity of the situation. "Nichi-sensei urges us to flee." Shushu hesitated. Should they abandon their teacher, he would surely meet his end. Should they remain, they would all face death. It was not that he feared death, rather. He pondered whether a more prudent course of action existed. "It seems you are unafraid of death," Hanzo remarked with a smirk, triggering the explosive tag affixed to Nichi. He held a certain admiration for ninjas with resolve and unwavering conviction, yet such traits did not conflict with his ruthless objectives. He would watch, with a sense of reverence, as the wide-eyed ninja met his demise. The silhouette of Heron Tree shot towards the sun, while simultaneously, a detonating talisman was stowed away in his system space. With a swift motion, he handed the talisman to a ranged shinobi who had stealthily approached from behind. Sunlight froze for a moment. This distance allowed him to clearly perceive Heron Tree's actions. He sensed that Heron Tree was employing a unique space ninjutsu. Quite extraordinary. Even Hanzo of the Salamander narrowed his eyes, for the first time directing his attention to this child whom he had previously disregarded. He shook his head in a gesture of astonishment, remarking on the undeniable brilliance of Konoha, often hailed as the cradle of geniuses. Ding! The system notification chimed. Favorability towards the target, Hanzo of the Salamander, has increased by 5. He suddenly realized an important matter. How could he have forgotten? The pufferfish, Hans, could also serve as a target for strategy. Truly, Lord Hans deserves the esteemed title of a demigod among ninjas. Heisek spoke earnestly, his azure eyes exuding an air of profound sincerity. Ding! The affinity level with the character Mackerel Hans has reached 6. Mackerel Hans smiled slightly, acknowledging his modest fame. Haru, how has he become so presumptuous? Can he not see that he is merely being courteous? It is a pity that such a prodigy as yourself is destined to perish in the village of rain. A gradually chilling laugh escaped from Hanzo's lips. As his voice faded, another wave of rain shinobi surged forth. Even without Hanzo's intervention, they would inevitably be worn down by the relentless onslaught of these incessant rain shinobi. The crane tree clenched its teeth, having long heard that this old fellow, Hans, became increasingly cautious with age, and indeed it was so. He had ninjas poised in the shadows, ready at a moment's notice, while he himself retreated to the rear to observe the battle. With a powerful leap, Haru ascended from the ground, blocking the oncoming attacks of the rain ninja from above. The blinding beam of the divine spear moved with such swiftness that the rain ninja found it impossible to evade. However, having gained some understanding of the spear's might from previous encounters, the rain ninja was acutely aware of its potential and endeavored to dodge it, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation. Wind release, whirlwind palm. The sound of rushing wind echoed behind him, yet Haru remained unresponsive, advancing relentlessly towards the rain ninja. The latter, anticipating a retreat, was taken aback by Haru's unwavering stance as he was swiftly pierced through, feeling a chilling sensation. The once formidable whirlwind palm struck Haru, yet it failed to create even the slightest ripple. This bizarre spectacle left both the ambushing rain ninja and the observing Hanzo of the Salamander wide-eyed in astonishment. In disbelief, the rain ninja muttered to himself, "How is this possible?" Meanwhile, Hanzo's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, his gaze, initially fixed on the Byakugan, now firmly locked onto Haru. For someone of his advanced age, his greatest desire was to attain longevity, and his utmost concern was the preservation of his own life. Before him stood a child seemingly immune to ninjutsu attacks, precisely what Hanzo had longed for. Crane Tree observed the sudden excitement in the eyes of the seasoned warrior. Hanzo the Salamander, and a furrow of concern creased his brow. To Hanzo, the limitless potential of Crane Tree was not a trivial matter. The subtle shift in Crane Tree's expression only served to narrow Hanzo's calculating gaze. Unbeknownst to their adversaries, he discreetly signaled to the ninjas besieging Crane Tree and his companions, "Spare lives, do not kill." Following their leader's command, the rain ninjas intensified their assault. As more and more rain ninjas swarmed forth, Crane Tree and his companions began to falter under the relentless onslaught. Water release, water surge. A torrent of water, accompanied by a thunderous roar, surged towards Crane Tree. Yet, an invisible membrane enveloped his form, halting the impending wave. Hanzo's eyes glinted with increasing frustration. Among the group, led by the sun-drenched warrior, it was Crane Tree who first succumbed. Breathless, he collapsed onto the ground, beads of sweat trickling down his face as he gazed at the approaching rain ninjas. Crane Tree. Treely, noticing Crane Tree's exhaustion, became momentarily distracted and found himself subdued by the rain ninjas. Their hands pressed him down, and Treely, glancing towards Crane Tree, fought desperately against his captors. "Let me go." Blood dripped steadily from the corner of Rija's mouth as his limbs trembled from exertion, his body protesting against the fierce battle. Both Shushu and Might Guy were likewise restrained. The current situation had devolved into a deadlock, and the most formidable opponent, Hanzo the Salamander, had yet to make his move. The sheer numbers of the Rain Ninja Village's tactics were enough to ensure their utter destruction. Harushu glared at Hanzo with a look of deep resentment. Hanzo, shielded by two Rain Ninjas, approached Harushu, towering over him. The crimson rings around his eyes betrayed the turmoil within him. "You possess a rather unique ability, little demon." The secret at the heart of the Crane Tree struck him, causing his entire being to shudder. With a stubborn demeanor, he declared, "What ability? I know nothing." Ha. Witnessing the defiance of the Crane Tree only strengthened Hanzo the Salamander's conviction that this young imp harbored a secret. "Is that so? You were unaware? Just moments ago, you displayed immunity to attacks." Hanzo's tone was notably gentle as he regarded the Crane Tree. Without waiting for a response, his gaze shifted to Nakaira and Shirzue. His expression tinged with regret as he remarked, "If you truly remain in the dark, I shall have to let them speak. Perhaps my methods will not be so gentle thereafter." Having previously clashed with the ninjas of Konoha, Hanzo possessed an understanding of their nature. They prioritized the safety of their comrades over their own well-being. Thus, from the outset, he opted to use Nakaira and the others as leverage against the Crane Tree. As anticipated, Hanzo observed the crimson hue emanating from the young one's eyes. He stared at him fiercely. "If you have the ability, come at me." Hanzo felt a surge of self-satisfaction. Dealing with such a small fry was utterly effortless. He shook his head. "If you do not speak, then your companions may have to endure some hardship." The Crane Tree gritted its teeth. In a moment of urgency, the tree roared, "Crane Tree, do not acquiesce to him. We are not afraid." He was aware of the Crane Tree's unique abilities. That old dog had long coveted the eyes of teacher Nikang, and now sought to lay his hands on the Crane Tree. In his agitation, his originally pure black pupils transformed into a blood-red hue. Ha. Hanzo the Salamander was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Today has truly been bountiful. One Uchiha, one Byakugan, and this little imp before him, immune to attacks. The third Hokage has indeed presented him with a splendid gift. As the sight of Hanzo's covetous gaze upon the Sharingan nestled within the tree seized the heart of Heron Tree with trepidation, he could not refrain from exclaiming, "Do not harm them. I shall acquiesce to any demand you make." "Heron Tree! Heron Tree! Heron Tree!" cried out the members of the Sunlight Brigade in unison. How could they possibly accept Heron Tree's sacrifice? It was clear that he was the one they ought to safeguard. Tears welled in the eyes of the Crane Tree. Stirred by the cries of his companions, yet he steadfastly gazed at Hans. If sacrificing himself could ensure the safety of all, it would be worth it. Indeed, he exemplified the spirit of a Konoha ninja. As Hans observed him, a sense of reflection arose within his heart. He had previously engaged with Konoha ninjas. And beyond their formidable strength, what left the most profound impression on him was their unwavering will and faith. Ding. The affinity level with the target character. Hans of the Salamander has reached 10. You must let them go. Heron Tree fixed his gaze intently upon Hans. Hans shook his head, causing Heron Tree's expression to stiffen. His voice grew somewhat urgent. "Are you having second thoughts?" Hans, with a sly smile, replied, "I never made any promises, did I? Besides, at this moment, you do not warrant my relinquishing a pair of Sharingan and a pair of Byakugan." He had never intended to let them go. He merely sought to deceive the pitiable young girl before him. "You." The countenance of Tsuru became grim as he spoke. "What if I were to tell you that my abilities render me immune to all forms of attack and allow me to achieve speed surpassing even that of the Yellow Flash, the young ninja who emerged in the forefront of the war?" The moniker is apt, for he is indeed remarkably swift. A flicker of change crossed the face of Hanzo the Salamander. He prided himself on his unparalleled mastery of poison techniques and ninjutsu. Yet the notion of immunity to attacks coupled with such extraordinary speed would elevate one to the status of a true deity, transcending the mere title of demigod. A yearning stirred within Hanzo's heart, reminiscent of the legendary fame of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Who among them would not covet such renown? Hanzo's breath quickened slightly. But he was no fool. Inherently suspicious, he forced himself to regain his composure. How might I acquire your abilities? Haru did not respond to Hanzo's inquiry. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Shushu and the others. If you wish to know, then release them from the Rain Ninja Village. Haru. Nakira fixed a fierce, crimson stare upon Haru. He did not require his students to make sacrifices for their teacher. Observing the urgency in Shushu's eyes, which were now red with desperation, Haru merely smiled. Yet, within that smile lay an essence of farewell. In that moment, Haru's mind was inundated with the alerts of the system, temporarily silenced those affection notifications. In his mind, Crane spoke to the system. The system silently powered down. At the critical juncture between life and death, the host must have felt genuine emotion, impacting the performance of my acting. After a brief pause, the system hesitated. It should not be so naive. After all, its host was devoid of a heart. Why should I place my trust in you? Hans, not lacking in intelligence, regarded the young girl with caution. If this girl was incapable of bestowing her abilities upon him, and instead allowed the Sharingan and Byakugan to escape, it would spell his ruin. Upon hearing Hans's skepticism, Shushu briefly displayed a moment of hesitation, which was swiftly replaced by resolute determination. He carefully extracted a vial of azure liquid from his bag. The iridescent fluid seemed to possess a filter of its own, instantly captivating Hans's attention. What is this? Hans's breath quickened. Chapter 37, Hans vs. Tsunade. This is the elixir that will grant me power. Heedfully, Haru tucked the vial into his bosom, casting a resolute glance at Hanzo. Should you refuse to allow them to depart, I shall render this potion null and void, detonating us into oblivion. You shall gain nothing. His voice resonated with a chilling intensity, leaving no doubt regarding his resolve. Shuri gritted his teeth, his crimson Sharingan swirling with frantic black tomo, fixating intently on Haru's silhouette. Indeed, even if it means my utter annihilation, I shall never permit the Sharingan to fall into the hands of your range shinobi. Hanzo's expression darkened. In contrast to Shuri, Shushu possessed a more intricate thought process, and in an instant, he recalled Haru's earlier words. Shushu once remarked that his abilities stemmed from his bloodline limit, thereby rendering any notion of a potion entirely superfluous. In light of this, Shushu harbored a faint suspicion regarding Shushu's intentions and resolutely echoed, "Indeed, we shall not allow you to succeed." Even without the sun's rays illuminating the scene, Hans could discern his intentions from Shushu's expression. Hesitating momentarily, Hans addressed Shushu. "You take a sip first." Given the presence of the venom from the mountain pepper fish, any toxin would be ineffective against Hans. Yet, he remained apprehensive about the contents of the vial. This old fellow is rather cautious, isn't he? However, as he gazed at the azure liquid within the bottle, Shushu felt a lump in his throat. He dared not drink it. Turning to Hans, he sneered, "If you doubt it, then so be it. I could always reserve it for Lord Orochimaru as a means of repaying the life-saving favor he bestowed upon me in such a critical moment." Invoking Uncle Snake served to bolster his credibility. Oh, Hans narrowed his eyes. He had a vivid recollection of the repugnant Orochimaru, having personally conferred the title of the three ninjas upon the three young men under his tutelage. Hans held a considerable respect for Orochimaru's prowess. Since this was something Orochimaru had long coveted, he could not let it slip away. With a stern gaze, Hans commanded, "You, Rain Ninja, go ahead and take a sip." The crane tree leaves one speechless. Must one be so cautious? What will happen when this rain transforms into a woman in front of a large crowd? How will he explain it to Hans? System, what changes occur after consuming the gender-altering potion? The crane tree assistance system. Transforming into a woman. Crane tree paused for 3 seconds, fully aware that he would indeed become a woman. However, what he inquired was about the process. The system responded slowly. Transitioning from a man to a woman entails a complete genetic overhaul, as the transformative serum's energy will surge into the body, gradually altering the genes. Since this vial of transformation serum was originally intended for Crane Tree, the system had specifically infused it with enhancements for physical and energetic fortitude. Yet, it did not anticipate that Crane Tree would allocate such a remarkable potion to Hanzo, a mere expendable character. Oh well, the system shook its head, resolving to prepare an even superior vial for Crane Tree next time. It is determined that no one should suffer, especially not its own host. It harbors great satisfaction with its host and currently has no intentions of binding to another. At this moment, the Crane Tree is pondering another question. What if one were to take but a single sip? While the energy may not suffice to alter one's genes, it possesses the potential to enhance skin texture and eliminate impurities from within. The eyes of the Crane Tree sparkled with brilliance. This is quite remarkable. It not only conceals the true effects of the drug, but also allows Yurin to sense the energy within it, thereby alleviating Hanzo's suspicions. Furthermore, the energy of the transformation drug is exceptionally pure, which should be sufficient to bewilder the rather naive Yurin. The crane tree furrowed his brow, expressing incredulity. This elixir is exceedingly precious. How can it be shared with others? Should someone else consume it and find it ineffective? Would you not place the blame squarely upon me? His countenance unmistakably conveyed his refusal to be the scapegoat. Hans hesitated. The young girl's skepticism was indeed justified. However, he only intended for Yurin to take a mere sip, to ascertain whether this concoction bore any adverse effects, with no intention of allowing her to consume a significant amount. Rest assured, I merely wish for someone to taste a small portion, Hans asserted with a firm tone. As a demigod renowned throughout the realm of ninjas, his willingness to lower himself to explain matters to a mere child demonstrated considerable patience. Very well. The crane nodded, yet he took a step back, pointing at the rain that suppressed the trees and said, "Let him come and try. Once he is done, they must be allowed to leave." The gaze of Katsuki fleetingly passed over Nichi and his companions, imbued with a sense of nostalgia and reluctance. Such a look pierced their hearts, leaving them feeling as if they had been struck by an invisible dart. Hans, unwilling to prolong the moment, nodded subtly and gestured with his chin towards the rain ninja who had subdued Katsuki. The rain ninja promptly released his grip and stepped forward to stand before Katsuki. Shushu withdrew his divine spear, positioning it against the ninja's throat, while simultaneously offering him a vial of liquid. With a faint smile, he cautioned, "Just take a sip. Do not entertain any treacherous thoughts or else." He pressed the spear closer, and a shallow crimson line appeared on the ninja's neck. Under the looming threat of death, the rain ninja nervously swallowed, taking a tentative sip of the liquid. The blue elixir was returned to Shushu's grasp. Hanzo's gaze was fixed intently on the rain ninja. Suddenly, the rain ninja exclaimed, "Ah!" Hanzo tensed, his brows furrowing in concern. What is happening? The rain ninja felt a wave of relief wash over him, a mysterious energy coursing through his body. Whether it was mere illusion or not, he perceived his body as significantly lighter. He even sensed a reduction in impurities within him, his skin appearing more radiant and taut. It was the very effect his girlfriend had always yearned for. "Lord Hanzo, I feel invigorated. So delightful." The rain ninja exclaimed excitedly. His current state resembled that of someone who had indulged excessively. Hanzo let out a deep sigh of relief, a fervor igniting in his eyes. His hand trembling as he commanded, "Release them." In an instant, everyone loosened their grip on the restrained Uchai and his companions. Ichishing forced a smile. "Teacher Richa, you must leave safely." He stared intently at Richa, his eyes brimming with tears. Richa rose to his feet, his vest soaked in blood, and he remained silent. "Teacher Richa, I implore you." The voice of the crane tree is tinged with a sob. "Do not let my efforts be in vain." The efforts of the crane tree have indeed borne fruit. Ding. The affection level for the character Hinata Hikari has reached 100. Ding. The affection level for the character Might Guy has also reached 100. Might Guy resolutely shook his head. "Abandoning my comrades is not something I could ever do. Crane tree, given the current circumstances, he truly requires them to depart first, allowing him to showcase his abilities before Hans." Teacher Nicher. The crane tree could only cast its gaze upon the sun's rays. Sunray glanced at the trees beside him and at Shui. He nodded firmly and resolutely led Might Guy away. "I am the captain. You must obey my orders." Their figures departed unimpeded from the rain ninja village. Just as they were leaving, Shui turned back and saw the tearful smile of the crane tree directed at him. A pang of sorrow struck Sui's heart, and his eyes grew moist. In the next moment, he heard the voice of the tree. "Shui, your eyes. They're the Sharingan." Without the need for the tree's words, Shui could feel a surge of power flowing from his eyes to his body. Ding. The affinity with the character Uchiha Shui has reached 100. Sunray gazed at the increasingly distant rain ninja village, clenching his fists. He would return, without fail. He would not allow his student to perish alone in a foreign land. At that moment, the blue potion also fell into Hanzo's hands. He prepared to remove his mask but noticed the surrounding rain ninja. "You all should leave." The poison of the salamander had infiltrated Hanzo's lungs. Once he removed his mask, the toxic gas would disperse into the air with his breath. This little brat was destined to die anyway, but he could not allow his subordinates to inhale the poison as well. He watched in astonishment as Hans consumed the potion. A pang of guilt compelled him to clear his throat, and deep down, he sincerely uttered an apology to Uncle Snake. This was originally intended for him. Ah. Hans felt an immense surge of energy suddenly welling up within him, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. However, it wasn't long before his smile faded. His skin began to transform, becoming as lustrous as jade, and the visage of age gradually yielded to a delicate, youthful countenance. Panic set in as he noticed his chest swelling at an alarming rate. What was happening? Hans glanced down in a state of confusion, only to be horrified to discover that he could no longer see his own toes. His shirt tightened uncomfortably across his chest, beginning to tear apart. A pair of ample curves sprang forth, quivering in the cold air. Such a propriety should not be gazed upon. Hichi struggled to suppress his laughter, diverting his gaze. Hans's waist gradually became more slender, his muscular legs now appearing fair, long, and delicate, truly the long legs that girls in his past life had longed for. Suddenly, a malicious glint erupted from Hans's beautiful eyes, and he immediately realized that the mischievous spirit before him was deceiving him. "How dare you deceive me?" Hans exclaimed, only to promptly silence himself. Shocked, he covered his mouth. Why did his voice sound so feminine? No. Hans glanced at his chest and then downwards. It appeared he had transformed into a woman. "My lord Hans, I would never deceive you. Just look within yourself and see if you feel an emerging power." The crane tree stood firm as an old dog. Hans, attuned to the words of the crane tree, felt an unexpected surge. He was astonished. Not only did he experience a rush of energy, but his body seemingly rejuvenated, returning to the pinnacle of his 20s. Furthermore, he found himself able to master the toxins of the mountain pepper fish within him, although he had not acquired the other S abilities. The prospect of extended life and rejuvenation captivated Hans even more, even at the price of transforming into a woman. Why has my body undergone such a transformation? And why have I not received your powers? Hans coldly questioned the crane tree, momentarily pausing due to the melodic quality of his voice, before swiftly regaining his composure. The crane tree, appropriately displaying a look of perplexity, resolutely shook his head, exclaiming, "Impossible. My abilities are derived from the elixir. I was originally an orphan amidst the chaos of war, powerless and without influence. If it were not for the fortuitous occasion of consuming the potion on the battlefield, how could I possibly possess such capabilities?" Indeed, this was a valid point. Hans believed in the veracity of the crane tree's words. He, too, had serendipitously acquired the toxin of the pepperfish, which propelled him to renown within the realm of ninjas. Hans momentarily attributed this phenomenon to the variations in human constitution that might alter the effects of the substance. However, there remained an enigmatic aspect that eluded explanation. How does one account for the transformations of the body? While it mattered little to Hans whether one became a man or a woman, it was essential for him to ascertain whether this young lad was aware of such matters. A hint of embarrassment surfaced on Yushu's face, and his gaze faltered. "I am the same as you." Hans was taken aback. "What did you say?" "I was originally a man, but after consuming this potion, I transformed into a woman." He was still clad in a purple qipao, his demeanor awkward. Hans believed him, for he himself was a living testament to such a phenomenon. Without a care, he boldly seated himself in a chair, wholly unconcerned about his exposed chest, oblivious to the distinctions between men and women. The gaze of the crane tree could only rest upon the top of Hans's head. Speaking of which, Hans's transformation into a woman is indeed quite striking. Her beauty rivals even that of Tsunade. No, wait. In the depths of his heart, Harusha chastised himself with a resounding slap. Had he truly lost his senses? Was it Tsunade who had lost her allure, or was it the beauty of Yugao that had faded? To his astonishment, he found himself assessing Hanzo. Hanzo's physique had returned to its prime, and with it, the ambition that had waned with age began to rekindle. He was determined to halt the ongoing shinobi war, to unify the ninja world, and to revive the vision he once held as a youth of constructing a peaceful ninja realm. In Harushu's eyes, it was merely a woman with chestnut hair, crossing her legs and indulging in daydreams. A new dawn awaited the shinobi world, heralded by none other than the illustrious Hanzo of the Salamander. A triumphant smile graced Hanzo's face. Crane tree, such melodramatic words he had not heard in quite some time. The gaze of Manus Fish Hans fell upon Crane tree, and a sense of murderous intent began to rise within him. To kill? After all, this little brat before him would merely become a new adversary if left alive. Konoha? Konoha. A new thought surfaced in Manus Fish Hans's mind. The crane tree could certainly perceive the intentions of the pike, Hans. He feigned confusion and inquired, "What are you planning to do?" Hans the pike replied with a smile. "Of course, to prevent the outbreak of the Ninja World War and usher in an era of everlasting peace." The pupils of Ketsu's eyes dilated as he gazed at Hans in astonishment, stuttering, "See, could you truly bring an end to the Ninja World War?" His emotions were somewhat stirred. Hans, the salamander, raised an eyebrow at this revelation, suddenly recalling the boy's earlier words. It seemed this youth was an orphan, a child forged by the ravages of war. A smirk crept upon Hans's lips as his gaze towards Ketsu began to shift. This was no mere corpse on the verge of breathlessness, Rather, it was an exceptional tool. Indeed, Hans extended his hand, declaring, "I shall strive to fill the world with peace, eradicating all wars, so that everyone may live happily." Harusha was momentarily taken aback, a fervent gleam gradually igniting in her eyes. Is it truly possible? Can you genuinely achieve this? Ding. The affinity level with the character Hanzo the Mantis has reached 20. Humph. Hanzo scoffed disdainfully, his gaze looking down upon Harushu. Have you forgotten my title? I am the man hailed as the demigod of the ninja realm. His bravado soared to the heavens. Yet, this lofty confidence suddenly deflated like a withered balloon. He paused awkwardly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The crane tree signifies understanding. For Hanzo has now transformed into a woman. A demigod of the ninja realm? The crane tree murmured to itself, in a state of complete disarray. Indeed. How could I have forgotten? You are, after all, a demigod of the ninja realm. Hanzo's expression grew increasingly smug as he suppressed his alluring, upturned lips. He extended his hand towards the crane tree and solemnly inquired, "Thus, do you wish to join me? To embark on the path of creating a new world?" Haru stood in stunned silence as Hanzo echoed his words. He struggled to meet Hanzo's gaze. "But I am Konoha." His sentence remained unfinished, abruptly interrupted by Hanzo. "Foolish child. What are you thinking? I have never contemplated the idea of you betraying Konoha." The crane tree widened its eyes in astonishment. Hans continued, "We are the bearers of light to the ninja world, champions of justice. How could I possibly allow you to betray Konoha? I merely wish for you to be my envoy in Konoha, to convey the dawn of peace to them." Goodness, the crane tree is truly breathtaking. Today, Hans has genuinely enlightened him on the true art of vocal mimicry. Just observe this eloquence, how masterful it is. It has completely beautified the term undercover. The crane tree appears to be utterly captivated by Hanzo, who incessantly utters words such as peace, justice, and dawn. If it were possible to manifest the world envisioned by Hanzo, I would be willing to do anything. Suddenly, Shushu raised his head and gazed at Hanzo. A smile blossomed within Hanzo's heart. Unbeknownst to others, he stealthily drove a nail into Konoha. The young girl before him possessed extraordinary abilities, and in the future, she would undoubtedly carve out her own place in the ninja world. Hanzo's discerning I would not falter. Ding. The favorability of the character, Hanzo the Salamander, has reached 40. Chapter 38. The Ancient Dragon. Little Ching the night grew dark, and lanterns flickered to life within the Rain Ninja Village. Hinata Hayashi walked along the path leading to the village, raindrops cascading down his handsome features. His expression was resolute, imbued with an unwavering courage. He had to retrieve his student, even if it were merely a lifeless body. His shadow elongated, appearing solitary amidst the crowd. At this moment, within Hanzo's office, he, parched and yearning, took a sip of tea. Opposite him, Hans continued to eloquently expound on his grand ambitions. This sudden rejuvenation stirred within him an uncontrollable excitement. The crane tree became the most devoted listener to Hans, the salamander. Under the sycophantic praise of the crane tree, Hans's favor began to rise, albeit in fragmented increments. Only through sheer force can true peace be brought to the world of ninjas. As the Hidden Leaf Village engages in conflict with other ninja villages, I shall remain the opportunistic fisherman, reaping the benefits. Hans chuckled ominously. Truly, he is the esteemed Lord Hans. Crane Tree sighed. Hans gazed upon him and said, "You toil in Konoha for the noble cause of our peace. When the day arrives that the ninja world embraces tranquility, I shall ensure that you stand at the pinnacle of the shinobi realm, and you shall not be wronged." Hans understood well the principle of enticing through benefits. Naive ideals may eventually fade due to unforeseen changes, yet only true interests endure. Katsuki paused for a moment, gazing intently into Hans's eyes, and declared, "You speak the truth. Lord Hans, only the peace forged by formidable strength can endure through time. I shall dedicate myself to serving you, becoming a cornerstone on the path to this peace. Even if my name fades into obscurity, hidden in the shadows, I am willing." Hans was momentarily taken aback, looking at Katsuki with a mix of astonishment and complexity in his heart. In this world, true ninjas with a warrior's spirit have never been in short supply. And Katsuki before him was evidently one of them. He was prepared to illuminate the future of the ninja realm, willing to burn like a candle in the darkness. Such individuals are not swayed by self-interest, for the convictions in their hearts are unwavering. Ding. The favorability rating with the character Hans increased to 45. Hans has always held deep admiration for such individuals. Once they are fully won over, they become a source of great ease. Hans retrieved a blank scroll and began to deftly inscribe upon it. 2 minutes later, the brush came to a halt, and the contents of the scroll became distinctly visible, the formal peace treaty with Sunagakure, personally drafted by Hans himself. The crane swiftly glided by, bearing a treaty of absolute equality. Lord Hans, do you not oppose the signing of this accord? The crane tree feigned a question. Hans revealed a profound smile. By signing a peace treaty with Sunagakure, the Rain Shinobi village would remain aloof from the turmoil of the Third Shinobi World War. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Awaiting the heavy losses incurred by the great shinobi villages, the Rain Shinobi village would then strike with overwhelming force, shattering the major villages in one fell swoop and establishing dominion over the entirety of the shinobi world. Kitsuki offered a prudent suggestion. Lord Hans, the village hidden in the rain could also shelter war orphans and exiled ninjas. This would not only furnish the village with additional ninja resources but also enhance its reputation within the shinobi world. Hans's eyes sparkled with interest as he nodded in approval. Acknowledging, you are indeed correct. Ding. The affinity with the character Mantis Hans has reached 55. Take the scroll back to Konoha. Hans handed the scroll to Kitsuki, which the third Hokage would sign. In this tumultuous time, Konoha, besieged on all fronts, lacked the capacity to reject such a peace agreement. Very well. Shushu took the scroll and was about to depart when he inquired, Lord Hans, how shall I contact you in the event of unforeseen circumstances? Hans pondered for a moment, recognizing the gravity of the question. After a brief contemplation, he extended his hand to press against the floor. Summoning technique. With a resounding thud, a mist enveloped the area. A hefty salamander materialized before Shushu, its robust form writhing without exhibiting any signs of aggression. Hans reflected upon the situation, aside from utilizing the summoned beast for communication. There seemed to be no alternative. Yet, the presence of the salamander made him hesitate as he glanced at Shushu. In an instant, Harusha comprehended the sentiments of the sage Hans regarding the salamander. He promptly spoke, Master Hans, I lack the ability to command a creature such as the salamander. I shall seek an opportunity to enter the Rain Ninja Village to convey your message. It may take a bit of time, but fret not. His expression was earnest and remarkably empathetic. Hans paused momentarily. The essence of a message lies in the timeliness of its delivery. Naturally, he could not acquiesce to Harushu's proposal. Nevertheless, he sighed, considering it a chance to cultivate a subordinate. After all, this young lad, regardless of his capabilities, could not escape his grasp. This is the summoning scroll of the salamander. Hans dispelled the summoning technique, causing the salamander to vanish. He retrieved a scroll from the encrypted box and handed it to Harushu, stating, whether you can summon the salamander depends upon your own prowess. The crane tree paused in its breath, its eye sockets slightly reddened, glistening with tears as it gazed at Hans with deep emotion. Lord Hans. Hans furrowed his brow, pondering why this little imp was so distasteful. Ding. The affection level for the character, Hans, has reached 58. He glanced at Hans's expression and then scrutinized the affection level, raising an eyebrow in surprise. To his astonishment, Hans was quite the hypocrite. Take it. His voice sharpened. Yes. He solemnly accepted the scroll and vowed to Hanzo, My Lord Hanzo, I shall not let you down. Hanzo nodded in acknowledgement. After bidding farewell to Hans, Keiki leaped through the window, soaring into the air, and began to traverse the rooftops of the hidden rain village. A familiar figure entered his line of sight, causing Keiki to pause momentarily, instantly comprehending the purpose of Nichihira's return to the village. His form came to a halt before Nichihira. Keiki. Nichihira's face bore the remnants of murderous intent, which had now become frozen upon his visage. He was taken aback to see Keiki standing alive before him. In disbelief, he approached and asked, Keiki, are you unharmed? The crane tree swayed gently, revealing a smile. Teacher Richa, not only am I unharmed, but I have also obtained the peace agreement. Crane tree retrieved the handwritten scroll from Hanzo and handed it to Nichi. How could this be possible? As Nichi took the scroll and unfurled it, his lips parted slightly, and he gazed at Crane tree with astonishment. Teacher Nichi, this tale is rather lengthy. It would be best if we discussed it while we walk. Very well. On their way to join Shizen and the others, Crane tree elucidated how he had managed to escape from Hanzo unscathed. The vial of elixir was indeed something I stumbled upon on the battlefield. I had never actually consumed it. However, during our last encounter with peril, Lord Orochimaru inadvertently discovered that this potion possessed miraculous properties. So I decided to employ it as a desperate measure. To my surprise, the elixir truly took effect. And Lord Hanzo was so pleased that he refrained from taking my life. He even personally penned a peace treaty. Nichi was perplexed by the nature of the elixir's effects, which could sway Hanzo so profoundly. He cast a remorseful glance at Crane Tree. It is the fault of the teacher for not being able to protect you. He was filled with self-reproach. Had it not been for his Byakugan inciting Hanzo's covetousness, this situation would never have arisen. The Crane Tree need not forfeit such a precious elixir. It is of no consequence, dear teacher. The comforting presence of Ketsuki was palpable. His latest acquisition was indeed the most substantial. As the sun set, Shui escorted them into the land of fire before he felt assured enough to return to the hidden rain village. At that moment, he and Ketsuki perched upon a branch, observing the three below who were enveloped in a somber atmosphere. With a gentle smile, they leapt down from the tree. To Ketsuki's surprise, it was Shui, typically the most composed among them, who rushed forward first. He embraced Ketsuki tightly, striving to regain his composure. Tsurugi dashed over as well, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes at being overshadowed by Shusui's eagerness, yet he was undeniably elated to see Ketsuki return safely. Might Guy flashed a grin, revealing his pearly whites. See, I told you Ketsuki would be just fine. If one overlooked Might Guy's swollen eyes, his words would carry considerable weight. Haru smiled, pondering how he could ever bear to part with life. After all, he had yet to accumulate enough goodwill. The five of them journeyed towards Konoha. After a long and arduous trek, they finally arrived at the gates of Konoha just as the sun began to rise. Nichi gently stroked Haru's head, saying, "You should return and rest. Leave the rest to the teacher." He nodded thoughtfully. Casting a glance at the sun's position, he turned and sprinted towards home. He was acutely aware that upon their return, the third generation would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. However, having secured the peace agreement, it would not be considered a loss for them. The third generation would certainly seek to unravel the means by which they had obtained the peace accord. Kongshu believes that with a rapport of 100 with Nichihara, the latter would make every effort to conceal the matter regarding the potion between him and Hans. The revelation of this incident would be detrimental to Kongshu rather than beneficial. This is also the reason why Nichihara commanded them all to remain silent on their way back. Nichihara intends to personally visit the third Hokage to bring this matter to a conclusive end. Upon returning home, Tsuru was immediately ensnared by Xiaoqing, who eagerly wrapped around his ankle. With Takenuchi absent, Tsuru retreated to his room to indulge in a bath. As he relaxed, he perused his affection record. The affection levels for Hinata Hizashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Shursui displayed a perfect score of 100, while Hanzo the Salamander held a score of 58. And Yahiko and Konan boasted 90, with Nagato at 70. This mission had certainly proven worthwhile. Ding. Detection indicates that the affection levels for Hinata Hizashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Shursui are at maximum capacity. Would the host like to merge these affection levels and extract a skill? Skills obtained through merging maximum affection levels are typically quite formidable. Yet, this involves 3 perfect scores. The crane tree feels a tinge of reluctance. Ding. Please make a decision. Host. Merge. He hopes to acquire an extraordinary skill. Otherwise, even if the remaining abilities reach their maximum level, they will not yield remarkable effects. A golden roulette materializes in his mind. The crane tree gasped in astonishment. Wow. Impressive. An upgrade indeed. Truly deserving of the extraction with maximum affinity. A golden will begin to spin before the crane tree. After a minute, a golden sector materialized in front of the crane tree, glimmering with golden light. For prominent characters emerged before the crane tree, Primordial Void Dragon. He stared wide-eyed at the crane tree. The ancient Void Dragon? Surely. It could not be the one he envisioned. What could he possibly achieve alone as a dragon? Skill introduction. Hailing from the ancient Void Dragon clan. This illustrious lineage of magical beasts is featured in the fantastical novel Battle Through the Heavens, penned by Tion Kintudo. Following the disappearance of the formidable ancient heavenly phoenix, the ancient Void Dragon ascended to become the unrivaled strongest race in the realm of magical beasts. Their power is immensely formidable, possessing an innate mastery over spatial forces, allowing them to traverse the void with ease. At the zenith of their might, they preyed upon the celestial demon phoenix clan as if they were mere sustenance, due to the absence of the ancient heavenly phoenix. However, due to spatial constraints, the strength of the ancient Void Dragon is capped at the pinnacle of 9-star Dose Saint. Indeed, it is the ancient Void Dragon he had in mind. Could he truly accept the abilities of such a creature? The host may select a vessel to exist in the form of a summoned beast. A reminder echoed within the mind of the crane tree. A vessel? A summoned beast? The ancient Void Dragon? The crane turned its gaze, observing the little green serpent entwined around its ankle. The serpent hissed, flicking its tongue, appearing utterly devoid of caution. The crane tree effortlessly yanked Xiaoqing down, lifting her in its grasp, deeming it a fortunate turn of events for you. From an ordinary little green snake, she has ascended to the status of a primordial ancient dragon, a transformation that occurs with a swiftness unparalleled. Thus, she shall be chosen as the vessel. The crane tree spoke. Ding. The host confirmed successful embedding, initiating the scan. Ding. Embedding skin successful. Ding. Skill transformation successful. Ding. A genetic similarity of 0.0001 detected. Commencing modification. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ding. Modification successful. Little Qing, barely conscious, tumbled into the palm of the crane tree. Its emerald body beginning to undergo a transformation. Golden and purple scales replaced the original ones, with light golden patterns flowing across them, glistening like sharp blades. Atop the little serpent's round head, a pair of exquisite dragon horns broke through its flesh. Little Qing was no longer the same. It had now transformed into the ancient dragon of the void, Little Qing. Quickly regaining its vitality, Little Qing climbed up from the crane tree's palm. Its claws gripping the wrist of the crane tree, proudly raising its dragon head high. The resemblance to its former appearance as a harmless snake had vanished entirely. Such a swift transformation into something magnificent. Shushu twitched his lips as he glanced at the luminous blue electronic screen. A new section had appeared. Nestled beneath the storage space, titled Contract Beast. Above it was a depiction of Xiaoqing, with a line of small text below reading Tai Su Gu Long Xiaoqing. Had he known that the system would catalog names, he would have bestowed upon Xiaoqing a title of grandiosity and might. The evolution level of Tai Su Gu Long Xiaoqing stood at 5 juvenile stage. Observing the final line of text, Shushu fell silent, striving to maintain a visage that did not betray his inner turmoil. Give me a reason, he thought. A maximum affinity should equate to an ultimate skill. Therefore, Xiaoqing ought to have matured into a formidable Tai Su Gu Long by now. Why then, was the evolution level still a mere 5%? Due to the host's choice of a vessel with subpar constitution and inferior genetic chain. It is unable to withstand the full power of a Tai Su Gu Long at maximum level. Hence, the system has opted for a gradual approach, the system replied delicately. He looked at the Little Qing in his hand with a complex expression. It was apparent that his lack of skill was the cause. His gaze was intricate. The clever Little Qing had begun to grasp the essence of Yishu's words, though not entirely comprehending them. It understood they were not complimentary. In a fit of frustration, it fiercely clawed at Yishu's wrist to express its dissatisfaction. Observing that there was not even a red mark on his skin, Yishu once again gained a clear understanding of the current capabilities of Little Qing. Never mind. He decided to engage in some antics with the pepper fish first. Chapter 39, Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. In the early morning, Yishu, who had finally managed to enjoy a lazy sleep, was startled awake by a peculiar sensation on his face. He lifted his eyelids to find Little Qing's dragon claws leaving a series of red marks upon his visage. In a swift motion, he seized Little Qing and tossed it against the wall, with a graceful landing on the table. Little Qing's jade-like vertical pupils gazed at him with a look of reproach. As Harushu turned to settle in for a brief slumber, a knock resounded at the door. It was Takei, his voice echoing from behind the door, announcing, "Harushu, a classmate has come to see you." He opened his eyes with a sense of resignation, reluctantly rising from his bed to open the door. In that fleeting moment of opening the door, a radiant smile illuminated his otherwise expressionless face. "Good morning, uncle." Heron Tree smiled at Takashino Uichi. "Good morning, Heron Tree. Please tidy up and come have breakfast." Takashino Uichi gently ruffled Heron Tree's hair, then shifted slightly to reveal two individuals sitting obediently on the tatami mat. Shimizu and Shuri sat upright, their hands resting on their knees, their backs straight. Hichin's lips twitched slightly as he nodded in response. He was not a true girl, and thus his morning routine proceeded with remarkable swiftness. Amidst the myriad of pink, light purple, and sky blue floral dresses within the wardrobe, he painstakingly selected a deep blue qipao adorned with auspicious clouds. Upon catching sight of Hichin's figure, both Shuli and Jishue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Takanoichi's culinary skills were exceptional, although Shuli and Jishue had already partaken in breakfast. They could not resist indulging further at Takanoichi's invitation. After finishing their meal, Hichin bid farewell to Takanoichi and departed with Shuli and Jishue. The weather today was splendid, with gentle breezes and radiant sunshine. "Hichin, do you know what day it is today?" Shuli inquired. "What day is it?" The Heron Tree swayed gently. "It was the birthday of Itachi," Shizuka remarked, glancing at the somewhat astonished Heron Tree, and reminded, "Itachi actually holds a fondness for you. Therefore, we would like to invite you to join us in celebrating Itachi's birthday party." "Very well. Certainly, Heron Tree would not refuse. This presents a splendid opportunity to enhance their rapport." "Heron Tree, you have yet to prepare a gift, have you?" "I have not done so either." "Let us venture together to find something suitable." The tree spoke up, expressing his distress over what to present the weasel. It is said that girls possess a natural talent for selecting gifts. He intended to seek Heron Tree's assistance. Keiki nodded. Since the goal was to enhance the rapport, how could he possibly overlook the opportunity to present a gift? Yet, for Uchiha Itachi, what would constitute a gift that he would truly cherish? The three of them ventured into the gift shop. What about this? Keiki inquired, lifting a shuriken from the shelf. Hishu replied, do you believe it? Today, among 10 individuals, 9 are merely gifts of shurikens. Jishui silently dealt the finishing blow. I believe it. Hishu let out a sigh, setting down the shuriken, and with a headache, began to search for other presents. Jishui, what have you gifted? Curious, Katsuki inquired. As a close companion of Itachi, what would Shursui gift him? With a smile, Shursui replied, a ninja tool pouch. Truth be told, I was uncertain about what to present, but I believe that one day, Itachi will inevitably require a ninja tool pouch, so I decided to purchase it. That makes sense. Practicality is indeed the essence of a good gift. But what will he give? This opportunity to present a birthday gift could very well elevate Uchiha Itachi's favorability to over 60. We cannot afford to be negligent. Shursui, come here for a moment. Suddenly, Katsuki beckoned Shursui mysteriously. Shursui, intrigued by Katsuki's unexpected summons in front of him, approached. What is it? Shursui inquired. Katsuki gestured towards an item on the shelf and asked, what do you think about giving this? Shursui blinked, ensuring his vision was not deceiving him. He looked at Katsuki. Speechless, are you certain? Katsuki nodded affirmatively. Of course. Did you not just mention buying something necessary? Is this not something you need? Does Itachi not need it? Shursui remained silent. While it was undoubtedly a necessity, was it appropriate for them to purchase such an item? Katsuki patted his chest. This is it. I truly cannot think of any other gifts. For someone like Katsuki, selecting a gift was indeed a formidable challenge. He discreetly avoided Katsuki and proceeded to the checkout. Have you made your selection? He was taken aback to discover that the tree was even swifter than he, observing the exquisite gift box cradled in the other's hands. A spark of curiosity ignited within him. What have you bestowed? He inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Just a secret. The tree replied, clearing its throat with a slight cough. He squinted his eyes, sensing something amiss. His gaze shifted between the tree and the gift box held within it, when a sudden inspiration struck him. Though he could not present a gift himself, the system could certainly do so. System, initiate the strategy for Uchiha Shuri. In his mind, Haru mused that Uchiha Shuri's affection level should be sufficient to exchange for a gift. Unbeknownst to him, Shuri continued to ponder whether Itachi would truly appreciate the little tiger-printed underwear he intended to gift. Ding. Affection level of the target character, Uchiha Shuri, has reached 100. Haru stared in astonishment at the tree. He had presumed that the other party's affinity level would surely exceed 70 or 80, yet to his surprise, it was at maximum capacity. What had he done? He had not even pursued Uchiha Shuri. Had he somehow managed to win her over on his own? If only everyone were as uncomplicated as Shuri. With the affinity level of the target character at its peak, the host is prompted to select a skill to draw. Hitsu proposes, may I specify the category of items? Skills are not preferred. Characters such as this one have never appeared in the original anime, and the skills drawn at maximum affinity might prove rather futile. It would be more beneficial to simply exchange a gift for Uchiha Itachi, striving to elevate his affinity to 60. Certainly, the system responds. Ding. The system has randomly assigned items, which have been delivered. Would the host like to accept them? Qingshu was quite curious about what gift had been delivered. He clicked yes. Shushu, have you not made your selection yet? The tree inquired upon noticing Qingshu's momentary distraction. I have a gift at home. I shall go fetch it. The crane tree did not have the opportunity to examine the gift. It merely acknowledged Shuli and Jishui before vanishing from the spot like the wind. Shuli and Jishui exchanged glances. Let us wait for her here, one suggested. Very well. In a secluded alley, Hishu discovered a gift that had been automatically placed within a storage tool. What is this shadow blade? He, a somewhat experienced recluse, had never heard of it? Weapon introduction. An item from Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. The next generation, it serves as the weapon of the Grey Wolf. Crane tree. The blade is compact yet remarkably resilient. It not only facilitates stealthy assaults but also allows for dual-wielded defense at the forefront. Its defensive capabilities and close combat offensive power are exceptionally formidable, boasting 6 distinct forms. The first, a samurai short fighting knife. The second, a pair of crescent blades. The third, a radiant crimson blade. The fourth, the soaring Qilin blade. The fifth, the dual flying Qilin blades. And the sixth, the mechanical four-finger blade. Crane tree, due to the mastery of abilities, it can transform freely, unbound by the constraints of the system. He never anticipated that he would extract something from the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf in his lifetime. Indeed, the times are changing. Even Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf has evolved into something beyond his reach. If one day he were to obtain the formidable drill of Ball Chang, he would hardly be surprised. To be honest, he feels somewhat reluctant to part with it. He pondered over the short blade, the initial form that had materialized in his grasp, with a sense of reluctance. The system remained silent, leaving the decision to the host. In truth, the Shadow Blade's offensive power within the world of Naruto was not particularly formidable. In the early stages, it might be considered an unusual weapon, but as time progressed, it would prove to be utterly inadequate. He understood this principle quite well. After hesitating for merely a second, he wrapped the Shadow Blade in a piece of thin cloth. Although the packaging was rather unassuming, he was certain that no one's gift could surpass his own. Heron Tree returned to the gift shop, cradling the Shadow Blade. Jishui and Shuli stood motionless at the entrance. What is this, Heron Tree? As they proceeded along the path towards the Uchiha clan, Shuli gazed curiously at the Shadow Blade, which was shrouded in black cloth. Jishui's gaze occasionally drifted towards the mysterious weapon as well. A gift. The crane tree smiled cheerfully and spoke. The tree touched his nose, fully aware that it was indeed a gift, yet his curiosity was piqued. Amidst the ongoing war, Uchiha Itachi had only invited a few close friends to celebrate his birthday. Aside from Shursui and the tree, it seemed that he was the only one present. Heron curled her lips, realizing that Itachi was indeed a withdrawn child. Fugaku Uchiha had managed to carve out a day from the clutches of war to celebrate his son Itachi's birthday. Makoto gently arranged the sumptuous dishes on the table and warmly exclaimed, "You have finally arrived. Itachi has been waiting for you for quite some time." Waiting for a long time? Is that something Itachi would do? Under the crane tree, she glanced towards Uchiha Itachi, who was kneeling on the tatami mat, her gaze sweeping over the faint blush that adorned his ears. Very well. The Uchiha clan is indeed a collection of proud and eccentric individuals. Greetings to Aunt Makoto and Uncle Fugaku. The three individuals at the crane tree bowed courteously. Please come and take a seat. Meichin smiled as she arranged the tatami mats for them. Due to her status as a girl, Harushu found herself seated beside Makoto, compelled to endure Makoto's affection. In the tree, both Shuri and Shurzue sat alongside Itachi, while the esteemed patriarch, Fugaku, occupied the foremost position. Fugaku spoke, "You three, at such a tender age, have accomplished both an A rank and an S rank mission. Remarkable indeed." His gaze conveyed a sense of admiration. The initial task of escorting supplies was originally classified as B rank, but due to the presence of rock ninjas along the way, it was elevated to A rank. This latest S rank mission has catapulted the trio of Harushu into prominence among the new generation of Konoha, all thanks to the efforts of teacher Nichija. The crane tree bowed its head with a hint of shyness. Fugaku tugged at the corners of his lips, despite the occasional indifference from Hinata. He remained acutely aware of the situation. This time, the agreement made with the Rain Shinobi village was not lost on either him or the leader of the Hyuga clan. Neither of them were fools. They were fully aware of the third Hokage's intentions. However, as the leader of Konoha, the third Hokage held a position that constrained their actions. Yet, this did not imply that they would forget past grievances. Sighing softly, Fugaku gazed at the three remarkable children before him. Soon, you shall be dispatched to the battlefield. Exercise utmost caution when you arrive there. The crane tree paused momentarily. Many of their contemporaries had already ventured into the theater of war. With the conclusion of this mission, it was only natural for them to proceed to the battlefield as well. However, there lingered a sense of hesitation. Iching felt a twinge of guilt. The medicine he had promised to Aunt Snake had run out. Let us not dwell on such weighty matters. Instead, let us cut the cake. Meichin forced a smile upon her face, her innate kindness shining through. Though she felt powerless to prevent the children from going to battle, her heart ached deeply. Very well. The crane tree radiated a warm and brilliant smile. Ding. The affection level for the character Uchiha Makoto reached 60. Ding. The affection level for the character Uchiha Itachi reached 52. After finishing a meal, the gift-giving segment commenced. Fugaku presented a kunai, saying nothing, merely gazing at Itachi with an intense look that left the crane tree breathless. It was reminiscent of a paternal figure from a past life, silent yet urging the child to grow through mere glances and actions. Indeed, the precociousness of children in the world of Naruto has its reasons. Itachi, congratulations on aging another year, now embarking on the journey towards 6. Makoto, with her compassionate eyes, enveloped Itachi in warmth, her hands clasped in anticipation as she asked, "Tomorrow, we shall enroll you in the Ninja Academy. This is the gift from your mother." One wonders how Uchiha Itachi felt about such a present. In any case, the crane tree was somewhat taken aback. Is a gift of being sent to school truly something a child would cherish? "Thank you, mother," Itachi responded. From the expressionless face he wore even at such a tender age, the crane tree could discern none of his true emotions. Haha, Makoto chuckled softly, covering her lips, before placing her hand gently on her abdomen. Haru, suddenly struck by inspiration, fixed his gaze intently on Makoto's abdomen. Could it be? Is it really you, Erjuzi? Are you still just a tiny embryo? Itachi, the true gift is that mother is pregnant, and a year from now, you will have a younger brother. A maternal radiance blossomed on Makoto's already delicate face. Itachi's pupils dilated as his gaze stiffly settled on Makoto's abdomen. After a long moment, he blinked, a look of astonishment crossing his features. What is a younger brother like? Itachi could not fathom it, yet he felt an eager anticipation. Fugaku's expression softened somewhat as well. The emotions of the crane tree were intricate. Who would have imagined that he would be fortunate enough to witness such a scene in his lifetime? Jishui had also presented his gift. You, with polite gratitude, received it. This is a gift I purchased for you. You. Open it tonight. The tree slipped the beautifully wrapped box into Yu's embrace, winking mysteriously. Yu, slightly perplexed, nodded in response, seemingly unsure of the significance behind such enigma. Very well. This is my gift to you. Yu. Wishing you a joyful birthday. The crane tree tilted his head slightly, revealing a flawless smile. He had previously experimented in front of the mirror and had concluded that this angle, along with the window's lighting and this particular gesture, would undoubtedly yield a divine effect. Reality confirmed that his efforts were not in vain. Through the verdant leaves of summer, dappled sunlight enveloped him in a soft glow. His silvery hair danced gently in the breeze, while his porcelain-white, youthful visage displayed a tender smile that could make one's heart race. Ding! The affection level of the target character, Uchiha Itachi, has reached 60. Thank you, Crane Tree. Itachi accepted it with both hands, his curiosity piqued. May I open it? Hitsu nodded in affirmation, of course. It must be unveiled. Otherwise, how shall everyone appreciate the magnificence of his gift? The black cloth was carefully lifted by Itachi, revealing the entirety of the shadow blade before their eyes. The deep blue hilt, imbued with a mechanical essence, showcased a silver blade that emanated a faint orange glow. This? Itachi gazed at Hitsu with a hint of astonishment. He naturally took the opportunity to elucidate the remarkable features of the shadow blade to Itachi. Grasping the short dagger in his hand, he proceeded to explain in a calm and measured tone. This is the shadow blade, a weapon that possesses 6 distinct forms. The first form is the current shape of the short dagger. The crane adeptly danced, its short blade slicing through the air with a piercing sound. In its second form, it revealed dual crescent blades. The shadow blades in the hands of the crane tree began to transform, taking the shape of 2 crescent-like blades. Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment. The third form, the radiant crimson blades. The 2 crescent blades in his hands started to emanate a blinding scarlet glow, their sharpness eliciting admiration. The fourth form. Shushu felt a sense of pride, thinking to himself, just wait. No one can resist the allure of the Grey Wolf's weapon. As Shushu completed the demonstration of all its forms, the expressions of those watching him began to shift. Jishui, for reasons unknown, exhibited a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Meanwhile, Shuli was filled with longing. The look in his eyes seemed to radiate a fiery intensity that made Shushu's grip on the shadow blade feel slightly heated. Mei-chin, feeling somewhat bashful, was overwhelmed by the rarity of such a weapon. Those who recognized its worth could clearly see the shadow blade's exquisite value, leading her to believe that such a gift was excessively lavish. Fuyu's eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded the shadow blade. For a ninja, possessing a formidable weapon is as crucial as one's own powerful abilities. Shushu, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it, Itachi remarked, sharing Mei-chin's sentiments as he forcefully averted his gaze from the shadow blade and sincerely addressed Shushu. No worries at all. Your fondness will grant me even more potent skills. Shushu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he placed the shadow blade into Itachi's hands. I have already acquired a weapon that suits me well, one that I stumbled upon, yet it holds no value for me. Itachi, being both my friend and younger than I, receives this gift as a token of my affection, for as an elder sibling, it is my heartfelt intention. I nearly let my thoughts slip. In the depths of his heart, Shushu felt a pang of anxiety. Ding. The favorability rating for the character Itachi Uchiha has reached 70. Chapter 40. The journey of strategy relies solely on Shushu. Speaking of which, once the war concludes, Kushina and Minato will soon be celebrating joyous occasions. Makoto suddenly recalled her contemporaneous friend. She and Kushina were not only classmates but also very close friends. The romance between Kushina and Minato was no secret in the village. Fugaku nodded in agreement. Minato performed admirably on the battlefield. The third Hokage has grown old. It is indeed time to choose sides. Their conversation was overheard by Shushu, who was enjoying the moonlight beneath the eaves. Makoto's pregnancy and Minato's impending marriage to Kushina indicated that the plot was accelerating. He must deftly maneuver the coronation clone stationed with Nagato to amass more favorability. The forthcoming battlefield would mark the first clash where he could establish his reputation, not in Konoha, but within the shinobi world. After bidding farewell to Itachi, Shushu declined the escort proposal from Shursui and Shinrin, opting to teleport home. He accessed the system's to-do list. As a character of immense popularity among Hokage, the skills redeemable at a favorability rating of 60 left Shushu envious. Ding. Please, host, choose to allocate skills or enhance existing ones. He swallowed the words of his allocation skill that had slipped from his lips, hesitating for a moment before resolutely declaring, I choose to enhance my existing skill. Taking a gamble, he wagered that the system's randomly selected enhancement would be the art of linguistics. The lie of lies shall be rendered true. The system seemed taken aback by his proactive choice to upgrade his current skill. After a brief pause, the blue electronic screen began to activate. Ding. The enhancement of the skill has been confirmed. Linguistics. The lie of lies shall be rendered true. He was right. The skill's progress now stood at 20. During the skill enhancement process, the host is advised not to depart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 skill upgrade complete. The current skill progress of linguistics is now at 50. Yet, it is only 50%. The eyes of the crane tree nearly bulged out in astonishment. Uchiha Itachi's affection level of 60 has increased by a mere 30%. Who does the system think it is looking down upon? It may disregard him, but it must not undermine the revered Itachi. Only when Uchiha Itachi reaches maximum affection can his skills be fully upgraded. An explanation from the system is warranted. The crane tree let out a soft sound of disapproval. Achieving the utmost level of affection from Uchiha Itachi is a pursuit that may very well require an eternity. Alas, the crane tree commenced experimenting with its own ideas. System? Shushu attempted to call out. Does the host require assistance? For reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed an inexplicable irritation emanating from the system's utterly emotionless electronic tone. Ahem. Shushu brushed aside the loose strands of hair from his forehead and boasted with great enthusiasm. I can instantly elevate the progress of my solar corona clone skill to 15%. The system, however, responded with an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, its electronic voice resonated within Shushu's mind. Please, host, strive diligently in your training and abandon such fantasies. It deliberately glanced at Shushu's current progress in the solar corona clone skill, which stood at a mere 5%. Based on its understanding of Shushu, the system recognized that he was rather lackluster in both talent and effort. Were it not for the stroke of fate that had led him to encounter this system, Shushu would likely find himself struggling for sustenance. The rather inept host, Shushu, possesses only one quality that satisfies the system, his extraordinary acting skills. As a charming strategy system, it has never prioritized talents such as ninjutsu. Rather, it seeks individuals like Shushu. The lies within lies will transform into reality. Shushu took a deep breath and recited with utmost sincerity. In the next moment, the system watched in astonishment as the progress of the Corona avatar surged from 5% to a staggering 15%. It was a mistake. The system realized it had gravely miscalculated. The crane tree, besides possessing remarkable acting skills, also exhibits a touch of cleverness. When it was first bound to its host, the host adeptly employed the skills acquired from it, leaving the system with a rather complex array of emotions. It succeeded. He excitedly clenched his fist. The reason he chose to forego the system-assigned skills and take a gamble on enhancing his linguistics ability lies here. Shushu possesses a certain degree of self-awareness regarding his own talents. Some things, despite his diligent efforts, are destined to wither. Human beings, after all, must learn to navigate life in a manner that is more comfortable. If one can recline, why choose to sit? If one has the means to utilize external aids, who still relies solely on personal endeavor? However, Shushu is also cognizant that such measures can only be employed sparingly. Overindulgence might incite the system's wrath. The reason he refrains from significantly enhancing his Corona avatar skill is due to his apprehension that the progress of his word spirit technique may fall short, preventing him from effecting a successful reality swap and thereby squandering a precious opportunity. With 15% progress in the Corona avatar, Shushu is already capable of remote manipulation. Yet, he is constrained by time, limited to a mere 10 minutes of control each day. One should not underestimate these 10 minutes, as they are ample enough for Shushu to cultivate favorable sentiments with Nagato. By swiftly maximizing the affection levels of Konan and Yahiko, he could assimilate and extract a formidable, fully leveled skill. With the battlefield looming, gathering additional trump cards would grant him greater assurance. He places significant value on his own life. While he ponders the matters of war, a flash of purple flits across his vision. He extends his hand, seizing the drifting little dragon, Shao-Qing, and playfully flicks its head, urging, "Could you expedite your leveling up? I do not wish to arrive at the battlefield only to find I must protect you." Shao-Qing, now aware of its draconic nature, is filled with a sense of indignation, struggling against the grip of the diminutive human. As a divine dragon, how could it allow itself to be confined within the palm of a mere mortal? Though Shao-Qing's eyes are small, Shushu discerns its disdain within them. Ah, how lofty it feels. Shushu rolled up his sleeves. Shao-Qing sensed danger. In the next moment, Shushu swooped down from the sky and retrieved Shao-Qing, lavishing her with affection. Ding! The ancient dragon of the void, Shao-Qing, was under attack, activating her defense mechanism, with her skill progress rising to 10. He and Shao-Qing were both momentarily stunned. Shao-Qing's body suddenly expanded, her limbs now resembling the thickness of an adult man's arm, stretching to over a meter in length. Who would have thought? This is how your evolution manifests. Haru, with a gentle smile adorning his face, was beloved by all in the Hidden Leaf Village. How could he possibly refrain from extending a helping hand to the young Qing? After enduring 2 days of trials at the hands of Haru, Qing experienced an astonishing growth. Ding! The ancient dragon of the void, Qing, having endured such tribulations, activated its defensive mechanism, with skill progress rising to 30. Shushu reclaimed his divine right hand. Under Shushu's coercion, Shao-Qing reverted to her previous form as a small serpent. Otherwise, with 30% progress in the skills of the ancient void dragon, her size would be capable of shattering this house. Shao-Qing, her eyes devoid of spirit, coiled languidly around Shushu's wrist, her 4 claws hanging listlessly. The crane tree endeavored to divide its consciousness to the realm of the Corona avatar. The proficiency in the skill of the Corona avatar remained somewhat lacking. Otherwise, the crane tree would not need to fragment its focus, as it would be capable of simultaneously wielding 2 bodies. Sitting cross-legged upon the bed, its essence seemed to plunge into an abyss of profound darkness, wandering aimlessly within the obscurity for an indeterminate span of time. The soul of Shushu finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. Instantly, he was met with an inexplicable force of struggle, yet he resolved to remain within this corporeal form. From within this beam of light, he suddenly beheld a familiar silhouette. "Huo, she exclaimed, "open your mouth, it is time for our meal." The hazy visage of Xiaonan gradually sharpened as she lifted a wooden spoon, blew gently upon the white porridge within, and extended it towards Shushu's lips. The crane-like figure opened its mouth without a hint of embarrassment, gently clasping the wooden spoon, as its tongue deftly swept away the bland rice porridge atop it. The porridge was insipid, yet the one serving it was anything but bland. Heron blinked his eyes. Huo Ying was truly well-behaved. Facing Heron, who appeared somewhat foolish, Xiaonan was filled with patience. "Little sister Nan." He mimicked a foolish demeanor, and a flicker of light ignited in his eyes, only to quickly fade away. Xiaonan's hand trembled violently, nearly causing the wooden bowl in her grasp to slip from her fingers. Her eyelids instantly reddened, tears gradually pooling in her eyes. "Huo, have you recovered?" Xiaonan fixed her gaze intently upon seemingly yearning for a reassuring response. Ding! The affection level of the character Xiaonan has reached 92. He did not utter a word, remaining seated in a daze, his gaze still devoid of life. Everything that had just transpired felt as if it were but a figment of Xiaonan's imagination. Unable to contain herself, Xiaonan burst into tears. The mere recollection of the whimsical appearance of Huo Long from the past, contrasted with his present state, overwhelmed her, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. "Sister Xiaonan, please do not cry." The stiff and lifeless eyes of Shushu slowly turned, resembling a puppet as he raised his hand to wipe away Xiaonan's tears, unconsciously repeating, "Sister Xiaonan, do not cry. Sister Xiaonan, do not cry." Initially, his voice was filled with a dullness, but gradually it grew more fluid. Meanwhile, Xiaonan was rendered speechless by her sobs. She felt a mixture of joy and sorrow, joy that Huo Long had finally found a turning point, and sorrow that even at this moment, Huo Long was still concerned for her. Ding! The affection level for the character Xiaonan reached 98. The system fell silent, discreetly deducting 6 points from Shushu on the blue screen. "Shall we have a meal?" Xiaonan forcibly held back her tears, offering a tearful smile as she asked. "All right, let's eat." Shu responded with a dazed expression. Logically speaking, an ordinary person would feel utterly ashamed to act like such a fool. However, Shu appeared to be oblivious to this notion. The system even sensed that he seemed to revel in his own foolishness. Can the crane tree not revel in its own joy? In a previous life, he was merely a boy living in his own world. His introversion and shyness, which persisted from childhood to adulthood, rendered him feeling out of place. It was only within the realms of the two-dimensional universe that he could discover a sense of safety and belonging. The notion of having a girlfriend was but a fantastical dream for the crane tree of his past life, although he was not unattractive and even possessed a certain charm. Alas, no one comprehended his animated world, and he had no desire to delve into the romantic narratives of young women. Now, the anime character he cherished most had manifested before him, tenderly and attentively feeding him porridge, what a scene to drive a homebody into a frenzy. Thus, the crane tree savored a bowl of porridge, unwittingly squandering those precious 10 minutes. When the time elapsed, his soul drifted back into the abyss. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the familiar confines of his bedroom. Alas, it truly is hard to part with. Shushu sighed. The system could not help but voice its concern. You have squandered 10 minutes. In the system's perspective, during this span of 10 minutes, Shushu had achieved nothing of significance apart from elevating Xiaonan's affection level to 98. Shushu let out a light hum, dispelling his lingering feelings of melancholy. Reclining on his bed, he crossed one leg over the other, his voice tinged with a sense of pride. You wouldn't understand, would you? The system, which had always prided itself on its superior intellect over Shushu, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the host's disdain for its intelligence. Although today I merely increased Xiaonan's favorability and didn't even lay eyes on Nagato or Yahiko, the outcome will prove far more advantageous than a direct encounter with them. The crane tree swayed with its legs crossed, revealing the black leggings beneath. A colossal question mark pulsated on the system's blue electronic screen. Humans, after all, are creatures imbued with a sense of anticipation? Xiaonan would undoubtedly relay the details of my slight return to consciousness today, and they would unknowingly cradle the hope of my awakening. When the 10 minutes of tomorrow arrive for utilization, I shall regain my awareness, and their fondness for me will swiftly ascend. As anticipation reaches a certain zenith, the elevation of affection becomes remarkably effortless. The face of the crane tree is inscribed with confidence. Is that so? The system is merely a machine. It can only represent human emotions in numerical form. Unable to perceive the intricate complexities of human feelings that lie hidden behind the cold facade of figures, much like roots entwined deep within the earth. Let us await the unfolding. Kasaku was well aware that the affection levels between Yahiko and Conan had reached their peak in recent days. In the past couple of days, he and his companions had enjoyed an unusual tranquility. He understood perfectly well that if it were not for their imminent deployment to the battlefield, the third Hokage would not grant them such an extended respite. The following day, during a brief afternoon siesta, Kasaki once more engaged in remote manipulation of the Corona clone. Compared to sight, the sense of hearing was the first to awaken with heightened sensitivity. The crane tree heard the excited voice of Miyako. Our group has been growing increasingly larger. Just yesterday, can you guess whom I encountered? Who? The execution ninja beside Lord Hans. Is that truly so? Indeed. The ceasefire agreement we championed has reached Lord Hans's ears, and he wholeheartedly supports our ideals. This is splendid. Everything is improving. Yes. The crane tree opened its eyes, gazing at Yahia with a complex expression, though he remained uncertain whether Hans would act as depicted in the original narrative. He was acutely aware that Yahia's navet would undoubtedly lead him astray. Huo Long, Xiaonan exclaimed, being the first to notice that the crane tree had awakened. She rushed to the side of the crane tree's bed, tenderly caressing its cheek with boundless affection, her smile radiating an extraordinary gentleness. Huo Long, did you hear? Everything is getting better, and you will gradually improve as well. Her voice was both resolute and soothing. Sister Xiaonan. He, with a gentle grip, held Xiaonan's hand. His vacant gaze momentarily clearing. He awkwardly repeated, Sister Xiaonan is happy, Brother Mi Yin is happy, Brother Chong Min is happy. This foolish yet considerate demeanor instantly moved both Mi Yin and Xiaonan to tears. Ding. Affection level for character Xiaonan, 100. Ding. Affection level for character Mi Yin, 100. Ding. Affection level for character Chong Min, 75. In her heart, Crane Tree blossomed with joy. Today is truly a splendid day. The system remained silent. When it comes to strategy, one cannot underestimate Crane Tree. As the 10 minutes elapsed, Crane Tree departed from the Corona avatar. Knock, knock, knock. As the soul of the Crane Tree returned to its essence, a knock resonated through the air. Hokage-sama summons you, came the call. Chapter 41. Bloodshed at the border of the land of fire war is fought to safeguard our shared village. Each of us does not battle alone. We stand united with our comrades, fighting for the village. If it were not for my position as Hokage, I would long to stand alongside you on the battlefield, protecting you, the innocent children. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, his eyes dimmed with remorse and helplessness. The excitement radiating from Tsuru's face contrasted sharply with the stagnant turmoil within. This was excessive. The current situation had gone too far. They had yet to clarify the events surrounding the last incident in Rain Ninja Village. And now they were embarking on yet another endeavor of indoctrination. Summoned by the Hokage, Tsuru and Shursui stood together in the Hokage's office, observing the commendable performance of Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was precisely due to the valiant efforts of them and countless other ninjas on the battlefield that the inhabitants of Sunagakure could enjoy a life of peace. "You are the heroes of the village," Hiruzen proclaimed with fervor. In stark contrast to his initial admiration, the newly enlightened Hiruzen appeared particularly composed. It was evident that Hiruzen's words were not directed solely at him but intended for Tsuru and the others. He tapped his pipe thoughtfully, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. The group of children before him were still young. Even the most gifted ninjas could not fathom the true purpose behind their last mission, and the adults dared not reveal the underlying truths to them. Thus, he maintained a psychological sway over them. With this thought, he unconsciously softened his demeanor, allowing a more benevolent expression to grace his features. Hiruzen Sarutobi was abruptly interrupted by Tsunade's fervent declaration, "Lord Hokage, you are absolutely right." The old man, with his lips trembling against the cigarette, directed his gaze towards the young girl before him, suddenly struck by an absurd sense of familiarity. His sixth sense proved to be remarkably accurate. The crane adeptly seized upon the words of Sarutobi, proclaiming, "The purpose of war is to eradicate war. It is through our profound understanding of the brutality of conflict that we come to appreciate the preciousness of peace, and thus we strive tirelessly towards the annihilation of war." The crane tree gazes deeply, its presence suffused with a resolute spirit of selflessness. For the sake of love and peace, we shall exert every ounce of our strength. Nietzsche observes the crane tree, a wave of emotion stirring within him. Throughout their interactions, the kindness and resilience of the crane tree have been indelibly etched in his mind. However, Nietzsche's gaze subtly shifts to the third generation. The actions of the Hokage indeed evoke a profound sense of sorrow. Ding. The affection level for the target character, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stands at 65. Haru was taken aback. How did Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability suddenly plummet from 71 to 65? His recent earnest and principled remarks seemed to have had the opposite effect, diminishing Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability instead. "Very well, once you arrive at the front line, follow Orochimaru's orders," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated matter-of-factly. He felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. No, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies could not tolerate this sudden decline in favorability. "Lord Hokage." The crane tree approached somewhat hesitantly and inquired, "What is the matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, "Lord Hokage, my forehead protector was damaged during the last battle. I would like to." Haru paused momentarily, anxiously biting his lip, and boldly inquired, "May I receive the protective headband that you personally bestowed upon me?" After uttering these words, he slightly panicked and lowered his head, his small face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "I apologize, Lord Hokage. I have been exceedingly rude. However, I truly hold you in the highest regard." Ding. Affection level with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is now 78. He secretly cursed in his heart. He understood why his affection for Sarutobi Hiruzen had diminished moments ago. It was primarily due to the absence of Sarutobi's name in that discourse, which inadvertently overshadowed him. Wasn't it? His complaints were incessant. "Ha ha ha," Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, rising to his feet and gently ruffling Hatsushu's hair. "Hatsushu, what does it matter if this is an unwelcome request? Being admired by children fills me with pride as Hokage." He personally retrieved a forehead protector from the drawer, diligently fastening it into Hatsushu's hair as if it were a headband. With a face flushed with embarrassment, Tsuru stood earnestly before Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, I will certainly put forth my utmost effort." Very well, very well." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a warmth in his heart. Ding. The affection level for the character of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has reached 80. The three of them departed from the Hokage's office. Haru was cautiously touching the forehead protector atop his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It appears that Haru truly holds a deep admiration for Lord Hokage. Jishui's gaze was gentle as he smiled and remarked, "Indeed." Haru nodded earnestly, stating, "The Hokage not only safeguards Konoha but is also a highly esteemed and exceptional ninja." Nikaritsu offered a faint smile, though his eyes bore a hint of gravity. Ding. The favorability rating for the character Sarutobi Hiruzen has reached 85. Observing the retreating figures of Haru and the others through the technique of the telescope, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly, inhaling deeply from his pipe. "Yukimi Haru. This child is truly remarkable. Both in will and strength, he stands out among his generation. Furthermore, he is recognized as an outstanding disciple by Tsunade herself." As the notification of increasing favorability echoed in his mind, a sly smile flickered in Harushu's eyes. He had anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would indeed employ the telescope technique. How could he possibly forego such a splendid opportunity? Naturally, he intended to convey just how much he admired Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the land of fire, at the border. The arrival of summer once again heralded an oppressive heat, with the forest filled with the incessant chorus of cicadas. Within the lush woods, the undulating waves of heat subtly heightened the tension in the atmosphere. A group moved gracefully, leaping between branches, advancing in a formation that balanced offense and defense. Their gazes sharp with vigilance. At the slightest rustle, their watchful eyes would dart to investigate. Among this assembly of ninjas, one seemed out of place. Sarutobi Aoki gazed at the white clouds in the sky, his thoughts beginning to wander. Have the Crane Tree team embarked on their mission? What did Crane Tree have for lunch today? Perhaps on this occasion, we could bring a gift for Crane Tree upon our return. By the way, is it possible that he is still unaware of Crane Tree's birthday? What does Crane Tree favor? What are your thoughts? Narashuji's position is behind Sarutobi Aoki, and at first glance, he notices the foolish expression of the latter lost in thought. This is a time of war, and their destination is the front lines. The journey is perilous, and an ambush could spell disaster. Amid such circumstances, Sarutobi Aoki remains distracted, known for being quicker with his tongue than his mind. He finishes his words only to feel the silent gaze of Narashuji upon him. Embarrassed, he scratches his head and chuckles awkwardly, but Narashuji, unable to tolerate his foolishness, shifts his gaze and advises, be cautious. As part of the second team, Sarutobi Aoki frequently collaborates with the third team on missions. Over the past few months, their relationship has notably improved. A bee buzzes past Sarutobi Aoki's ear, and he lazily swats it away, his thoughts drifting back to Crane Tree. Suddenly, a cacophony of whistling fills the air. Narashuji looks up to see shurikens descending from above, his brow furrowing as he prepares to evade, only to notice Sarutobi Aoki still somewhat dazed before him. TSK. Narashuji's expression tightens with concern as he reaches out to grasp Sarutobi Aoki by the neck, narrowly avoiding the shuriken that grazes the latter's cheek. The sharp sting jolts Sarutobi Aoki back to reality. Observing the shuriken beside him, he touches the bloodstain on his cheek, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Narashuji says nothing, merely casting a serious glance at him before refocusing on the sudden attack. Shadows begin to emerge densely from the branches, and Narashuji's expression grows increasingly grave. The worst-case scenario unfolds. They are ambushed, and the enemy outnumbers them significantly. This attack feels premeditated rather than spontaneous. How could they have comprehended our movements so thoroughly? Confusion fills Narashuji's mind. A faint buzzing sound reaches his ears, and he suddenly freezes, his expression darkening as he grits his teeth. It's bees. Similar to the oil-wielding clan, the ninja from IWA Shinobi Village, specializing in insect manipulation, poses a considerable threat. This is troublesome. The battle commences. Initially, the tides of combat turn overwhelmingly against them. Narashuji and his companions, merely a year out of graduation, lack the battle experience and prowess compared to the IWA Shinobi ambushes. Apart from the jounin leaders of both teams, everyone present is a genin, rendering this ambush akin to a massacre. Time ticks away mercilessly. The IWA Shinobi gleefully relish the grotesque display of their impending demise, their laughter echoing with contempt. The animosity and national grievances strip them of any compassion, filling their hearts with twisted malice. The Konoha ninjas huddle together in distress, trembling as the IWA Shinobi draw nearer. The leader of the second team, Akimichi Nobutaka, bears numerous wounds, standing alongside the third team's leader, Kaishinya, to shield the children. What a stubborn bunch of insects. A colossal queen bee, bearing a woman, arrogantly hovers above them. Her gaze remains unfazed as she commands the IWA Shinobi behind her. What are you waiting for? Eliminate them all. The IWA Shinobi surge forward in unison, closing in on them. We fight. Akimichi Nobutaka grits his teeth, blood vessels bulging in his eyes, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth. Akimichi Nobutaka's body begins to swell, fissures appearing on his exposed flesh as if it cannot withstand the strain. His massive weapon swings through the air, splattering the blood and flesh of the IWA Shinobi. The scene is gruesome and terrifying. Meanwhile, Crane Tree and his companions navigate through the branches. What's wrong? Shizuku notices Crane Tree suddenly clutching his forehead and inquires. It's nothing. He rubbed his suddenly twitching brow and shook his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic within. He could not fathom the source of this eerie sensation. Suddenly, a cold blade pierced flesh, and as it was cruelly withdrawn, blood erupted forth in an instant. IWA Shinobi kicked aside the lifeless body of Akimichi Shintian. A twisted grin of satisfaction emerging on his face. Damn it. Finally dead. It was because of this man beneath his feet that many of their comrades had been injured. Teacher. Sarutobi Aoki's eyes were filled with rage. His beloved mentor had not only perished at the hands of the enemy, but had also suffered such indignity in the process. Calm down. Nara SG gasped for breath, his eyes bulging as he stared intensely at Sarutobi Aoki. How can I remain calm? Sarutobi Aoki roared. His rationality overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion as he dashed toward Akimichi Shinshin's direction. Sarutobi Aoki. Nara SG's eyes widened in alarm, as if his molars might shatter from the tension. Aoki. Iwayuzu, who was on the same team as Sarutobi Aoki, could not contain her tears as she cried out in despair. Sarutobi Aoki was heading to his own demise. Higa Rin clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at the IWA Shinobi. If we're going to die today, we might as well take a few of them down with us. He reached for his ninja tool pouch, extracting a stack of explosive tags. Brother, what are you doing? Brother. Higa Motoharu's eyes brimmed with tears as she grasped Higa Rin's hand, trembling uncontrollably. Nara SG chimed in. I think Rin's plan is quite good. Since death is inevitable, we might as well take a group of IWA Shinobi down with us. The war in the ninja world had not imparted the significance of life to these children. Rather, it had taught them how to die in a manner that held value. As Sarutobi Aoki charged toward the IWA Shinobi wielding a kunai, the latter couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Haha, how could there be such a foolish little brat? He suddenly narrowed his eyes, his voice chilling. Then let me send you to join your teacher. Sarutobi Aoki felt a tremendous force crush his wrist, followed by a suffocating pain. It felt as though his throat had been crushed, and darkness began to creep into his vision. The IWA Shinobi hoisted Sarutobi Aoki high, slowly waiting for him to suffocate. Just before suffocation, a person's face and form become grotesque, a sight most terrifying. However, on the battlefield, there would always be victors who viewed tormenting the enemy as a means of alleviating the pressures of war. Clearly, this IWA Shinobi was one such individual. Iwayuzu trembled as she raised her kunai, wishing to rescue Sarutobi Aoki, but her legs stiffened under the mocking gazes of the IWA Shinobi, immobilizing her. A powerful silver beam shot forth from the forest, piercing through space with scorching intensity, swift to the point of being elusive. The sharp sound of slicing resonated clearly in everyone's ears. All eyes rigidly fixated on the IWA Shinobi gripping Sarutobi Aoki. The IWA Shinobi's face trembled slightly, and in an instant, his body split in two at the chest, twitching at the severed edges until finally going still. A strong scent of blood suddenly pervaded the air. Sarutobi Aoki's vision darkened as he fell into an embrace. Katsuragi. Sarutobi Aoki's voice emerged like a broken wind instrument. With every syllable, it felt as though a dull knife was slicing through his throat. I've disappointed you. It is I. Initially sympathetic towards Sarutobi Aoki, Katsuragi struggled to contain the impulse to cast him aside upon hearing his words. Still holding on to your little schemes at this moment, Katsuragi narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold snort. In an instant, Sarutobi Aoki's vision faded to black, and he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 42, The Strategy System Online. Selecting targets. Despite their swift pace, Katsuragi and the others were unable to prevent the deaths of Akimichi Shintian and Ue Haradome. Fortunately, Katsuragi swiftly intervened to rescue Sarutobi Aoki. Though severely wounded, Kaishinya managed to hold on. Here come three more to their doom. Leading the IWA Shinobi was the Kunoichi Hayabusa from the Wazumi clan, who regarded the arrival of Katsuragi and his companions with disdain. Her smile was eerily unsettling. Given the current situation, it was clear that Katsuragi and his team were no match for the numerous IWA Shinobi. Kaishinya was gravely injured, and only Higa Nichi was present from Konoha as a Nin. The remainder were merely genin. Yet, they were Konoha's genin. Hirsch's gaze swept across the encircling rock shinobi, and a rough estimation revealed that there were approximately 30 to 40 of them. The three individuals at the forefront appeared to be jonin. Without indulging in unnecessary words, Ling Feng commanded the rock shinobi behind her, eliminate them all. The rock shinobi at her back, stirred by excitement, had their faces twitching slightly as they breathed heavily with exhilaration, charging towards Hirshu and the others. The number of rock shinobi fixated on Hirshu was particularly high, as the prospect of tormenting a young girl seemed to ignite an additional thrill within them. In a previous life, the crane traversed the vast expanse of the internet, a notion that is not entirely unfamiliar. However, to choose him is merely to step prematurely into the realm of the deceased. The crane-like figure raised the divine spear in hand, transforming into a silvery streak of light. dashing towards the oncoming rock ninja with the swiftness of lightning. The spear sliced through the air, and the excited expression on the rock ninja's face froze in sheer horror. The spear's tip pierced through the chest of the rock ninja before him, continuing its relentless thrust, extending a full 10 meters beyond. Blood, mingled with fragments of flesh, erupted violently. How utterly revolting. Heishi impassively retracted his divine spear, parrying the ambush that originated from behind. A fierce wind surged from all directions, as 5 ninjas lunged at him with wild intensity. In the blink of an eye, countless eye spikes pierced the air, densely populating the surroundings. The crane tree retracted its palm, yet the lingering chill continued to exude a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Surrounding the assailant of the crane tree, a multitude of ice spikes pierced through the air, intertwining with one another. Blood trickled down the translucent blue ice columns, pooling into a crimson puddle. Master. It seems I have become a monstrosity. The system remains silent. In the absence of action during silence, one transforms into a perversion of their former self. The host is not at fault. The fault lies with this world, the system replied. Heron shook off the goosebumps on his skin and remarked, Tongzi, you two have undergone a transformation, embracing a more unconventional path. Hachishu took a few steps forward, emerging from the dense cluster of corpses and the pungent scent of blood. Before him, the IWA ninja, who had initially intended to attack, was now retreating relentlessly, cold sweat seeping through his vest. How could this be? The IWA ninja swallowed hard, his palm slick with perspiration as he gripped a short blade. This boy is utterly abnormal. Get away. Witnessing the gruesome scene, the leader, Ling Feng, could no longer bear to watch. She seized the IWA ninja by the collar and tossed him aside, stepping forward to confront Hachishu directly. It seems I truly underestimated you. Ling Feng's expression darkened. Her gaze swept over the bodies of the strung-up IWA ninja, and her eyes glinted with malice as she regarded Hachishu. Thousand Needles technique. A dense barrage of needles surrounded Hachishu, blocking every conceivable escape route. The tips of the needles glimmered with a sinister green hue in the sunlight. Unmistakably coated in deadly poison, cold ice began to creep from Hachishu's feet, swiftly forming a sphere large enough to encase him entirely. Clink, clink, clink. The sharp sounds of the needles striking the ice resonated in the air, a symphony of impending doom. Then, silence fell. The crane tree shattered the ice ball before him, yet failed to perceive the presence of the Ling Feng. Invisibility technique? Employing her camouflage, Ling Feng squinted as she slowly revealed herself behind the crane tree, brandishing her long blade. Her gaze filled with ferocity. Clang. The clash of blades sent a fierce wave of energy rippling from the point of contact. Ling Feng was taken aback that her strike had been intercepted. Astonishment flickered in her eyes. How had this little imp disowned her whereabouts? She had indeed employed the camouflage technique. This was a ninjutsu so subtle that even some of the elite shinobi from Rock Village could not detect it. It was a source of pride for Ling Feng. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly regained her composure. In an instant, her wrist flicked, and the sharp blade twisted like a sinister black serpent, aiming for the crane tree's neck. At that moment, it appeared as though the crane tree's body was frozen for a second, and a glimmer of triumph flashed across Ling Feng's face. However, it was not long before that smile faded. The silhouette of the crane tree vanished abruptly before her eyes, leaving her sight devoid of any presence. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of peril surged through her, causing the hairs on the back of Ling Feng's neck to stand on end. It was a visceral instinct born from a moment of acute danger. A blade sliced through flesh. Ling Feng recoiled swiftly. Yet the silvery beam of light penetrated her left arm. Gasping for breath, cold sweat streamed down her forehead as she clutched her bleeding limb. Her gaze towards the crane tree filled with astonishment. Just a mere specter. How could it possess such incredible speed? It was a velocity beyond human capability. How did you detect me? Ling Feng could not suppress the question that gnawed at her mind. The eyes. Shushu smiled faintly. My apologies. Although his talent may not be remarkable, his configuration is indeed top-notch. I suppose I underestimated him. Ling Feng glared intently at Shushu, her heart harboring a sense of reluctance. It turns out that age does not necessarily determine capability. However, she could not finish her thought, as Shushu charged towards her with unrelenting force. Experience had taught Shushu that during battle, it is best to speak little. Naturally, it is also wise to heed the words of others with caution. In a word, action is paramount. Ling Feng's expression darkened. She had never encountered a ninja who played by such unconventional rules. Logically, at this moment, it would be expected for both adversaries to engage in some form of dialogue. Wouldn't it? The divine projectile pierced through Ling Feng's heart. He frowned as the crane tree observed the penetrating figure of the feathered beast swiftly transform into a delicate shade of golden honey. It was the honey clone technique of the Water Current clan, the bee explosion technique. A voice rang out behind the crane tree as countless bees enveloped it. Simultaneously, the bees surrounding the crane tree began to detonate one by one, their explosive power rivaling that of detonating talismans. Lingfeng exhaled, her breath coming in labored gasps as she lowered her gaze to steady her breathing. This little imp proved to be quite a formidable opponent. Indeed, the talents of the Leaf Village were numerous. Alas, Lingfeng smirked, knowing that this little imp was destined to perish by her hand. The explosions continued in a relentless succession. The crane tree momentarily shifted behind the feathered bee, observing the triumphant smile adorning the woman's face. It seems rather premature to be so elated without even having laid eyes on the corpse. The divine spear of Tsuru pierced through the back of the Lingfeng. To speak such bold words, one must first ensure that the opponent lacks the capacity to struggle. The Lingfeng, startled by a familiar voice, had yet to react when a gaping wound appeared in her chest. Blood gushed forth as she opened her mouth, her words unfinished before she collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the colossal queen bee, ensnared by Nara SG's shadow-binding technique, began to thrash violently as if it had lost its sanity, swiftly breaking free from Nara SG's grasp. Before the queen bee stood the siblings Hinata Rin and Hinata Motoin. The piercing shriek of the queen bee shattered the silence as it lunged menacingly towards the two. "Brother!" Hinata Motoin cried out, his eyes reddening as he watched Hinata Rin stand defiantly before him. "Get away." Yet, Hinata Rin remained unmoved, his gaze fixed upon the monstrous creature before him, tightening his grip on the explosive talisman. He took a step forward, running towards the queen bee. Facing such a beast, he and Motoin possessed no means of defense, save for the sacrifice of himself. For ice spikes descended from the heavens, embedding themselves deeply into the body of the queen bee, which began to wail in agony. Finally, Tsuru raised his hand, and a massive ice spike pierced the queen bee's head. The spasming limbs of the queen ceased their struggle. Lady Lingfeng is dead. Numerous rock ninjas witnessed the lifeless form of Lingfeng and the queen bee's tragic state. Hinata Rin stood in a daze beside the corpse of the queen bee, his sweat-drenched clothing clinging to his skin as the wind, tinged with the scent of blood, sent chills through his body. Hinata Motoin rushed over and embraced him. Yet his gaze drifted to a figure in the distance. An unprecedented sense of disparity washed over him. For them, the summoned beast required a desperate fight to the death. For Tsukimi Tsuru, it was merely a matter of raising his hand. The chasm of power between them felt insurmountable, casting him into the depths of despair. As Crane Tree gazed upon the lifeless form of the queen bee, a profound sense of reflection washed over him. The spectacle of the sparrow devouring the cricket indeed exuded an air of sophistication. The atmosphere seemed instantly elevated. The demise of the feathered bee provoked a frenzy among the rock ninjas. In times of war, retreat was an impossibility. The loss of the feathered bee would only drive these rock ninjas into a deeper madness. Once again, 7 or 8 rock ninjas lunged recklessly at Crane Tree. Yet this time, it was not Crane Tree who took up arms. The figure of Shushu hung suspended in the air, casting a series of illusory shadows that harvested the lives of these frenzied ninjas. He raised an eyebrow at the mention of the instantaneous movement technique. It seems that Shushu's progress is quite impressive. Remarkable. The Crane Tree extended its thumb towards the still waters, simultaneously and discreetly piercing the chest of a stealthy rock ninja with a divine spear. "I am not lacking either." A figure descended from the tree, landing beside the Crane Tree. The figure was enveloped in a thick aura of blood, with a small scratch adorning his arm. The three of them stood back to back, a stance reminiscent of their earlier days in the Ninja Academy, confronting their entire class. Now, the spinning tomo within the Sharingan of the tree glimmered with intensity. At that moment, the silhouette of the still waters shifted, and the two launched themselves towards their respective directions simultaneously. The Crane Tree observed the rock ninja before him, as the divine spear and dual-pointed spear seamlessly interchanged in a whirlwind of relentless assaults. The earth-style jutsu hung rigidly in the air, and the ninja's eyes grew vacant, his hands falling limply at his sides. In that fleeting moment, Shizum's short blade sliced through the ninja's neck. A shadow unfurled from Nara Sakaji's feet, swiftly climbing up the toes of the two rock ninja. In this moment of paralysis, the shuriken from the tree had accurately pierced their hearts. "Thank you." The voice from the tree echoed through the air as he quickly engaged the remaining rock ninja. Nara Sakaji wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled, exclaiming, "Such a battle truly ignites one's spirit." Hinata Rin and Hinata Motoyuki, the sibling duo, exhibited an extraordinary rapport, with merely a shared glance. They executed their next assault with precision. Their collaboration led to numerous rock ninja faltering under the pressure. Iwayuzu stood protectively over the unconscious Saratobi Aoki, Gripping her shuriken tightly, her gaze occasionally drawn to the striking purple figure on the battlefield. Witnessing the formidable crane tree, Iwayuzu felt a pang of inadequacy and lowered her head. It was her fault for being so powerless, despite being of the same gender. Crane tree was so immensely powerful. How she wished to possess such strength. Yuzu, murmured the injured Haishin, who was beside Iwayuzu, gently patting her head. Having once been at Yuzu's age, she understood the girl's sentiments all too well. You are very brave. In the face of such circumstances, many would have already succumbed to fear. Yuzu's perseverance was commendable. Iwayuzu pressed her lips together, feeling a sting in her eyes. Only 7 or 8 rock ninja remained on the battlefield. The tide had turned, with the encircled now being the rock ninja, surrounded by the shinobi of Konoha. Don't come any closer. The rock ninja swallowed hard in terror, their hands trembling around their shuriken. When fear reaches a certain intensity, individuals often revert to primal combat instincts. Indeed, this group of rock ninja gripped their shuriken, charged towards them, rather than fighting for their lives. It seemed they were already aware of their fate, confronting death in a different manner. The crane tree raised its divine spear. In light of this, let us grant them a swift end. A golden radiance flickered. The specially crafted shurikens formed an unbroken array, resembling golden lightning dancing before the eyes of the onlookers. In an instant, 7 or 8 corpses lay upon the ground. The pupil of the crane tree constricted, revealing a figure before him. I apologize for my tardiness. The newcomer, with short golden hair dancing in the breeze, bore a bittersweet smile, and his azure eyes, reminiscent of tranquil lake waters, shimmered with remorse. It was Namikaze Minato. He appeared utterly unscathed from the act of taking a life. His demeanor was pristine and refreshing, his complexion fair and gentle, exuding the essence of a warm spring day. Ah, the crane tree twitched its lips. If the system were to be bound to Minato Namikaze, he mused, the effectiveness of the strategy would undoubtedly be astonishing. Thank you for the reminder, the system replied coolly. Wait, system, our goal of conquering the ninja world has yet to be realized, hasn't it? Am I not allowed to have a colleague? Certainly, haha, of course you can. Kakashi, are you not concerned about that young girl? You should go check on her. Suddenly, Minato Namikaze stepped back as if struck by a thought, revealing the silver-haired girl who had been entirely concealed behind him. Minato's gaze lingered on Katsushi, imbued with warmth. Shushu surmised that the individual spoken of by Minato Namikaze was likely not Kakashi. Do not inquire as to the reason. Ding. Favorability towards the character Hatake Kakashi is now at 65. Ding. Favorability towards the character Hatake Kakashi is now at 64. Ding. Favorability towards the character Hatake Kakashi is now at 63. That is the answer. The crane tree longs to weep without tears. Brother Watergate, could you refrain from speaking? Kakashi, with his dead fish eyes, fixed his gaze upon Minato Namikaze, then cast a casual glance at the crane tree, showing no concern for Minato's words. Kakashi, one cannot pursue a girl with such insincerity. Minato continued, drawing from his own experiences, as he possessed considerable knowledge in the art of courtship. Ding. The affection level of the target character, Kakashi Hatake, is now at 62. Ding. The affection level of the target character, Kakashi Hatake, has dropped to 60. As danger loomed perilously close, the crane tree felt an overwhelming tension. I implore you, Brother Watergate, please, cease your words. If my affection level falls below 60, I shudder to think of the consequences. Heron stood frozen, gazing earnestly at Namikaze Minato. Minato, taken aback, glanced at the blushing girl, Heron, and then at Kakashi, who was deliberately averting his gaze from Heron, revealing an understanding smile. The flustered Heron, anxious about her diminishing affection points, found herself in a most awkward predicament. Kakashi, with his expression of sheer indifference, remained unfazed. Chapter 43, Hanzo, in agony beyond endurance. The crane tree utilized a reversal technique to mend the injuries sustained by Saratobi Aoki and Kaishinya, and the group set forth towards the front lines. A war has erupted between the land of fire and the land of earth, with the most tragic consequences befalling the land of grass, which has been utterly transformed into a battlefield between the two great nations. The headquarters of Sunagakure is established at the foot of a mountain located at the border between the land of grass and the land of fire. At the summit of the mountain, a watchtower has been erected. The remaining tents are scattered around the main camp, with a series of white tents constructed on the plains of the land of grass, resembling small sailboats adrift in a verdant sea. The crane tree group first went to meet Orochimaru, the supreme commander on the front lines. He stood before the grandest tent, feeling a twinge of trepidation. The elixir he had promised to Uncle Snake was depleted, leaving him at a loss as to how to confront Uncle Snake, who had long coveted the transformative potion. He steeled himself and entered. The ninjas flanking the tent nodded towards Minato Namikaze and lifted the white curtain. A wave of warm air greeted him, mingled with the murmur of conversation. The crane endeavored to minimize its presence, trailing closely behind Hinata Hizashi. Lord Orochimaru. The second and third squads led by Senior Akimichi Shurden and Senior Kaishinya encountered a surprise ambush by the rock shinobi en route. Senior Akimichi Shurden was killed in action, and the third squad member Ue Haradome also perished, while the remaining members managed to arrive safely. Namikaze Minato reported the situation. Orochimaru's gaze shifted from Minato's face to that of Hizashi and Kaishinya, revealing no sign of disturbance at the news of Akimichi Shiden's death, merely acknowledging with a subtle nod. Standing behind Hinata, Tsuru was entirely obscured by his presence. However, despite all calculations, one could never anticipate that Tsunade would also be present. Tsuru. Haha. I never expected you, my dear, to join the battlefield. Tsunade, positioned to the left of Orochimaru, seized the opportunity provided by her vantage point and immediately spotted the elusive Tsuru attempting to conceal herself. With a beaming smile, she effortlessly pulled Tsuru from the ranks. Truly remarkable. The crane tree distinctly sensed Uncle Snake's gaze, causing an immediate prickling sensation at the back of his head. Sister Tsunade, it has been quite some time. Hitsuru forced a smile. Tsunade ruffled Hitsuru's hair carelessly and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, it has been quite some time. Since you were here on the battlefield, why not lend me your assistance? The moment Tsunade uttered these words, many gazes turned towards her. Orochimaru's expression momentarily faltered, a cryptic smile forming at the corners of his lips as he addressed Tsunade. Hitsuru, after all, is a prodigious ninja who has accomplished S-rank missions. To not have him on the battlefield would be a disservice to his talents. Tsunade's declaration made her intentions clear to all present. She had always favored Hitsuru, and given the perilous nature of the battlefield, assigning him to Tsunade's medical team ensured a considerable degree of safety for his life. Jiraiya, not one to be easily deceived, recognized Tsunade's motives. He smiled at Orochimaru and echoed Tsunade's sentiment. Well, it wouldn't be appropriate for such a young lady to be fighting on the battlefield. Moreover, I have heard that her medical ninjutsu is quite impressive, and she could save many lives by remaining at the camp. Jiraiya flashed a standard radiant smile, appearing utterly devoid of ulterior motives. Orochimaru regarded Jiraiya in silence. Ultimately, he was the commander on the front lines, as long as he remained silent. The fate of Hitsuru would remain undecided. The second and third teams fell under Jiraiya's command, accepting his orders, while for the first team Orochimaru paused. Glancing at Minato Namikaze, I leave it to you. Understood, Minato replied. Currently, the third Hokage had begun to scout for the next Hokage, and Orochimaru and Minato had effectively become rivals. Assigning the highly gifted descendant of the Uchiha clan to Minato would easily allow him to garner their support. However, Orochimaru was indifferent to such matters. His greater concern lay with the choice of his mentor, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsunade expressed her discontent with Orochimaru's allocation. Frowning as she remarked, it is against regulations for a medical ninja like Hitsuru to be deployed to the front lines. In her capacity as a renowned medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade had established a series of rules, one of which stated that medical ninjas should not engage in direct combat. Orochimaru, maintaining his unchanging smile, countered, "But you are a medical ninja yourself, are you not?" Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was formidable, and her prowess even greater. The crane tree has swiftly emerged as a prodigy amongst several prominent ninja clans, its combat prowess rivaling even that of medical ninjutsu. How can this comparison hold any weight? Tsunade began to ramble incoherently. This technique was one that even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could not counter. Orochimaru's gaze rested upon the crane tree, yet his words were directed at Tsunade, faced with the issue of a shortage of medical ninjas. You might also consider mobilizing Tsukimi Ketsuki. This was a concession made by Orochimaru, granting Tsunade half of the authority to mobilize. Tsunade was about to voice her thoughts when she was gently restrained by Ketsuki's hand. The crane tree gently shook its head, adorned with a sympathetic smile. "It is of no consequence, Sister Tsunade." He felt that if he did not continue to obstruct Tsunade, Orochimaru's gaze could very well pierce him through. Humph. Tsunade huffed heavily in Orochimaru's direction and swept away. Hey, Tsunade. Wait for me." Jiraiya observed Tsunade's furious departure and hurriedly chased after her. Kakashi stood in the same position previously held by Tsunade, exchanging intense glances with Orochimaru. Just as the awkwardness became almost unbearable, the tent flaps were abruptly lifted. Like a gust of wind, Tsunade seized Kakashi by the armpit and whisked him away. Before departing, She boldly left a parting remark for Orochimaru. Is it permissible for me to catch up with my disciple? Ding. Orochimaru's affection level, 55. No. Crane Tree was taken aback. How could even Tsunade's predicament be linked to Orochimaru? Moreover, Orochimaru's level of favorability was directly tied to the transformation potion of Hanzo the Salamander. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, a diminutive figure stealthily emerged from the tent, cautiously making its way into another shelter. This sneaky silhouette was none other than Crane Tree. Kakashi set down the tent and wiped the sweat from his forehead. How terrifying. Tsunade is truly formidable. After having dinner at Tsunade's, she insisted on having Kakashi stay the night. Shushu was not the kind of person to take petty advantages, and he resolutely declined. In truth, are you afraid that Tsunade might manipulate you? The voice of the system echoed in Shushu's mind. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Shushu's face. How could he not feel awkward? If Tsunade merely wished to sleep together, what harm could there be? The crux of the matter lay in Tsunade's suggestion to bathe by the riverside together. This was truly a matter of life and death for Shushu. Should his true identity be revealed, he could confidently wager that Tsunade would subject him to a most gruesome fate. If this were an exaggeration in any regard, let the system strike him down with thunder. Are you polite? The system inquired. Yes, but only to a degree. The Crane Tree revealed a bashful smile. It was apparent. The system calmed its own programmatic glitches. What about your belongings? A sinister voice emerged from behind the Crane Tree. Kakashi swallowed hard and slowly turned around. Within the tent, there was nothing but the looming figure of Orochimaru before him. He looked down upon Kakashi, the curve of his lips exuding a chilling demeanor. The Crane Tree blinked its eyes sincerely and said, Lord Orochimaru, I forgot to take it before I left. He needed to devise a plan to acquire another vial of potion. Otherwise, he would not be able to deceive Orochimaru. Wouldn't you agree? The curvature of Orochimaru's lips remained unchanged. The Crane Tree suddenly sensed an ominous shift. Ding. Favorability with the character Orochimaru. 50. Ding. Favorability with the character Orochimaru. 40. Ding. Favorability with the character Orochimaru. 30. Ding. Favorability with the character Orochimaru. 20. Ding. Favorability with the character Orochimaru. 0. The Crane Tree man has become disheartened. Ding. It has been detected that the host's affinity with the character Orochimaru is at 0, resulting in the cancellation of the gender transformation potion acquired by the host. The potion has already become ineffective. It has all gone cold. He felt that in the next moment, Hans the Salamander would arrive from the hidden rain village and eliminate him. I am truly sorry, dear Hans. However, rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, I shall certainly bring it back to you this time. He sighed and explained with a hint of reluctance, during my last visit to Rain Shinobi Village, I encountered numerous incidents. Due to my rather gloomy disposition at that time, I have forgotten many details. Please do not take it to heart. Ding. The affinity level of the character Orochimaru has decreased by 10. No. How could Uncle Snake's affinity drop into the negatives? The Crane Tree longs to weep without tears. Lord Orochimaru, the battlefield is fraught with peril. I am uncertain of the potion's efficacy, and I hesitate to administer it to you out of concern for your well-being. It would be wiser to wait until your return to the village, at which point I shall certainly present the potion to you. The Crane Tree lifted its face, adorned with an unmistakable expression of honesty and integrity. Orochimaru's cold gaze resembled that of one staring at a corpse, his entire being exuding a suffocating aura of gloom. If, upon reaching Konoha, you have yet to produce the item, in the stillness of the night, the sound of patrolling sentinels echoed from outside the tent, amplifying the menacing tone of Orochimaru's voice. Haru stared intently into Orochimaru's eyes, earnestly assuring him, Lord Orochimaru, I will certainly deliver. What a farce. Who would dare to offer such a guarantee to Orochimaru? If I fail to deliver, I shall turn my research upon you. Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Alone in the desolate tent, Haru stood rooted to the spot. After a moment, he gazed thoughtfully in the direction Orochimaru had departed. Who would have imagined that the one to provoke Orochimaru's inclination for human experimentation would be none other than himself? System, how goes the situation with Hanzo the Salamander? Haruki, with a hint of difficulty, inquired. This was the issue that weighed heavily on his mind. The system remained silent. How should one put it? It was rather unfortunate. Rain Village, a bastion of steel and iron. At the pinnacle of the tower, a figure was spiraling into madness. The formidable Hanzo, his eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on his sunken chest and the suddenly wrinkled skin, a maniacal grin upon his face, more terrifying than a tailed beast. Splendid. Truly splendid. Hanzo's fingers dug deeply into the metal table's surface. Ack. Ack, ack. Hanzo abruptly overturned the table. Trembling, he caressed his cheek, the sensation no longer that of vibrant, youthful skin, but rather akin to the withered bark of an ancient tree. How could this be? How could this be? Veins of crimson streaked across his sclera. His gaze fixed upon his own hands, filled with obsession. Lord Hanzo, the Akatsuki you wish to meet has arrived, came a voice from outside the office, where Rain, perturbed by the commotion within, posed the question. He could not fathom Hanzo's sudden outburst. Just days prior, Hanzo had been in high spirits. Not only was his mood buoyant, but he also appeared quite handsome. A cough escaped Rain, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. His expression shifted, and in a moment of shame, he struck himself across the face. Surely, Lord Hanzo must have mastered some powerful ninjutsu to achieve such a youthful visage, transforming into a beauty. Leave. All of you. Just leave. Do not show yourselves before me. Hanzo was out of control, unwilling to hear anything. All he desired was to reclaim his youthful form. The sensation of having gained only to lose was the most acutely bittersweet. Yes. Yes. Rain, startled, hurriedly retreated. He emerged to shake his head at the gathering crowd outside, exclaiming, "Return to where you came from. Lord Hanzo does not wish to see you." This group, clad in black robes adorned with red clouds, was led by 3 young men. Why? Wasn't it agreed upon? Yahiko stepped forward, anxious, addressing Rain. Rain furrowed his brow. When I say he does not wish to meet. He does not wish to meet. Leave this place at once. Yahiko attempted to protest, but was restrained by Konan. They clearly observed Rain's growing impatience. Yahiko. Konan shook her head at him. Yahiko clenched his teeth, casting one last glance at the towering spire that pierced the heavens, before departing, dejected, alongside the others. It was you, Haruki. You deceived me. The transformation potion had failed, and Hanzo unleashed all his pin-up rage upon Haruki. Ding. Affection level with the character Hanzo has decreased by 100. Crane Tree. Incredible. This is indeed the first time he has encountered a negative 100 in favorability. How much must Hans despise him? It truly feels as though he has regressed to a state of liberation, burdened by insurmountable debt. Let me inquire. If the favorability were to vanish, would my skills also fade away? Shushu pondered that if this were indeed the case, then his fate would be sealed. Once the affinity reached a perfect score of 100, the skills would become fixed, even if the affinity were to diminish in the later stages. There would be no alteration. The system further elaborated. However, if the affinity had not yet reached its maximum and began to decline to a level insufficient for skill acquisition, then the skills would vanish along with the fading affinity. The crane tree fell silent for a moment before appealing to emotions. Brother Tong, please speak candidly. How would you describe our relationship? Mediocre, the system pondered for 3 seconds. Brother Tong, your words have left me somewhat disheartened. The bond between the crane and the tree is profoundly genuine. Have we not traversed countless experiences together, sharing a camaraderie that thrives through life and death? Yet, suddenly, the affinity seems to wane. Could you ensure that my skills do not fade away? He assured, I will endeavor to restore your affinity at the swiftest pace possible. The system hesitated before conservatively responding, I will try. No, this feels rather callous. You must respond with certainty, not merely with an attempt. There are authorities above me. For certain matters, my powers are limited. The system articulated its predicament. I will apply tonight to retain the existing skill privileges. Thank you, dear system brother. With tears glistening in his eyes, Shushu was deeply moved. Memories of various struggles from his past workplace emerged vividly in his mind, revealing that even Tonggu was not immune to the pressures of the professional realm. Thus, Shushu, burdened by a myriad of emotions, succumbed to slumber. To his left lay Jishuei, and to his right rested Shuli. The crane tree is indifferent, as they are all men after all. Moreover, in the battlefield, such arrangements are quite customary. As long as he is not allowed to share a bed with Tsunade, it suffices. Both he and Tsunade would find it distressing. Not only is it a source of anxiety, but it also serves as a formidable test of willpower. 5 hours later, amidst a cacophony of noise, the crane tree was roused from slumber. The camp was entirely devoid of personnel. The heron tree, adorned with a chicken coop head, appeared utterly bewildered. Had the Leaf Village's stronghold been besieged during the night? Heron Tree, you have finally awakened, remarked Tree, lifting the tent flap with a smile directed at Heron Tree. Yet, something felt amiss. These sentences were laden with subtle traps. The phrase finally awakened reflected Heron Tree's penchant for indulging in slumber, which starkly contradicted the persona he had crafted for himself. Well, I inadvertently practiced until the wee hours last night, so I feel a bit fatigued today, Heron Tree mused. Clever as he was, he swiftly discerned a means of resolution. Tree's eyes widened in realization during the night while he had succumbed to sleep. Heron Tree had indeed not returned. He had assumed Heron Tree was resting in Lady Tsunade's tent, only to be surprised by Heron Tree's presence that very morning. Moreover, Heron Tree had even ventured to train in the middle of the night. Such diligence was truly remarkable. Tree felt invigorated. He too must strive harder. Rising at 5 o'clock each day was no longer sufficient. Starting tomorrow, he would awaken an hour earlier to devote himself to training, with such strength and unwavering diligence. What right does Harushu have to rest on his laurels? Observing the sudden blaze igniting in Uchiha Shuri's eyes, Harushu fell into silence. Based on his understanding of Uchiha Shuri, this king of competition was about to intensify his efforts once again. Chapter 44. The malice of Orochimaru. The ongoing skirmishes between the front line and the land of Earth persist. Yet both sides engage in mere trivialities. Rather than direct confrontation, it resembles a probing exercise, testing each other's strength and endurance. Although these encounters are merely exploratory, numerous ninjas still find themselves wounded. Her tree, Tsukimi Kitsuki, was naturally summoned by Tsunade to assist her. In just one morning, Kitsuki's reputation spread among the injured ninjas. Oh, you mean the adorable little girl in the purple chipao? Yes, that's her. I believe her name is Tsukimi Kitsuki. Indeed, it's Tsukimi Kitsuki. Being treated by her is quite pleasant, isn't it? It doesn't hurt at all, and the wounds heal remarkably fast. Absolutely. Moreover, she is exceptionally gentle. Unbeknownst to Kitsuki, she was enjoying a meal provided exclusively for medical ninjas. The other ninjas had to settle for soldier pills. Under the fervent gaze of Sarutobi Aoki, Kitsuki hesitated, then offered her meal to him, saying, "If you wish to eat, Aoki, please do." Sarutobi Aoki, also one of the injured returning from the battlefield that morning, immediately shook his head, blushing. How could he possibly eat Kitsuki's meal? He merely wanted to observe her closely. Could you perhaps avert your gaze? Uchiha Shinri, with bandages wrapped around his hand, glanced disdainfully at Sarutobi Aoki as his eyes roamed up and down. Aoki gritted his teeth, exasperated by Shinri's presence everywhere. I wasn't even looking at you. Why are you so concerned? But your gaze is tainting the air. It seems you are the one causing the disturbance. As Hishu observed the two individuals engaging in a verbal skirmish, he wisely chose to reposition himself. Just as he took his first step, the flap of the medical tent was abruptly thrown aside. Quick! All capable ninjas, follow me. The Cloud and Rock ninjas are launching their assault. Initially taken aback, everyone swiftly exited the tent, including the bickering Uchiha Shuri and Sarutobi Aoki. The Cloud ninjas? The Crane Tree furrowed its brow. From what he had gleaned during the morning at the medical camp, the primary adversary of the Land of Fire was the rock-hidden village of the Land of Earth. Under normal circumstances, the mist-hidden village of the Land of Water and the cloud-hidden village of the Land of Lightning would be engaged in fierce battles. How could the cloud-hidden village suddenly take a detour to launch an assault on the frontline headquarters of Konoha? Tsunade. Crane Tree yearned to venture outside, his gaze settling upon Tsunade, who was diligently tending to a patient's wounds. Go ahead, she said, momentarily pausing her work before adding, be cautious. Certainly, he replied. The silhouette of Tsuru swiftly vanished from sight. Tsunade raised her gaze, her brow furrowed deeply. She was acutely aware of Tsuru's profound affection for the village and her inherent kindness. Naturally, she was unwilling to resign herself to inaction. Yet, she yearned to safeguard this precious kindness of Tsuru's. Having witnessed the demise of too many significant individuals around her, she felt that if even this last vestige of her protective spirit were to wither away, she would be at a loss on how to confront Konoha and the entire shinobi world. The atmosphere within the camp suddenly grew tense. It is crucial to understand that dealing with the rock shinobi was already a considerable challenge. Now, they faced an even more formidable adversary in the cloud shinobi. Tsuru? Before Tsuru stood Kakashi, equipped and ready for battle, preparing to engage in combat with the cloud shinobi. His mentor, Minato Namikaze, had already hastened to the battlefield. Kakashi-senpai, I wish to join you, he Shushu declared resolutely. Kakashi glanced at him and took the lead, urging, keep up. The Crane Tree followed closely behind Kakashi. The primary battlefield of the Land of Earth is situated within a vast plain at the heart of the Land of Grass. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninjas, who had traveled from afar to execute a blitzkrieg, opted to launch their surprise attack from the right flank of the Leaf Village's main encampment. Kitsuki and his companions swiftly arrived at the battlefield. By this time, both sides had already commenced their fierce clash. The sight of 1,000 or 2,000 ninjas engaged in combat was truly magnificent. Observing it from an anime perspective starkly contrasted with the reality before them. This awe-inspiring spectacle stirred Ketsuki's very blood. Although the battlefield was brutal and perilous, it simultaneously ignited a fervor within him, despite Ketsuki's usual ability to attract enmity from foes. For some inexplicable reason, he found himself particularly overlooked by the Cloud Ninjas. As Heron Tree gazed at the muscular figures of the Cloud Ninjas, he could not help but notice his own slender arms and legs, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. The Cloud Ninjas were all robust warriors. Even the females possessed a physique of solid muscle. Could it be that they looked down upon him? Get out of the way, you little brat. Another Cloud Ninja whizzed past Heron Tree, wielding his blade towards the Leaf Ninja behind him. In the chaotic gust of wind, Heron Tree and the Leaf Ninja, who found himself caught in a double assault from the Cloud Ninjas, exchanged glances, both recognizing the dire situation. The Leaf Ninja was pushed to the brink, his temples throbbing with strain. Considering his own reputation, Heron Tree drew his divine spear, alleviating the crisis faced by his fellow villagers. It seemed this was not an ordinary child after all. At last, someone had taken note of Heron Tree. The Cloud Ninja before him scrutinized him from head to toe and charged towards him. Lightning release, thunderclap stream. Countless blinding arcs of electricity gathered in the opponent's hand, emitting a deafening crackle of electric currents. The silhouette of the crane tree stirred slightly, and in an instant, it materialized above Yunrin. While the divine spear had already pierced through the opponent's throat, the silhouette of Heron Tree gracefully descends to the ground. In the realm of martial arts, speed is unrivaled. Indeed, Gulong does not deceive me. The battle has entered a fervent stage, with nearly all the ninjas present charging forward with their blades drawn. The previous scenario of the Cloud Ninja skirting past Heron Tree is no longer conceivable. At this moment, there are more than 5 Cloud Ninjas advancing towards him. As he observes the approaching Cloud Ninjas, a chilling aura surges from Heron Tree's right arm, cascading like a torrential flood, while his chakra flows with remarkable swiftness, unleashing waves of formidable and frigid power that sweep through the air. The cold lingers around his right arm, and in an instant, a colossal ice bird materializes, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Despite it being the bright sun of June, the Cloud Ninjas feel as if they have been plunged into the depths of winter. A faint, piercing cry of the bird resonates as the ice bird spirals through the air, swiftly heading towards the opposing Cloud Ninjas. The gigantic ice bird extends its talons, tearing through the bodies of the unprepared Cloud Ninjas. Wherever the ice bird passes, everything transforms into frost. Witnessing the oncoming ice bird, the expressions of the Cloud Ninjas shift dramatically. In the blink of an eye, their bodies are utterly torn apart. The cries of despair rise and fall. Even those who are not shredded by the ice bird find themselves instantly frozen in place, their hands, feet, or other parts of their bodies encased in ice. Once encased, a momentary paralysis ensues. This fleeting pause presents an opportunity for the Leaf Ninjas. Ultimately, amidst the joint assault of dozens of Cloud Ninjas responding in haste, the ice bird dissipates into crystalline particles in the air. The figure of Wave Wind Watergate weaves through the battlefield, the blade in his hand claiming countless lives. After an unknown passage of time, a profound silence envelopes the battlefield. The crane tree lifted its foot, and the viscous blood flowed abundantly across the ground. All the assailants of the Cloud Village were mercilessly slain, without exception. Without a moment's respite, Minato Namikaze employed the Flying Thunder God technique and hastened to the second battlefield. Truly, it was an arduous endeavor. Katsuki sighed, remaining rooted in place, his face etched with concern as he approached a Konoha ninja kneeling on the ground. The ninja was charred from head to toe, his ebony skin still crackling with arcs of electricity. With compassion, Katsuki reassured him, "Do not worry, I shall heal you." He extended his hands, unleashing a reversal technique. Those with lighter injuries instinctively assisted their severely wounded comrades, lining up beside the ninja whom Katsuki was tending to. Ding. Affection level for the target character, Kakashi Hitaki, stands at 61. In the silent realm of the crane tree, a lamentation arose. Kakashi's favor diminished swiftly, yet his ascent remained agonizingly slow. Having dealt with the dual onslaughts from the Cloud and Stone Ninja, the sky had begun to darken ominously. In response to the unexpected assault from the Cloud Ninja, Orochimaru convened a tactical discussion. Within the largest tent, Orochimaru presided at the head, flanked by Tsunade and Jiraiya. Minato Namikaze occupied a position beneath Jiraiya, while the crane tree found its place beneath Tsunade. The others took their seats accordingly, including strategist Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and several previously unmentioned elite shinobi from Konoha. Why did the Cloud Ninja launch a sudden attack on Konoha? Were they not engaged in conflict with the Mist Village? Chozo was the first to voice his inquiry. Orochimaru turned to Nara Shikaku, asking if any intelligence had been received from their spies in the cloud. Shikaku shook his head, his expression grave. The spies from the cloud had not transmitted any messages for over a month. The atmosphere among those present grew heavy. If a spy had remained silent for such an extended period, it could only imply one dreadful possibility: they had perished. Shikaku continued, "We are currently at a critical juncture in our war with the Stone Ninja. If the cloud were to join the fray..." His unspoken words resonated with all present. Should the cloud intervene, the situation for Konoha would indeed worsen, transforming previous advantages against the stone into severe disadvantages. "We require operatives capable of relaying information," Shikaku proposed. "Whether amidst war or in other endeavors, the presence of undercover agents is indispensable. Otherwise, the machinery of our strategy would falter. More alarmingly, any delay in information could yield catastrophic consequences. Cultivating an operative is a daunting task. Where, at this juncture, could we find another?" Akimichi Chozo shook his head. "The last batch of operatives sent to the land of Earth were our final undercover agents. We must now identify someone to assume that role." Nara Shikaku frowned. "We need to implant someone within the cloud. Otherwise, the disparity in intelligence during combat will lead to immense casualties. Allow me to take on this task," Minato Namikaze offered earnestly. Shikaku countered with a shake of his head. "That is not feasible. Your reputation is too prominent." His words were rather blunt. A sheepish smile emerged on Minato's face. Hesh observed the expressions of the ninjas present, suddenly sensing an intrusive gaze. Who dares to indulge in such clandestine watching, even in such a solemn moment? They persist in their peeping? As Hesh's reputation among the ninjas has recently risen, he has also become acutely aware of a pressing concern. Wherever he goes, he finds himself the subject of discreet scrutiny. Those with a thicker skin even engage in discussions about him. With a grave countenance, he followed the line of sight, only to collide with a pair of shallow golden vertical pupils. It turned out to be Uncle Snake. "My apologies for the disturbance." The crane's gaze stiffly withdrew. "No, that is not right." The crane tree suddenly bristled with hair. What topic had just been discussed? Going undercover in Yunrin? Why did Uncle Snake regard him with such a gaze? The alarm within the heart of Heron Tree began to sound. An undercover agent was required, someone unknown to the adversary, yet possessing considerable strength and an air of deception, a ninja. Orochimaru's voice resonated, drawing the gaze of all present towards him. He cast a casual glance around, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he continued, "Ideally, this ninja should be youthful, preferably female, endowed with exceptional healing abilities, and possessing an unwavering loyalty to Konoha, coupled with formidable psychological resilience." With each word that fell from Orochimaru's lips, the smile on Heron Tree's face grew increasingly rigid. Gradually, imperceptibly, a subtle shift occurred as the collective gaze of the assembly transitioned from Orochimaru to Heron Tree. "Is this your retribution, Uncle Snake?" The crane tree weeps without tears. Yet, the brave Nyonyo fears no hardship. Hinaveli gazes back at the ninjas observing him, his cerulean blue eyes brimming with trust towards the adults before him. A twinge of moral indignation stirs within Nara Shikaku. Nevertheless, he concedes to Orochimaru's assertion that this child is indeed the most suitable candidate. Suddenly, a thunderous sound shattered the silence within the tent. Tsunade, enraged, rose and slammed her hand upon the table. Crack! A sharp, resounding noise erupted as a fissure abruptly appeared on the surface, swiftly spreading like a spider's web from Tsunade's hand. "Who dares?" Tsunade's icy gaze swept across the faces of the assembly, revealing a sardonic smile. "How audacious you are, to coerce the crane tree in such a manner. Do you possess no shame?" Tsunade's temper could not be contained for a moment longer. Namikaze Minato, in full agreement, shared Tsunade's sentiments. However, being of lesser stature and surrounded by his seniors, he found himself unable to refuse as decisively as his predecessor. Haru Tsurugi gazed at Tsunade, who stood before him, feeling a stirring in his heart. The sensation of being protected by another was truly delightful. "Goodness!" exclaimed Kakashi Hitaki. He exchanged glances with Orochimaru and, after a brief pause, inclined his head slightly, saying, "Lord Orochimaru, allow me to take on the role of the infiltrator instead." Tsukimi Haru Tsurugi is merely a ninja who graduated a year ago. His mental fortitude may not be sufficient. The crane tree was momentarily taken aback. The corners of Watergate's lips curled slightly. Kakashi was indeed a stubborn individual. "What do you mean, going? Children should refrain from participating. Let the adults handle it." Tsunade glared at Orochimaru. Nara Shikaka helplessly rubbed his forehead, realizing that reasoning with Lady Tsunade was utterly futile. His voice was barely audible, yet it reached Tsunade's ears. Her gaze flicked toward Narashikaku, who cleared his throat and averted his eyes. To be truthful, in the interest of the collective, his choice would have been the girl named Tsukimi Kuretsuki. Albeit he was weighed down by a heavy sense of guilt. Within just a single morning, Narashikaku had heard numerous ninjas extolling the virtues of this girl. Now, as they argued heatedly, she remained quietly lost in thought at her seat, evoking discomfort in those who beheld her. Narashikaku let out a soft sigh. I suppose I shall go. Chapter 45. A display of skill. All eyes were incredulously fixed upon Kuretsuki. Tsunade was taken aback, her anger momentarily quelled, as if extinguished. She looked back in disbelief, only to find Kuretsuki offering her a gentle smile. In that fleeting moment, Kuretsuki's visage overlapped with the person from Tsunade's memories. Her eyes brimmed with tears in an instant. She lowered her head, deliberately avoiding Kuretsuki's gaze. Ding. Favorability rating with the character Senju Tsunade, 80. Given that Uncle Snake was resolute in his intentions, he might as well seize the opportunity to garner some favor. As he approached the crane tree, he grasped Tsunade's hands with both of his own. Having grown considerably taller, he slightly lifted his cheeks, gazing at her with an expression rich in hope. Sister Tsunade, you must believe in me. I will undoubtedly return. While others who make such declarations often meet their demise, he was different. His words rang true. Wouldn't you agree, Tsunade? The crane tree tenderly calls out to the system in his mind. The system replies in silence. Yes. The crane tree smiles with the beauty of blossoms. Tsunade's throat felt as if it were constricted by a wad of cotton, rendering her unable to articulate a single word. The crane shifted its gaze towards Narashikaku. Lord Shikaku, I am indeed the most suitable person for this task. I shall certainly gather information for Konoha. Narashikaku opened his mouth, a sigh of resignation escaping his lips. If it were possible, who would wish to send a child on such an errand? Ding. Affection level for the character Narashikaku, 60. Ding. Affection level for the character Akimichi Choza, 60. Ding. Affection level for the character Minato Namikaze, 60. Ding. Affection level for the character Jiraiya, 60. Ding. Affection level for the character Kakashi Hatake, 60. The crane tree was basking in the warmth of favorable sentiments in his mind when he was suddenly taken aback by the unfortunate decline in Kakashi's regard. Except for the unchanged affection from the old pervert, Orochimaru, nearly everyone's sentiments were on the rise, yet Kakashi's had inexplicably dropped by a point. I cannot accept this. Finally regaining her composure, Tsunade fixed her gaze upon the crane tree and spoke resolutely. Lord Tsunade, you are aware of the current circumstances, Narashikaku interjected. His eyes filled with bitterness. Tsunade's expression remained unwavering as she surveyed the surrounding ninjas, declaring, I do not care what the present situation is. What I know is that, for the sake of justice, I cannot allow a mere 9-year-old girl to walk to her death, and on a personal level, I cannot permit my own disciple to become a spy. In fact, she was nearly 12 this year. The heron tree silently countered within his heart. It was merely due to this malnourished body that he appeared so frail. However, his actual age was indeed not much younger than that of Obito. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, their eyes filled with compassion. He had witnessed her losses throughout the years, from her biological brother to her beloved, and now even her disciple was to be sent to face death. Why not switch places? Jiraiya proposed, turning to Orochimaru. What if I go? Orochimaru regarded him with an impassive expression. If you become an undercover agent, what will happen to the front line? How can they withstand the simultaneous assaults from a Wagakure and Kimobikure? None of the five, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato Namikaze, and Shikaka Nara, could abandon their posts. Jiraiya fell silent. Sister Tsunade, please allow me to go. The crane tree has indeed spoken. He smiled and said, my medical ninjutsu is remarkably proficient, surpassing that of others in terms of safety. The words of the heron broke the prevailing stalemate. Tsunade gazed intently at him and inquired, word by word, do you comprehend the challenges that lie ahead? The crane tree nodded. Of course, I am aware. You shall confront incessant doubt, living each day in a state of trepidation. You must endure the elements, tirelessly seeking information. If fortune favors you, you may uncover valuable intelligence. If misfortune befalls you, discovery awaits. Tsunade paused, her hand beginning to tremble. Do you comprehend the dire consequences that follow once you are exposed? During times of war, the enemy employs a myriad of torturous methods against infiltrators, their cruelty and bloodshed instilling a profound sense of dread. I am aware. He nodded, his gaze as tranquil as the clear waters of an autumn lake. where everyone could see their own reflections with utmost clarity. I am acutely aware of the potential consequences I may face if discovered. The crane tree lowered its gaze, and the corners of its lips gradually curled upwards, as if the blinding sunlight had pierced through the darkness of the tent. Yet, I am a ninja of the hidden leaf, bearing the solemn duty to protect it. Each one of us is but a cog within the vast machinery of the leaf, willingly sacrificing ourselves until the very last moment, even if we are rusted and corroded. Is not a ninja one who endures what ordinary people cannot, and accomplishes what they cannot achieve, patiently waiting in the darkness to usher in the dawn? He spoke each word with clarity, his voice resonating throughout the tent. The silence was so profound that the faintest sound of a pin dropping could be heard. His tone was gentle yet resolute, each word landing with conviction. Naruto gazed intently at him, a tempest of emotions swirling within. How could it be? In this child, he discerned a will akin to that of a giant. Ding. Affection level for Naruto 70. What a remarkable revelation. Minato's gaze was imbued with tenderness, admiration shining in his eyes as he regarded the boy. Ding. Affection level for Minato 70. Well, Jiraiya stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on the child, inspiration striking him like a bolt of lightning. The protagonist emerges bravely amidst peril, articulating profound insights. What a splendid narrative arc. He silently mused that this child would serve as the archetype for the next story's hero. Ding. Affection level for Jiraiya 70. Orochimaru observed the boy, who radiated like a beacon, his eyes filled with a sardonic glint. Such selfless dedication is truly repugnant. Ding. Affection level for Orochimaru -10. No. With a sense of helplessness, Crane Tree pondered why Uncle Snake chose an unconventional path, aligning himself with Kakashi. This route has indeed narrowed. The transformation potion is not in short supply. If Crane Tree intends to become an undercover agent, then I shall join as well. From behind Hinata Hayashi, Shushu emerged, directing his words towards Orochimaru. Tree followed closely behind, declaring, I too shall accompany you. Shushu felt a moment of profound emotion within, but decisively replied, No. Lord Orochimaru, the infiltration mission requires fewer individuals. The battlefield is already lacking personnel, so let them stay behind. With these two formidable brothers accompanying him, he would find it challenging to fully unleash his potential. To others, it appeared as though Shushu was willingly sacrificing his own opportunities for the sake of his companions, leaving all the peril for himself. Ding. Affection level for character Minato Namikaze 75. Ding. Affection level for character Shikakanaru 72. Ding. Affection level for character Jiraiya 75. Jiraiya silently noted in his small notebook. The protagonist willingly undertook the dangerous task for the sake of his comrades. Lord Orochimaru, Jisue and Shuri spoke resolutely. Orochimaru raised his hand, his gaze silencing them, and turned to Shushu. The infiltration mission to the Cloud Shinobi will be entrusted to Tsukimi Shushu. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Kakashi respectfully lowered his head. Throughout this process, Tsunade uttered not a single word. She silently gazed at Kakashi before departing from the tent. The crane tree etched wide noodles in the depths of his heart. His beautiful Tsunade must surely be angered. Nightfall envelopes the world. The stars in the sky twinkle faintly, resembling the soft glow of fireflies. On this summer night, a firefly occasionally flits from the grass, its presence accompanied by the persistent chorus of cicadas. Tsunade sits alone atop the mountain. Come out. She suddenly casts a glance behind her, speaking in a calm tone. The silhouette of the crane tree emerged from behind a colossal boulder, as he slowly approached and seated himself beside Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, are you perhaps upset? Shushu pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat at a loss regarding Tsunade's emotions. Shushu vowed deep within his heart that tonight, he would undoubtedly achieve maximum affection from Tsunade. What do you think? Tsunade let out a soft huff, casting a fleeting glance at Shushu. How would he respond to that?